Chapter 1 Night. When murder strikes. At that moment, Thieris Dryby cautious saw fire. Atha Harathrit, the night watchman, striking a copper gong, patrolled the streets, calling out this watch. Suddenly, a small dark figure darted past the watchman, leaping gone to street side Jinyiwei, disappearing along the rooftops. So swift was the movement that before a watchman shed could have hit the ground, the figure had vanished without a trace. Thud. The watchman collapsed, his head rolling to the side, blood spraying from his severed neck into the cobblestones. The watchman is dead. Pursue. Asked the watchman shedless corpseful to the ground, illuminated faint Libby-Thelen turned the thad toppled beside him, several men clad in black flying fish attire, armed with embroidered spring blades, swept in from the distance. After a brief pause, they sped off in pursuit of the dark figure. Damn those Jinyiwei, wasted merely ya few women that led to such desperation? A mere handful of silver for them in tribute, Anthiacte siv their live estipendinet. The fleeing figured, Yetherus no hint of panis in his demeanor. Humph. With a sense of leisure, the shadow glanced back at Jinyiwei pursuing him, their distance had grown ever wider. Confidently, he proclaimed, "You marinth greatest scum thick you can catch up to him? Dram on." Just as spoke, the shadow noticed that a figure clad in blue flying fish attire, with an embroidered springblade at thigh's waist, standing gay top the roof head off him. A paraphies glimmering with cold light fixate upon him. Humph. With a dismissive snort, the shadow did nothing but instead surged forward, gaining speed. A sneered, a short, leaf-shaped dagger, about a foot in length, sprang from his sleeve. The dagger, devoid of ilt and exceeding lighten, weighsive in more delicatethant the finistress of paper produced in ungo. Grasping the dagger stiff between 12 fingers, the shadows struck forth with tuner towards the neck of Tiller of Jinu. When the dagger was list Hannah foot from Jinyiwei's neck, the shadow finally discerned Themon's features. In an instant, a flash of cold light swept past, and held his body lighten. Then, Hewitness set a headless, diminutive a corpse a tumbling, from the roof do pin front of Jinyiwei, landing in the street below. How cold thisp, the shadow gazeth on's familiar headless body on the ground. Realizing he was a fleeting thought crossed his mind how cold Hebesoyung? Hishedra led beside the corpse, eyes wide open, facing Theong Jinyiwei at the rooftop, filled with incredulity. Tangjaya she the displayed, casting gay disdain full glance off the head and the body on the street. His expression of contempt and disgust. Thaw fit see him town fold slowly. In reality, it took list hand twa breaths from Themament. The shadow realized that he was skilled. After Tangjayo had sheathed his blade, several black-robed Jinyiwei finale arrived. "Captain, I am incompetent, please punish him." Ammon in his 30th stepped forward, bowing humbly before Tangjiao. Tangjurger det the man and said, "Chin Xiaoqi, your pursuit of Helitristianka was inadequate, resulting in Thwachman's unjust death. You shall be fined 3 months yasa warning." Chinzaika hastily replied, "Thank you, Captain." Tangju waved a shandan continued, "Whereath the reus punishment, there must still sober word. Chin Xiaoqi, despite your shortcomings, you'd lay Tian Kaiscape, allowing me to successfully slay him. You shall be granted 50 taels off silver." Athis, Chin Ziokas expression shifted from grim to bright, and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. I will serve diligently." Event Jinyiwei behind him's house signs off Yui. It is worth noting that a Jinyiwei's month Liesalariismer la 5 teals, and Devanami Norflig of Pfizer and Sunlight and Tails a month. With tis deduction from the fin, Chin Zio Kai no wad an additional 20 taels, and his subordinates, having contributed to capturing the criminal, would at least enjoy a round of flavish drinks, even if they did not receive a sherry of teasilver. A night for Velry for them would cost at least 10 taels, and as Thelos drinking Jinyiwei, they could scarcely afford such indulgences, own liable to partake occasionally when Thyre and Edwards. Enough. You will hand leathers to shower turno. Having finished speaking, Tangju paid him for their mind and departed alone. Chin Zioqian Theathers did not dare to disturb him, watching respectfully as Tangju and a sheet around the corner before straightening up. Ion Captain, speaking to an admiring tone, said, "Our captain is truly remarkable, must be nearing the 6th grade in strength. I wonder when it will reach sick prowess." Chin Zio kidder Ned and playful eye tap the and captain shed. "What levelry it? To even think of matching the captain?" Hethin mused, "Our captain isn't 17, yet so formidable he will undoubted Lysicaria place on T County. or evenent the capital city. Theather caped inst Nadiden agreement, not questioning Chinzayakis word sadel. After firmament of reflection, Chinzayakis commanded, drag this let to your range, to be disposed to fathicum and grave tomorrow morning. Bring the head back to the headquarters for verification, and send it to the county. Also, check if the watchman has an relative as if so, let them acclaim the body and receive compensation from the county office. If not, have a the county office take care of it. Understood, Captain. The captains responded, then dispersed. Once Chinzayakis had finished speaking, he headed towards the county's Jinyiwei headquarters. He was a night duty, and with dawn still some enemy away, Peter had note leavis post. Although Captain was clear about your sand punishments, if Fan Yonyuer found derelict in their duties, the consequences would be severe, a lesson learned in blood. Thinking of this, Chinzayakis couldn't help but shiver, evidently recalling something that filled them with dread. Tangju was soon aware of te shiver from insubordinate, beautiforeticno, Chinzayakis would like Clargret the internal monologue had constructed about his superior. Half a year ago, after Tangju was some disposition as the captain of Jinyiwei Bayan County, his father, Tangching Shan, visited Dan, seeing Isenres sitting in the headquarters, felt in a keen hishert. Thus, he purchased thys exquiditate wa courtyard residence, already in the county. The Jinyiwei established be the founding emperor of the dynasty, who, with the help of numerous martial arts masters, secured therium. However, after the establishment of the state, those martial artists regarded themselves as meritorious minister and often looked down upon the court officials. Thus, the Jinyiwei became an institution to oversee the realm, widely disseminating intelligence, serving as the emperor's personal guard, endowed with the authority of the imperial court, and recognized as a force of enforcement officials. Thus the commander of Jinyiwei held in the third grade rank, his status in the capital was not particularly high, often noted in ranking within the top 30. Yet, from the highest officials to the common folk, and even among martial artists, few dared to defy Jinyiwei. So martial artists, after a night of revelry, would drunkenly mutter, the emperor shouts. These was due to the fact that Jinyiwei was directly controlled by the emperor, independent of the court street departments and 6 ministries, existing autonomously. Moreover, the Jinyiwei boasted numerous experts, and it was said that the commander was among the strongest in the entire dynasty. In such an organization, abundant in intelligence and martial prowess, how could remain afraid? How could foresee that the person sharing an esp would suddenly declare, you have committed an offense secum with Medith the Jinyiwei's prison. Chapter 2 Tangju. Upon returning home, Tangju did not rest but instead sat cross-legged on his bed. Heklo set his eyes, attuning to Thevis internal energy coursing through his body, nourishing points, arati and terminated from him. Simultaneously, his senses became extraordinarily acute, could have been hard soft breath soft, his sleeping made next door with crystal clarity, a sensation that left Tangju enraptured. After a prolonged period, Tangjai opened his eyes, wictiony like it was searchlights, dissuading Gagnon from looking direct at them. System. Opened the personal panel. Ding. The host's personal painless no open. Name Tangju. Cultivation early 5th grade. Identity captain of Jinyiwei Bayan County. Martial arts Quinyu strength 181. 000. Skills. Bone splitting hand 9, 100. Wandering blade 1, 081, 000. Illusory 9 shadows 352, 500. Guden devil value 108 points. Tangefuro Edisbro, contemplating, Tianchi, that flower picking scoundrel, with a cultivation off 7th grade, yielded only 108 points off Guden devil value upon his defeat. It seems that after advancing to the 5th grade, I will no longer be see a Saito increase my level as before. Toriak the 4th grade, in need nearly 900 points of Guden Delvalu, meaning a must defeat Closeto Tinsevith grade experts like Tian Chi. But 7th grade experts are not so easy living Quishiden the Urson Sirivid in Bayan County. Ivianless lane 3. Bayan County is implied to small and remote ordinary martial artists seldom come here. It appears a must devise another strategy. 2 years prior, Tangju had traversed into this world. His predecessor also named Tangjo, hailed from Yaltha fam line Weon County. His father, Tangching Shan, Waysal known affluent figure in the county. By rights, Tangju could have a lived life off luxury, indulgent in leisurely and drivelry, and indeed, his predecessor hadn't so. Yet, unexpected lie awakened das system called rewards for good, punishments for evil, would callowed him to earn good and devil points by performing virtuous deeds or punishing wrongdoers, thus enabling him to enhance his strength. The Tang family had long been engaged in commerce, and Nunient the family Hadavir exhibited potential for martial prowess, and thus, it fell in Tang Ju to inherit this fine tradition. Fortunately, the Tang family was affluent, and das the Sola Malayer, Tang King Shen and his wife were more than willing to fulfill a request. From that point in, Weiyang County no longer sought the debauched Tangjiu, but the prodigal son striving to redeem himself. A considerable sum of silver was expended to aid disaster victims, distribute grain, support the elderly and infirm, and provide for the orphans of fallen soldiers, among thernable causes. After a span of 6 months, Ifanally attained the threshold of martial prowess. Until on a fateful day, when Tangjiu, accompanied by his household guards, endeavored to punish Theodal bullies in the streets, inadvertently provoking Thyrofching who ganjent the county town. One of the gang's leaders, Lu Mantu, a nathtier martial artist, took advantage of his inebriation of a brutal beating. Having gone lie recently embarked at the pathof martial arts, Tangju was namach for a nathtier warrior and couldn't like Cowarunder Thesalt, while his guards swear likewise he occupied fending off the gang Shinchman, leaving Thiermaster to fend for himself. Fortunately, Lu Mantu, merely seeking to vent his drunken frustrations, departed after delivering his lesson. Tang Qingshan, upon seeing Isan being carried back, seethed with indignation. The Tang family had engaged in commerce for generations, firmly established in Weiyang County, where every official department was well acquainted with their dealings. How dared Thesicandratching who gang lay hands on his treasured son? Without hesitation, here ranged for a physician to tend to Tangju's injurious before storming Utofti house to see an audience with Bei Husa king of Jinyiwei. He explained the situation and presented a bribe of 5,000 taels of silver. With a cordial farewell from Bai Husiching, he returned home. For Tang Qingshan, matters solvable with money were hardly matter saddle. That for evening, the letter off Qing Hu gang persona li brought time capacitated Luman to Toth Tang residency Tofers apologies. However, Tang Qingshan did no Tevin daintamit he ganga eater Hemmerlies and tword that Luman to mustia to atone, forced transgressions against Tangjiu. The Tang family had maintained their stability for man years, not merely yas affluent merchants, beautis formidable figures the Actoff's heading blood was not foreign to them. However, there were retimes when resolving issues with wheelth proved farmer effective et and a blade. The Qing Hu gang leader dared not voice any objections. Went the decree from Jinyiwei Rividath Qing Hu gang that afternoon, Heaney Arley lost this composure. Upon further inquiry, he learned Therisons behind it hand and word cursed is incompetent subordinate tis the Tang family Simona can revoke. One misstep, and Thien Tarching Hu gang could vanish from the count along with you, worthless fool. Just as Qing Hu gang leader contemplated this next move, Tang Ju merged, supported by a trembling maidservant, wielding Gakacha knife. Without casting a glance in his direction, Heswing theknifid towards Lu Mantis neck. After discarding Thupan and Theground, he ordered, take him away. With that, he gestured for the shivering maidservant to assist them back to Hishamber. Tangju's injurious were not Severilt Hof could not contend with Lu Mantu, he had made his some progress in martial arts and was an ordinary person. A few days later, once healed, Tangju announced said this intention to Hoint Jinyiwei, startling his parents into a flurry of protests. Even his sister, who had long since married and moved to the capital, returned to them otherwise. Yet, Tangju remained resolute no amount of persuasion could sway him. His family had prospered through generations of trade, yet in this world where strength reigned supreme, mere wealth held little value. Even if one could pay for assistance, what if the funds ran dry? The best solution lay in having martial artists within the family to ensure lasting peace. Moreover, after slaying Lu Mantu, Tangju discovered that ephemeral value gained from a single kill far surpassed the good deeds accumulate the previous 6 months. This revelation meant to this determination. Joining Jinyiwei would not only provide access to resources for cultivation and martial arts manuals, but also the opportunity to eliminate Vildur Sandamas. Themer presentio fe decree from Jinyiwei ways, not o instill fear in Qing Hu gang leader, prompting a submissive demeanor's influence to a soon deniably enticing to Tangjiu. Thus, in summation, joining Jinyiwei presenteth the best course of action for Tangjiu. After articulating the rationalito Tangkinchan while withholding details about the system, his father, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. Through connections, Tangju officially became Mimam Barof Jinyiwei, fortunati not have ascended to the ninth year of martial arts otherwise, even with connections. Admission to such a martial organization would have been implausible. 6 months later, having granted the 7th year of martial arts and a crucificient merit, tamed was assigned to Bayan County, 100 miles from, as the chief commander, overseeing the entire Jinyiwei garrison there. The Bayan County Jinyiwei garrison comprised of 50 personnel, led by a chief commander, with 5 subordinate flags, each commanded by 10 captains. Previously, Qin Zioqi was on off his 5 flags, a Pinnacle 8th year martial artist, while the remaining captains were 9th year warriors. Now, after at Bayan County, Tang Ju had successfully advanced to the 5th year of martial arts, a notable achievement. It is worth noting that 7th by who in the county town was more a 5th year warrior. In just 2 years, Tang Ju had made remarkable strides from a novice to a rapidly advancing martial artist. However, for Tang Ju, this progress felt insufficient higher need for greater strength. Tremaster scood cleaver rivers with a single strikersless mountains with ease, and soaring through Hesky Swazmer Yamato of course. Thus, Tang Ju solved to exert a greater effort. Onadi, he aspired to Zentoth Pinnacle of martial arts, vanquishing Galan justice seasoned punishing Themiria devil synth world. Chapter 3. Forcing the mouse to leap out. At the break of dawn the next day, Tang Ju, attended by his maidservants, groomed himself and donned his official attire. As he savored the meticulously prepared breakfast from the kitchen. He inwardly cursed this damned feudal society. As usual, with a quarter of an hour remaining before the appointed hour, Tang Ju entered the guard station and made his way to his chamber. He reviewed the documents submitted from the previous day. The morning roll call was an age-old practice of the Jinyiwei, immutable by nature. However, prior to Tang Ju's arrival in Bayan County, the absence of a chief flag had resulted in a lack of oversight, leading to a situation where tardiness was a common occurrence, though not to the extent of neglecting the common folk. Upon assuming office, Tang Ju endeavored to rectify the prevailing attitudes and enforce strict discipline. Initially, he dealt harshly with a few insubordinate junior flags, including the Qin junior flag from the previous night, during which he honed his skills in dealing with unruly elements. Nevertheless, due to his clear policies of reward and punishment, he managed to maintain order without significant dissent. Those who remained obstinate were swiftly subdued. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from outside announced, "This subordinate seeks an audience with the chief flag." Without raising his head, Tang Ju responded absently, "Enter." Qini pushed the door open and, with a respectful gesture, said, "My lord, I have completed the organization of the Tianqi case, and the head has been sent to the county city daimyo." Tang Ju set down his brush and addressed Qin-e. "Qin-e, Tianqi arrived in Bayan County 5 days ago and committed 3 crimes during his stay. From the very first day of the incidents, the city gates were sealed and thorough inspections were conducted. Yet it took us a full 5 days to apprehend this thief. Have you not considered the reasons behind this delay?" Without hesitation, Qini replied, "It must be that someone in the county concealed Tianqi. Otherwise, he could not have repeatedly escaped. I have already arranged for a thorough investigation within the city, and I believe we will have results before noon." "Noon," Tang Ju interrupted Qin-e, his tone resolute. "We must ascertain who harbored Tianqi before noon. If we do not act with urgency, how can we expect these rats to reveal themselves?" Qin-e's eyes lit up, and he immediately grasped Tang Ju's intention. The more pressing the situation, the more frantic these rodents would become, and the more frantic they were, the easier it would be for them to expose themselves. "Yes," he affirmed, bowing in respect before exiting without waiting for a reply. As noon approached, in the hall of the guard station, Tang Ju sat regally. A servant offered him tea. Nearby, Qini stood with hands clasped, his expression one of utmost respect. "Have you discovered anything?" Tang Ju inquired, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. "Indeed," Qini replied respectfully. "It is reported that the Black Duck in the western city has been harboring individuals. According to intelligence, Tianqi once saved the Black Duck's life many years ago. Due to your orders for a rigorous investigation, the Black Duck became anxious and inadvertently revealed himself, prompting the hidden informants to take notice." "The Black Duck?" Tang Ju questioned, puzzled. "Upon my assumption of office a year ago, I dealt with the local bandits and tyrants, and the Black Duck was among those of some notoriety in the county, having resided here for over 20 years with a group of rugged followers. They have generally kept to themselves and committed no serious crimes. Minor scuffles among his men were usually settled with compensation, so I chose to let him be. Yet, now he dares to harbor a notorious thief sought by the court. A seventh-rank expert at that. What could his intentions be? Elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Black Duck. Cheney continued. The Black Duck arrived in Bayan County over 20 years ago, and somehow managed to gather the mountain runners in the western region. He commands a band of 70 to 80 robust men, but they are merely a group of laborers adept at gathering herbs and hunting. In terms of combat, a single subordinate of mine could easily defeat them. However, it is said that the Black Duck possesses considerable skill. 10 years ago, he was already a seventh-rank expert, though his vitality has waned, and now he barely qualifies as a late seventh rank. A flicker of disdain crossed Jinyiwei's eyes. A withered seventh-rank martial artist posed little threat in Jinyiwei's view. Tang Jiu, equally indifferent, mused, regardless of his prowess, it matters not. Even without my presence, the Jinyiwei cannot be trifled with by a mere seventh rank. One of the Jinyiwei's responsibilities is to apprehend criminals from the martial world and to suppress the pugilistic realm, especially excelling in coordinated tactics, and no matter his capabilities, he must surrender. With this thought, Tang Jiu rose, his voice cold. Initially, I allowed the Black Duck to live in peace in the county, considering him relatively honest. Since he chooses to defy my leniency, it is no longer necessary for me to show him mercy. Jinyiwei, sound the alarm. Today, I shall eradicate the Black Duck's entire clan. His tone was chilling and left no room for argument. Yes, my lord, Jinyiwei responded, stepping forward to accept his orders before hastily departing. Outside the Jinyiwei guard station, the sun blazed overhead. Dozens of robust men, each adorned with embroidered spring sabers and light crossbows at their sides, stood at attention, exuding an aura of menace. Jinyiwei and 4 junior flags rested their hands on their sword hilts at the front. Gazing at the firmly shut gate of the station, creak. The gate slowly opened, and Tang Jiu stepped out, surveying his subordinates. Leading the way, he declared, "Let us set forth." A resounding chorus of agreement followed. In the streets, the populace observed the Jinyiwei emerging en masse, curiosity etched on their faces. What trouble has arisen this time to provoke Lord Tang? Who knows? Ever since Lord Tang arrived in Bayan County, he's been slaying the wicked and apprehending the guilty. I haven't heard of anyone daring to stir up trouble. Indeed, Lord Tang is a true minister of the people, a just and righteous official. Just the other day, that lecher was caught. I heard last night he met his end at Lord Tang's hands. The townsfolk exchanged whispers, fear absent from their expressions, save for the few ruffians fleeing in every direction. Bayan County, located in the northern reaches of Dayu, was a harsh and frigid land with a fierce populace. Due to its proximity to the lush Jinling Mountain, abundant in medicinal herbs and wildlife, it was home to many mountain runners who engaged in foraging and hunting. Merchants from the county and even the capital frequently visited to procure herbs and furs. This led to the rise of numerous bandits and highwaymen who often robbed merchant caravans, sometimes slaughtering entire convoys. As time passed, with increasing casualties and heavy losses, merchants began to abandon the area. For these resources were not exclusive to Bayan County. A mere detour to another county sufficed. With the county's mountainous terrain and limited arable land, many relied on mountain running to sustain themselves. The loss of this economic lifeline plunged the populace into dire straits. After Tang Jiu's appointment as chief flag, he worked diligently to restore order in Bayan County, cleansing the area of gangs, bandits, and highwaymen, and no longer did the streets echo with the sounds of extortion or violence. Merchant caravans gradually returned to Bayan County, and as the lives of the people improved, their reverence for Tang Jiu grew. Leaving no room for fear. Chapter 4. The recipe for the Xian Yuan Qi nourishing pill. In the western part of the city, in Yanglu Lane, it was noon. Towering willows lined both sides of the narrow alley, their lush branches drooping low, casting shadows that shielded the sunlight. Dozens of men clad in short jackets lounged against the tree trunks, some engaged in casual banter while others closed their eyes in slumber, relishing the rare shade. Suddenly, a flurry of swift, synchronized footsteps echoed through the air. Before the men could rouse from their leisurely repose, a squadron of Jinyiwei clad in black, flying fish attire, hands resting on their embroidered sabers, had already blocked the entrance to the alley. A commanding voice rang out, "Surround them. No one is allowed to enter or exit." The men instantly snapped to attention, mouths agape, eyes wide with terror, their bodies frozen, hesitant to make any move. Without mercy, the Jinyiwei surged forward, and several men who failed to evade in time were ruthlessly struck in the face with sabers, blood flowing freely as they endured the pain in silence. Clutching their bruised faces, the remaining men scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, huddling against the walls, trembling with fear, hands dangling limply by their sides, their heads nearly buried into their chests. The Jinyiwei, having dispersed the men, paid them no heed, forming ranks along the sides. Tang Jiu, donned in blue flying fish attire with hand resting on his embroidered saber, strode into the alley, followed closely by Qin Yi and the other junior flags. One man dared to glance up, but a Jinyiwei noticed him and cast a swift glance in his direction, instantly freezing the man in place, panic gripping his heart. Fortunately, the soldier merely glanced and then ignored him. The man instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. As Tang Jiu approached the end of the alley, he was but a stride away from the large gate when Qin Yi stepped forward and kicked it open. Tang Jiu took the opportunity to enter the courtyard. Upon entering, Tang Jiu surveyed his surroundings and spotted an elderly man dressed in brocade, with a refined demeanor, seated leisurely in a pavilion to the right of the gate. The man was calmly pouring tea into cups across the stone table, seemingly unfazed by their arrival, as if he had been waiting for some time. Tang Jiu chuckled softly, a trace of a cold smile gracing his lips, and called out, "I never expected one called Black Duck to appear in such a form. I had thought you were a mere rat." The Black Duck showed no sign of offense at the mockery. "Rather," he replied with a smile, "Lord Tang jests. This old man has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Tang Jiu approached the pavilion, refraining from taking a seat, and looked down at the Black Duck. His tone laced with a hint of admiration. "You are indeed a clever man. You anticipated this moment." The Black Duck's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Back when Tianqi arrived, I had already foreseen this day, though I did not anticipate it would come so swiftly." Tang Jiu's countenance turned cold. "You old fool, if you knew this day would arrive, why act so thoughtlessly back then?" The Black Duck replied, "I cannot disregard the debt of gratitude for saving my life." "Nonsense," Tang Jiu interrupted, seizing the Black Duck by the collar, leaning forward with a murderous glare, and retorted, "A debt of gratitude? You so-called men of the martial world, relying on your meager strength, committing crimes under the guise of power, treating commoners as mere fodder, dare to speak of righteousness and promises to me?" The Black Duck's demeanor remained unperturbed, dismissing the murderous intent in Tang Jiu's eyes as inconsequential, and calmly stated, "You are correct, my lord. Since you are aware of this, do you not question why I took in Tianqi?" Without waiting for Tang Jiu's response, he continued, "In my youth, I too roamed the martial world, intervening in its injustices. Later, I encountered Tianqi in Xinmin Mountain, where he was being pursued. He deceived me, claiming to possess a formula for a fourth-grade elixir, coveted by others, and that his family had been slaughtered by thieves. While he himself was being hunted, he offered the family heirloom formula as a reward, hoping I would save his life. He even provided half of the formula up front. I was naive enough to believe him and, driven by greed, joined forces with him to eliminate his pursuers. However, to my astonishment, after we had killed them, Tianqi ambushed me. I was unprepared and was injured by his willow leaf knife. At that time, I had just entered the 7th rank, and with my injuries, I was evenly matched with Tianqi. Exhausted, I managed to deliver a blow, but Tianqi excelled in lightness skill, and as my injuries worsened, I could only watch helplessly as he escaped. After I recovered, I learned from the martial world that Tianqi had stolen the formula for the Xian Yuan Yang Qi Dan from a severely injured monk at the Lanta Temple. Furthermore, the pursuers were disciples of the 13-Sword Manor. Realizing the calamity I had wrought, I concealed my identity and came to the remote Bayan County in the northern border, intending to survive in obscurity. At that time, I was gravely injured, my vitality depleted, and my 7th rank strength reduced to a mere fraction. Continuously declining, I took in a group of herbal gatherers to assist me in foraging for medicinal herbs to restore my vitality. At this point, the black duck gently freed himself from Tang Jia's grasp, sipped his tea, and continued, "Half a month ago, I inadvertently learned that Tianqi had arrived in Wuyang County and had committed a crime. My vitality was so severely depleted that I felt my end was near. In desperation, I secretly sent him a letter, saying I could protect him if he came to Bayan County, while secretly coveting the remaining half of the Xian Yuan Yang Qi Dan formula. For the past few days, I have been engaging in a charade with him, and the day before yesterday, taking advantage of his inebriation, I obtained the rest of the formula. Yesterday, I devised a scheme to expose his whereabouts, enticing you to strike him down, so that I could obtain the formula without anyone being the wiser, while avenging my blood feud. I originally planned to leave Bayan County after acquiring the formula, but the city gates were sealed, preventing my escape. I intended to depart today, but in my haste, I inadvertently revealed my intentions and could not evade your discerning gaze." The black duck concluded his tale with a sigh. Weariness etched on his face. Alas, such is fate. Tang Jiu had not anticipated such a convoluted and tragic backstory. He was aware that the Lanta Temple was a sacred place within the martial world, home to several first-rank masters. For ordinary warriors, it was an unattainable existence. He was astonished by Tianqi's audacity and luck, having stolen a fourth-grade formula and managed to evade the pursuit of the temple's monks for 2 decades. The 13-sword manor, hailed as a leader in the martial world, was merely a facade, as its disciples were slain without a trace of the culprits. In this world, both elixirs and warriors were categorized from grades 1 to 9, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. The Xian Yuan Yang Qi Dan was a unique 4th-grade elixir from the Lanta Temple, a treasure for restoring vitality and blood. 4 lowly warriors like the Black Duck and Tianqi. Merely gazing upon it was akin to a dream come true, especially since it was a reusable formula. As long as the required herbs were gathered, it could be mass-produced, making their fierce competition for it understandable. However, while fighting over a formula is one thing, and even engaging in martial skirmishes is tolerable, committing crimes within his jurisdiction is altogether unacceptable. Chapter 5. I only covet your head. The Black Duck, sensing Tang Jia's icy glare and palpable murderous intent, quickly implored, "I beseech you, my lord, spare my life." Tang Jia's lips curled into a sardonic smile, once again interrupting the Black Duck. "Do you intend to bribe me with the formula? To beg for your life?" "Yes, my lord. I plead for your mercy. My assets in the county amount to no less than 8,000 taels. In addition to the formula, I implore you to show leniency." 8,000 taels? That is no trifling sum. Yet, as a noble captain of the Imperial Guard, am I worth a mere 8,000 taels? Observing the Black Duck's terror-stricken expression, Tang Jiu sighed. "I have no need for silver, and I am even less interested in your formula." Before Tang Jiu could finish, the Black Duck withdrew hastily, twisting his body as he retreated, moving with such swiftness that he seemed on the verge of leaping over the courtyard wall. The Black Duck had remained calm earlier, believing that as a martial artist, no one could resist the allure of a 4th-grade formula. At the very least, there were still thousands of taels of silver to be had. Little did he know that Tang Jiu was unfazed by the so-called formula or money. He was unaware that Tang Jiu's cultivation relied solely on killing. While 8,000 taels was a substantial amount, it represented merely a few years of Tang Jiu's salary, and the Tang family was a wealthy dynasty in the county. Why would he care for such a sum? Unable to fight back, the Black Duck could only flee, as it was better than facing death here. Just as the Black Duck was about to spring off the courtyard wall for leverage, Tang Jiu moved with a speed several times faster than the Black Duck. Instantly appearing before him, with a swift turn in midair, he drew his embroidered spring knife and slashed at the Black Duck. The Black Duck, sensing the danger, hurriedly ducked to evade, originally intending to propel himself forward. But instead, he stepped on the wall and swiftly retreated, causing the wall to collapse beneath his foot. As the wall fell, Tang Jia's strike missed, leaving him to land on the debris. Watching the retreating Black Duck, Tang Jiu chuckled coldly, then closed in on him. As Tang Jiu approached, the Black Duck unexpectedly produced a staff from somewhere and swung it toward him. Tang Jiu bent low to avoid it, using his left hand to send the embroidered spring knife from his right hand into a reverse grip. Then, without even glancing at the black duck, Tang Jiu sheathed the knife and remarked coolly, "I only covet your head." Behind him, there was the sound of the staff snapping in two, falling to the ground. The black duck's body, still in retreat, landed on the ground with a dazed expression. A line of blood slowly appeared at his neck. With a splatter, blood gushed from the wound. With a heavy thud, the black duck collapsed, lifeless, the sound of blood spraying the only noise remaining. Jinyiwei and the others gazed at Tang Jiu with reverence. The astonishing strike Tang Jiu had just delivered left everyone in awe. Even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming force emanating from him. Swift, unstoppable, and invincible, no words could adequately describe Tang Jiu's prowess. All they felt was shock, nothing more. To follow such a formidable figure was indeed a stroke of fortune. In that moment, the witnesses silently thought to themselves, people naturally revere the strong. If Tang Jiu were merely a person of modest skill, lacking martial prowess, they would hold him in contempt, for this world does not require such individuals. Such people do not last long here. However, if a person not only possesses exceptional skills but also displays unparalleled martial might, that is a different matter altogether. Among them, Jinyiwei felt the most astonishment. As Tang Jiu's confidant, he had been close by his side. Therefore, he understood him best a year ago, when Tang Jiu, a strikingly handsome youth brimming with valor, first took office. He required the assistance of several imperial guards armed with crossbows to defeat a bandit leader on Jinling Mountain. Yet now, he could slay a 7th-rank master with a single stroke, and not just one eye in the span of just 1 year. He had grown to an incomprehensible level of strength. Such talent was truly astonishing. Amidst his shock, Jinyiwei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful for his wise decision to follow Tang Jiu, Tang Jiu sheathed his knife and turned, softly stating, "The purpose of our Imperial Guard is to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, to relieve the Emperor of his burdens and maintain peace in our jurisdiction. If a mere few thousand taels of silver could buy us off, then how are we any different from the corrupt officials imprisoned in the dungeons?" With that, Tang Jiu called out, "Jinyiwei." Jinyiwei bowed deeply, clasping his fists, "My lord, I am here. Clean up the aftermath. Inform the county office to capture those who should be apprehended and release those who should be freed." "Yes, my lord." Jinyiwei's face was filled with respect. Tang Jiu waved his hand, stroking the embroidered spring knife as he exited the courtyard. Gazing at the willows lining the alley and the idle men trembling beneath their branches, Tang Jiu's expression remained tranquil, his gaze profound. After a considerable interval, he regained his senses, clasped his hands behind his back, and departed from Willow Alley. He had not elaborated much earlier. For him, a mere hint was sufficient for Jinyiwei and the others to comprehend their responsibilities. Otherwise, Tang Jiu's blade could just as easily strike down the fearsome agents of the court. The Jinyiwei, as evening descended, Tang Jiu gracefully declined several invitations to a thank-you banquet from the families of those slain by Tianqi. Returning home punctually, Tang Jiu practiced martial arts. Hence, his daily sustenance mainly consisted of medicinal herbs mixed with meat, as the demands of cultivation were immense, rendering ordinary vegetables insufficient for replenishing his energy. Fortunately, Tang Jiu was not lacking in wealth, and the chef he brought from the county town ensured that meat was an essential part of every meal. The guard post also frequently distributed materials for replenishing qi and blood to aid their training. Otherwise, what motivation would martial artists have to join the Jinyiwei for mere silver? It was the benefits of the Jinyiwei that attracted them. Sufficient merit could exchange for any required cultivation resources, techniques, martial skills, medicinal herbs, and even elixirs. As the saying goes, the impoverished pursue culture, while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. After finishing dinner, Tang Jiu practiced the Kuanyo technique for half an hour, exuding a rugged aura. Sitting in the bathtub, he reflected on the day's gains. Indeed, the bounty from slaying the black duck today paled in comparison to his earlier encounter with Tianqi, yielding a meager 97 points of good and evil value. Likely due to the black duck's lesser misdeeds and its weakened vitality. Although still a 7th-grade entity, its actual strength had diminished considerably. Hence, the low good and evil value was understandable. However, given the current circumstances, promotion to the 4th grade in Bayan County seemed unlikely. He could only hope for the 100-house trial in 3 months. Should he become a 100-house leader, he would command the entire Jinyiwei of a county. A far cry from the current minor guard post. Chapter 6. My lord, the sky is about to fall. October. Autumn was in full swing. The scant arable land of Bayan City lay to the south of the city. Though limited in acreage, the farmers were content. The current emperor had reigned for over 30 years, diligently governing, lightening burdens, and reducing taxes. The administration was relatively clear, with few harsh levies, allowing for a prosperous life. The Diyu dynasty's northern territories faced harsh winters, yielding only one crop annually, sowing in May and harvesting in October. The fertile soil ensured that their yields were not significantly less than the southern lands that produced 2 crops each year. Recently, the grain had matured that a year free from disaster had brought joy to the farmers' faces. Early in the morning, the villagers ventured to the fields to collect the fruits of their labor over the past year. A farmer, appearing around 20, with a rugged face and dressed in simple attire, busily worked while glancing back at his son, who was sound asleep in a basket, sweat pouring down his face, an embodiment of joy and satisfaction. Suddenly, the farmer seemed to witness something alarming and shouted, "The water is flooding! The water is flooding!" Nearby farmers, hearing the commotion, looked up and scanned their surroundings. Indeed, thick smoke billowed from the nearby woods, flames leaping high. Surpassing the treetops, the crowd hurried to the field, grabbing the water buckets they had brought from home, rushing towards the burning woods. After all, if they did not act, the fire would spread, endangering the crops in the fields. However, the flames were too fierce. The water they carried was utterly ineffective. With no other recourse, they could only retreat, watching helplessly as the blaze grew stronger, despair etched on their faces as they saw it encroach upon their fields. In the afternoon, Tangjio was in his chamber reviewing the documents submitted by his subordinates from various towns when a Jinyiwei lieutenant hurriedly entered, cupping his fists in respect, bowing as he announced, "My lord, the county magistrate of Bayan requests an audience." "The county magistrate?" Tangju looked up, setting down his brush, and after a moment's thought, replied, "Allow him to enter." Outside the guard post, a thin, middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a 7th-grade official paced anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool autumn air, his official robes thoroughly soaked. As he paced, he continually glanced toward the guard post's entrance. "My lord, the magistrate requests your presence," the Jinyiwei lieutenant informed him as he opened the door. The magistrate, disregarding any formalities, hastily entered, crossing the courtyard, ignoring the intimidating presence of the Jinyiwei around him, and strode directly into the main hall. "Lord Tang, the sky is about to fall," the magistrate, his face etched with urgency, exclaimed before even fully entering the hall. "Scholars traveling to the capital for the autumn examination have been slain by bandits on the official road south of the city, and they set fire to the mountains." Tangjio was taken aback, his body jolting upright, even toppling the armchair beneath him. "What?" he exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. The massacre of examination candidates was a matter that would surely reach the emperor's ears. The Diyu dynasty had founded itself on martial prowess, and even ordinary citizens could wield a few skills. However, while martial arts flourished, civil affairs naturally waned. Yet, governing a country required more than brute force. It necessitated scholarly governance as well. Thus, the court had historically treated scholars with leniency, recognizing their importance. Those who had passed the county examinations could bypass the magistrate, reflecting their elevated status. The provincial examination occurred every 3 years. With officials assigned to escort the scholars, even bandits would yield to them, fearing repercussions from the court and the potential for military reprisals. The occurrence of such a heinous crime was shocking, explaining the magistrate's frantic demeanor. After all, this incident transpired in Bayan County. Should it be perceived as a failure on the magistrate's part, he would undoubtedly lose his position, and should the matter remain unresolved, his life could also be in jeopardy. When did this happen? What is the current situation? Tangju inquired as he crossed the table, striding toward the magistrate. The magistrate replied, "It occurred 2 hours ago." At the time of the incident, some farmers were nearby and noticed the forest was ablaze, unable to extinguish it, so they sought assistance from the county office. Initially, I believed it to be a minor flood and dispatched laborers and the local constable to quell the fire. Little did I expect that after extinguishing the flames, we discovered 17 charred bodies in the woods. Upon examination, it turned out to be 7 scholars and 10 constables dispatched to escort them. The magistrate stood submissively behind Tang Jiu.by rank. Both Tang Jiu and the magistrate held the same 7th grade official status, and the magistrate was not required to refer to himself as a subordinate. However, the Jinyiwei were the emperor's personal guards, historically holding precedence over officials, with the power to apprehend criminals without going through the magistrate's office. If one fell under the Jinyiwei's scrutiny, they might find themselves imprisoned, turning an innocent into a criminal. Who wouldn't fear such a fate? Moreover, the magistrate's own position was precarious. Whether he could preserve his life depended on this young Jinyiwei lieutenant. Bring the drums, prepare the horses. Tang Jiu commanded loudly, disregarding the magistrate's presence. Within moments, dozens of robust men gathered before him. Seeing the numbers were sufficient, Tang Jiu waved his hand. Let us depart. The group of Jinyiwei responded in unison. Outside the door, strong men held waiting steeds. Tang Jiu mounted a tall white horse, accepting the whip handed to him by one of the strong men. With a swift crack of the whip against the horse's rear, the white steed neighed and reared up, and Tang Jiu took hold of the reins, gripping tightly as he squeezed his legs. The white horse surged forward, galloping ahead. The dozen or so Jinyiwei swiftly mounted their horses, following closely behind, leaving the magistrate standing alone in the street, enveloped by the rising dust. Just as the dust was about to obscure the magistrate's vision, the fear that had previously clouded his eyes was replaced by a fleeting glimmer of cold light, only to revert to the prior panic as his expression shifted in mere moments. Half an hour later, riding on the white horse, Tang Jiu caught sight of a patch of charred trees, their blackened trunks starkly contrasting with the lush greenery behind them. Dozens of constables and officers stood by the roadside, their clothes covered in dust, their faces smeared with ash. Tang Jiu guided his horse to a stop beside the constables. Dismounted gracefully, and with a decisive motion, he signaled for his subordinates to follow suit, their movements synchronized, exuding an aura of discipline. A robust middle-aged man dressed as a constable stepped forward, respectfully stating, "I have the honor of meeting Lord Tang." "Indeed," Tang Jiu replied with a curt nod, his expression stern as he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the charred bodies covered with white cloth by the roadside, Tang Jiu gestured for the constable to unveil the coverings. The constable understood and hurriedly took a few steps forward, instinctively turning his head away, then cautiously lifted the cloth with 2 fingers, retreating hastily. Chapter 7. The charred corpses. Tang Jiu regarded the trembling constable with a calm gaze before lowering his head to inspect the charred remains. The constable, caught in Tang Jiu's composed stare, collapsed in terror. Behind him, Jinyiwei kicked the constable's shoulder, cursing, "You spineless wretch, what a disgrace!" The constable, sent tumbling, dared not utter a word, crawling away to hide at a distance. Jinyiwei offered a white silk handkerchief to Tang Jiu, who accepted it, covering his mouth and nose, then brushed his hand against his ceremonial robe before crouching to examine the remains closely. A blade! Tang Jiu suddenly raised his hand backward, and Jinyiwei swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, presenting it with the blade facing inward and the hilt resting in Tang Jiu's palm. Accepting the dagger, Tang Jiu pried open the charred corpse's mouth, observing the pristine cavity with a contemplative expression. He then straightened his posture and gazed toward the distant farmland engulfed in flames. With a frigid tone, Tang Jiu declared, "Summon a nearby farmer. I have questions to pose." A sprightly young constable, his eyes glinting with intelligence, dashed out before anyone could react. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by a rough-faced farmer in his 20s. "My lord, I have brought the man," he announced, and without waiting for Tang Jiu's response, respectfully stepped aside. Tang Jiu cast a brief glance at the young constable, momentarily revealing a hint of appreciation before it vanished. The farmer, being an ordinary peasant, was typically timid, and the notorious reputation of the Jinyiwei only heightened his fear. Tang Jiu, wishing to avoid startling the farmer into incoherence with his stern demeanor, softened his tone and gently inquired, "Were you present in the vicinity at the time?" Replying to your grace, "I was working in the fields nearby and was the first to notice the fire. I called upon my fellow villagers to extinguish it, but the flames were too fierce to contain, So I sought help at the county office. The farmer stammered initially, but soon found his voice, lamenting, "It is a pity. After a year of hard work, I finally had a harvest, only to have it all consumed by this dreadful fire." Overwhelmed by emotion, he began to weep, for this grain was vital for his family's sustenance in the coming year. The thought of its loss only deepened his despair. "Cease your crying. I shall bear the burden of your loss," Tang Jiu interjected, halting the farmer's tears. "Now, did you hear any sounds at that time? Perhaps cries or pleas for help?" "None, my lord. I was less than 100 paces away and heard nothing at all," the farmer replied earnestly. "Very well. You may return now, tally the losses with your village, and come to the county office to receive compensation," Tang Jiu affirmed, nodding to signal the farmer's departure. A young flag-bearer of the Jinyiwei approached and reported, "My lord, this place has been completely charred, and we have found no useful clues." Tang Jiu was not surprised by this revelation. The murderer, having chosen to incinerate the body, clearly sought to eliminate any evidence. Thus, the only avenue left was to seek answers from the corpse itself. The earlier act of prying open the mouth was to ascertain whether the victim had been murdered before the body was burned, or if the burning occurred post-mortem. The mouth was unsoiled, indicating that the incineration took place after death. Otherwise, the victim would have surely cried out, leaving traces of soot within the oral cavity. However, the farmer had claimed that he heard nothing, neither cries for help nor sounds of struggle, from less than 100 paces away. This was indeed perplexing. This left only two possibilities. First, the murderer or murderers were highly skilled, capable of executing their deed before the scholar and constables could react. Second, the victims may have been incapacitated by poison or some sort of sedative, rendering them unaware of their fate until it was too late. Tang Jiu could think of no other explanations at the moment. Ultimately, the truth would only emerge once the body was transported back for examination by the coroner. With this in mind, Tang Jiu waved his hand, beckoning Qini over, and instructed, "Transport the body back to the office for the coroner to verify the cause of death at once." "Yes, my lord," Qini replied. He then turned to the sprightly young constable and commanded, "Find a few farmers and borrow some carts to transport the body back to the county." The young constable swiftly complied. Tang Jiu then faced the trembling captain of the constables and stated, "The Jinyiwei will take over this matter. You may return." The captain, as if granted a royal decree, scrambled to gather his men. Just as he began to feel relieved, believing he was no longer involved, he heard Tang Jiu's cold voice from behind, "And one more thing. I do not wish to see you in the county again." Tang Jiu harbored no fondness for those who occupied positions without merit, particularly those timid as a mouse. As a captain, one would expect a certain level of courage, yet he appeared utterly ashamed at the sight of a corpse. The captain's complexion shifted, his momentary relief fading into despair. Half an hour later, Tang Jiu returned to the office alone, entering his chamber and sitting at his desk to write. Before long, he shook the ink off a paper filled with characters, placed it into 2 envelopes and sealed them with wax. "Bring me someone," he called in no time. A strong man entered, kneeling before him. "Why, lord?" "Here are 2 letters, Tang Jiu said, placing the letters on the desk. "You must ride swiftly to the county town. One letter is to be delivered to the 100 household office, and the other to the Tang residence on Shimen Street. Ensure they arrive before nightfall." The strong man rose, carefully taking the letters and tucking them into his clothing. "Yes, my lord, I shall fulfill this task." He vowed in the Du dynasty. The Jinyiwei strongmen differed from the captains. While captains were formally appointed officials, the strongmen were akin to servants, performing duties such as caring for horses and delivering messages. Much like the constables and catchers in the local government, constables received a monthly salary, while the servitors earned only a small portion of grain and were exempted from corvée labor. Seated in a grand chair, Tang Jiu gazed out the window, lost in thought. Why had the murderer targeted the scholars on their way to the examination? Why incinerate the bodies post-mortem? Why such a multitude of victims? So many questions swirled in his mind, eluding resolution. Such a case, one that could reach the heavens, was not one to be trifled with. No one would dare commit such an act unless their own life was at stake. Nevertheless, this matter was beyond the scope of Tang Jiu, the captain of the Jinyiwei. Regardless of whether the culprit could be identified, The higher authorities would need to take charge. It was likely that not only the 100 household office, but also the 1,000 household office and the local government would dispatch personnel to oversee the investigation. What Tang Jia needed to do was organize all evidence and documentation before their arrival for review. As for solving the case prior to their intervention, he lacked confidence. The proximity of Bayan County to the county town meant that someone would arrive by the next day at the latest. Without a single clue, it would be impossible to uncover the truth overnight. Even the commanding officer would struggle to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 8. Arrival from the county town in the early morning. Rays of dawn illuminated Bayan County, and wisps of mist rose, vibrant and colorful, as if draping the entire county in a veil of hues. The townsfolk began to stir, attending to their daily toils. For the vast majority of ordinary people, life proceeded monotonously, unchanged for countless days. For them, the previous night had been unremarkable. Yet for others, it was anything but ordinary. The county's scholars had been slaughtered upon the official road. 7 scholars and 10 escorting constables. All without exception. Tang Jia had not returned home to rest but had remained at the office, sleepless throughout the night. At the hour of the pig, the coroner burst into his room with the results of the autopsy, which aligned closely with Tang Jia's expectations. Among the 17 victims, 6 had their throats slit by a single sword stroke, while the remaining 11 had perished from powerful strikes. It appeared that there were 2 assailants, both possessing martial prowess of at least the 7th or even 6th rank, one skilled in swift swordplay, the other in formidable palm techniques. They had completed their massacre before anyone could react. However, upon reviewing all the records at the office, Tang Jia found no mention of such individuals in Bayan County or the surrounding Wuyang region in recent decades, in the Diyu dynasty. Any martial artist settling in a location was required to register with the Jinyiwei. This was to prevent the abuse of martial prowess and to ensure readiness for summons from the court. While martial artists may not excel in cooperative combat, those of considerable skill were summoned to assist local authorities in times of war or pressing issues, though not without compensation. The wanderers of the martial world often romanticize their lives of vengeance and valor, believing the court to be merely a fade, too distant to exert control over them, the so-called heroes and swordsmen. Yet, little did they realize that the court was the largest sect of all. Regardless of one's unparalleled martial arts or numerous disciples, when the court called, refusal was not an option. Otherwise, an army would come, suppressing all sects and renowned heroes alike in this world. All lands belonged to the emperor, and all territories were under the dominion of the sovereign. Places like the Lanta Temple, a revered sanctuary of Buddhism, and the Shursan Sword Manor, a pinnacle of swordsmanship, have merely maintained their humble and unpretentious demeanor. Even amidst a flourishing era, crime cannot be entirely obscured. Notorious figures like Tian Qi and various wanted criminals and cultists remain on the imperial list. The ordinary skirmishes of the martial world do not concern the court. In fact, they may even dispatch spies to incite discord, facilitating the governance of an increasingly prosperous martial realm. The records of the Jinyiwei document local martial artists, in the absence of such records. The perpetrator must either be an outsider or someone who has concealed their martial prowess, never having registered with the Jinyiwei. If they are indeed an outsider, one must wonder why they would target these scholars. As the victims possessed little wealth, relying even on county funds to pursue their examinations, it is evident that robbery is not their motive. Otherwise, the bustling merchant caravans along the southern road would present a more lucrative target. Moreover, one would expect a master of the 6th or 7th rank to refrain from killing students over trifles. The Confucian scholars in the court eagerly await their names to be immortalized in history. Upon learning of the massacre of their junior scholars, some have reportedly met their demise by colliding with the pillars of the court in desperate protest. Such individuals are not only uncorrupted and free from collusion, but also seek only to leave their mark on history. They are prone to drastic measures, often resorting to self-sacrifice at the court's dragon pillars. It is said that since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty over 2 centuries ago, the dragon pillars have been replaced multiple times, with rumors suggesting that these replacements were caused by the actions of this very group. To say they are both despised and loathed would be a gross understatement. Yet, the court remains dependent on these figures. One cannot expect a band of reckless warriors to govern the realm and manage taxation. If the assailant is not an outsider, the only remaining possibility is that a martial artist has emerged from the underbelly of society. Suddenly, a tall, slender man clad in a silver, flying fish robe burst through the door, striding into the main hall of the guard station and taking a seat at the head. Tang Jiu, having received the message, hurriedly arrived, leaning forward with clenched fists, declaring, "I am Tang Jiu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed captain." The newcomer was none other than Si Chun, captain of the Jinyiwei from Wuyang County, who had once sent a letter that had caused the Qinghu gang to tremble in fear. He later took Tang Jiu under his wing and brought him into the Jinyiwei section. Observing the valiant young man before him, was lost in thought. Only 2 years prior, Tang Jiu had been a reckless youth, but now, he had matured into a figure of composure and capability. This was the first impression Si Chun had upon seeing Tang Jiu again. With a wave of his hand, Si Chun, his expression grave, stated, "No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat." He gestured towards a chair beside him and continued, "I received your message last night. I hurried here to Baisian County after arranging matters at the guard station." "Speak. What have you discovered?" "Thank you, sir." Once seated, Tang Jiu recounted the details of the autopsy and his deductions from the previous night. Si Chun listened attentively, his gaze fixed on Tang Jiu, but soon his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. "I just recalled that there have been no reports of 6th or 7th rank swordsmen, or those with formidable strength, coming to Wuyang County in recent years," Si Chun remarked, his expression relaxing. "Your reasoning holds merit." Suddenly, Si Chun stood upright, declaring, "Lead me to the crime scene." Tang Jiu rose in agreement. "Yes, sir." Exiting the guard station, he observed dozens of Jinyiwei clad in black, flying fish robes tethering their horses on the street. A lean Jinyiwei standard-bearer, also dressed in blue flying fish robes, stood at the forefront. Tang Jiu recognized him as Chen Lu Ming, one of the 2 standard-bearers directly under Si Chun's command, a 6th rank master known for his swift blade. Unmatched in the county. Since Wuyang County lay to the west of Baisian, Si Chun and his entourage had not traversed the southern merchant road on their way here. Thus, their first priority was to inspect the scene. As Tang Jiu, still inexperienced, might overlook critical details. Taking the reins from a strong man, Tang Jiu mounted swiftly and led the way. Si Chun and the Jinyiwei followed suit, their movements synchronized, and with a crack of the whip, they galloped after him. Soon, they reached the site of the incident, where Tang Jiu dismounted and handed the reins to the Jinyiwei who had remained on guard. Fearing that the scene might be tampered with, he had left a contingent to oversee it. Si Chun, observing the situation, cast an appreciative glance at Tang Jiu, his admiration deepening. The Jinyiwei never lacked for skilled fighters, but required individuals with meticulous minds. Adept at strategy, Chapter 9. An unusual combination. Si Chun surveyed the scene, his face a mask of fury at the sight of such devastation. Who dares to commit such an audacious act? This is utterly intolerable. Behind him, Chen Lu Ming and the other Jinyiwei from the county wore equally grim expressions. Since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, such a calamity had never before befallen the realm, truly shocking. The sound of hooves approached from behind. Turning, they saw the county magistrate riding towards them, accompanied by several constables, though the timid head constable from the previous day was conspicuously absent. As the magistrate neared, he clumsily dismounted, nearly losing his balance on his unruly steed, but was saved from embarrassment by the swift assistance of the constables. For a scholar like the magistrate, riding a horse was undeniably challenging, as he typically traveled in a sedan chair or carriage. However, in this dire situation, he could not afford to maintain the airs of a county official, especially with his life hanging in the balance. "This humble official greets you, esteemed lords," the magistrate said respectfully, bowing deeply. Si Chun, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, frowning as he pointed at the devastation before him. Rebuking, "Is this the state of affairs under your jurisdiction?" The magistrate, face drawn in despair, replied, "I acknowledge my incompetence. Please punish me, my lord." According to the laws of the Great Yu dynasty, the Jinyiwei held no authority to penalize local officials. Such assessments were typically made by higher-ranking authorities. However, the Jinyiwei operated as a special department, empowered to report directly to the emperor and possessing its own prison system, independent of the three enforcement agencies. A sharp blade poised over the heads of officials. Now that such a heinous crime had occurred under the magistrate's watch, he could only strive to minimize his culpability in hopes of preserving his life. Humph! Si Chen scoffed coldly, then sternly declared, "You are worthless." Tang Jiu observed the exchange between the two men, internally reflecting that Si Chen was exerting pressure to shift all blame onto the magistrate, who was powerless to resist and could only endure. It seemed that the strife and intrigue extended beyond the court. However, Tang Jiu understood the necessity. With such a grave incident, someone must bear the blame. It could either be him or the magistrate. Choosing one was inevitable, while a shared burden was clearly impossible. Thus, the magistrate became the scapegoat. After half an hour of meticulous searching, the outcome remained unchanged from the previous day. No useful leads emerged. The group could only return home. Back at the guard station, Si Chen took his place at the head of the hall, with Tang Jiu and Chen Lu Ming seated below. The magistrate had been dismissed and did not accompany them. Si Chen lifted a cup of tea, taking a sip before stating, "This matter has already been reported to the capital overnight. It cannot be suppressed. Our most pressing concern is to swiftly apprehend the culprit. Otherwise, if the emperor is enraged, we who depend on our heads for sustenance shall find ourselves in peril. Sir, I have already arranged for a search overnight, but I fear we may yield no results." Tang Jiu replied. After all, there was little evidence to be found at the scene. The only indicators of a martial artist's involvement were the wounds on the bodies, yet those unregistered could hide away, making them nearly impossible to locate. "I am aware," Si Chen nodded, pausing before continuing. "By this afternoon at the latest, the academic official from the capital will send someone down. Those literati will care not for evidence. They demand results. Therefore, regardless of whether leads are found, we must solve this case promptly. Even if it ends in futility, we must deliver the culprit, creating an ironclad case. Do you understand?" Si Chen's tone was frost-laden, his expression menacing, instilling a sense of dread. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiu's heart sank, realizing that delivering the culprit merely entailed capturing a few individuals from the martial world, executing them to appease the authorities. For the dead would not proclaim their innocence. This brought to mind the adage, "Only those who wrong you comprehend the weight of your grievances." Tang Jiu glanced at Chen Lu Ming, whose expression remained stoic, then replied, "Yes, my lord, that I understand." "Good." Si Chen's murderous intent lessened, recognizing that Tang Jiu grasped his meaning. "This is merely a last resort. After all, we in the Jinyiwei serve as the emperor's personal army. We must achieve results to alleviate his burdens." Si Chen's tone was solemn, laced with an inscrutable undertone. "I understand, sir," Tang Jiu affirmed. At 18 noon, the inhabitants of the capital arrived, not on horseback, but rather in a dilapidated horse-drawn carriage. 3 individuals emerged. An elderly man clad in a gray robe, somewhat stooped in posture, with a gaunt face and a thin strand of beard dangling from his chin. A youthful scholar, likely in his 20s. Fair of complexion and rather handsome, clutching a rolled-up book in his hands, its cover already yellowed and somewhat tattered, suggesting frequent use. And finally, a young man dressed like a martial artist, with a stern countenance, appearing to be of similar age to the scholar, garbed in green warrior attire, standing tall, and gripping a long sword wrapped in cloth. Upon entering the main hall, the young scholar performed a respectful bow and spoke softly. "I am Xia Fanqing, and I greet you, esteemed gentlemen. I have come at the behest of the academic authorities to assist the Jinyiwei in investigating the murder of a scholar." Surprisingly, the young scholar took the lead, while the gray-robed elder wore a gentle smile. Standing flanked by the swordsman, Si Chen and Tang Jiu exchanged polite greetings before guiding the scholar to the seat of honor on the right. The scholar did not hesitate and took his place directly. The gray-robed elder settled into a chair in the corner, while the swordsman stood beside the scholar, assuming a protective role, politely accepting the hot tea offered by a sturdy attendant. The scholar expressed his gratitude in a soft voice, taking a sip and inquiring, "Have you gentlemen uncovered any leads?" His tone was not aggressive, but rather carried an air of indifference, as if the murdered scholar bore no resemblance to him and was entirely unrelated to his concerns. Si Chen maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, "Mr. Xia, I have indeed discovered a clue. The assailants appear to be two individuals of 6th or 7th rank. One is proficient in swift swordplay, while the other excels in powerful palm strikes. Swift swordplay? Xia Fanqing responded, turning to glance at the young swordsman with a hint of curiosity. The swordsman raised an eyebrow but remained silent, not casting a glance in Xia Fanqing's direction, though a flicker of interest shone in his eyes. Observing the swordsman's expression, Xia Fanqing asked, Xiao Yunyuan, have you deduced anything? Nothing, the swordsman retorted coldly, casting a piercing look at Xia Fanqing. And I do not go by Xiao Yunyuan. All right, Xiao Yunyuan, I understand, Xia Fanqing replied with a smile. Muttering under his breath, not very amusing, the gray-robed elder erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Xia Fanqing's remark. After Xia Fanqing finished mumbling, he pointed at the swordsman behind him and said to Si Chen, Esteemed Sir Si, may I request that my friend examine the body? Certainly. Si Chen rose and addressed Tangjio. Tangjio, lead the way. Chapter 10. Everything is according to plan in the coroner's office. The swordsman lifted the white cloth covering the corpse, scrutinizing the wound on the neck while ignoring the acrid stench emanating from the body. The surface of the wound had been charred, but he remained unfazed, prying open the scorched flesh for a closer examination. Standing upright, the swordsman declared coldly, an expert, a fine sword. 6th rank, then, feeling his assessment lacked precision, he added a few more words. Xia Fanqing stood outside the door, not entering, and called out, Xiao Yunyuan, are you suggesting that there is a 6th rank expert skilled in fine swordplay? Thank you. The swordsman accepted the handkerchief offered by Tangjio. His tone slightly softened. He stepped out of the coroner's office, looking at the gray-robed elder and stating, at least 6th rank. The gray-robed elder shook his head dismissively, as if a warrior of at least 6th rank posed no threat to him, akin to a mere child. Hey, Xiao Yunyuan, Xia Fanqing interjected, blocking their path. I'm speaking to you. This is quite rude, you know? The swordsman ignored Xia Fanqing, maneuvering around him to exit. Hey, you? Xia Fanqing chided, then turned to Si Chen. Esteemed Sir Si, please do not take offense. My friend has this temperament. He treats everyone this way. Si Chen regarded the departing swordsman with a grave expression before waving his hand dismissively. No offense taken. Tangjio also watched the swordsman leave, his demeanor slightly amused, pondering, a 5th rank swordsman at such a young age. He then glanced at Xia Fanqing and the gray-robed elder, finding their peculiar combination astonishing. For such a significant case, the academic authorities had dispatched these 3 individuals, a somewhat frivolous scholar, clearly inexperienced in martial arts, an elderly man who appeared withered yet remained unconcerned about a 6th rank expert, and the only one who seemed normal, the young, cold swordsman. In truth, Tangjio had already examined the corpse when it was brought back yesterday. He knew the wound was inflicted by a fine sword and recognized the assailant's formidable prowess. In the entire Bayan County, no one else could match the murderer. However, he had chosen to keep this information to himself. To him, whether the assailant was of 6th or 7th rank merely represented an opportunity to gain experience points in his pursuit of righteousness. The stronger the assailant, the greater his reward. By the way, Xia Fanqing suddenly remarked, might I trouble you, esteemed gentlemen, to arrange for my accommodation at the garrison? My finances are quite limited, and I cannot afford a tavern. The living conditions at the garrison are rather poor. Mr. Xia, perhaps it would be best for you to stay at an inn. The Jinyiwei will cover all expenses, Si Chen suggested. Si Chen and his companions did not reside at the garrison, but were instead arranged by Tangjio to stay at an inn. Given the number of individuals involved, thus, upon hearing Xia Fanqing's request, they instinctively invited him to the inn. It does not matter. It is merely a place to sleep. Wherever will do, however, please prepare a few rooms for us at the garrison. Xia Fanqing stated politely yet with an air of authority. Si Chen, feeling helpless, said to Tangjio, Tang Zongqi, please arrange accommodations for Mr. Xia that are more tranquil. Yes, my lord, Tangjio replied, signaling to Qin Yi, who stood nearby. Qin Yi understood and promptly departed. Xia Fanqing seemed to have just noticed Tangjio, expressing, I must extend my gratitude to you, young Tang. You are truly remarkable, having achieved the rank of Jinyiwei commander at such a young age. Your future is limitless, unlike me, who, having aged a few years, has yet to accomplish anything. He shook the yellowed book in his hand, feigning despair. Tang Jiu responded, Mr. Xia, you flatter me. Xia Fanqing sighed, do not be so formal. Just call me Xia Fanqing. You are far superior to Xiao Yunyun and much more entertaining. He then shot Tang Jiu a meaningful glance, winking at him. Tang Jiu felt a jolt of realization, understanding that Xia Fanqing was not as simple as he appeared. He must have perceived Tang Jiu's true strength, he thought to himself indeed. For such an important case, the individuals involved are clearly no ordinary folk. I suspect that gray-robed elder is not to be underestimated either. However, Tang Jiu maintained a composed exterior, replying, very well, Brother Fanqing. Returning to the main hall, they resumed their seats, though the swordsman had not returned, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Xia Fanqing addressed the gentleman, esteemed sirs, this case has already been forwarded to the capital and should arrive within 7 days. The academic authorities have instructed that we must apprehend the assailant before the edict arrives. Otherwise, we shall bear the consequences, Sai Chen remarked. So we have less than half a month to identify the murderer? Precisely, Xia Fanqing confirmed. Sai Chen continued. Yet, the leads are currently scarce. If the assailant has fled, solving the case will be an arduous task. Tang Jiu interjected, even if the assailant remains, tracking them down will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Especially since the Jinyiwei's records lack details on the perpetrator. They are undoubtedly well hidden, making discovery exceedingly difficult. Xia Fanqing acknowledged the challenges ahead, stating, I recognize the difficulties involved, but I implore the esteemed gentlemen of the Jinyiwei to collaborate earnestly. I shall also do my utmost to assist in swiftly capturing the murderer. His tone had transformed from its previous warmth to one of grave seriousness, even bordering on coldness, Sai Chen replied. Very well, I shall fully support Mr. Xia. Xia Fanqing slightly nodded his head. In that case, I shall not impede your investigation further. He then turned to Tang Jiu, seated at the lower end, saying, Young Tang, I must trouble you to arrange for someone to escort me to my lodgings. It is time for my studies, and I cannot afford any delays. Understood, Brother Fanqing, Tang Jiu replied, summoning a junior officer to enter and instructing him to escort Xia Fanqing to his residence. The officer complied, respectfully leading Xia Fanqing out of the main hall, while the gray-robed elder did not greet Si Chan and merely followed. Stooped over, Sai Chan picked up his teacup, finding the tea had grown cold, and set it down again. He turned to Tang Jiu and Chen Luming, saying, Xia Fanqing is not to be underestimated. You must avoid provoking them. Tang Jiu and Chen Luming nodded in agreement. The entire Bayan County must be searched thoroughly, including towns and villages. No corner should be overlooked. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we have 10 days to capture the murderer. Pausing, Si Chen's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed on the two. Chen Luming spoke first. I shall do my utmost. Tang Jiu followed suit, declaring, I too shall exert myself to the fullest. Very well, Sai Chan took a sip of the refreshed hot tea and directed Tang Jiu. Proceed with the arrangements. Tang Jiu acknowledged the command and departed. Once he was out of sight, Chen Luming suddenly asked, My lord, do you feel confident about this endeavor? Si Chen's expression lost its previous chill. And he smiled as he said, Rest assured, everything is well within the plan. Chapter 11. Heavenly Officials Alliance. 10 days later. During these 10 days, Tang Jiu and Si Chen turned the entire Bayan County upside down, yet they found no useful leads, let alone capture the perpetrator. This left Si Chen increasingly irritable. With only a few days remaining before the imperial edict from the capital arrived, their lack of progress was utterly intolerable. Xia Fanqing and his companions appeared unfazed, spending their idle days strolling through the county or reading leisurely at their lodgings. The magistrate visited daily, but each time, he was met with Si Chen's furious tirades. In the room adjacent to the main hall, Tang Jiu practiced the Kueino strength, listening to the sounds of crashing objects from within, knowing that Si Chen was once again venting his frustrations. In the past couple of days, the absence of any breakthroughs had caused Si Chen to lash out at anyone in sight and destroy anything within reach, a scene to which Tang Jiu had gradually grown accustomed. Tang Jiu! Suddenly, Si Chen's voice thundered from next door. Tang Jiu ceased his practice and exhaled a long breath. He hurried next door, cupping his fists in salute. Captain Bai Hu, your subordinate, is here, Sai Chen barked. Still no leads? None, Tang Jiu replied. With a furious motion, Si Chen hurled the teacup he had brought to his lips, shattering it into pieces. You are all a bunch of useless fools after all this time. You have not brought back a single useful clue. Si Chen's anger reached a boiling point, and Tang Ju sensed that a mere spark could ignite an explosion. He stood by, unsure of what to say. Having experienced this scenario more than once before, it seemed to occur with clock-like regularity, morning, noon, and night, sometimes even in the dead of night, more punctual than mealtime. The tables, chairs, and teacups had been replaced so many times that he had lost count. Yet the clues remained elusive. The atmosphere in the guardhouse had grown tense, with the remaining Jinyiwei holding their breath in fear of being caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Chen Luming hurried in, casting a glance at Tang Jiu without uttering a word, instead standing silently to the side. Tang Jiu, sensing the unspoken tension, quickly excused himself and stepped outside, shutting the door firmly behind him. For the past few days, Tang Jiu had felt something amiss. The trio from the capital, Xia Fanxian and his companions, seemed less like supervisors and more like young masters on a leisurely outing. Sai Chun was peculiar as well. Though he often erupted in anger, Tang Jiu felt that his fury was more a facade, an anger born of anger itself. When Chen Luming entered moments ago, Tang Jiu distinctly noticed a fleeting glimmer of delight in Si Chen's eyes. A momentary spark that he managed to catch. Qini approached him quietly and asked, "Captain Bai, who is throwing another fit, is he?" Tang Jiu shot him a glare, remaining silent. Qini bore a knowing expression and continued, "Do you think, after searching for so long, the perpetrator has already fled?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Jiu shook his head. "I have a premonition. The culprit is still here." He turned back to glance thoughtfully at the tightly shut main hall door. Qini muttered, "That would indeed be strange." Just then, the main hall door swung open, and Chen Luming addressed Tang Jiu. "Tang Zongqi, the master requests your presence." Tang Jiu's spirits lifted. He thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." He stepped inside. Master Sai Chen's demeanor had shifted from a stormy frown to a more composed state. He addressed Tang Jiu. "Tang Zongqi, assemble the men. Prepare to set out." "Yes, master," replied Tang Jiu without inquiring further, his mind already racing with possibilities. Outside, Qin Yi, without needing Tang Jiu's prompting, had already heard Si Chen's command. Soon, the sound of drums echoed throughout the guardhouse, and all remaining Jinyiwei swiftly gathered in the training grounds. Awaiting orders, Sai Chen took the lead, with Tang Jiu and Chen Luming closely following, as they exited the main hall and arrived at the training grounds. Nearly 100 men stood in formation, consisting of Si Chen's contingent and the Jinyiwei stationed in Bayan County. Silence enveloped them, yet an aura of ferocity surged forth, resembling a furnace emitting white smoke. "Master, everyone is assembled," Good Si Chen declared. "Seal the city gates. No one is to enter or exit." Tang Jiu acknowledged, "Understood, master." Without turning back, Si Chen instructed, "Tang Zongqi need not stay by my side." His tone was firm and brooked no dissent. Tang Jiu nodded at Qin Yi, who clasped his fists and led his subordinates in a frenzied dash outward. Sai Chen stood before the crowd like a spear, proclaiming, "Brothers, let us set forth." Gone was the volatility of previous days. Instead, he radiated an invigorated spirit, as though transformed. Leading the charge, Si Chen rode forth, a fierce gallop raising clouds of dust behind him. Upon reaching the county office, Si Chen tightened the reins, causing his steed to rear, then crash back down with a resounding thud. With a flick of his whip, he bellowed, "Surround the county office. Entry permitted, exit forbidden." Without dismounting, he squeezed his legs, turning his horse toward the main hall. The guards and constables on duty recoiled in fear, desperately avoiding any accidental confrontation. Hearing the commotion, the magistrate, along with his assistant, hurriedly emerged from the back hall. Panic etched across their faces as they beheld Si Chen on horseback. "Master C. W. is the meaning of this?" Si Chen regarded the magistrate with disdain, a hint of arrogance in his gaze. "Chi Chun Yuan, you have transgressed. Surrender now, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse." The magistrate, Chi Chun Yuan, trembled in terror, growing increasingly frantic. "W. What have I done to provoke you, my lord?" "Humph," Si Chen scoffed. "Do you truly think I am unaware of your deeds? News has reached the county. Your men have all been captured." Do not force my hand. At this moment, despair washed over Jinyiwei, and he crumpled to the ground, his lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. Seize him. Two constables stepped. The swiftness was akin to that of a serpent flicking its tongue. Tang Jiao, undeterred and unyielding, surged forward with even greater velocity, treating the long sword as if it were non-existent. With a firm grip, his embroidered spring blade unleashed a foot-long gleam, cutting from the left side of the constable's abdomen to his right chest. As Tang Jia's strike landed, he surpassed the constable, deftly sheathing his blade with a flick. The constable remained frozen in his stance, weapon poised. Suddenly, his clothing tore open, and a jet of blood erupted from the wound, his face betraying a mix of incredulity and a sense of release, two expressions that should not coexist, manifesting on his visage, his lips parting slightly as if to utter something with a clang. The soft sword fell to the ground, and the constable collapsed, silent and motionless. Tang Jiao had not anticipated that the assailant was the astute little constable present at the scene of the crime. Initially intending to conclude the matter and recommend him as a replacement for the captain, he had failed to recognize the individual as a master swordsman, likely possessing hidden prowess. Though the events unfolded slowly in narrative, the battle had concluded in the blink of an Eye. Lord, the assailant has been subdued, Tang Jiao announced as he turned to Shurchen, who remained mounted. Shurchen, momentarily taken aback, was astonished that such a sixth-rank swordsman had been dispatched by Tang Jiao in an instant. This display of strength left him in disbelief. Even had he intervened, he could not have executed the task with such finesse. It seemed Tang Jiao's prowess had surpassed his own. Well done, Shurchen responded. Devoid of any jealousy, life was inherently unequal. Some were endowed with great talent and advanced swiftly, while others, lacking such gifts, progressed slowly, which was only to be expected. Even those entirely devoid of talent could only yearn from afar as they watched others ascend to mastery. My lord, there remains one assailant yet to be captured. I beseech your guidance, he continued. It had been inferred that there were two assailants in total. The sword-wielding one had just been slain by Tang Jiao, and it appeared he was not adept in the use of internal force, indicating another culprit was still at large, though not rush. The others should be arriving shortly, Shurchen replied calmly, and no sooner had he spoken than Xia Fanqing entered the county office. Still clutching the book, the gray-robed elder following him with an affable demeanor. The cold swordsman brought up the rear, bearing a severed head in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, Tang Jiao realized it was the timid constable. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such acting prowess, reminiscent of a leading man in a past life, was impressive for a martial expert to masquerade so convincingly. The cold swordsman tossed the head beneath Shurchen's horse. Leaning silently against the doorway, Xia Fanqing pinched his nose and remarked, Xiao Yunyun, could you refrain from such rudeness? It is rather impolite. The cold swordsman retorted, I am not called Xiao Yunyun, his tone icy yet tinged with exasperation. Understood, Xiao Yunyun, Xia Fanqing replied with a smirk. Lord Shi, the task is complete. Shurchen dismounted and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your assistance. Xia Fanqing waved his hand dismissively. It was a trifling matter. Tang Jiao gazed at the severed head on the ground, lamenting the loss of such an experienced individual, now slain by another. The master of internal force was likely a 7th rank, or even a peak 7th rank expert, his strength assuredly surpassing that of Tian Qi, and his moral value higher as well. Such a waste. Now that the case had finally been resolved, Tang Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had suspected much beforehand, only with the assailant's capture could he truly feel the dust settling. That very afternoon, Shurchen departed Bayan County with his retinue of Jinyiwei in haste. Before leaving, he summoned Tang Jiao and informed him to attend the 100-house trial in the prefectural city a month hence. Asserting that his talents should not be squandered in such a small county, Shurchen concurred, nodding in agreement. After all, Bayan County was too small and remote, lacking any formidable experts. Thus, leaving as swiftly as possible was undoubtedly the best course of action. Xia Fanqing and his companions chose not to return to the capital but expressed a desire to explore the county further, intending to venture to Jinling Mountain for a taste of wild game. Tang Jiao was indifferent, for he knew these individuals were no ordinary folk. He had no fear of them encountering trouble. As evening fell, Tang Jiu organized the case files left by Shurchen, seeking to grasp the entirety of the situation. The county magistrate was a pawn of the Tian-Guan alliance embedded within the court, while the little constable and the head constable assisted him. Half a month prior, the Tian-Guan alliance branch in Wuyang County had been ambushed by the Jinyiwei and station troops, resulting in nearly total annihilation. The deputy alliance leader's only son had been captured, inciting his wrath. He arranged for an attempted prison break, yet the county was heavily guarded by troops and the Jinyiwei, making such an endeavor impossible. Regrettably, before their plans could come to fruition, the cowardly son of the deputy alliance leader had divulged everything. Thus, Shurchen devised a counter-strategy, leading his men to Bayan County while secretly relaying messages to the Jinyiwei in the capital. Lying in wait like a fish in a barrel, however, the death of the scholar was unforeseen. They had never anticipated their audacity would lead to such consequences. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. Not only had they eradicated the Tian-Guan alliance branch, but they also eliminated the spies lurking within the government office. This achievement was significant enough to dissuade the prominent scholars in the court from raising any objections. Chapter 13. Mid-5th Rank. At night, Tang Jiu finally returned to his home after a fortnight's absence. After partaking of the nourishing dishes prepared by the kitchen, he indulged in a soothing hot bath. System. Open the personal panel. Ding. The host's personal panel is now open. Name. Tang Jiu Cultivation. Early 5th Rank Identity. Chief of Jinyiwei in Bayan County Cultivation Method. Kuenyo Strength. 771000. Martial Techniques. Split Tendon and Bone Hand. 11100. Wandering Blade. 159. 1000. Illusory 9 Shadows. 402500. Moral Value. 445 points. Tang Jiu observed that despite 2 months of diligent practice, his Kuenyo strength had only increased by 59 points, prompting a sigh. Indeed, investing points is the true path. Previously, he had gained 108 points from slaying Tian Qi and 97 points from vanquishing the Black Duck, totaling 205 points. This indicated that defeating a 6th-rank warrior yielded an astonishing 240 points, surpassing the accumulation from the previous 2 combined. Once more, he lamented, truly, strength is the sole measure of truth. System. Allocate points. Applying all moral values to Kuenyo strength. Point allocation successful. Instantaneously, Tang Jiu felt a wondrous transformation coursing through his body. His bones crackled, his blood surged restlessly, and even his meridians trembled violently. A searing pain seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the tub, which shattered under the force of his grasp. As the agony intensified, he realized his Kuenyo strength was ascending rapidly. Boom. After a protracted interval, a resounding crack echoed from his bones, followed by the cessation of pain and a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his being. As he reveled in the delightful euphoria enveloping him, he involuntarily emitted a moan. Tang Jiu abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the tub to behold his chiseled physique. He then unleashed a punch, a torrent of energy erupting forth, accompanied by a resounding blast. The instantaneous elevation of his internal strength left him with a sense of precariousness. Although this was not his first enhancement, he was still visibly astonished. Now, should he engage that constable once more, a single strike would suffice. The elevation of his power was intoxicating. No wonder so many revered martial arts. This sensation surpassed any other experience. Name. Tang Jiu Cultivation. Mid-5th Rank Identity. Chief of Jinyiwei in Bayan County Cultivation Method. Kuenyo Strength. 522. 1000. Martial Techniques. Split Tendon and Bone Hand. 9100. Wandering Blade. 159. 1000. Illusory 9 Shadows. 402500. Moral Value. 0 points. Mid-5th Rank. Gazing at his newly updated personal panel, Tang Jiu wore a satisfied smile. He had originally been at the early 5th rank, but the system's enhancement had fortified his foundation immensely, ensuring his actual combat prowess was by no means inferior to that of the late 5th rank. Now elevated to the mid-5th rank, he felt almost invincible within this rank. He could even consider challenging those at the early 4th rank. Even if he were to falter, he was confident in his ability to escape. With the culprits of the scholar's case now apprehended, the The county magistrate had been escorted to the prefectural city, where he would face inhumane torments in the imperial prison. Bayan County had become a place of fear and trepidation. No one dared to act recklessly or engage in rebellious deeds. It seemed prudent to seek out broader horizons. Although his fifth-rank prowess was not insignificant within Wuyang County, the vastness of the Dayu dynasty was overwhelming. It was so expansive that he could only glimpse a minuscule fraction of the sky from his confined perspective. Wuyang County was merely a remote area in the northern border of Liaodong. In the grand scheme of the Dayu dynasty, his strength would rank among the lowest. Otherwise, remnants of the Tian-Guan alliance would not dare to manifest in such a desolate region. To frame it favorably, they had come here to develop. To put it bluntly, they had no foothold elsewhere in Central Plains or the capital. Should the Tian-Guan alliance dare to tread, they would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Nonetheless, regardless of circumstances, to the present Tangzhou, the Tian-Guan alliance remains a formidable entity, having evaded the relentless pursuit of the Jinyiwei and the imperial court. Its survival until now is certainly beyond the capacity of a mere fifth-rank martial artist, indicating that it possesses extraordinary qualities. For instance, the stealth techniques employed by the young constable and the timid captain have eluded even Tang Jia's keen senses. Martial artists cultivate their physical prowess and internal energy. Their vitality radiant. Even those at the initial stages of the 8th or 9th rank can exude an aura that can deter ferocious beasts in the mountains. How much more so for those at the 7th rank or even the mid-tier 6th rank, who appear as guiding lights in the dark of night. Thus, the martial world should not be underestimated. With this thought in mind, Tang Jiu scoffed softly, musing. What is the Tian-Guan alliance? What is the martial world? What is the rivers and lakes? All merely a den of thieves that disrupts the order with their martial prowess. Should they provoke me, I shall make them taste the might of my embroidered spring blade. Tang Jia's expression was icy. The Dayu dynasty has stood for over 200 years, dominating the world for just as long. The people of the martial world, who defy the heavens and refuse to be civilized, are numerous, and which among them can escape the oppressive might of the glorious Dayu dynasty? Tang Jia's resolve in martial arts was unwavering. Although he was not yet a master, there would come a day when he, Tang, would dominate the world. He envisioned a time when those so-called masters of the rivers and lakes would not dare to show their faces, and the sacred sites of Buddhism and the leaders of swordsmanship would shut their doors and seal their mountains. He longed to experience the pinnacle of martial arts, to discover whether it was as sweet and delightful as it is said to be, whether he could become a supreme master capable of single-handedly facing 10,000 troops, cutting through their armor with a single stroke. The Dayu dynasty could suppress the world for 2 centuries with the might of its entire court. He aspired to be that one who could subdue the rivers and lakes with his own strength. The Jinyiwei, where the embroidered spring blade points, all must bow and submit. Otherwise, nothing shall remain in its wake. Stepping out of the bath, he seized the embroidered spring blade beside him. With a swift motion, the blade sang a melodious note as it was drawn, its cold light dazzling. Gazing at the blade adorned with dragon and fish patterns, Tang Jiu murmured, "In this new life, if I cannot wield this blade to eradicate the injustices of the world, what meaning does my existence hold?" His face was resolute and determined. The joy of recently advancing to the mid-5th rank swiftly washed away. There was still a long way to go. It was not yet the time for pride. One day, he would ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, gallop through the rivers and lakes, and shake the world with his blade. He would seek out the leaders of the martial world and the great heroes of the rivers and lakes. This blade of mine, can it be deemed sharp? The resounding sound of the heavenly music reverberated, awakening the ears. Let me inquire of the officials in the court, can this blade of mine take its place upon the throne? Chapter 14. Xia Fanqing has departed before the county office. Numerous citizens gathered, peering inside. Although the battle of yesterday was not particularly thrilling, it was nonetheless a topic of great interest to the common folk. The county magistrate, it turned out, was a remnant of the previous dynasty, and had committed the atrocity of slaughtering students on their way to the imperial examination, inciting widespread disdain among the populace. Scholars have always been rare and held in high regard. In this outlying county, whenever a family had a matter at hand, they would invariably invite a few scholars to bolster their standing. Yet to think they had been slain in such numbers was truly detestable. A middle-aged farmer, dressed in coarse cloth and wearing a straw hat, mingled among the crowd, his eyes flashing with a hint of indignation before quickly returning to normalcy. As he turned, he cast one last glance at the county office's entrance before swiftly disappearing into the throng. 100 paces away from the county office, in a tavern, Xia Fanqing and an old man in gray robes occupied a window seat on the second floor, while the cold-faced swordsman sat beside them, drinking alone. With the window wide open, they had a clear view of the entrance to the county office. Observing the disappearing farmer, Xia Fanqing held a yellowed, tattered book in his hand and lazily remarked, "Qiubo, can you confirm it is he?" The old man chuckled and replied, "This lad, it's been 20 years since I last saw him. And he has turned into this." Xia Fanqing chuckled in response, then said, "Since we have confirmed it, our visit has not been in vain. Let us bid farewell to the esteemed Tang." Rising, Xia Fanqing addressed the two, then descended the stairs, effortlessly gliding past the waiter carrying a tea tray, his steps almost ethereal as he reached the ground floor in an instant. Had Tang Jiu been present, he would have recognized that Xia Fanqing was also a martial artist, one whose speed surpassed even that of the cold-faced swordsman. Meanwhile, the old man named Qiu maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by any circumstance, while the cold-faced swordsman let out a low hum. As if recalling something unpleasant, upon reaching the ground floor, Xia Fanqing resumed his seemingly light-footed gait and turned to say, "Qiubo, little Yun, you both should hurry up, otherwise we won't reach the capital before nightfall." "Ah," the old man named Qiu chuckled. "You little monkey, can't you spare a thought for this old man?" Xia Fanqing laughed heartily, offering no reply but continuing to urge them on. Within the main hall of the Jinyiwei headquarters, Tang Jiu sat in the principal seat, having just sipped some hot tea when he noticed Xia Fanqing strolling in. Xia Fanqing entered with a smile. "Esteemed Tang, I have come to tender my resignation." Tang Jiu, taken aback, wondered, did not Xia Fanqing state he would linger in Bei'an for a few more days? Why is he departing after just one day? A smile crept onto Tang Jiu's lips. "Brother Fanqing, why not enjoy a few more days in Bei'an? The autumn leaves on Wanxia Mountain are particularly vibrant at this time, a perfect opportunity for exploration before returning." Upon hearing this, Xia Fanqing's eyes brightened momentarily before he sighed, "Forget it. Esteemed Tang, perhaps I shall return another time." Not wishing to press the matter further, Tang Jiu nodded, for he had always found Xia Fanqing to be enigmatic. It was not just him. Qiu and the cold-faced swordsman were equally inscrutable. They seemed far from being mere scholars of the capital. "Then I wish you a safe journey, Brother Fanqing." Xia Fanqing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Tang. Should we meet again, I shall certainly drink with you." Then, with a furrowed brow, he added, "Wait, I don't drink." Tang Jiu gazed at the conflicted expression on Xia Fanqing's face, unsure of what to say. This person was rather peculiar. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiu entered, saying, "Little monkey, the carriage is ready. It's time to go." Xia Fanqing performed a slight bow. "Then we shall take our leave, esteemed Tang." Tang Jiu escorted them out. A dilapidated carriage awaited on the street, with the cold-faced swordsman standing beside it. Xia Fanqing climbed aboard, lifted the curtain, waved at Tang Jiu, and then the cold-faced swordsman took the reins, cracking the whip with a sharp sound as the carriage slowly drove away into the distance. Tang Jiu watched the carriage recede, his gaze thoughtful, murmuring, "Will we meet again? Surely we shall." He sensed an inkling that he would encounter this strange scholar once more in the near future. As the battered carriage rolled out of Bei'an County, the morning still held sway, autumn dew clinging to the treetops, and rays of sunlight cascaded down, reflecting a brilliant hue. Inside the carriage, Xia Fanqing sat cross-legged, while the old man named Qiu leaned against the wooden side. Xia Fanqing spoke softly, "Qiubo, I find this esteemed Tang rather inscrutable." Qiu cast him a peculiar glance. "You, of all people, cannot see through him? How odd." Xia Fanqing pulled back the curtain, gazing at the North County walls gradually fading from sight. "His strength at this age is formidable, but that is not particularly rare amongst us." "It is his heart that eludes me," Qiu replied. "You, my boy, overthink matters. That lad, I can assure you, is not of a sinister nature. After a pause, he added, if he is not sinister, then is his inner world still of consequence? Indeed. The carriage echoed with a murmur, infused with a sense of relief. In the afternoon, Tang Jiu stood at a corner of the training ground, his posture relaxed, hand resting on the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. Suddenly, his grip tightened, and the blade was drawn with a fluid motion, a gentle flick sending it dancing in the air, its tip glinting with a cold brilliance. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a silent strike upon a massive stone lock. A training apparatus for the Jinyiwei. The embroidered spring blade sliced through with barely a sound, as if it had not struck at all. The stone lock remained unchanged in appearance, yet, clang, Tang Jiu's right hand flipped. The blade returning to its sheath, boom, with a tremendous roar, the stone lock exploded, fragments scattering in all directions, embedding into the nearby wall. Witnessing the power he had unleashed with a single stroke, Tang Jiu could not help but smile. Satisfaction blooming within him. This strike had channeled all his internal energy into the blade. Although the stone lock appeared unscathed, the internal force had already permeated its core. It was the sheer force of his internal energy that caused the subsequent explosion. Soon, his skills in wielding the blade would reach perfection, and at that point, his might would soar to new heights, potentially awakening the essence of the blade. When that time came, battling beyond his rank would be trivial for him. The pressing concern lies with the Kuei-no power, which has already ascended to the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Given his current state of cultivation, there will be no significant improvement in the short term. Alternative strategies must be contemplated. He suddenly recalled Chapter 15, Xian Yuan Nourishing Qi Pill. It dawned upon Tang Jiu that he had forgotten something of great significance. Xian Yuan Nourishing Qi Pill, indeed. It was the formula previously acquired from the Black Duck. After Tang Jiu had vanquished the Black Duck and searched extensively, he assumed it had been hidden away elsewhere, and having concluded that the individual was deceased, he let the matter slip from his mind. Now, reflecting on the situation of the Black Duck at that time, it was improbable that he would have concealed the item in another location. It must still reside in his abode, simply overlooked. If the formula could be located and successfully refined, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to the 4th rank before the 100-house trial. With this thought, Tang Jiu called out loudly, Qin-yi. His voice resonated throughout the entire Jinyiwei headquarters. Qin-yi quickly approached, clasping his fists. My lord, your subordinate is here. Tang Jiu instructed, gather your men and follow me. Yes, my lord. In Yonglu Alley. The willows still drooped gracefully, yet the men who once sought refuge in their shade had vanished. Tang Jiu led the way, while Qin-yi stepped forward to tear open the seal on the door. Upon entering the courtyard, the neglect of several months was evident, as leaves and branches lay strewn across the ground, evoking a sense of desolation. Search every corner without exception, especially the secret compartments, Tang Jiu commanded with a sweep of his hand. A dozen lieutenants promptly pushed open the doors of the 2-story main building and commenced their search. After a time equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, the lieutenants returned with reports of no discoveries. Tang Jiu furrowed his brow, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword as he advanced, scanning the surroundings. Just as he was about to enter the door of the 2nd-floor building, he halted abruptly, turning to gaze at the forlorn courtyard. After surveying the area, his eyes locked onto the pavilion in the center. He hastened to the pavilion, looking around intently, his gaze fixated on the stone bench where the Black Duck had once Saturday. Leaning down, he noticed a nearly invisible crack on the side of the stone bench, one that might easily be mistaken for a natural formation. Tang Jiu tapped it with his fingers, and indeed, a hollow sound echoed in response. He extended his fingers like claws, grasping the edge of the crack, and extracted a palm-sized stone slab, revealing a cavity. Upon reaching in, he discovered a scroll of sheepskin. It was indeed true. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Given the Black Duck's circumstances, he would have certainly concealed it in a readily accessible location for a hasty escape. Regrettably, Tang Jiu had not afforded him that opportunity. Unrolling the sheepskin scroll, he found it inscribed on both sides with densely packed text. Aligning the 2 sheets along the edges, they fit together seamlessly. At the top, the characters Xian Yuan Nourishing Qi Pill were boldly inscribed, followed by a plethora of smaller script detailing various medicinal ingredients and their preparation methods. He tucked it away carefully, then called for Jinyiwei and the others to return. Back at the headquarters, Tang Jiu entered his chamber, gazing at the sheepskin before him. He reached for a brush and began to transcribe the names of the ingredients, then beckoned Jinyiwei, who was waiting outside. Jinyiwei, come in, my lord. Tang Jiu handed him the paper filled with names, stating, gather these items within 3 days. Jinyiwei cast a puzzled glance at the list, unable to comprehend it, but it mattered not. Others would surely understand. His sole duty was to ensure the tasks assigned by his superior were fulfilled. He accepted the command and exited with haste, making his way to the apothecary in the county town. Located in the northern border, Bayan County was adjacent to the Jinling Mountains, renowned for their abundant herbal resources. Daily, caravans from various other counties arrived, and nearly every household had men who ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. Thus, knowledgeable individuals about medicinal materials were not hard to find. However, despite Jinyiwei's efforts at several apothecaries within the county, he returned empty-handed. While the herbs were not difficult to locate, most were of insufficient age, merely a few years or decades old. The formula required at least a century's worth of herbs, leaving Jinyiwei at a loss. Failing to complete his lord's task and incurring his wrath would be a minor concern. The prospect of disappointing his lord was utterly unacceptable. Having already resolved to follow his lord in the future, Jinyiwei, despite knowing his martial talent was lacking and fearing he would not keep pace with Tang Jiu's advancement, merely wished to accompany him a little further. Fortunately, one of his lieutenants informed him that many who ventured into the mountains to gather rare herbs, or those of higher age, would often hide their findings to prevent future financial woes or family illnesses. Thus, Jinyiwei dispatched most of the men from the headquarters to scour the county and even the mountain villages, visiting every household in search of herbs. Fortunately, some families indeed had such items in their possession, and the ages were marginally acceptable. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, he presented 2 sets of herbs before Tang Jiu. Observing the materials before him, Tang Jiu's face broke into a satisfied smile, prompting Jinyiwei to breathe a sigh of relief at his lord's approval. Well done, Tang Jiu commended. Continue to gather as much as possible. Yes, my lord. Tang Jiu paid no further heed to the departing Jinyiwei. In his assessment of Jinyiwei, Tang Jiu recognized his potential. As a trusted confidant, Jinyiwei was of average talent, in his 30s, at the late stage of the 8th rank. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his progression would be capped at the 6th or 7th rank. Martial artists typically experience a decline in vitality after reaching their 40s or 50s. If they cannot ascend to higher ranks before then, their path is effectively sealed. Previously, after completing the 100 House trial, Tang Jiu would have recommended Jinyiwei for the position of the chief flag-bearer of Bayan County. Now, with the Xian Yuan nourishing Qi pill in hand, Tang Jiu harbored other ambitions. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Thus, a loyal and dedicated subordinate like Jinyiwei becomes indispensable. Tang Jiu possessed the formula for the Xian Yuan Tongmai pill himself, and if sufficient herbs could be gathered in the future, perhaps he could elevate his subordinate's capabilities significantly. Tang Jiu had no intention of excessively relying on medicinal pills himself, aware that all medicines carry some toxicity, and enhancements through drugs ultimately lead to an unstable foundation, far inferior to hard-earned skill. Had it not been for the imminent 100 House trial, he would not have chosen to boost his strength through pills. Jinyiwei, however, faced no such dilemma, as his limits were already defined. Without external assistance, there was little hope for him to ascend to the mid-tier ranks. Therefore, he could consume medicinal pills, allowing him to traverse further along the martial path. Tang Jiu harbored the wish that upon reaching the pinnacle of his powers, he would not find himself without companions to reflect upon his journey. After all, what worth is there in being the strongest in the world if one is alone? Solitude was not Tang Jiu's desire. He sought those who could proudly assert, "I did not follow the wrong person." Even after he had ascended to greatness, he yearned for companions who could walk alongside him until the very end. Such were the individuals Tang Jiu truly needed. Chapter 16. The pill is formed, qi and blood. Qi and blood constitute the foundation of a martial artist. Only with sufficiently robust qi and blood to nourish the entire body can one accommodate greater internal energy. It is akin to the principle that one cannot fill a broken barrel with water. The Xianyuan Nourishing Qi pill serves as an excellent supplement for a martial artist's qi and blood, which is why it is treasured by esteemed martial arts sanctuaries like the Lanta Temple. On this night, Tang Jiu, for once, chose not to cultivate but instead sat cross-legged on the mat, calming his mind. The most critical aspect of pill refining is to avoid restlessness. Excessive agitation could lead to failure. After a considerable time, Tang Jiu exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Approaching the prepared alchemical furnace, he noted the flames blazing vigorously beneath it, filling the room with warmth that illuminated his resolute gaze. Raising his palm, he enveloped his hands with internal energy, striking the furnace wall with a powerful force. A surge of energy erupted, sending the lid of the furnace flying off and landing steadily on the ground. An intense wave of heat erupted from within the furnace, surging towards the ceiling as if intent on lifting it away. Sensing that the furnace had reached the optimal temperature, Tang Jiu cautiously picked up the prepared herbs and began to sequentially place them into the furnace according to the formula. In truth, alchemy is not particularly challenging. With a formula and the right ingredients, most individuals can successfully concoct pills. The primary obstacles lie in the fact that formulas are often guarded by prominent families, martial sects, or even royal families, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary martial artists. Additionally, sufficient age of the herbs is indispensable. One cannot realistically expect to create a pill from mere wild grass. Yet, aged herbs are scarce, and most are hoarded by affluent families and clans. Tang Jiu's ability to acquire the necessary materials for alchemy was largely due to favorable circumstances. Bayan County, nestled beside the Jinling Mountains, was surrounded by vast forests rich in diverse medicinal plants, increasing the likelihood of successful foraging. Furthermore, since Tang Jiu had arrived in Bayan County to restore order and eradicate gangs and bandits, the overall stability of the county had improved significantly in the entirety of Bayan County. He holds a position of great esteem. The herbalists are acutely aware of his needs, and, whenever they have any resources at home, they unhesitatingly present them to him. Were it not for these few reasons, it would be utterly implausible for someone like Tang Jiu, a mere captain, or even Si Chen, a 100-man leader, to aspire to refine elixirs. As the medicinal materials liquefied, Tang Jiu deftly extracted the residual dregs. With a flick of his toes, the lid of the furnace soared gracefully, settling perfectly onto the alchemical furnace, a testament to Tang Jiu's mastery over his internal energy, now at an extraordinary level. As the flames blazed brightly, Tang Jiu continuously added green coal, ensuring the fire remained vigorous. Approximately half an hour later, a potent herbal fragrance wafted through the gaps between the furnace and its lid, enveloping the entire room in its intoxicating aroma. At this moment, recognizing that the elixir was nearly complete, he struck the alchemical furnace with a sudden force, causing the lid to be propelled away as the furnace shook violently. Amidst this turbulence, the somewhat congealed medicinal liquid transformed into several plump pills, rolling around the bottom of the furnace. With another decisive strike, the pills soared into the air, and with a swift motion, he caught 3 of them in the palm of his hand. Tang Jiu delicately pinched one of the pills, examining it closely. It was the size of a longan, a deep crimson Xianyuan Nourishing Qi pill, its surface shimmering and exuding an alluring halo. The rich fragrance igniting an irresistible urge to consume it immediately. Suppressing this impulse, he stored the pill in a jade bottle, aware that over time, its potency would gradually dissipate. He extracted 1 pill, capped the jade bottle, and set it aside on the table. Then, he opened his mouth and placed the pill within, the herbal aroma tantalizing his taste buds, filling his mouth and nose with fragrance as he inhaled. Before he could swallow, the Xianyuan Nourishing Qi pill transformed back into liquid, flowing down his throat into his abdomen. Instantly, he felt as though a tremendous force was battering his internal organs. A wave of pain surged through him, but he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, staining his teeth a vivid crimson. A 4th-tier elixir. The pill's potency was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what a 5th-tier martial artist could endure. In truth, even a monk from the Rotten Toad Temple would have to divide the entire pill into several portions, with each individual consuming just a small fraction to withstand its effects. Unbeknownst to Tang Jiu, He had unwittingly swallowed the entire pill without a second thought. Had it been any other fifth-tier martial artist, they would have likely shattered their internal organs and met their end at this very moment. After all, such immense power was far too ferocious and domineering for an ordinary martial artist to bear. Fortunately, Tang Ju possessed a system, and the strength granted by it solidified his foundation, allowing him to safely digest this terrifying force without sustaining fatal damage. Nevertheless, he now felt his blood and energy surging violently within him, his meridians aching as if countless torrential flows were rampaging through his limbs, causing him extreme discomfort. Just when Tang Jiu thought he could endure no more, that unbearable agony suddenly dissipated. Immediately after, a series of crisp, resounding pops echoed from every part of his body, reminiscent of numerous firecrackers exploding simultaneously, a continuous chain of sounds. With each successive crack, a wave of heat radiated from his body, rising like smoke that enveloped him. As the warmth enveloped him, Tang Jiu distinctly sensed that his body was undergoing a miraculous transformation. It was gradually becoming more resilient, robust, and tenacious. Not only his physique, but even his internal organs seemed to savor the nourishing effects of the elixir, greedily absorbing its power, each organ and meridian becoming invigorated under the influence of this formidable potency. As the medicinal energy permeated and spread, it was as if they were infused with newfound vitality, growing stronger and more resilient than ever before. Such changes left Tang Jiu in a WI in the past. Every significant enhancement in his strength had been facilitated by the system, which provided protection. Although there was pain, there were no inherent dangers. However, this time, as he ingested the entire Xian Yuan Tong Mai Dan, the situation was entirely different, evoking a sense of trepidation. It felt as though he had stepped into an unfathomable abyss, with an uncertain future and life hanging in the balance. Tang Jiu abruptly opened his eyes, a powerful aura surging forth from his being. He could clearly perceive that, with the infusion and integration of the elixir's potency, his strength had experienced an unprecedented surge. In this moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a ferocious beast from ancient times, emanating an aura that instilled fear in those around him. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of internal energy erupted, brimming with power, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 17. Fourth Tier. Tang Jiu felt a powerful force welling up within him, as if every cell in his body had been activated. Yet, he also sensed a pervasive emptiness, a feeling of insubstantiality accompanying the elevation brought about by the elixir. He understood that only through relentless practice in the future could he merge this external force with his own essence and gradually solidify it into his true strength. System, Open Personal Panel, Ding. Host Personal Panel has been opened. Name, Tang Jiu Cultivation. Peak 5th Tier Identity, Captain of the Bayan County Jinyiwei Technique. Kuainyo Strength, 988-1000, Martial Skills. Split Bone Technique, 9100, Flowing Blade Technique, 171-1000, Phantom 9 Shadows, 407500. Good and Evil Value, 0 points. Peak 5th Tier. Tang Jiu was astonished that a single pill had elevated his strength so dramatically, propelling him from mid-5th tier directly to peak 5th tier. It seemed that, at his current pace of cultivation, even without the system's assistance or elixirs, advancing to 4th tier before the 100-man trial would pose no difficulty whatsoever. This newfound confidence was bolstered. After all, the 100-man trial was not merely about capturing felons. It required sufficient strength to eliminate foes and ensure one's own survival. The following day, Tang Jiu arrived punctually at the garrison for roll call and summoned Qin Yi to his chamber. Gazing at the respectful Qin Yi standing before him, he remained silent for a long while. Noticing his superior's prolonged silence, Qin Yi cautiously inquired, "My lord, do you have any instructions?" Tang Jiu returned to himself and replied, "Qin Yi, you have reached the peak of the 8th tier, have you not?" "Yes, my lord." Tang Jiu tossed a jade bottle to Qin Yi and instructed, "Take this elixir, divide it into 10 portions, and consume 1 portion at a time." Qin Yi's face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "My lord, this? Take it. It is yours," Tang Jiu replied. "Do not let me down." With trembling hands, Qin Yi accepted the jade bottle, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knelt on one knee, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, my lord. This grace and kindness will be etched in my heart. I vow to serve you faithfully for all my days." With that, he clutched the jade bottle tightly. Tang Jiu smiled gently, gesturing for him to rise. "No need for such formality. You may go." Qini rose to his feet, bowing once more to Tang Jiu before turning to depart. He silently vowed to live up to the expectations of his superior, dedicating himself to arduous training to enhance his strength, so that he might one day repay this kindness of recognition. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Tang Jiu successfully ascended to the 4th rank, and the application he submitted to the Jinyiwei's Qianhu office in the capital had been approved. As long as he arrived in the capital within 10 days and underwent the required verification of his rank, he would be eligible to participate in the 100 household trials. The Jinyiwei of the Diyu dynasty enforced stringent standards. The capital was governed by the Zhenfu Sea, overseen by the commanding officer, with the southern and northern Zhenfu Sea under its jurisdiction. The southern Zhenfu Sea had a Zhenfu Shi responsible for internal audits of the Jinyiwei, with its office solely established in the capital, as it dealt with its own personnel and was therefore not well regarded by the Jinyiwei. The northern Zhenfu Sea, on the other hand, was concurrently managed by the commanding officer and possessed authority over the Zhaoyu, allowing for independent arrests, interrogations, and executions without the need for approval from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, or the Censorate. Generally speaking, the Jinyiwei one encounters daily are all under the jurisdiction of the northern Zhenfu Sea. Each state capital established a Qianhu office, governed by the northern Zhenfu Sea, led by a Qianhu of 3rd rank or higher. Below the state capital, in the county cities, a 100 household office was established, directly overseen by the capital, typically led by a 100 household captain of 5th rank strength. Furthermore, there existed guard stations in the counties, managed by the respective county cities, led by a commander of 7th rank martial prowess overseeing the county and its villages. The 100 household trials could only be held in the capital or the state capital, hence Tang Jiu reported directly to the Qianhu office in the capital, where his performance during his tenure would be evaluated by the Qianhu. Only if his record met a good rating or higher would he be approved. Of course, even with qualifying performance, a 5th rank martial artist might not necessarily pass the trials to become a 100 household captain. 5th rank was merely the minimum standard. Many scions of prominent families often relied on medicinal pills to barely reach 5th rank, rendering their combat capabilities inferior even to some stronger 6th rank fighters. Only by meeting the requirements of rank, strength, and performance would one stand a chance of passing the trials and becoming a 100 household captain. After all, the tasks undertaken by the Jinyiwei often involve the apprehension and combat against martial artists. Without sufficient strength, one would be merely courting death. The urgency behind Tang Jiu's desire to elevate to the 4th rank stemmed from the fact that the 100 household trials were not fixed but determined by random draw. The tasks could range from capturing a fugitive of 5th rank to exterminating a band of mountain bandits or robbers, or even carrying out assassinations of enemy generals on the borders. Tang Jiu feared the possibility of being assigned the task of assassinating an enemy general. In foreign lands with no aid, if his strength was inadequate and he were discovered, it would spell certain doom. Now that he had ascended to the 4th rank, his chances of survival had increased, at the very least granting him a modicum of ability to resist. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Tang Jiu casually called, "Come in." Qini entered, his face alight with "Jo, my lord. Your subordinate has not failed in his duties. I am now at the peak of 7th rank, and shall surely break through to 6th rank within half a month." Tang Jiu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well. Thank you, my lord." Qini knelt on one knee, solemnly stating, "If it were not for your lordship, I would not know when I might break through. Your grace." "My lord, I shall swear to repay it with my life." "Rise," Tang Jiu said, his satisfaction with Qini evident. Not only was he loyal and dependable, but his capabilities were also commendable. Above all, Tang Jiu placed great importance on loyalty. And Qini's performance in this regard was exceptionally prominent, bringing great comfort to Tang Jiu. Qini maintained a profound respect for Tang Jiu, harboring no ulterior motives. Thus, Tang Jiu felt secure in allowing him to remain by his side, entrusting him with important matters. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed upon him the precious Xian Yuan nourishing Qi pill. In truth, Tang Jiu had another significant reason for his actions: the Tang family. As Tang Jiu's strength continued to advance and his official rank rose, his enemies would undoubtedly grow more formidable. While he did not need to worry for his own safety, he felt a deep bond with Tang Qingshan and his wife. The unexpectedly acquired parents, having developed a strong emotional connection not only in terms of wealth, but also in the profound love Tang Qingshan showed him. Thus, Tang Jiu wished to leave a trustworthy individual in the county to help safeguard the Tang family. Qini was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Although his strength was not yet high, with the support of medicinal pills, achieving 5th or even 4th rank would not be insurmountable. Chapter 18. Qianhu Yuqingqiu 7 days later. On a crisp autumn morning, a gust of wind swept through, stirring fallen leaves. Tang Jiu rode a white horse, glancing back at the North County city, his mind awash with thoughts. A regiment of Jinyiwei stood in neat formation. Behind them a multitude of North County citizens, wishing the Lord a brilliant future, wishing the Lord a splendid future. They chanted in unison. Tang Jiu called out, "You all, keep a good watch over North County." Then, with a squeeze of his legs, he urged his white horse onward, leaving the Jinyiwei standing still in his wake. Qingyang Prefecture was not far from North County, a mere 200 miles. A swift horse could cover the distance in half a day. The journey was uneventful, and soon the towering walls of Qingyang Prefecture came into view as far as the eye could see. The walls seemed endless, rising at least 4 to 5 zhang, constructed of massive blue bricks resembling a great dragon coiling protectively before the moat. Tang Jiu pulled the reins, slowing his pace as he approached the city gate. The soldiers guarding the entrance, upon seeing Tang Jiu clad in a blue flying fish uniform, dared not impede his passage and quickly allowed him entry. Tang Jiu dismounted beside a guarding soldier and inquired, "How does one reach the Jinyiwei Qianhu office in Qingyang Prefecture?" The soldier respectfully replied, "My lord, enter through the city gate, walk straight for 500 zhang, turn left at the river, and walk another 100 zhang. The grandest gate will be right there." Tang Jiu nodded, leading his horse as he strolled into the city. It was Tang Jiu's first visit to the prefectural capital since his arrival in this world, and he found the bustling streets lined with shops, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares ringing out incessantly. Compared to the state capital, it was far more lively, let alone North County City. Inwardly, Tang Jiu mused, "Truly, this is the prefectural capital. The difference is like heaven and earth. I wonder what the capital is like." After a quarter of an hour, following the soldiers' directions, Tang Jiu finally laid eyes on the Jinyiwei Qianhu office. Indeed, it was grand. The gate tower stood 2 zhang high, rising above the surroundings, while the 100 zhang long high walls loomed before the riverbank. 2 white jade qilin statues squatted majestically on either side of the entrance, exuding an aura of power. Above the gate tower, several gilded characters read Qingyang Prefecture Jinyiwei Qianhu office. 2 robust Jinyiwei warriors flanked the entrance, their hands resting on embroidered spring sabers. Observing the surging aura of blood and energy around the warriors, he thought, even the guards here are 7th-rank martial artists. They could serve as the commanders of an entire county. Tang Jiu tied his white horse to a nearby hitching post and approached the entrance. Addressing the Jinyiwei standing like a green pine at the door, "I am Tang Jiu, the commander of North County, here to participate in the 100 household trials. Please relay my presence." He then produced the official letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The Jinyiwei, slightly taken aback, accepted the letter and said, "Commander Tang, please wait a moment." He then turned and entered the open gate. Shortly thereafter, the Jinyiwei emerged and gestured to Tang Jiu, saying, "Commander Tang, please." With a wave of his right hand, he led the way inside. Tang Jiu followed him past the shadow wall, and a vast training ground came into view. Measuring approximately 30 to 40 zhang in both length and width, hundreds of strong men occupied various areas, engaged in training, some practicing their swords, others their fists, and still others honing their physiques. To Tang Jiu's astonishment, he noticed more than a dozen powerful auras that were only slightly weaker than his own. Since arriving at the prefectural capital, he had been left in awe numerous times. "This way, please." The Jinyiwei guiding him indicated a corridor along the left side of the training ground. After a series of left and right turns, they walked for about a quarter of an hour. Just as Tang Jiu was marveling at the vast expanse occupied by the Jinyiwei, The soldier pointed to a door and said, "Commander Tang, the Jinyiwei is waiting for you inside. You may enter." Tang Jiu bowed in gratitude and approached the door, gently knocking. A resonant voice called from within, "Enter." Tang Jiu opened the door to find a man in his 40s, his face marked by a resolute demeanor, seated in the main position, clad in a scarlet flying fish uniform. His imposing presence radiated the air of authority, and in his hand, he twirled two iron balls that spun incessantly with the flick of his fingers. Tang Jiu understood that this middle-aged man, whose strength was unfathomable, was Yu Chengqiu, the Jinyiwei of Qingyang Prefecture. He then proclaimed loudly, "I am Tang Jiu, the commander of North County, here to pay my respects to Jinyiwei." Upon seeing him, Yu Chengqiu, like the gate guard, displayed a look of surprise. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "You are Tang Jiu?" Tang Jiu responded, "Yes, my lord, that is indeed me." "Ha ha ha ha." Yu Chengqiu suddenly burst into laughter, his joy evident. "Indeed, very well. Excellent." He set down the iron balls, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "I have a question for you. Do you have confidence in this trial?" Tang Jiu raised his head, meeting Yu Chengqiu's gaze directly, and replied calmly, "My lord, I am completely confident." Upon hearing this, Yu Chengqiu's smile grew even more radiant. "Good. When the realm test occurs in 3 days, do not disappoint me. You must not let down my expectations." He called for someone. Why, Yu Chengqiu shouted loudly, then turned to Tang Jiu and said, "You may go down first. I will have someone escort you to your lodging. You can explore the city these few days." Just then, a Jinyiwei dressed in a blue flying fish uniform, similar to Tang Jiu's, entered and respectfully addressed, "My lord." "Take Master Tang to his residence," the lord commanded. "Yes, my lord." Tang Jiu also cupped his hands and said, "My lord, I take my leave." Why, Yu Chengqiu waved his hand, offering no further words. Tang Jiu followed the Jinyiwei through a courtyard, entering one of the rooms. The guiding Jinyiwei said, "Master Tang, the residents of this courtyard are all comrades participating in the 100-house trial. You may converse with them over the next few days and take the opportunity to rest. I shall not disturb you further." Tang Jiu politely responded, "Thank you, esteemed sir. You may call me Qian Cheng." The Jinyiwei replied, "I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." "Very well, Lord Qian. Take care," Tang Jiu said as Qian Cheng departed. After Qian Cheng left, Tang Jiu surveyed the room. The environment was quite satisfactory. Upon entering, he found the main hall, with a bed resting against the wall on the right side. All necessary amenities were fully provided. However, from the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Tang Jiu sensed several powerful presences, 2 of which were even stronger than Si Chun, and one was comparable to his own, likely another 4th-tier martial artist. This energy was conspicuously evident in the courtyard, showing no signs of concealment, almost as if intentionally released. Furrowing his brow, Tang Jiu mused, "How can they be so formidable? This is quite different from what I had learned before." Previously, he understood that the 100-house trial typically comprised total flags from counties beneath the prefecture or directly governed by the city, applying after achieving sufficient strength, usually just entering the 5th tier. It was rare for any to exceed that threshold significantly. However, the strength he sensed this time was unusually high, as Si Chun had been among the 100-house for nearly a decade. Yet there were individuals here who felt even stronger than him. Could it be that everyone's strength has surged so rapidly? Or is the difficulty of this 100-house trial significantly heightened? Otherwise, why would there be so many experts? Unable to fathom it, he chose not to dwell on it. "Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable," Tang Jiu resolved, believing that with his own prowess, even if the difficulty had increased, he was confident he could suppress everything with overwhelming strength. Chapter 19. Carving out a world that night? Countless torches were affixed to lamp posts, illuminating the expansive training grounds as if it were broad daylight. Hundreds of robust Jinyiwei men practiced diligently, sweating profusely, each exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity. Watching these Jinyiwei, who were more elite and industrious than those from his county, Tang Jiu couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, they were the elite of the Jinyiwei. Otherwise, the Jinyiwei from Bayan County would have already been dismissed at this hour. Heading off to indulge in pleasures. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or regresses. Although Tang Jiu had some advantages, it was far from sufficient, not fast enough, not strong enough. Hence, Daily training was indispensable for him, allowing him to merge various martial techniques into one, achieving a seamless mastery. With his hand resting on the hilt of his knife and his eyes slightly closed, he stood motionless. Suddenly, his embroidered spring knife was drawn, slicing through the air at an imperceptible speed. The swiftness of the blow was such that it produced a dazzling silver light across the training ground, illuminated by torches as if it were daytime. The speed of the blade was astonishing. The embroidered spring knife continued to slash, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes had been unleashed, creating arcs of brilliance. As he wielded the knife, Tang Jia's expression flickered, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. His movements were as swift as lightning. After a while, Tang Jia sheathed his knife and let out a slow breath. Standing still, such a fierce knife technique, such rapid movement, came a voice of admiration from beside him. Tang Jia turned to see a young man, around 20 years old, also clad in a blue flying fish uniform, approaching him. The newcomer bore a somewhat frivolous expression, with an air of recklessness about him. He did not resemble a Jinyiwei, but rather a son of a wealthy family. "Thank you for your kind words, comrade," Tang Jia replied. The young man shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No flattery here. I, Yuan Gu, do not praise others. I speak only the truth. I am Yuan Gu, the total flag from Songjiang County. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Comrade, I am Tang Jia, the total flag from Bayan County," Yuan Gu exclaimed in surprise. "You are the Tang Jia? The 17-year-old Tang Jia?" Tang Jia furrowed his brow, unclear about the meaning behind his words, and questioned, "Lord Yuan, what do you mean by that?" Yuan Gu scrutinized Tang Jia from head to toe and remarked, "This afternoon, news spread throughout the Qianhu that a 17-year-old total flag would participate in the 100-house trial. I was wondering when I might meet him, and here you are, indeed quite young." Tang Jia's expression softened as he grasped the implication of Yuan Ji's words. His age was indeed remarkably young for such a position within the 100-house. And their surprise was not unwarranted. "I assume Lord Yuan is also here to participate in the 100-house trial. You cannot be much older than I. I hold you in high regard." Yuan Gu waved his hands dismissively. "I cannot compare with you, Lord Tang. I just broke through to the 5th tier yesterday and took a shortcut here." Tang Jia regarded him with an expression of astonishment, not due to the shortcut he had taken, but rather the strength he exuded. The vigorous energy coursing through him was not typical of someone who had just broken through to the 5th tier. Clearly, those brave enough to participate in the 100-house trial were no ordinary individuals. Suddenly, Yuan Gu leaned closer to Tang Jia and whispered, "Lord Tang, have you heard? The content of this year's 100-house trial is said to differ from previous years." Tang Jia looked at him in confusion, remaining silent. "I only just heard about it." "Did you not notice how strong the participants are this year?" Yuan Gu continued, then added with a grin, "But with Lord Tang's strength, it should be no problem for you." Tang Jia regarded him with a hint of meaning in his gaze and replied, "Indeed, they are quite strong. Strong. So what?" The 100-house trial was merely an inconspicuous stepping stone for Tang Jia to ascend to the pinnacle. No matter how arduous the journey, he would stride step by step towards the highest position. Therefore, what did strength matter? No one, regardless of their power or the challenges presented, could deter him from trampling the martial world and the officials of the court beneath his feet. He aspired to be the foremost in the world. Yuan Gu gazed at this young man, a few years his junior yet exponentially stronger, filled with deep emotion. He had always been praised for his exceptional martial talent, with everyone declaring, "A bright future awaits." Yet upon meeting Tang Jia, he realized he had been merely peering out of a well, becoming a frog at the bottom of it. He could not underestimate the prodigies of the younger generation. Sighing inwardly, the arrogance cloaked beneath Yuan Ji's carefree demeanor gradually dissipated. "Lord Tang, I shall not disturb you further. We shall meet again in 3 days." "Very well, Lord Yuan. Take care," Tang Jia responded, sensing the change in Yuan Gu but unsure of its cause. Watching his retreating figure, he noticed the carefree air suddenly vanish, only to re-emerge moments later. Tang Jia, having only recently traversed into this world for 2 years, was still not very familiar with the entirety of the Dayu dynasty. He had been preoccupied with training and had yet to truly explore this dynasty that had flourished for over 200 years. However, He now felt himself gradually stepping into this realm. He could faintly sense the allure of the martial world. He discovered that the gates of the martial realm were slowly opening for him, like a colossal beast ready to swallow him whole. He did not resist but rather surged forward, eager to explore this world, the one that had been suppressed by the Dayu dynasty for 200 years, and no matter how terrifying this beast may be, he felt no fear. With his embroidered spring knife in hand, he would carve a path through the vast martial world, cleaving apart anyone who dared to stand in his way. He sought to witness those masters who had violated the martial laws, to see what the martial world, which had endured the Dayu dynasty's oppression for 2 centuries, truly looked like. Could he bring an end to the era of suppression under the dynasty using only his own strength? The Jinyiwei, the sharpest blade of the Dayu dynasty against the martial world, was also the most steadfast shield against it. This was the path Tangjio would tread to enter the martial realm, to break through it. He intended to leverage the might of the Jinyiwei, stepping upon the heads of all adversaries as he ascended to the peak of martial arts. No one would be permitted to obstruct his progress. He would follow this path to its conclusion, walking until there was no path left to tread. At that moment, he would stand with his blade drawn, questioning those in the martial world. Do you recognize Tang? Do you recognize this embroidered spring knife in my hand? Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, Tangju pressed forward, step by step, with unwavering determination, and no matter how many obstacles stood in his way, he would unhesitatingly cleave through them with his embroidered spring knife, severing heads and silencing any who dared to oppose him, until no one remained before him. Chapter 20. Strength Test 3 days later. The sun in the Northern Territory rose later in the deep autumn winter than in summer. The hour of the rabbit. The night sky was just beginning to brighten, and Tangjio had already donned his robe. Standing on the training ground, beside him were 11 others, all captains participating in the 100 house trials, varying in height, weight, and age, with the youngest appearing to be over 30. Tangjio's youthful visage seemed somewhat out of place among them. Fortunately, he was accompanied by Yuan Gu, whose carefree demeanor and nonchalant expression provided a stark contrast. At this moment, Qianhu Yu Chengqiu strode toward them with a commanding presence. It was then that Tangjio truly beheld this formidable figure whose strength was beyond measure. Yu Chengqiu was robustly built, his scarlet flying fish attire stretched taut, as if it might burst at any moment. He towered over Tangjio, embodying the very essence of a mighty warrior. Ascending the platform of the training ground, Yu Chengqiu addressed the assembly. Welcome, all of you, to this year's 100 house trials. I am uncertain how many among you will succeed in advancing to the rank of 100 house, or how many will return alive. I sincerely hope that each of you emerges victorious and returns safely, for only those who live hold hope, however. I do not wish to witness any cowardice among you. The Jinyiwei and Qinyang Prefecture cannot afford such disgrace. Show the subordinate wishes to engage in combat with the esteemed one. Ha ha ha. Yu Chengqiu, upon hearing these words, erupted into hearty laughter, then gazed at him with satisfaction and said, truly deserving of being chosen by me. You have not disappointed with that. He lowered his hands from behind his back and gestured to Tangjio to make the first move. Tangjio slowly unsheathed his embroidered spring blade, advancing toward him with measured steps. Eschewing any display of lightness in his movements, his gait was exceptionally steady. With each step he took, his aura intensified. He was gathering strength, fully aware that he would not match Yu Chengqiu in prowess. Thus, he needed to maintain himself at the pinnacle of his abilities to engage in this duel. Though he might still be defeated in a single strike, he vowed to fight with his utmost strength. The solid redwood platform creaked under Tangjio's weight, as if it might shatter beneath him. Ascending the platform, Tangjio stood resolutely, gripping his embroidered spring blade, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. Suddenly, with his aura at its zenith, Tangjio slashed toward Yu Chengqiu, the blade's energy surging forth like a ribbon of light, unparalleled in its might. Yu Chengqiu, observing the ferocious strike, gently caressed his embroidered spring blade without moving, and in the blink of an eye, his left hand swiftly struck out at Tangjio's blade. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as Yu Chengqiu remarkably caught Tangjio's powerful blow with his bare palm. Seeing that his strike had no effect, Tangjio retracted his blade and swiftly turned his body, aiming a backhanded strike toward Yu Qingqiu's other side. Ha ha ha, good, Yu Qingqiu exclaimed, bursting into laughter at the sight of this attack. His left hand formed a loose grip, reaching out toward Tang Jia's unconventional strike. Tang Jia's blow sliced through effortlessly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his blade was now reduced to half, the other half held tightly in Yu Qingqiu's grasp. Clang! Yu Qingqiu released his fingers, discarding the severed blade onto the ground. It turned out that as Tang Jiu swung his blade at Yu Qingqiu, his left hand had suddenly emitted a metallic sheen, breaking Tang Jiu's weapon without him feeling any resistance. Tang Jiu inwardly sighed. His strength is indeed formidable, but I have not yet lost. Subsequently, he wielded the remaining half of his embroidered spring blade, launching it with even greater speed and force. In an instant, a dazzling light filled the eyes of all present. The blade's energy was fervent, carrying an unmatched might. Seeing this, Yu Qingqiu finally unsheathed his embroidered spring blade, lightly waving it, intercepting Tang Jia's half-blade with precision. Young man, you are quite impressive, Yu Qingqiu said, bracing against Tang Jia's onslaught. A mere 17-year-old lad possesses such immense strength. As far as he knew, Tang Jiu not only wielded great power but also exhibited exceptional talent in martial arts, having trained for merely 2 years. Unlike Yuan Gu and Yu Bingwen, who began their training from a young age to achieve their current prowess, Tang Jiu, in Yu Qingqiu's eyes, might not be incapable of aspiring to the peak of martial arts. He could see that Tang Jiu was using him as a sharpening stone to hone his skills, and he was not stingy in offering aid before Tang Jiu fully matured. Contemplating this, he retracted his embroidered spring blade from before Tang Jiu and smiled. Young man, observe this strike closely. Tang Jiu's gaze sharpened as he withdrew his broken blade, positioning it against his chest. With one foot forward and the other back, his body slightly bowed, he assumed a defensive stance. Come, esteemed one. Let us see if I possess the strength to withstand your blow. Good, Yu Qingqiu swung his blade, still that slow, deliberate strike, identical to the one that had previously blocked Tang Jia's assault. Yet in Tang Jia's eyes, this strike loomed like a raging tide, surging toward him. This blow carried an unparalleled momentum, making it nearly impossible for him to withstand. Instinctively, he took a step back, bellowing, "Stand aside." He met the oncoming blade with his broken weapon, channeling all his inner strength as he struck against the formidable force. His face flushed crimson, beads of sweat visible on his brow. Boom! As their blades clashed, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, shattering the platform beneath them, wooden splinters flying as the air was filled with a whistling sound. This scene left Yuan Gu and Yu Bingwen, who were watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Why Yu Qingqiu's feet shifted slightly, yet he did not retreat an inch. Tang Jiu, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the strike, was forced to yield to its might, rapidly retreating. His figure flickered as he leapt from the platform, then with a light touch on the ground, he propelled himself backward like an arrow released from a bow. Sliding several paces before barely stabilizing himself, Tang Jiu straightened his posture, gazing at Yu Qingqiu, and declared loudly, "Esteemed one, your subordinate is in awe." Having spoken, he did not continue to adopt an offensive stance, instead lowering his gaze to the broken blade in his hand. Though he had been bested in their confrontation, the fierce battle had imparted invaluable lessons. Only by clashing with true strength could one deeply recognize their own shortcomings. The system is not infallible. It can enhance one's power and refine martial skills. Yet, with such rapid growth and strength, it cannot elevate one's state of mind. This swift ascension had previously imbued Tang Jiu with blind confidence, leading him to believe that simply vanquishing bandits would suffice to reach the apex. This recent battle had illuminated the fact that a strong mindset is indispensable on the path of martial arts. Without the requisite mental fortitude to harness one's strength, it would eventually spiral out of control, and by then, it would be too late to rectify. This battle had yielded significant insights for Tang Jiu. Indeed, Yu Qingqiu remarked approvingly, observing Tang Jiu's contemplative demeanor, aware that he had grasped the underlying message. Tang Jiu, filled with genuine respect, acknowledged Yu Qingqiu's intention to guide him, replying, "Thank you, esteemed one." Yu Qingqiu accepted the bow with tranquility, saying, "Enough." You three will accompany me." With that, he moved with the grace of a great rock, leaping down from the decimated platform and heading toward the training grounds. At this moment, Yuan Gu and Yu Bingwen finally regained their composure. Staring at Tang Jiao as if he were a marvel, he had managed to provoke a strike from a lord of 1,000 households and even compelled him to shift his footing. The two exchanged glances, both perceiving the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. One understood Yu Chengqiu's strength better than Yu Bingwen, realizing that even at his full capacity, he could not shake him. Who would have thought that this young man possessed such terrifying capabilities? Tang Jiao paid no mind to the two, striding forward to follow Yu Chengqiu. The two hastily trailed behind him in the main hall of the 1,000 households. Yu Chengqiu sat at the head, still clutching 2 iron balls, his expression somewhat grave as he regarded the three below. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "This mission is exceedingly perilous, yet it is too late for you to withdraw now." Upon hearing this, Tang Jiao felt little, for having made his choice, danger was no longer a concern. Yuan Gu, on the other hand, opened his mouth to respond but was met with a stern glare from Yu Chengqiu. Leaving him sullen and silent, Yu Bingwen maintained his composed demeanor, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Continuing, Yu Chengqiu rose, fixing his gaze on the three, and spoke solemnly. "I require you to go to Weisher and bring someone back." Weisher? Tang Jiao recognized this name. Over 200 years ago, the great Yu's founding emperor swept across the land, unifying the realm with unparalleled martial prowess, establishing his reign in the Central Plains. 4 decades thereafter, he waged wars, successively vanquishing the Western Hu, the Southern Baiyue, and pushing eastward to the coasts, leaving no ground unconquered. Only the far northern Weisher tribe resisted, remaining unconquered due to climatic challenges. It was not until a century ago during the reign of Emperor Qingwu that a soldier emerged from the northern ranks. This individual possessed profound cultivation and command over the harsh northern terrain. Thus, Emperor Qingwu appointed him as a general, achieving significant success in battle. Although he did not entirely annihilate the Weisher, he did decimate a considerable portion, driving the remaining factions into the desolate regions north of the Fishing Sea. Since then, the Weisher people had largely vanished from the consciousness of the great Yu citizenry, becoming a name shrouded in legend. The general who achieved this victory was none other than the grandfather of the current governor of the Liaodong Protectorate, Wang Guojing. For a century, the Wang family had firmly held the reins of power in the northern territories. Commanding an army of nearly 20,000, even the current emperor would send envoys annually to offer rewards and appease them. Yet, the Weisher had been extinct for nearly 100 years. How could they possibly venture to retrieve someone from Weisher? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a map. You need only follow its guidance and return with the individual to fulfill your mission. Yu Chengqiu, perceiving Tang Jiao's bewilderment, addressed the three, though his words seemed more directed at Tang Jiao himself. As Yuan Gu and Yu Bingwen exhibited no surprise whatsoever. This mission must not be disclosed to anyone beyond the 4 of us. Should even a single soul outside of our circle become aware, none of you will escape unscathed. Furthermore, you are prohibited from carrying any items related to the Jinyiwei, and there will be no reinforcements. Only the 3 of you. If your whereabouts are revealed, you need not worry about me. You will meet a fate worse than death. Yu Chengqiu's voice was low and resonant, imbued with an undeniable intensity and a palpable murderous intent. The iron baton in his grasp emitted a creaking sound as he squeezed it tightly, resonating like a heavy drumbeat that struck at the hearts of the 3 individuals below. His eyes narrowed slightly, fixated intently on them. Tang Jiao stood at the foot of the hall, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that Yu Chengqiu was clearly exerting pressure through his imposing demeanor. Since his arrival at the 1,000 household office, Tang Jiao had heard much about this great lord's temperament, unyielding and forceful to an extreme degree. After Yu Chengqiu finished speaking, he did not utter another word, merely standing there like a dark abyss, exuding immense pressure. The atmosphere in the hall plunged to an icy stillness. The first to break the silence was Yuan Gu, who, with a hint of resignation, said, "My lord, I have but one request. Could you grant me a fur coat?" Yu Chengqiu didn't even glance his way, completely disregarding him. "Your subordinate obeys," Yu Bingwen replied with a bow. His expression unchanged, still bearing that scholarly demeanor. Tang Jiu contemplated many things but chose not to voice them or inquire further. Instead, he spoke solemnly. Your subordinate obeys. Yu Chengqiu slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming loudly, Excellent! You have not disappointed me, he commanded. Follow me. Rather than exiting the main hall, he turned and strode behind the shadow wall. Beyond it lay a square table at the center of the back hall, neatly arranged with several garments and 3 blades resting on a nearby weapon rack. Yu Chengqiu pointed to the table and the weapon rack, stating, Everything you require is here. Once you are changed, you shall set off. Tang Jiu approached without hesitation, seizing the black robe marked with his name and swiftly discarding his flying fish attire to don it. He then turned his attention to the 3 blades on the rack. Unlike the standard embroidered spring knives, these had a slightly larger curvature, though they were shorter, measuring just over 2 feet, resembling the curved sabers used by some tribal peoples of the grasslands. With a swift motion, he picked up the topmost blade, drawing it with a sudden flash that illuminated the entire room with its cold gleam. A fine blade. Chapter 23. The Burnt Tribe 10 days later, in the extreme north. Thick snowflakes fell in a flurry, blanketing the world in desolation. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like a keen blade in a cave. Tang Jiu and his companions huddled around a fire. Despite their considerable martial prowess, they could not withstand the elements indefinitely, so they occasionally sought refuge from the storm to recuperate. The arduous nature of their mission demanded that they remain at their peak, for danger could strike at any moment. Yuan Gu, draped in a snowy white fur coat, leaned against a large rock and remarked to Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen, I say, can you two spare me a few words? You've been as silent as the grave throughout this journey. Aren't you afraid your tongues will freeze solid? Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen exchanged knowing glances, a hint of exasperation in their eyes. Yuan Gu was a notorious chatterbox, his mouth rarely ceasing its motion. Initially, Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen would engage him in conversation, but they soon realized that the more they spoke, the more he craved dialogue, leading them to limit their interactions. Seeing that they remained silent, Yuan Gu muttered, If you won't talk, then I shall converse with myself. He then proceeded to engage in a one-sided dialogue as if he were experiencing a split personality. Yu Bingwen turned to Tang Jiu, speaking softly, Xiao Jiu, according to the map, we have about 4 or 5 days of travel left. With the storm raging outside, let us rest for the night and set off at dawn. The name Xiao Jiu was coined by Yuan Gu, who found calling him by his full name too formal. Yu Bingwen agreed and adopted it as well. As for Yuan Gu, he insisted on being addressed as brother, but ultimately succumbed to being called Xiao Yuan due to his relative weakness among the trio. Very well, Wen Gu, Tang Jiu concurred, recognizing the wisdom in Yu Bingwen's words. While they were not afraid of the storm, there was no need to exert themselves unnecessarily, especially since they were nearing their destination and needed to maintain their readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. The following morning, as the sun rose, the weather had calmed considerably compared to the previous day's blizzard. The 3 awoke almost simultaneously, tidied their belongings, extinguished the fire, and departed the cave. By afternoon, they finally encountered signs of civilization. The remnants of a Weisher tribe. From a distance, the settlement appeared rudimentary, constructed of rough timber and thatched roofs, with thick layers of yellow mud covering the exteriors. Tang Jiu turned to Yu Bingwen and inquired, Should we venture inside? Yu Bingwen slowly shook his head. No need to enter. Let us skirt around. The Weisher hold a deep-seated animosity towards us, and it would be unwise to invite trouble. Upon hearing Yu Bingwen's words, Tang Jiu agreed that it was prudent to avoid the tribe and opted to take a detour. Meanwhile, Yuan Gu trailed behind, incessantly mumbling to himself. His chatter had become a familiar accompaniment since waking. As warriors, the 3 found that a few sleepless nights were manageable, and after pressing on day and night, they finally reached the location marked on the map 4 days later. However, they were taken aback to find that what should have been a small tribe was now eerily silent, devoid of life, with only the sound of the wind and snow swirling about. Exchanging glances, they hastened forward, discovering a cluster of low buildings, their roofs reduced to ashes, leaving only charred earthen walls, blackened by smoke. Yu Bingwen spoke up. Let us search the area. Tang Jiu scanned the surroundings but found nothing aside from the burnt structures. Yuan Gu, no longer frivolous, returned with a serious expression, shaking his head to indicate that he had found no signs of life. Yu Bingwen asked, "What shall we do now?" Tangji replied, "We can only wait here. The recent storms have obliterated all traces. Finding anything is impossible. Then we should find a nearby location to settle down for now. Sending 2 out each day to search the vicinity." "All right, Wengu." The current state of affairs was far beyond what Tangjiu and the others had anticipated. They had envisioned enduring a fierce battle or being encircled by Weisher forces. But never did they imagine the situation would be so enigmatic, with those they sought to rescue seemingly vanished without a trace. However, a glimmer of solace lay in the fact that no bodies were found, not even the charred remnants of the deceased. This left only 2 possibilities. Either the individuals they sought had sensed impending danger and fled, or they had tragically fallen into enemy hands. In truth, the trio was resigned to either outcome. Whether they had escaped or been captured, it indicated that these individuals were still alive, alleviating their concerns about failing to complete the rescue mission. The situation had merely become slightly more complicated, requiring additional effort and time to search for clues to locate them. Yet, at that moment, there were no signs to deduce the circumstances, and they dared not leave this place lightly. If the individuals they sought had not been captured and returned, their failure to meet would only complicate matters further. Thus, they resolved to remain vigilant and dispatch 2 members daily to scout the area, which seemed the most prudent course of action. 3 days passed, and the trio took turns searching the vicinity, yet they found no trace of human life. The nearest tribe lay dozens of miles away, and they were deep in the mountains, far removed from civilization, rendering their search futile. "Xiao Jiu, waiting here is not a solution. I propose we split up and search in 3 directions. Surely we will find something." Yuan Gu suggested, "If we continue to wait, the longer we delay, the greater the risk for those we seek should they be captured in the evening." Yu Bingwen returned to Tangjiu, who was keeping watch at their makeshift camp. "Tangjiu, I think it unwise for us to remain together. Though our combined strength is considerable, if we part ways and encounter danger, we may be unable to aid one another. After all, while the Weisher had been driven away, their strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, they would not have been relegated to this remote northern region." At that moment, Yuan Gu called out from a distance, "Wengu, Xiao Jiu, come quickly and see this." Chapter 24. Escape. Inside the cave, Tang Jiu and his companions stared in astonishment at the small girl before them, who appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. A tattered cotton coat was haphazardly wrapped around her frail frame, and through her frost-bitten face, glimpses of her once adorable features could still be discerned. Her hair resembled withered leaves, tangled and disheveled, giving her the appearance of a little beggar. "Little one, how did you come to be here?" Yuan Ji's tone was unexpectedly gentle, his gaze toward the little girl infused with compassion. The girl, clutching a wild boar's leg, continued to gnaw at it without responding to Yuan Ji's words, coughing intermittently. Yuan Gu noticed the girl seemed to be choking and quickly offered her his water pouch. She glanced at him hesitantly before accepting the pouch and drinking eagerly. However, another bout of violent coughing ensued. "Drink slowly. No one will snatch it from you," he advised. Once the coughing subsided, the girl looked up at the 3 of them and asked in a soft voice, "Are you here to take me home?" The 3 exchanged startled glances. Could this little girl truly be their target? Yes, Yuan Gu replied hurriedly, "Uncle is here to take you home." The girl glanced shyly at Yuan Gu and retreated slightly, turning her attention to Yu Bingwen. "This?" Yuan Gu stammered. "Why?" Yu Bingwen gently inquired, "Little girl, how did you know someone was coming to take you home?" The girl fished around in her tattered cotton coat, producing half a copper coin, which she handed to Yu Bingwen. Upon receiving it, Yu Bingwen revealed his own half-coin, perfectly fitting with hers, without a hint of discrepancy. He held the combined coin delicately in his palm and spoke softly, "We are here to take you home." Suddenly, the little girl burst into tears, and no amount of coaxing from the 3 could soothe her. After a considerable time, she sobbed, "Why did you take so long to come? Those uncles were all killed." With that, she began to cry again. Yu Bingwen removed his great cloak and wrapped it around her, holding her close. "It's all right now. Uncle is here." The girl sniffled, saying, "The uncles were killed by bad people while trying to protect Cheng Cheng." "Tell Uncle, who are these bad people?" They are the ones with blue eyes. Blue eyes? The Weisher people. The three men's expressions turned grave. But why would the Weisher people want to kill her? Without further contemplation, Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen exchanged a knowing glance and urgently urged Yuan Gu to set off immediately. After all, they were in the territory of the Weisher people, and now that they had found the girl, they could not afford to linger. Otherwise, they would be discovered, and escape would become impossible. Tang Jiu took the girl into his arms and sprinted in the direction they had come from, with Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu closely following. Shortly after they departed, as night fell, a group of Weisher people clad in leather jackets and felt hats entered the cave. The burly leader surveyed the surroundings and tested the extinguished fire pit before shouting, "Pursue! Those DU people haven't gone far. Hurry!" As they exited the cave, they spotted faint footprints and galloped off. The speed of these pursuers was not significantly slower than that of Tang Jiu and his companions, indicating they were also skilled fighters. Oblivious to their pursuers, Tang Jiu and his companions focused solely on returning to DU as swiftly as possible. The next day, just as dawn broke, the Weisher pursuers halted, finding no trace of their quarry, and were forced to stop. "Damn it!" The burly leader cursed before instructing his men, "Split up and pursue. We cannot let them escape back to Diu." Subsequently, the group divided into 3 teams, heading toward the direction of Diu. Tang Jiu and his companions had run through the night, showing no signs of fatigue. The girl in their arms had peacefully fallen asleep, wrapped snugly in the heavy cloak, warmed by the internal energy radiating from Tang Jiu, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Yu Bingwen looked at the wind and said, "Xiao Jiu, let me carry her for a while. You've expended too much energy." Tang Jiu replied firmly, without turning back, "It's nothing, brother one. I can manage." As the only 4th-tier martial artist among them, he was the strongest, and carrying a 6 or 7-year-old girl posed no challenge for him. Thus, it was most prudent for him to hold her. If Yu Bingwen or Yuan Gu were to carry her, they would exhaust themselves, and should an enemy pursue them, they would truly have no chance of escape. Moreover, they still had a journey of several days to reach the borders of DU, and every moment counted. They needed to return as swiftly as possible to feel truly secure. 10 days later, Tang Jiu and his companions traveled day and night, only pausing briefly to procure food for the little girl when she awoke. For she was still but a child, untrained in martial arts, and could not compare to them. Ahead, they could faintly see the edge of the forest. Once they exited the woods, they would have returned to Diu. It would take them only half a day to reach the nearest county town, where the Jinyiwei station was located, allowing them to rest. Suddenly, a large contingent of cavalry appeared in the distance. Galloping toward the woods as they neared the tree line, the leading officer halted his horse, riding a few paces forward to observe the approaching Tang Jiu and his companions. Tang Jiu and his companions recognized the cavalry, clad in the standard armor of the Diu Liaodong Protectorate, and stopped before the cavalry commander. The contingent consisted of approximately 3,000 soldiers, a full battalion. The commanding officer should be a Duwei. "We are here on orders from Captain Yu to escort you. Please follow us," the cavalry leader called out to Tang Jiu and his companions. That moment, Yu Bingwen exchanged a glance with Tang Jiu but remained silent. Then addressed the cavalry commander, "General, we are not acquainted with any Captain Yu. You must have mistaken us." The cavalry commander responded, "How could that be? Half a month ago, we received military orders to await the arrival of several Jinyiwei captains. In this half-month, only you have appeared here. Who else could it possibly be, General? You are mistaken. We are from Qingjiang County. A few days ago, we went into the mountains to play in the snow, became lost and happened upon this path, which is how we emerged here. You must still be waiting for the individuals you seek. We will be on our way," Yu Bingwen stated, declining to confirm their identities. He motioned for Tang Jiu to carry the girl and prepared to circumvent the cavalry. "Humph!" The cavalry leader sneered coldly, barking, "Troops, heed my command. These 3 are spies from an enemy nation. Capture them, regardless of whether they live or die. But do not harm the little girl. Run." The moment the cavalry leader snorted, Tang Jiu and his companions had already deployed their lightness skills and fled. Chapter 25. I will hold them off. "You go ahead." The instant Yu Bingwen exchanged glances with Tang Jiu, they understood each other's intentions and prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Though they appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were tumultuous. Their mission had been compromised. The cavalry leader, who claimed to be there on orders from Yu Qingqiu, had ulterior motives, and they knew full well this was impossible. From every angle of analysis, Yu Qingqiu could never have sent troops to escort them. The moment they accepted the mission and discarded all items that could identify them as Jinyiwei, they realized this task was solely theirs to complete. Regardless of any dangers, they could expect no reinforcements, let alone military support. This understanding had been deeply ingrained in their minds from the very beginning. Though the cavalry arrayed before them comprised 3,000 soldiers, they believed they could break through, even if they could not annihilate them. However, with the little girl in tow, they could not afford to take any chances. If she were harmed or killed, their mission would be deemed a failure, even if they managed to break free. Thus, the best course of action was to flee deeper into the woods, where the cavalry would struggle to maneuver, granting them a chance to return to Qingyang. Once they escaped into the forest, Tang Jiu frowned at the pursuing cavalry, whose hooves sank into the deep snow, slowing their speed as they began to encircle them in a fan-like formation. "Brother One, something feels off," Tang Jiu remarked, maintaining his pace. "Xiao Jiu, it seems we are in trouble this time." Yu Bingwen, known for his astute judgment, was already aware of the situation behind them without needing Tang Jiu to elaborate. His silence indicated he was contemplating a solution. "Xiao Jiu, you take the child and go ahead with Xiao Yuan. I will stay behind to hold them off and give you enough time to regroup as we previously discussed," Yu Bingwen instructed. Tang Jiu suddenly halted, gazing ahead as he slowly said, "Brother One, it's already too late." Yu Bingwen looked forward to see over 20 burly men, unmistakably dressed as Wei Shi, closing in on them from a nearby hill. Tang Jiu narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of the Wei Shi men, solemnly stating, "Brother One, you and Xiao Yuan take the child and go ahead. I am the strongest and will break through to find you." Yuan Gu anxiously interjected, "Xiao Jiu, let me handle it instead. I am the weakest, and my life is of little consequence." As he spoke, he made a dash forward, only to be pulled back by Yu Bingwen. Yu Bingwen cast a deep look at Tang Jiu, remaining silent as he took the child from Tang Jiu's arms and motioned for Yuan Gu to run to the side. Though Yuan Gu often appeared garrulous and carefree, he was quite clever. Understanding that this was the best course of action, he shouted to Tang Jiu, "Xiao Jiu, we will wait for you in Qinjiang County." The sound resonated far and wide, echoing through the woods, clear to both the cavalry leader and the Wei Shi warriors. This exemplified Yuan Ji's cunning. As long as they remained unapprehended, irrespective of their journey to Qinjiang County, the enemy would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to besiege them. This was the essence of a strategic maneuver. Tang Jiu had not glanced back at the cavalry behind him. Instead, he focused intently on the Wei Shi warriors. The cavalry moved slowly through the forest, most being ordinary individuals without any notable rank, with only a few commanders qualifying as martial artists, yet they were hardly masters. Thus, if he could impede the Wei Shi warriors, he could create an escape opportunity for Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu. Seeing their comrades scatter in flight, the Wei Shi warriors paid no heed to Tang Jiu, instead charging towards the direction in which the two had fled. Under the command of their burly leader, Humph, Tang Jiu snorted coldly, grasping the short blade sheathed at his waist. With a powerful push from his toes, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Hurtling towards the Wei Shi warriors, he resembled a shooting star, streaking across the sky with astonishing speed, stirring up a fierce gale that sent the deep snow swirling behind him as if it had come to life. In the blink of an eye, he traversed nearly 100 paces, his keen eyes now able to discern the coarse pores on the faces of the Wei Shi warriors. Clang! As Tang Jiu drew his blade, the sharp sound reverberated throughout the mountains, dislodging the accumulated snow from the trees. "Die!" he bellowed, slashing at the nearest foe. There was no obstruction. The man had no time to react before his head was severed. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering across the pristine snow, resembling vibrant plum blossoms. With one swift strike, Tang Jiu decapitated his opponent, twisting his body to evade another blade aimed at him, then swinging towards another warrior's neck. The man, in a state of panic, retreated hastily, but Tang Jiu's blade was too swift. Although he did not sever the head, he sliced through the throat, causing the warrior to stumble and fall, clutching his wound in terror. Tang Jiu paid no mind to the dying man. Instead, directing his blade towards the nearest enemy, in a flash, he darted left and right, having felled 4 or 5 robust Weisher warriors. Despite their strength not being negligible, most were at the 6th rank, with a few 5th-rank experts intermittently appearing in the crowd. The Weisher leader, witnessing the rapid demise of his subordinates, realized that continuing this way would lead to their inevitable slaughter. "You all pursue. I will deal with him," he shouted. Just as Tang Jiu eliminated a 5th-rank expert, he sensed a powerful force rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side and crouched in the snow. Observing the burly leader before him, though slightly inferior in strength, he was still stronger than Yu Bingwen, an initial 4th-rank expert. Tang Jiu did not dare underestimate him. Wielding his blade across his chest, he understood that while he could handle this single adversary, the sheer number of enemies posed a significant threat. With thousands of cavalry behind him, should they encircle him, he would find it impossible to either kill or escape. Swift resolution, Tang Jiu thought. Seizing the initiative to attack, he surged forward with his crouched stance, wielding his short blade in a reverse grip, aimed at the Weisher leader. The glint of the blade was like thunder, fierce and unyielding. The leader sneered, choosing not to engage directly, instead evading Tang Jiu's strikes, and no matter how Tang Jiu swung his blade, he could not land a blow on him. The leader feigned weaknesses, but remained unyielding, entangling Tang Jiu and preventing his escape. Tang Jiu recognized the leader's strategy. He could not overpower him, yet could easily stall him, allowing his subordinates to pursue Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu without restraint. Though Tang Jiu maintained a calm exterior, his inner turmoil grew increasingly frantic, nearly causing him to lose his composure. If this continued, not only would he be trapped here, but Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu would also be unable to evade their pursuers. Chapter 26. A bounty of gains. This cannot stand. I must devise a strategy. Tang Jiu's mind raced as he battled fiercely, contemplating solutions. Suddenly, he abandoned the struggle with the leader and turned his attack towards the remaining Weisher warriors. The leader, who had been mocking him, was caught off guard as Tang Jiu struck down 2 of his men before moving towards another. Instantly, the leader's fury ignited. His eyes blazed crimson, refusing to tolerate the earlier entanglement. He brandished the distinctive curved blade of the Weisher warriors and swung it towards Tang Jiu's back. The force of the blow was tremendous. Should it connect, there was no doubt Tang Jiu would be cleaved in 2. Now! Tang Jiu sensed the impending strike, his eyes lighting up as he pivoted to block. Bang! The clash of blades erupted, sending sparks flying and displacing snow for several paces around them. As the snow settled, Tang Jiu regarded the Weisher leader with a smirk, tauntingly saying, "You've fallen into my trap." With that, he retracted his short blade and thrust upward at a sharp angle, aiming for the leader's eyes. The leader, unable to withdraw his blade in time, barely managed to tilt his head aside, evading the deadly strike, yet losing his left ear in the process, blood gushing forth. "You shall pay for this." The Weisher leader howled in rage, the pain distorting his features as he discarded his long knife and hurled a fist towards Tang Jiu's side. Tang Jiu, taken aback by the sudden shift to a fist fight, failed to evade in time and was struck in the ribs by the leader's lightning-fast punch, sending him crashing against a sturdy tree before rebounding onto the snow. Coughing up blood, Tang Jiu's complexion paled. The force of the blow had fractured several of his ribs, causing excruciating pain. Ignoring his injuries, he lunged back at the Weisher leader with renewed vigor, his blade slicing through the air like a dragon. Aiming to cleave him in 2, the Weisher leader, astonished that Tang Jiu had not collapsed from the blow, found his resolve shaken as Tang Jiu's assault intensified. In a panic, he retaliated with another punch. The force of his fist howling through the air, sending Tang Jiu's hair and the snow swirling around him. Tang Jiu disregarded the incoming fist, resolutely advancing towards the Weisher leader with reckless abandon. The leader's expression twisted in rage as his vital energy surged, melting the surrounding snow and revealing the black earth beneath. His fist gleamed with a metallic sheen, indicative of his mastery in a similar martial art to Yu Qingqiu. "Even he does not intimidate me. What more can you, a mere pawn, do?" Tang Jiu scoffed, observing the leader's fist, which appeared significantly weaker than Yu Qingqiu's. The Weisher leader, unaware of who Tang Jiu was referencing, found himself further enraged by the derisive tone, increasing the speed of his strikes. As the two drew closer, Tang Jiu's left hand suddenly curled into a claw, preemptively grasping the leader's powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the sound of bone shattering echoed as Tang Jiu's grip crushed the leader's fist. Without a change in expression, Tang Jiu's right short blade swiftly arced towards the Weisher leader's neck. In the leader's terrified gaze, the blade flashed, and his head soared into the air, severed cleanly from his body. The Weisher leader fell lifelessly to the ground, and Tang Jiu released his grip on the mangled fist. The flesh now torn apart, exposing shattered bone beneath. The clawing technique he had learned from Yu Chengqiu had proven effective. Though lacking the same formidable power, he had successfully intercepted the punch of the slightly weaker Weisher leader. The remaining warriors, who had been pursuing Yu Bingwen, glared with murderous intent upon witnessing their leader's demise and charged towards him without a thought of retreat. It seemed these warriors were not mere Weisher masters. They exhibited strict discipline, showing no inclination to flee despite the loss of their leader. Tang Jiu had no time to assess the injury to his left hand. He allowed it to hang limply as he wielded his blade with his right, cutting down the remaining Weisher experts. However, with his left hand injured, his movements were not as nimble as before, and in his haste, he suffered several cuts. Fortunately, he managed to evade any serious injuries, sustaining only superficial wounds. Despite his injuries, Tang Jiu finally dispatched the remaining foes. Before the cavalry could encircle him, he broke free and took flight, employing his lightness skill towards the direction where Yu Bingwen had fled. There were still a dozen experts pursuing them, and time was of the essence. He had to eliminate their pursuers swiftly. At this moment, Tang Jiu's breathing was erratic, akin to a punctured bellows, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. After days of relentless travel, followed by a fierce battle, his internal energy and stamina were on the brink of collapse. Yet, he forced himself to push forward, darting into the distance. Why now? The heavens had opened, blanketing the earth with thick snow, obscuring all traces behind him. Tang Jiu, in a state of desperation, quickened his pace, his breaths coming in sharper gasps, his heart pounding violently as if a war drum was being struck within him. After approximately 15 minutes, he could no longer discern the ground beneath him. The vast, snowy forest stretched endlessly, dotted with towering trees laden with white snow. Exhausted, Tang Jiu realized he could no longer endure. Summoning the last of his strength, he found a sturdy tree, using what little energy remained to smash a sizable hole in it, then wrapped himself in his cloak and slipped inside, leaving only the faintest breaths to signify he was still alive. Time passed, and eventually, a hand emerged from the snow-covered hollow, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Tang Jiu stumbled out of the hole, collapsing onto the snow, gasping for breath. After a moment of recovery, he silently instructed. System, open personal panel, ding. The host's personal panel has been opened. Name, Tang Jiu cultivation level, early stage of 4th rank identity, chief of the Jinyiwei in Bayan County cultivation technique. Kuainyo strength, 785. 000 martial skills, split tendon and bone hand, 9,100, floating blade, 3,201,000, illusory 9 shadows, 151,000, good and evil value, 4,860 points. Ha 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 ha. Tang Jiu gazed upon the immense good and evil value and erupted into hearty laughter. The figure nearing 5,000 points was an unprecedentedly monumental number for him. Previously, he had only accumulated dozens or hundreds, never exceeding 1,000. Now, to be so close to 5,000. It seemed that slaying was indeed the sole criterion for enhancing one's strength. Previously, Tang Jiu had consumed the Xian Yuan nourishing Qi pill, elevating his power to the pinnacle of the 5th rank, and just before departing Bayan County, he had barely broken through to the 4th rank. Over the past month, despite the relentless travel, his internal energy had circulated much more swiftly than before, granting him an additional 78 points. Now, with the addition of these 4,860 points, he could completely break through to the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Approaching the realm of high-level 3rd rank martial artists in less than 2 months, he had ascended an entire realm, almost reaching the 3rd rank. It was simply astonishing. Tang Jiu managed to rise, sitting cross-legged upon the snow. System, allocate points. All to Kuenyo's strength. Chapter 27. Pinnacle of the 4th rank. Instantly, a vast surge of power coursed through his limbs and vital organs. Unlike the previous experience with the Xianyuan nourishing chi pill, this force, while also causing him immense pain, was accompanied by a nourishing effect, rendering it far more bearable. Tang Jiu tightly closed his eyes, focusing intently on the overwhelming strength that surged within him like crashing waves. It rampaged through his body, as if it sought to tear him apart. As time passed, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at his waist, where his previous injuries were, and even in his shattered left hand. This sensation resembled countless ants gnawing at him, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, it brought him immense comfort. The once chaotic power had now become tamed and docile, continuously seeping into Tang Jiu's skin and merging with his flesh and bones. With the ongoing penetration and nourishment of this power, Tang Jiu distinctly sensed that his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Not only that, but he could also perceive a significant enhancement in his physical form. Brimming with vibrant life, each cell seemed to rejoice, greedily absorbing this rare nourishment, growing ever more robust and full. System. Open personal panel. Ding. Host personal panel open. Name. Tang Jiu cultivation level. Pinnacle of the 4th rank. Identity. Chief of the Jinyiwei in Bayan County cultivation technique. Kuenyo strength. 49. 385,000. Martial skills. Split tendon and bone hand. 9,100. Floating blade. 3,201,000. Illusory 9 shadows. 151,000. Good and evil value. 0 points. Just moments ago, Tang Jiu had slain 7 6th rank and 4 5th rank foes, along with a 4th rank expert in the early stage, collectively earning 4,860 points of good and evil value. Adding the previous 78 points, he now reached a total of 4,938, merely a few tens of points away from breaking through to the 3rd rank. Truly becoming a high-level martial artist. Tang Jiu raised his left hand, admiring the palm that was now flawless and unblemished, unrecognizable from its previous state of disability, now as pristine as jade. Tang Jiu was unaware of how long he had been unconscious. It could have been a day or several days. The pressing matter now was to locate Yu Bingwen and the others. Following their previously agreed plan, Tang Jiu stood up, glanced at the sun overhead, and confirmed his direction before swiftly taking flight. His speed was nearly doubled compared to before, his form growing increasingly ethereal, leaving behind 7 or 8 afterimages that flickered in his wake. 2 days later. In the morning, Tang Jiu gazed from afar at the familiar city walls. The city gate now appeared starkly different from when he had left, with only a handful of soldiers stationed to scrutinize the sporadic individuals entering. Only a handful? Tang Jiu's gaze sharpened, and a shadow of gloom crossed his face. Previously, only a few soldiers had stood guard at the gate. How could there now be dozens? This small county had no borders with any nation or tribe. It was implausible that a defensive army would lay siege, and even if they did, it wouldn't consist of merely this many men. Could it be that a wanted criminal had fled here? That seemed improbable. Just moments ago, Tang Jiu had clearly observed that the soldiers were only inspecting those entering the city, not those exiting, which was quite illogical. The only plausible explanation was that his presence had been compromised. Otherwise, there would not be such a large contingent of soldiers present. Having served in Bayan County for a year, he was well acquainted with its intricacies. With this thought, Tang Jiu refrained from entering the city, instead retreating quietly, ensuring not to raise a single sound. After they had received the signal from the little girl, he and Yu Bingwen had already discussed various strategies while on the road, including responses to encounters with armies and the experts from Wei Shi. They had agreed that if they faced an overwhelming enemy, they would scatter and regroup hundreds of miles away in Bayan County. And from there, he would summon the Jinyiwei or dispatch someone to notify the Qinyang prefecture for reinforcements. However, he had not anticipated that his identity would be compromised, leading the enemy to set up an ambush in Bayan County. Thankfully, his familiarity with the county had prevented him from rashly entering the city. Otherwise, he would have been caught like a turtle in a jar. He would not believe that the enemy had sent merely this contingent of soldiers to capture him. It was far more likely that a substantial army had infiltrated the city, possibly accompanied by hidden experts. Nevertheless, he did not betray any signs of concern. The fact that the enemy was still conducting searches indicated that Yu Bingwen and the others had not yet been captured. Or perhaps they had not even arrived. After contemplating for a long while in the shadows, Tang Jiu decided to head to Niujia Town, 30 miles south of the county seat, for the Jinyiwei conducted patrols every 3 days. Niujia Town was the very place where Qin would conduct inspections, and he held Qin in utmost trust. Thus, he would wait no longer than 3 days there before encountering Qin. He had considered waiting near the city gate for Yu Bingwen and the others, but that was impractical. Bayan County had 4 city gates, and he could hardly monitor them all. Moreover, given Yu Bingwen's intelligence, he might not even choose to come to Bayan County. This was not a matter of trust. It was simply a logical judgment made at the most reasonable moment. With no further thoughts, Tang Jiu made no excessive noise and quietly turned to leave. 30 miles was nothing to Tang Jiu. He arrived in just over an hour. Finding an abandoned house, he concealed himself within, tearing aside the broken window to observe the Jinyiwei at their regular inspection point. Thus, Tang Jiu practiced in the wild by night, remaining silent in the dilapidated house during the day. Observing. 2 days later, as noon approached, he finally spotted the Jinyiwei arriving for roll call. Qin, clad in a flying fish uniform, led the way on horseback, closely followed by 7 or 8 Jinyiwei lieutenants. After observing for a while, Tang Jiu picked up a small stone, flicked it with his fingers, and sent it hurtling toward Qin. Who? Qin suddenly turned, catching the stone in his hand, then gazed toward the direction from which it had come, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Why, Lord, what is it? The lieutenants inquired in unison. Fixing their eyes on him, Qin waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. You all go ahead with the roll call. I need to step aside for a moment." With that, he dismounted and quickly made his way toward the dilapidated house. Upon entering, Qin scanned the surroundings and whispered, "My lord, is that you?" Tang Jiu emerged from the shadows, replying, "Old Qin, it's me." Qin, overwhelmed with joy, furrowed his brow, "And why, lord, what has happened?" "A large contingent of troops has arrived in the county and is now stationed near our garrison." Tang Jiu did not respond, thinking to himself, as expected. When did the army arrive? 3 days ago, around 3,000, all cavalry. Have they made any moves? None. Tang Jiu confirmed that these were indeed the cavalry that had previously encircled them. Yet they had likely not yet realized that he had come to Bayan County. Otherwise, they would not be so passive. Chapter 28. Qin, unfazed at that time, after Tang Jiu had slain the Weisher members, he had directly pursued Yu Bingwen and the others, disregarding this cavalry, who had now unexpectedly come to intercept in Bayan County. Their identities had already been exposed. There must be an insider within the Jinyiwei. Otherwise, the enemy would not have such precise knowledge. "Old Qin, I need your help with something. Why, lord, please command me." In Qin's eyes, Tang Jiu's favor was akin to a second life. Now, seeing Tang Jiu in distress, how could he possibly stand idly by? Tang Jiu quietly instructed Qin, "Do it this way." "Understood, my lord, I will see it done. Go now, return as though you have not seen me, and speak of this to no one." Qin nodded slightly, then turned and departed from the dilapidated dwelling. In the northern regions, winter descends earlier than in autumn, and by the time Qin returned to the county town, dusk had already painted the sky with shadows. As he entered the city, Qin strode confidently, casting a disdainful glance at the guards, dismissively waving his hand as he and his subordinate, the captain, marched into the town with an air of authority. The following morning, a swift steed galloped forth from the Jinyiwei, racing towards the city gate. Upon arrival, without a moment's pause, the rider spurred his horse, accelerating even more. The guards, seeing this, attempted to intercept him, only to be interrupted by a thunderous shout from the Jinyiwei. "Who dares to obstruct the Jinyiwei on official duty? Step aside if you value your lives." Momentarily stunned by the commanding voice, the guards watched as the Jinyiwei rider breached their ranks and exited the city. By the time they regained their composure and looked up, the figure had nearly vanished down the official road. Not long after the knight's departure, a contingent of Jinyiwei, armed with embroidered spring sabers, approached the city gate. One captain stepped forward, his face a mask of disdain as he addressed the guards. "The Jinyiwei will take over the city gate. You are to return whence you came." What do you intend to do?" a guard shouted back. Incredulous. One of the guards, a Shizhong, raised his hand to silence his subordinates, then spoke politely to the Jinyiwei. "Honorable Jinyiwei, I am here on orders." A young officer sauntered forward, resting a hand on his embroidered spring saber, surveying the Shizhong with a mocking grin. "Orders? Whose orders?" "I am acting under the orders of the captain," the Shizhong replied, maintaining his composure. "Pa!" the officer spat, interrupting him once more. "Whose orders allow you to speak to me? You, a mere Shizhong, have no right to address me." The Shizhong's face flushed with humiliation, yet he held his tongue. The officer of the Jinyiwei was a recognized official, albeit of the lowly 7th rank, yet he was not someone a mere Shizhong, who commanded 20 soldiers, could confront. Moreover, the Jinyiwei were notorious for their arrogance. Who among the common folk did not fear them? A single misstep could lead to a fatal consequence. After all, the Jinyiwei could easily fabricate charges and act without restraint, even resorting to executions. Though he was a soldier, the Jinyiwei, by protocol, could not inflict harm upon him, yet the danger of a miscalculation loomed large. One's life was paramount, and no one would care for his past merits once it was lost. The Shizhong forced a strained smile, saying, "Yes, my lord, I take my leave. Begone." The officer replied dismissively. The Shizhong hurriedly signaled his men to follow him back into the city. However, after the Shizhong departed, his soldiers halted approximately 50 paces from the city gate. Seeing this, the Jinyiwei officer scoffed, unperturbed. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously at all 4 gates of Bayan County, the West Gate. The guard captain attempted to threaten the Jinyiwei with his troops, only to be swiftly executed by the leading officer without hesitation or mercy. This was precisely the strategy Tang Jiu had entrusted to Qin Yi, to incite chaos within the county, throwing the enemy into disarray, thus facilitating his subsequent plans. Though the Jinyiwei station in Bayan County numbered barely 50, including auxiliary laborers, they were a formidable force, with each member possessing strength of at least the 9th rank in a field battle. They might not match 3,000 cavalry, yet in the narrow alleys of the town, a mere few dozen Jinyiwei could easily outmaneuver 1,000 ordinary soldiers. The county's streets were too constricted for a mass cavalry charge. Once the Jinyiwei closed in, it would be a massacre. In the Jinyiwei station, Qin Yi sat comfortably in the seat that once belonged to Tang Jiu, savoring a warm cup of tea with a contented expression. Suddenly, a captain rushed into the main hall, breathlessly informing Qin Yi, "My lord, a contingent of cavalry approaches our station, numbering several hundred." Qin Yi, unfazed by the news, waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware. You may leave." He had anticipated this development when he dispatched his men earlier, thus remaining entirely composed. And no matter how many horsemen there were, they could not breach the Jinyiwei station. Otherwise, no one would be able to protect them. The Jinyiwei had their internal oversight and enforcement by the Southern Pacification Commission. No outsiders possessed any authority to govern or harm them. Unless they could eradicate every Jinyiwei member and thoroughly cleanse Bayan County, the cavalry would be met with total annihilation. The Liaodong Protectorate could not bear the consequences of such an event. With its vast expanse, Liaodong comprised 2 prefectures and 21 counties, alongside hundreds of county towns. The number of Jinyiwei alone approached 10,000. Who would dare to provoke such a tiger? Not to mention the presence of top-tier experts of the 6th, 7th, or even 2nd and 3rd ranks. Hence, Qin Yi sat confidently, savoring his tea in the main hall. "My lord, a cavalry officer requests an audience outside." Qin Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "Let him enter." However, only he is permitted to calm before Tang Jiu departed from Bayan. He sent a message to the 100 household office to greet Qin Yi and secure the position of the general standard. Although Qin Yi has not been formally appointed as the general standard and is merely acting in that capacity, everyone in Bayan County is well aware of his close association with Tang Jiu. With sufficient strength at his disposal, the position of general standard is now a foregone conclusion. This is why Qin Yi is able to command the entire garrison of the Jinyiwei to confront this cavalry head-on. Furthermore, this cavalry has been flaunting their might since entering the city. Had they not been uncertain of their true capabilities, the Jinyiwei would have long since acted against them. Now that Qin Yi has issued his orders, they pay no heed to notions of military hierarchy. Should anyone dare to provoke, they will be dealt with swiftly. This is the privilege granted to the Jinyiwei by imperial authority, to strike first and report later. As for the several hundred cavalrymen left behind by the Jinyiwei, Not only does Qini disregard them, but even the menial laborers look down upon them, continuing their tasks as though unaffected. Each time they enter or exit the garrison, they cast scornful glances at the cavalry, leaving the latter seething with indignation yet unable to voice their frustration. The following morning, just after the hour of the hare, Qini donned a blue flying fish robe, accompanied by a dozen or so lieutenants left to guard the garrison. Without a glance at the cavalry, he strode confidently past them with his subordinates. Observing this, a squad leader mounted his horse and galloped away. Soon after, Jinyiwei and his entourage exited the city gates, heading straight for Nijiatan. Not long after their departure, a large contingent of cavalry surged towards the city gates, only to find them already shut. A small flag-bearer stood in the middle of the road, hand resting on his embroidered spring knife, his expression impassive as he regarded them. By the order of the esteemed lord. The city gates are closed and no one is permitted to enter or exit. The deputy commander rode forward, fuming. Nonsense. I, the general, have pressing matters at hand. Open the gates immediately, or I shall have you all dealt with on the spot. The flag-bearer bellowed. Without the command of the general standard, no one is allowed to pass through the gates. With that, he drew his knife and held it at his side, while the other Jinyiwei followed suit, brandishing their blades behind him. Seize them for me, the deputy commander shouted in fury, raising his hand to strike at the Jinyiwei. Who dares to lay a hand on the Jinyiwei? Came a thunderous voice from behind. How dare you, a mere deputy commander, act against the Jinyiwei? I suspect your head is too firmly attached to your neck. The voice grew closer, and before long, a figure clad in a silver flying fish robe appeared before the deputy commander. A pristine white cloak draped over his shoulders, exuding an air of authority. Then, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as nearly 100 Jinyiwei emerged behind the cavalry, approaching the cavalry ranks without any indication of slowing down. One cavalryman finally reacted, hastily urging his horse to the side. The others quickly followed suit, resulting in chaos as horses and riders tumbled in disarray. As elite cavalry, they should not have been so easily rattled. However, the overwhelming presence of the Jinyiwei, filled with indomitable spirit, melted the snow on the ground into mud. The horses, startled by this formidable aura, bolted out of control, leading to the disarray. The Jinyiwei maneuvered through the cavalry ranks, standing behind their silver-clad leader and the poised Jinyiwei. Who permitted you to draw blades against your comrades? Return and receive 20 lashes, the leader admonished. Turning to the deputy commander, he continued, who allowed you to gallop within the city, and dare to draw your weapon against the Jinyiwei? What audacity! The deputy commander's face darkened. Since the arrival of the Jinyiwei officer, his subordinates had been thrown into a panic, utterly intimidated. This left him utterly humiliated. Unable to retaliate as the officer first reprimanded his men before turning his ire upon him, leaving him with no opportunity to defend himself. This esteemed lord has been ordered to leave the city for military duties. And I was stopped by you esteemed Jinyiwei officers. Due to the urgency of the matter, I beg for your understanding. The deputy commander could only speak softly, knowing that any delay could result in the Jinyiwei who had just exited the city disappearing without a trace. The officer remained expressionless, ignoring him. Behind him, Chun Luming, who had accompanied the officer to Bayan County, called out, "Dismount." The 100 household officer captured a thief the day before yesterday and is unable to raise his head to speak with anyone. Before the deputy commander could respond, the middle-aged man in black who had earlier detained him spoke first. I am Tang Buzhou, and I have met the 100 household officer. His tone was exceedingly calm, devoid of any hint of dissatisfaction towards the Jinyiwei's arrogance. Indeed, the officer replied nonchalantly, no further words exchanged. Tang Buzhou, unfazed by his aloofness, smiled and said, "Might I have a word with you, sir?" The officer finally regarded the middle-aged man, sneering, "No need. I know who you are. You may leave as you came." Tang Buzhou erupted into laughter, mocking the officer's self-importance, his laughter growing louder. The officer simply observed Tang Buzhou without interruption. After a time, Tang Buzhou ceased his laughter, fixing his gaze intently on the officer's indifferent eyes, and said, "100 household officer, since you are aware, have you considered whether your shoulders can bear this burden?" "I cannot say if I can bear it." But you certainly cannot withstand my authority. In that case, might you clear a path for us to return home? Very well, I will allow you to leave, but I advise against underestimating the situation. Otherwise, you and your entire regiment of cavalry may not leave unscathed. With a light wave of his hand, the Jinyiwei parted to create a passage, then opened the city gates, eyes fixed upon the cavalry as if regarding a herd of lambs destined for slaughter. Tang Buzhou bowed. 100 household officer, may our paths cross again in the future. The officer cast a disdainful glance at him, stepping closer to adjust his clothing, saying, "Speak another word, and I shall ensure you do not leave Bayan County." Tang Buzhou regarded the officer with a deep gaze, saying nothing further. He nodded at the furious deputy commander and led the way out of Bayan County. The deputy commander hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Move!" As he passed the officer, he shot him a fierce glare, as if to engrave his image into his memory. The officer dismissed this petty display. Though both held the same rank, this mere 6th-rank military officer was easily managed by Jinyiwei, let alone a dignified 100 household officer such as himself. The day before, the Jinyiwei of Bayan County had reported to the 100 household office in Wuyang County, informing them of an entire regiment of cavalry stationed in Bayan County, having taken control of 4 city gates. Uncertain of the situation, the officer rode swiftly to the capital to seek an audience with Qinhuyu Qingqiu, who provided little information but confirmed the identities of the individuals involved. He ordered the officer to return to Bayan County immediately to eliminate the cavalry from the county, assuring him that, regardless of what transpired, even if he were to annihilate the entire regiment, there would be someone to take the blame. Thus, the threat posed by Tang Buzhou did not trouble the officer. Although he could not confront the man behind him, he had powerful allies backing him, which was sufficient as the cavalry retreated. Qinyi had already arrived at Nujiatan, where Tang Jiu emerged to inquire, "Old Qin, how did it go?" Qinyi replied, "Sir, everything has been arranged as you instructed. The 100 household officers should have entered the city by now." Tang Jiu smiled at the lieutenants behind Qinyi, saying, "You fellows, did you slack off after my departure?" "Sir, we would not dare." The lieutenants, having spotted Tang Jiu, displayed expressions of joy, holding him in great esteem not only for his prowess but also for his character. Tang Jiu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Let us return to the county." "Yes, sir." Long before, Tang Jiu arranged for Qinyi to execute certain tasks. The first was to sow discord among the cavalry's formations, thereby facilitating his subsequent actions. Should those individuals fail to create chaos, he would summon Bai Hu Si-chun to oversee the situation and subsequently drive them out of the county town. Tang Jiu held a considerable degree of trust in Si-chun, doubting he would be a traitor among the Jinyiwei. After all, they had spent a year together in the county city, and upon his appointment to Beixian, another year in each other's company had allowed him to discern Si-chun's character. Although somewhat avaricious, he was aware of which funds were appropriate to accept and which were not. Moreover, given that Yu Chengqiu had allowed him to govern Wuyang County for nearly a decade, it was evident their relationship transcended mere superior and subordinate dynamics. Thus, he felt at ease relaying the message for assistance. The only source of concern for Tang Jiu was his uncertainty regarding the whereabouts of Yu Bingwen and the others. This lingering doubt gnawed at him. Logically, after so many days, they should have arrived, even if they were slow. They could have returned to the prefectural city by now, yet he had received no word. Leaving his heart in a state of turmoil, upon returning to the county town, Tang Jiu encountered Si-chun at the Waisuo. Sun's astonishment at seeing him was met with minimal elaboration. Tang Jiu merely stated he was passing through on a trial mission. Si-chun nodded thoughtfully at his words, refraining from further inquiries. At that time, when Si-chun had gone to the Qinhu office, Yu Chengqiu had not disclosed the reasons, only instructing him to bring support. Tang Jiu surmised this must pertain to his current assignment, for he could conceive of no other rationale. Nevertheless, he did not pry. The protocols of the Jinyiwei dictated that one should not ask what was better left unspoken. Knowing too much was not necessarily a boon. Earlier, Tang Buzhou had remarked that he could not bear the burden of this matter. Although he appeared cognizant of the situation, his heart brimmed with questions. Now, upon seeing Tang Jiu, his curiosity waned. His priority was to ensure Tang Jiu's safety and facilitate his accountability to the Qinhu. Tang Jiu instructed Qinyi to arrange for a large flag to be hung at each of the 4 city gates, emblazoned with a prominent character for 9. This way, once Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu caught sight of it, they would enter the city without hesitation. After all, apart from the three of them, no one else knew the significance of that character. Tang Jiu remarked humorously that even his parents and sister had never referred to him in such a manner. Speaking of his sister, Tang Jiu felt a twinge of nostalgia. After spending so many days at the Jinyiwei office, immersed in solidifying his position, he had neglected to visit her. His sister, 5 years his senior, had married into the prefectural city when Tang Jiu was still quite young. Even after his transmigration, he retained the impression of her doting affection. Despite her marriage, she would send him gifts during festivals. When she learned of his intention to join the Jinyiwei, she rushed back to dissuade him, heavily pregnant, arguing that the Tang family did not lack for wealth, and it was unnecessary for their only heir to take such risks. Otherwise, the Tang lineage would face extinction. Little did she know that Tang Jiu had awakened a system and was resolute in joining the Jinyiwei, leading her to cry and ultimately relent. Yet, she continued to pray daily in the prefectural city, hoping for the safety and success of her only brother. Chapter 31. The final encounter. Unexpectedly, that evening, Tang Jiu found himself face to face with Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu, who appeared before him with Cheng Cheng in their arms. The twilight had just begun to set in, and as Tang Jiu prepared to practice, the officer outside reported that someone wished to see him. Instantly, he recognized it was Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu. He wasted no time and stepped out of the Wei Suwa. Indeed, Yuan Gu stood outside, draped in a solitary fox fur coat. With uncontainable joy, Yuan Gu enveloped Tang Jiu in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiu, I've missed you dearly." Tang Jiu gently patted his back and whispered, "Where's Wen Gu?" Yuan Gu glanced around and replied, "Follow me." Tang Jiu trailed Yuan Gu to a familiar courtyard. Upon seeing the well-known entrance, a look of perplexity crossed Tang Jiu's face. This was indeed the residence he had previously occupied. After his departure from Beixian, he had dispatched his servants and maids back to the county city. How could Yuan Gu and the others be here? Upon entering the courtyard, a chill filled the air, with snow accumulating unshoveled all around. Without Yuan Gu's guidance, Tang Jiu sensed the soft breaths emanating from his former room. Upon entering, he beheld Yu Bingwen cradling Cheng Cheng, their gazes fixed upon him. The moment Cheng Cheng spotted him, she leaped from Yu Bingwen's embrace and exclaimed, "Uncle Jiu, Cheng Cheng has missed you terribly." Her words mirrored Yuan Ji's sentiments from mere moments ago, leaving Tang Jiu curious about what Yuan Gu had taught her in these past days. Tang Jiu warmly responded, "Uncle Jiu has missed you too." Cheng Cheng, he then approached Yu Bingwen and quietly inquired, "Wen Gu, what is the situation?" This was what the Qianhu had instructed us. If we were to become separated, we should wait here. And how long have you been here since we parted? We were apart for 9 days, and we have been here for 5. That Tang Jiu was taken aback. Had it truly been 9 days? During his unconsciousness, he had lost track of time. Following 2 days of travel to Beixian and nearly 2 days of waiting in Yuzhou town, that accounted for approximately 4 days. This meant he had been unconscious for a full 5 days, explaining why the tree hollow had been buried beneath the snow. Were he not a 4th-grade martial artist, he might have succumbed to the cold long ago. However, he refrained from mentioning his injuries, only stating that after stalling the Weisher individuals, he had come to regroup with them. Yu Bingwen succinctly recounted their experiences following their separation. They had seized the opportunity amidst the snowfall to flee their pursuers, eventually arriving at Beixian. However, on the 2nd day of their arrival, the cavalry had come, and fortunately, they had taken refuge in the location Yu Chengqiu had designated, awaiting Tang Jiu. After the cavalry entered the city, they did not conduct a manhunt. Instead, several skilled individuals roamed the city for 2 days. Yet, given Yu Bingwen and the other superior realms, they had always managed to detect them in advance and had hidden away until they departed. They were aware of the happenings in the county town over the past 2 days, but not having seen Tang Jiu, they did not dare to reveal themselves until Yuan Gu, while scouting, overheard the townsfolk speak of Tang Jiu's return and sought him out at the Wei Suwa. Tang Jiu was even more reticent regarding Yu Chengqiu, astonished by the meticulousness of his plans, which even accounted for his former residence. "Wen Gu, what shall we do next? Shall we head directly back to the prefectural city?" Tang Jiu, seated with Cheng Cheng in his arms, disregarded Yuan Gu's playful antics. Yu Bingwen shook his head, stating, "It seems we cannot return just yet. Although the cavalry has vacated the county town, they are undoubtedly aware of our presence here and will likely send someone to ambush us." Yuan Gu, while playfully engaging with Cheng Cheng, nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, what does it matter?" Wei Vi returned. "So why fear ambush?" Tang Jie replied, "It's not that simple. If it were, we could simply send word to the Qianhu to come to our aid. There would be no need for secrecy. The Qianhu must be constrained in the prefectural city. Otherwise, after meeting with Si Chun, he would have come alongside him." Tang Jiu had a vague inkling of the task's implications. Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu would undoubtedly possess more knowledge than he did. This matter likely entangled the court and the Liaodong Protectorate in a web of intricacies. The Liaodong Protectorate's commanding general had ruled over the military and administration of the entire Liaodong for 3 consecutive generations since the Wu-Wei prince. Wielding power akin to that of a local emperor, beyond the Jinyiwei, the court had little influence in Liaodong's military affairs. Even if officials were dispatched, they could only yield to the protectorate or face untimely demise. Such was the state of Liaodong, akin to Guojia's private fiefdom, differing little from a territory of its own. Although the vast lands had been conquered by Guojingxing, the royal family could not tolerate the existence of a state within a state. Enduring for 3 generations had reached the royal family's limits. They would never permit the Guo family to continue into a 4th, as for Cheng Cheng. It seemed she must be the descendant of an important figure or something similar. As to warrant such relentless pursuit by these individuals, even deploying a cavalry regiment without seeking the court's approval to capture her. Yet, such details were secondary. The pressing concern was how to return to the prefectural city and to the Qianhu's side. The previous journey was fraught with peril, but Tang Jiu sensed that the path ahead would be even more treacherous. After all, they were less than a day's journey from the prefectural city. And having come this far, the enemy would not relinquish this final opportunity. With merely the 3 of them, alongside nearly 100 Jinyiwei brought by Si Chun from the county city and the local Jinyiwei of Beixian, their total number barely reached 200. If confined to this small county town, they might not fear much. However, should they venture into the desolate wilderness, confronted by a surging tide of cavalry, even doubling their numbers would likely prove futile. It must be noted that while the Jinyiwei were formidable individually, engaging in direct combat on the battlefield was not their forte. If they dared to step beyond the city gates, their fates would be reduced to mere lambs for slaughter. It was likely for this reason that the cavalry had chosen to withdraw from the county town and lie in wait along the essential paths leading to the outside world, lying in ambush for their prey. Not only that, but those adept individuals lurking in the shadows have undoubtedly devised a cunning plan. First, to ensnare and entangle their targets, and subsequently, to swiftly close in with cavalry. Forming a tight encirclement in this manner, escape would be utterly impossible for them. In an instant, apart from Yuan Gu, who remained nonchalant, both Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen wore expressions of deep concern, racking their brains to ponder how they might successfully extricate themselves from this predicament. Chapter 32. A detour. Cheng Cheng, nestled in Tang Jiu's embrace, lifted her head to gaze at him, then turned to Yu Bingwen, her voice soft as she inquired, "Uncle Jiu, Uncle One, are you thinking about how to protect Cheng Cheng?" Tang Jiu looked down at her now rosy cheeks and smiled. This must have been due to Yu Bingwen's gentle nurturing with his inner strength. He recalled how she had appeared upon their first meeting. Her face marred by frostbite, even her hands and feet afflicted, evoking a sense of pity. Before Tang Jiu could respond, Cheng Cheng buried her head, murmuring, "Uncle Jiu, you don't need to protect Cheng Cheng. I don't want you to be killed by the bad people too." "Ha ha ha, little Cheng Cheng, you can rest assured, Uncle is quite formidable," Yuan Gu chuckled, teasing her. Tang Jiu could see that Yuan Gu genuinely adored Cheng Cheng. He was always smiling at her, unwilling to let her witness any expression other than joy. Yet, for reasons unknown, Cheng Cheng consistently shied away from him. Each time he spoke to her, she would hesitate to reply, refusing even his embrace. Thus, it had always been Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen who held her, which left Yuan Gu exceedingly frustrated. Yet he could not help but smile at her. Tang Jiu thought it might be due to Yuan Ji's carefree disposition, which perhaps did not strike Cheng Cheng as particularly trustworthy. He tightened his hold around her and reassured, "Fear not, Cheng Cheng, Uncle will be just fine, and I will certainly protect you. In truth, Tangjiu and Yu Bingwen had refrained from inquiring about Chengcheng's past, including whether she had parents or relatives. They simply knew that their duty was to safeguard the little girl in their arms, driven by compassion and concern rather than any mission. Wengu? We should not linger in the county town any longer. Otherwise, our chances of returning will dwindle. We must depart swiftly. Thus, I have resolved that we shall re-enter the snowy forest, traverse the grasslands, and head towards Anxi. Yu Bingwen was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Anxi lay to the northwest of the Great Yu dynasty, southwest of Liaodong. If they were to venture there, they would indeed need to cross the vast grasslands. However, those grasslands were the domain of the barbarians, where barbarian cavalry frequently roamed, making escape quite difficult should they encounter a large troop. After all, the barbarians were notorious for their archery, with a longbow being their most formidable weapon. Yu Bingwen regained his composure after a moment's reflection and said, "In that case, let us proceed. The Qianhu Lord will keep them occupied. We shall slip away unnoticed. Then we must not delay. Let us set out immediately." Tangjiu, pleased that Yu Bingwen understood his intent, carried Chengcheng as they made their way out. He did not intend to inform anyone of their departure from the county town, even if he trusted Xichan and Jinyiwei. He could not guarantee that their subordinates would not harbor ulterior motives. Under the cover of night, Tangjiu entrusted Chengcheng to Yu Bingwen, instructing them to wait nearby while he approached the city gate to negotiate with the guards stationed there. In response to Tangjiu's request to exit the city, these men, once his subordinates, dared not obstruct him. Without a word, they opened the city gates directly. Typically, if one sought to enter Jinling Mountain, they would choose to exit through the west gate. Yet Tangjiu and his companions opted for the south gate instead. The direction of the south gate led towards the capital city. This choice was made to mislead their pursuers. After exiting the gate, they deliberately took a detour before doubling back to enter Jinling Mountain. As they approached Jinling Mountain, Tangjiu surveyed his surroundings, detecting no signs of unusual activity. He returned to Yu Bingwen and nodded gently, indicating that they were not being followed. Without hesitation, they plunged into the forest. That moment, at the southern city gate, Xichan stood alone atop the walls. Despite the dim night, his vision remained undeterred. From a distance, he clearly observed several figures entering the mountains, nodding slightly before turning to descend from the ramparts. Tangjiu forged ahead, with Yu Bingwen closely following, cradling Chengcheng, while Yuan Gu took up the rear to safeguard them. Thus, they traveled ceaselessly for 3 consecutive days, finally catching sight of the vast grasslands blanketed in pristine white snow. Before entering the grasslands, Yuan Gu hunted some wild boars and rabbits. During winter, creatures were scarce. Though the 3 of them could manage without food for a short while, Chengcheng could not, so Yuan Gu procured some raw meat for her. This time of year, the meat would not spoil. In no time, it would freeze solid as stone. When it came time to eat, they could simply use their inner strength to thaw it and prepare a simple meal. Though the flavor might not be exquisite, at least they would not go hungry. Yuan Gu had always been meticulous. He simply did not often make decisions. Matters were usually deliberated and resolved by Tangjiu, and Yu Bingwen. It was only when they overlooked something that Yuan Gu would step in to act. As was the case this time. Otherwise, Tangjiu and Yu Bingwen lacked the experience and knowledge. Once deep into the grasslands, without provisions, Chengcheng might not starve to death, but the experience would be far from pleasant. As expected, after 3 or 4 days in the grasslands, they had yet to spot a single animal, save for a few eagles soaring overhead. Fortunately, they had not encountered any barbarian cavalry either. This was likely because they had not ventured deeply into the grasslands, but rather traversed along the periphery. During this season, the barbarians seldom ventured out, let alone travel such distances. Traditionally, only those barbarian tribes suffering from insufficient winter grain stores would dispatch small contingents of cavalry to raid for food in Great Yu. During their first few days in the grasslands, to accommodate Chengcheng, they had not rushed onward but rather paused each day to prepare a meal for her. Having successfully evaded their pursuers, they all breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits gradually lifting. After all, as long as they could reach Anxi safely, they would have accomplished the most critical goal of this mission. Once they entered the grasslands, Chengcheng blossomed into a more cheerful and lively spirit. Each time they paused to rest, She would don Yu Bingwen's oversized and heavy cloak and frolic joyously in the snow, occasionally tossing snowballs in their direction. Compared to before, the current Cheng Cheng was no longer sullen but radiated innocence and playfulness. Seeing her so joyful, both Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen felt their own tension ease, while Yuan Gu remained ever carefree. His demeanor perpetually lighthearted, he smiled without restraint, as if oblivious to the peril of being pursued. What puzzled Tang Jiu was that neither he nor Yu Bingwen could shake Yuan Gu off. Even when they exerted their utmost in lightness of foot, if it were merely for a short period, one might attribute it to his remarkable agility, but after so many days, it was evident that mere lightness of foot could not keep pace with them. He must possess ample inner strength to sustain such endurance. Previously, Tang Jiu was at the initial stage of the 4th rank, and Yu Bingwen had barely broken through to the 4th rank as well. Yet Yuan Gu, according to his own words, had only broken through to the 5th rank the day before they journeyed to the capital. How then did he possess such abundant inner strength? Chapter 33. Despairing enemies. Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen gazed at the middle-aged man before them, their expressions grave and laden with caution, while Yuan Gu stood 100 paces behind them, cradling Cheng Cheng. The middle-aged man bore the appearance of a rustic farmer, clad in nothing but a thin, coarse linen garment, standing casually before Tang Jiu and the others in such frigid winter conditions. In an area devoid of human presence for hundreds of miles, it was truly astonishing that this middle-aged farmer was dressed so lightly. They had been in the grasslands for 5 days, initially expecting to exit within 2 days and enter Anshi territory. Yet, this middle-aged man had suddenly appeared before them without any prior indication. Even Tang Jiu had not discerned how he had materialized in their midst. This unexpected emergence put Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen on high alert, and they handed Cheng Cheng to Yuan Gu, signaling him to distance himself from the scene. However, this middle-aged man had remained before them for nearly a quarter of an hour, displaying no signs of aggression nor uttering a word. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke. "Young brothers, might I request that you hand over the little girl to me? I assure you, I shall not harm a single hair on her head." His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet he did not exude hostility. Rather, it was a simple inquiry, calm and composed. Tang Jiu tightened his grip on the dagger concealed behind him, his eyes fixed intently on the man. Should he make even the slightest move, he would be met with a swift and decisive strike. Absolutely not. The words fell from Yu Bingwen's lips, his tone unusually serious and resolute. "You killed my son." The middle-aged man suddenly turned to Tang Jiu, stating, "I can spare you, as long as you hand over that girl." Tang Jiu had no knowledge of which was his son, but it mattered not. All the lives he had taken were deserving of their fates. "I do not recall when I killed your son, but if I did, he met his demise by his own actions," Tang Jiu retorted. "I cannot hand her over to you. If you possess the capability, you may come and retrieve her yourself." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat dejected and sighed. "Is it truly the path to death? Indeed, such is the mission I was born into, an unavoidable fate. I harbor no desire to resort to violence against you. Hand over the child, and I swear I shall not harm a single hair on her head." Gazing at the man before him, Tang Jiu understood that he was likely speaking the truth. Otherwise, with his formidable strength, he could have easily slain them and taken the child. However, he refrained from acting, which indicated that he was not a murderer. Yet, the stakes concerning this child were monumental, and even with a vow upon his life, they could not possibly relinquish Cheng Cheng. Sighing, the middle-aged man seemed to recognize that abstaining from violence would not allow him to take the child. He steadied himself and declared, "Initially, I had intended to spare you, considering your potential for innate talent, unwilling to sever your path in martial arts. Since you show no gratitude, then you may as well perish." Without any visible movement, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Tang Jiu. He gently raised his right hand, extending a finger to point at him. Tang Jiu felt as if he were struck by a colossal wave. Unable to resist as he was sent hurtling away, spitting blood mid-air before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. Upon landing, he involuntarily slid a considerable distance, carving a long trench in his wake. Struggling to rise from the snow, he found himself utterly incapacitated, as if every bone in his body had shattered. rendering him unable to control his own form. Using the last remnants of his strength, he turned his head and saw Yu Bingwen, similarly struck and sent flying by the middle-aged man's finger. However, Yu Bingwen had already lost consciousness in midair, landing silently on the ground in that instant when Tang Jiu was propelled away. Yuan Gu seized Chang Cheng and fled without a moment's hesitation, wholly disregarding the possibility of Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen suffering grave injuries, or even being killed by the middle-aged man. In truth, this was Yuan Ji's cleverness. Although his strength was lacking, his agility matched that of Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen. If he exerted himself fully, he might even surpass them, by fleeing with Cheng Cheng. The middle-aged man would likely abandon his pursuit of the two, redirecting his focus towards Yuan Gu, thus granting Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen a fleeting moment to breathe in such a scenario. They still possessed a chance. Otherwise, should Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen perish, their fate would be total annihilation, leaving no alternative outcome. Regrettably, he underestimated the middle-aged man's prowess. Just as he had scarcely fled 100 paces, the middle-aged man appeared before him without warning. Yuan Gu looked at the middle-aged man, ignoring him, and turned to Cheng Cheng with a smile, saying, "Cheng Cheng, you must stay here obediently for a moment. Once I dispatch him, I shall take you home." Cheng Cheng gazed at the uncle she had always been reluctant to engage with, remaining silent, yet her small hand clutched tightly at Yuan Ji's clothing. Shaking her head fervently, tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip, stifling any sound. Yuan Gu gently patted her hair and wrapped his white fox fur coat around her, placing her safely in the snow a short distance away. "You promised that you would swear to protect Cheng Cheng from the slightest harm, did you not?" Yuan Gu, after setting Cheng Cheng down, stood opposite the middle-aged man, his expression devoid of levity, now serious with an undercurrent of barely perceptible hope. The middle-aged man solemnly replied, "What I have promised, I shall certainly fulfill. Then let it begin. Allow me to feel the might of the innate." Yuan Gu unsheathed his dagger and charged at the middle-aged man with the ferocity of a storm. Yet, bang! It was as though he had collided with an impenetrable iron plate, for his dagger halted mere inches from the middle-aged man's chest. No matter how hard he strained, he could not advance a single millimeter. The hand gripping the dagger began to reveal the stark whiteness of bone, yet he persisted, blood dripping from the hilt onto the snow below. The middle-aged man casually brushed Yuan Ji's dagger aside and raised a finger, slowly pointing towards him. Yuan Gu turned his head to look at Cheng Cheng, forcing a pained smile. The man who cherished Cheng Cheng the most, even in the face of death, could not bear to display any expression other than a smile. Cheng Cheng cried out and lunged towards him, clutching the white fox fur tightly with her small hands, desperate to drape it over Yuan Gu, for she knew that this was his most cherished possession, something that neither Tang Jiu nor Yu Bingwen could touch. Dingling, dingling. A melodious sound of a copper bell suddenly reached their ears, distant yet near. Yuan Gu strained to turn his head, catching sight of a dilapidated horse-drawn carriage approaching from afar. The old horse and the carriage leaving no trace in the snow. A young man with a stern visage, holding a sword wrapped in cloth at the hilt, sat at the front as the driver. The carriage moved slowly, the copper bell hanging from its edge chiming continuously with each motion. Upon hearing the sound, the middle-aged man's finger halted before Yuan Ji's chest, motionless, mirroring the stance of Yuan Ji's dagger just moments before. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Yuan Gu suddenly let out a piercing laugh, embracing the rushing Cheng Cheng and declaring, "Cheng Cheng, soon we shall return home." The middle-aged man retracted his finger, standing still in place, turning to observe the slowly advancing carriage, his expression unchanging. The carriage halted beside Yuan Gu and the middle-aged man. The stoic swordsman playing the role of driver dismounted without uttering a word, standing to the side. A refined scholar emerged from the carriage, lifting the curtain, holding a tattered, yellowed book in his hand. "Lord Tang, I told you we would meet again, did I not?" The fallen Tang Jiu, hearing the scholar's clear voice resonating from hundreds of paces away, longed to laugh, yet the excruciating pain coursing through him rendered him voiceless, instead prompting him to cough up blood. After a brief pause, Tang Jiu silently mouthed to the refined scholar, "Do not forget to invite me for a drink." The scholar seemed to understand his meaning, replying helplessly, "But I do not drink." Tang Jiu refrained from pressing further. His spirit relaxed, and like Yu Bingguin, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The refined scholar turned to the carriage and called out, "Qiu Bo, you may come down. Otherwise, I cannot manage this." An elderly man clad in gray robes lifted the curtain, and the refined scholar stepped forward, only to be declined by a wave of the elder's hand. "Students with Xiao Ming has met with Master San," the gray-robed elder stated as he disembarked. The middle-aged man performed a deep bow, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The gray-robed elder accepted the bow with nonchalance, then addressed him, "You may leave now. Do not return. The student cannot depart yet." After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man with Xiao Ming maintained his respectful demeanor but spoke with unwavering firmness. Sighing deeply, the gray-robed elder lamented, "You remain as stubborn and obstinate as in your youth. I was once immensely proud to have you as my student, yet it is also my greatest regret. 20 years ago, you were our most gifted student, just in your 20s, already breaking through to the first rank, with a bright future ahead. Yet why did you allow yourself to be led astray into that wicked path? Student is ashamed. Enough, enough. Let me see if you have made any progress over these years." The gray-robed elder's expression was filled with nostalgia, revealing a sense of melancholy. Xiao Ming bowed once more, stating, "The student swears not to raise a hand against you. There will be others to impede you." Upon speaking, a formidable line of snow surged from the direction Tang Jiu and the others had come. Thousands of armored cavalrymen rushing forward. The student knew these individuals were no match for the elder, but he could delay him momentarily. "Fear not, I shall not resort to lethal force. I will simply take the little girl and ensure she remains unharmed. After this matter is resolved, I shall accept your judgment, Master San." Qiu Bo did not glance at the thousands of cavalrymen, but instead addressed with Xiao Ming, saying, "Had you not departed back then? You would not utter such words now." The elder stood firm, his figure unwavering. Yet suddenly, a tempest arose, fierce as a tiger descending from the mountain. The gale rapidly coalesced into an enormous tornado, its scale astonishing. The surrounding snow was lifted as if by an invisible hand, the once dense snowflakes swirling into the air. As the tempest raged, the prairie finally revealed its true visage, a desolate expanse of yellow and barrenness. In the blink of an eye, the tornado towered to a height of 100 feet, resembling a colossal dragon roaring and spiraling around. However, those caught in the heart of the storm remained unscathed, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Even Changqing's increasingly dark and lustrous hair, smooth and flowing, remained undisturbed, cascading gently over her shoulders. "Go!" The old man in the gray robe suddenly let out a furious roar, his voice reverberating across the vast expanse. Immediately, a colossal tornado began to slowly pivot towards the direction from which the cavalry galloped, gradually accelerating with each rotation. With every turn, the tornado's power intensified, advancing with an overwhelming momentum capable of annihilating all in its path. The cavalry, charging forth, gazed in terror at the gigantic vortex before them, their faces betraying their fear. The steeds beneath them seemed to sense the lethal threat posed by this formidable force. Becoming restless and unruly, no longer heeding their riders' commands, and instinctively fleeing in an instant, thousands of horses collided chaotically like headless flies, creating a scene of utter disarray. Many cavalrymen had no time to react before being violently toppled to the ground by their own mounts. Soon after, more hooves mercilessly trampled over them, burying these unfortunate souls in dust and debris. Meanwhile, the terrifying tornado approached at an astonishing speed, the howling winds roaring with unparalleled might. Neither the war horses nor the cavalry could withstand this immense natural power. All being swept into its grasp, they flailed helplessly in the air, subsequently being cast out like discarded kites from the edge of the tornado, crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, the cacophony of human shouts, the whinnying of horses, the cries of agony, and the howling winds intertwined, forming a chilling symphony. The once formidable cavalry had now disintegrated into chaos, leaving only a scene of devastation and despair. Xiaoming beheld the havoc wrought by the gray-robed elder, his expression stripped of reverence and solemnity, leaving only shock. Yuan Ji's mouth hung agape, struggling to articulate his thoughts, glancing between the old man and the scattered cavalrymen on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. The gray-robed elder stood composed, not deigning to observe the aftermath of his devastating strike, merely uttering softly, "You were once a beauty, yet turned to thievery. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." A means of atoning for the mistakes of my past. Xiaoming bowed his head and whispered, "I beg for your mercy, esteemed sir." The gray-robed elder extended a finger towards Xiaoming, giving a gentle nod, then turned to the side and instructed Xia Fanqing, "Go check on them. Do not let them perish." Xia Fanqing beckoned to the stoic swordsman and proceeded towards Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen. Only then did Yuan Gu realize that two others lay gravely injured in the distance, rushing towards them while cradling Cheng Cheng. Chapter 35. Task completed. When Tang Jiu regained consciousness, it was already half a month later. Lying in bed, he felt a dull ache throughout his body and managed a bitter smile. He was unaware of the events that transpired that day, awakening to find himself in the bed of 1,000 household residents of the Jinyiwei in Qingyang Prefecture. He did not see Yuan Gu or Yu Bingwen, only a lieutenant stationed at his door to attend to him. As Tang Jiu stepped outside, squinting against the sudden glare of sunlight, the lieutenant offered to assist him. But he declined, inquiring instead, "Have Yuan Gu and Yu Bingwen returned?" The lieutenant responded, "Sir, Yuan Baihu has already taken up his post, while I am unaware of Yu Daren's whereabouts. Is the 1,000 household in?" "He is indeed present. The 1,000 household has instructed that you may see him at any time." "Very well, I shall go on my own. You may attend to your duties." The lieutenant hesitated, knowing the severity of Tang Jiu's injuries upon being carried back. "Fear not, I am fine. You may go." Tang Jiu stretched his legs to demonstrate his capability, dismissing the lieutenant. Enduring the pain, he approached Yu Qingqiu's room. "Come in." Before he could knock, Yu Qingqiu's voice called from within. Tang Jiu pushed the door open and saw Yu Qingqiu seated behind a desk, holding 2 iron balls, just as when they first met. "You rascal, why didn't you rest a few more days?" Yu Qingqiu exclaimed with a smile, concern evident in his gaze. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed sir. I am already well enough to be here. I wish to inquire. I am aware. Fret not. That rascal Yuan Gu is fine and has already taken up his post. He left a letter for you, which you should take when you leave. As for Bingwen, rest assured, he is recuperating at home and is no longer in grave danger. He awakened yesterday and wished to see you." But his mother held him back. Although Tang Jiu had only spent a few months with Yu Bingwen and Yuan Gu, their shared experiences in life and death had forged a bond akin to brotherhood. Hearing that both were safe eased his worries, and her, she is also well. She has returned to where she belongs. You need not inquire further. Why? Yu Qingqiu anticipated Tang Jiu's question and preemptively interrupted. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." Understanding he had learned what he needed, Tang Jiu resolved to return and continue his recovery, for his body had yet to fully mend. Leaving him feeling unsettled, "Yes, go. Focus on your healing before considering anything else." Why? Yu Qingqiu handed him a letter before gesturing for him to depart. Back in his room, Tang Jiu opened the letter Yuan Gu had left for him. The contents revealed little beyond an account of the events following his unconsciousness, detailing how Xia Fanqing and the others had brought him back in a carriage, after which Xia Fanqing had taken Cheng Cheng away, informing him of his new appointment and urging him to visit often. As Tang Jiu read the scenes described in the letter, he couldn't help but shudder at the sheer power humans could wield. The ability to annihilate an entire elite cavalry unit with a single strike was truly terrifying. Moreover, the middle-aged man who had so easily inflicted serious injuries upon them had met a swift demise at the hands of Qiu Bo. Innate. Tang Jiu then recalled that the middle-aged man had mentioned something about their hopes of attaining the innate realm. What exactly was the innate realm? He had never heard of it before. Could it be a level above the first grade? It seemed that the middle-aged man must have been a master at that level. But what realm did Qiu Bo, who could dispatch him with ease, belong to? Who was he? And what of Xia Fanqing, who could have Qiu Bo at his beck and call? Suddenly, Tang Jiu's mind was awash with questions, and his understanding of this world transformed. Initially, he believed that breaking through to the first grade would allow him to reach the pinnacle. But he was astonished to discover that there were indeed realms beyond the first grade, and not just one. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Countless masters awaited him in the future, and he now had a clear goal to strive towards, a target that would spur him onward until the very end. However, the most pressing matter was to restore his health. The injuries sustained in the previous battle were too severe. Even now, despite being at the pinnacle of the 4th grade, he had only recovered enough to walk with difficulty. To engage in combat was utterly impossible. Even a casual 8th or 9th grade warrior could easily overpower him. 2 days later, feeling somewhat better, Tang Jiu retrieved a jade vial from his pocket, containing the Jinyiwei nourishing qi pill he had previously concocted. He had originally crafted 3, consuming one himself and leaving another for Jinyiwei. The one in his possession was the last. With his condition improving and being at the pinnacle of the 4th grade, he believed he could withstand the impact of this 4th grade pill, planning to use it to hasten his recovery. This would allow him to regain his strength swiftly, alleviating the deep-seated unease he felt about his current frailty. Having grown accustomed to power, suddenly feeling weak was profoundly uncomfortable. As for the potential side effects of the pill, he could only focus on recovering and then diligently train to regain his strength afterwards. He uncorked the vial, the rich aroma of the medicine wafting into the air. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill whole in an instant. The pain that had been lingering in his body surged to an unbearable intensity, a torrent of agony sweeping through every fiber of his being. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to endure this excruciating, marrow-deep pain that felt as though it were scorching his very soul, yet still struggled against its relentless assault. As the medicinal properties activated within him, they not only rapidly repaired his injured body, but also unleashed an unending wave of torment. Before long, Tang Jiu was drenched in beads of sweat, his clothes clinging to his skin as if he had just emerged from the water. Time slipped by, and he finally sensed the pain beginning to subside, only to be replaced by an intense itch, as if countless insects were gnawing at his flesh, compelling him to claw at his skin. Yet, Tang Jiu clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to give in, his teeth grinding audibly, even drawing blood that trickled from the corners of his mouth down to his neck. At that moment, his visage twisted in agony, appearing utterly horrific. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead, and not only did blood flow from the corner of his mouth, but even from his nostrils and eyes, staining his face. Tang Jiu was oblivious to how long he had endured, only knowing that he must persist, must not lose consciousness. Otherwise, in his unconscious state, he could not predict what actions he might take. Finally, Tang Jiu felt all pain and itchiness dissipate, leaving only a refreshing sensation that coursed through him. It was akin to wandering through a desert for 3 days without water, only to encounter an oasis, whereupon quenching his thirst brought indescribable bliss. Chapter 36. Breakthrough to the 3rd grade. A shift in Liaodong. After a considerable interval, Tang Jiu rose to his feet, relishing the sensation of strength returning to his body. Now even more formidable than before. System. Open the personal panel. Ding. Host personal panel has been activated. Name. Tang Jiu cultivation. Early stage of 3rd rank identity. Chief Constable of the Jinyiwei in Bayan County Martial Arts. Kuainyo strength. 163100000. Techniques. Finjin Qo Gu Shou, 9100, Yu Shun Dao, 760. 1000, Huan Shun Jiuing, 212, 1000, Good and Evil Points, 0 at last. He had broken through to the 3rd rank. Not only had Tang Jiu's injuries healed with the elixir, but his cultivation had also ascended to the 3rd rank. Such prowess would allow him to serve as a Qianhu within the Jinju. As he pushed open the door, he discovered the lieutenant standing at a distance outside, gazing at him as though he were a creature of myth. It appeared that the commotion from his earlier breakthrough had been too overwhelming, prompting the lieutenant to retreat so far. With a smile, he waved, beckoning the lieutenant to approach. The lieutenant, still shaken, hurried over, not daring to meet his gaze. "My lord, do you have any instructions? Do you know where Yu Bingwen resides? My lord, you do realize that Lord Yu is the son of the Qianhu?" This revelation took Tang Jiu by surprise. He had not been aware of this connection. He sensed a link between Yu Bingwen and Yu Chengqiu, but had not anticipated they were father and son. It was quite ruthless of the Qianhu to assign his own son to such perilous tasks, nearly costing him his life. "Very well, thank you, my lord. You are too kind." Tang Jie then made his way to Yu Chengqiu's quarters. Knocking on the door but receiving no response, he must not be in. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit his sister, having not seen her in quite some time. It was indeed remiss of him not to check on his overly indulgent sister. With time on his hands, he prepared to pay her a visit. Upon returning to his room, he intended to change into civilian attire, but after searching thoroughly, he could find nothing suitable, so he donned his Feiyu attire instead. Recalling the remnants of his memories, he navigated to his sister's in-law's residence, the estate of the deputy chief of the Baima Sea in Fuching. His brother-in-law, surnamed Yang, had married his sister out of love. A rarity in this era. Typically, such unions were arranged by matchmakers or through familial connections, with unmarried women remaining at home, seldom seen in public. His sister had been adept in commerce from a young age, managing family shops as a teenager. Fatefully, during a visit to audit accounts, she was harassed by local ruffians, only to be rescued by her brother-in-law, who was on patrol with his soldiers. Their eyes met, and thus began their correspondence, eventually leading to their union, which their families accepted without opposition. Tang Jie knocked on the grand door and awaited a response. Before long, a servant opened the door, startled to see Tang Jie in his Feiyu attire. Fearing some misfortune had befallen the master of the house. Fortunately, upon Tang Jie explaining his purpose and offering a gift he had purchased on the way, the servant relaxed and hastily ushered him into the main hall before scurrying away. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and without needing to look, Tang Jie knew it was his sister. He was all too familiar with her fiery personality. "You little rascal, you still remember to visit me? I thought you had forgotten you had a sister." Before he could even see her, a booming voice rang out from outside. Just as Tang Jie stood to greet her, a woman with an expression of feigned anger rushed in. Slightly shorter than Tang Jie, she bore a resemblance to him, though her features were more spirited and less angular. This was his sister, Tang Qi. Tang Qi approached Tang Jie, expertly seizing his ear and twisting it with surprising speed, catching even this seasoned warrior off guard. "Why, you little scamp! Father said you arrived in Fuching months ago. Why haven't you come to see me?" Tang Jie, hesitant to disclose his recent experiences, quickly replied, "Sister, I was on a mission. I just returned and came straight to see you." "What nonsense! Can any mission be more important than your sister?" "Sister, you know how many rules there are in the Jinj. There are matters I cannot discuss." Tang Jie remained unperturbed by Tang Qi's relentless questioning, understanding it stemmed from her concern due to their long separation. By the way, where is Ning Ning?" Tang Qi released his ear and instructed a servant to prepare tea. "Ning Ning is still asleep. I feared waking him would lead to a fit of crying, so I didn't call him. We can let him meet his uncle later when he wakes." Yang Yining, Tang Qi's son, was born shortly after Tang Jie joined the Jinyiwei 2 years ago and was now over a year old. "Very well," Tang Jie nodded. "Sister, I can't stay long this time. Having completed my mission, I must depart soon, so I wanted to see you and brother-in-law before I leave." "Are you in such a hurry?" "Your brother-in-law is about to finish his term and is home today. Let him share a drink with you this evening." Tang Qi expressed a hint of reluctance, yet as she was married into an official family, she understood the consequences of disobedience. After some thought, Tang Jie realized he had little to occupy him at Qianhu's residence, as the Qianhu would not summon him. Thus, he agreed to stay. As the moon hung low, Yang Yucai returned home, weary from travel. Upon seeing his rarely encountered yet often mentioned brother-in-law, he paused momentarily. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the initial awkwardness dissipated. At the dining table, Tang Jie introduced his nephew Yang Yining to Tang Qi before commencing to share drinks with Yang Yu. Suddenly, Yang Yu uttered something that surprised Tang Jie. "Brother, something significant has occurred in Liaodong. A few days ago, an imperial edict was issued from the capital, betrothing Princess Yongning to the eldest son of the Grand Commander. Yesterday, the Grand Commander's son set off for the capital to prepare for the wedding. My late return tonight is due to this matter." Tang Jie instantly connected this news with their previous mission. Suspecting it was related, it seemed the Grand Commander had failed in his covert struggle with the court, leading to his son being sent to the capital. The supposed betrothal was, in reality, a means of securing his son as a hostage. The next Grand Commander of Liaodong would likely have no ties to the Gua family. Moreover, The situation in Liaodong was poised for a dramatic upheaval. It appeared that the girl named Cheng Cheng held a more significant position than he had previously imagined. A child of merely 6 or 7 years could determine the fate of a dynasty, a thought both astonishing and unsettling. Tang Jiu contemplated warning Yang Yu against becoming entangled in this affair. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 37. Testing the Qianhu? Tang Jiu clinked his cup against Yang Yu's, saying, "Brother-in-law, you know I serve in the Jinyiwei and have some understanding of these matters. Therefore, I advise you to steer clear of this situation." Yang Yu raised his head and gulped down his drink with a bitter smile. "I know well enough that a small fry like me has no place in such affairs. I returned home late tonight to request a brief leave from the chief in a couple of days. I plan to take your sister and Ning Ning back to Wuyang to visit the in-laws." Though Yang Yu's official rank was not high, being lower than the 6th grade of the Jinyiwei, as the deputy chief of the Baimasi, he oversaw the city's defense and patrols, making him more knowledgeable about the area than anyone else. If anyone intended to act, he would be an unavoidable figure. Knowing he could keep a low profile, Tang Jiu felt reassured and chose not to press further. Due to drinking late, Tang Jiu refrained from training that night, opting instead to lie in bed and contemplate the current situation and the path ahead. In the near future, Liaodong would not see peace. The current emperor, having reigned for over 30 years, was now in his twilight years. He would not leave matters unresolved for his successor and would certainly seek to pacify Liaodong before abdicating. As for the court, while it remained unaware of the darker machinations at play, the Jinyiwei was the only force they could rely upon in Liaodong. The military presence of the Liaodong governor and the Guo family's private soldiers were nearly indistinguishable, and the civil officials of the Guo family wielded absolute power. Tang Jiu was uncertain of the role the little girl Cheng Cheng played in this dynamic, which had caused the Guo family to tread carefully, but since they had already conceded, the fates of the civil and military officials in Liaodong appeared predetermined. As the sole institution in Liaodong that the emperor trusted, the Jinyiwei was poised to become the instrument of his will. Tang Jiu had a premonition that he would soon find himself exceedingly busy. The following day, after breakfast and some playful moments with his nephew, he bid farewell to his sister and returned to the Qianhu residence. Upon his arrival, a lieutenant informed him that Yu Chengqiu awaited him in his quarters. Inside, both Yu Chengqiu and Yu Bingwen were present. Though Yu Bingwen's injuries had not yet fully healed, he sat in a wooden wheelchair, smiling as he looked at Tang Jiu. "Brother one, what brings you here? I intended to visit you yesterday. I heard you had recovered, and I could not contain myself, so I came to see you. Otherwise, once you take your position, we may not have the chance to meet again." Although Yu Bingwen had not fully recovered from his injuries and appeared somewhat listless, he still radiated an air of elegance and spoke in a gentle and cordial tone. Tang Jiu paid his respects to Yu Chengqiu, only to be interrupted with the words, "Tang Jiu, your position has already been arranged. Gather your belongings, for you must depart at once." "Yes, my lord." Why Yu Chengqiu regarded him with a playful expression. "Do you not wish to know where you have been assigned?" "I shall defer to your arrangements. Liaoyang Prefecture." The name rolled off Yu Chengqiu's tongue, leaving Tang Jiu astonished. Liaoyang Prefecture was renowned throughout the entire Liaodong region, for it housed the central government of the Liaodong Protectorate, the very heart of military and political authority where all decrees emanated. Furthermore, you shall not merely serve as a 100-household official, but as an acting 1,000-household. This revelation only deepened Tang Jiu's confusion. Despite his sufficient strength, his merits were lacking. How could he possibly be promoted to acting 1,000-household? Do not doubt. Your merits are ample. The mission you completed last time was substantial enough that, were it not for the unavailability of the 1,000-household position, you would have been appointed directly. However, the 1,000-household of Liaoyang Prefecture is soon to report to the capital. Once he departs, you will be formally promoted. Tang Jiu was aware of the role of acting 1,000-household, a position unique to Liaoyang Prefecture that assisted the 1,000-household in managing the entire Jinyiwei, due to the presence of the Grand Protectorate situated in the heart of Liaoyang City. My lord. What of this assignment? Tang Jiu hesitated, harboring suspicions he dared not voice. Why Yu Chengqiu replied, "It is as you surmise. This arrangement is unavoidable. You are well aware of the current state of affairs in Liaodong. The 1,000 households' position beneath the watchful eye of the Grand Protectorate is fraught with corruption. Your deployment is intended to cleanse the Jinyiwei and prepare for the future. Tang Jiu bowed his head in silence. Recognizing that the Liaoyang Thousand household had likely been infiltrated by the Grand Protectorate and was no longer trusted by the court, as one of the few capable of severing that connection. He was indeed the optimal choice. Yu Bingwen, still recovering from his wounds and lacking in strength, could not undertake such a task, while Yuan Gu, despite his intelligence, lacked the requisite resolve. Thus, in all of Liaodong, Tang Jiu stood alone as the only one fit for this grave responsibility. Yes, my lord, I shall accept the order. Tang Jiu resolved, no longer hesitating. After all, it was Liaoyang Prefecture, home to the Grand Protectorate, that should loathe him to the bone. If they dared to come, let them test the sharpness of the Jinyiwei's blades, and whether his own could dare strike against the Grand Protectorate that stood defiant against the court. Very well. If you have words to exchange with Bingwen, I shall take my leave. With that, Yu Chengqiu departed, leaving Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen in solemn conversation. Yu Bingwen, seated in his wheelchair, wore a grave expression and furrowed brows. Urging, Xiao Jiu, you must exercise utmost caution. Wenj, I am aware. You need not worry. Tang Jiu recognized the peril that lay ahead. Not only would he contend with the forces of the Protectorate, but he was also certain the Grand Protectorate would not be without formidable adversaries. However, with the Guo family having submitted to the court, it indicated they lacked the strength to confront it openly. Although they would seek to gain some benefits, it was unlikely they would seek mutual destruction. Thus, while danger loomed, his life would likely remain unscathed. Yu Chengqiu seemed to understand this as well, hence his brevity. Yu Bingwen nodded. Indeed, it is good that you understand. Moreover, there is another awaiting you in Liaoyang. Your collaboration should prove manageable. Wenj, are you referring to? Yes, Yuan Gu has also been assigned to Liaoyang Prefecture. He did not inform me of his transfer. Was he not stationed at Qingyang Prefecture? Ha ha ha, he was merely teasing you. Your position was secured long before our return, and he knew, thus he sought to surprise you by withholding the information. That Yuan Gu, once I arrive, I shall ensure he learns the meaning of rank and authority. This revelation brought satisfaction to Tang Jiu, who had feared he would be without a trustworthy companion in Liaoyang. Yet with Yuan Gu present, his task would be considerably easier. Chapter 38. The Arrogant Arrival. As the year drew to a close, the entire Liaoyang Prefecture became bustling with activity. The streets were thronged with people, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Two fine steeds traversed the lively marketplace, halting beneath an imposing signboard. Flanking the grand vermilion doors stood several tall figures clad in black, flying fish attire, their embroidered spring blades at the ready, exuding an aura of menace as they scrutinized the two riders. Leading the way was a youth, who dismounted without a word, a man of roughly 30 years, producing a letter from his bosom, casually flung it towards the nearest Jinyiwei, before casting a disdainful glance and respectfully addressing the youth. My lord, the official notice has been delivered. The youth nodded imperiously, making no further gesture. The Jinyiwei, taken aback by the audacity of the two, unsheathed their blades in anger. They had never been so disdained. Even visitors from the Grand Protectorate would present their respects, let alone others. Yet these two, clad in finery, dared to behave so brazenly. One among them caught the letter, raised a hand to halt the others, and upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily bowed. Esteemed lords, please, enter the main hall. As he spoke, he stepped forward to lead them. The rest of the Jinyiwei, though bewildered, sensed the importance of these figures, for their leader would not have treated them with such deference otherwise. They sheathed their blades and bowed their heads in respect. The two, however, paid no heed, striding boldly into the interior. Upon entering the main hall, the guiding Jinyiwei instructed the attendants to serve tea, respectfully stating, Esteemed lords, please bear with us. I shall notify the Thousand household at once. The youth remained haughty, showing no sign of acknowledgement as he seated himself in the prominent position to the right, while the man gestured to indicate he understood. Lao Qin, you are currently at the mid-6th rank. Henceforth, you shall serve as my personal aide. Once you advance to the 5th rank, I will arrange for you to take on a 100 household position. My lord, I do not wish to be a 100 household. I only desire to remain by your side. The youth chuckled lightly, then you must strive diligently, lest you fall behind my pace. The man replied earnestly. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After the Jinyiwei departed, the two engaged in casual conversation, one seated while the other stood. Soon after, the youth had just taken a sip of hot tea when the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s and clad in a crimson flying fish robe, entered the hall, followed by a young man with a frivolous demeanor. Before the elder could speak, the young man exclaimed, Xiaojio, why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting for you for ages. I have yet to hold you accountable for deceiving me, and now you dare to blame me? Once I conclude the handover, you will learn what it means to have authority over others. Yuan Gu scoffed dismissively, choosing not to reply. The youth returned Yuan Ji's comment and then addressed the elder. You must be Lu Qianhu. I am Tangjiu, here to report for duty. Tangjiu exhibited no semblance of subservience, his tone calm and voice clear. The elder, unfazed, responded with a smile. I have long heard of your youthful prowess. Lord Tang, I have awaited your arrival, eager for your assistance in managing this vast 1,000-household establishment. Though the elder's eyes were not large, they narrowed with a smile, and if one were not careful, they would miss the glint of shrewdness that flickered within. Tangjiu caught that subtle glimmer, realizing, indeed, to secure the position of 1,000 household in Liaoyang Prefecture required more than mere strength. Lu Qianhu was a seasoned and formidable individual deserving of respect. Tangjiu's thoughts raced, but he maintained a composed demeanor. Your kind words, Lu Duran, are appreciated. However, let us save the pleasantries for later. May I proceed to take up my post? Lu Qianhu nodded affirmatively. That would be appropriate. I have made the necessary arrangements. Lord Tang, you may proceed with Yuan Baihu. Unlike Yu Chengqiu, Lu Qianhu exuded an amiable demeanor, speaking in a gentle and considerate manner, even revealing a hint of caution in his tone. In that case, Lu Duran, you may continue your tasks. I shall attend to the handover. Once outside the main hall and having walked a distance, Yuan Gu halted and scrutinized Tangjiu with a curious expression before finally inquiring. Xiaojio, what has changed about you? Tangjiu, with a playful smirk, replied, What do you mean? Yuan Gu, resting his left hand across his front and stroking his chin with his right, observed, You seem somewhat akin to Lu Qianhu now. More assertive than before. You are nothing like your former self. Tangjiu chuckled lightly, offering no response, and playfully patted Yuan Gu on the shoulder, prompting him to lead the way. Qini followed respectfully behind them, pondering, Xiaojio? Is he addressing a lord? Who is this young man, so familiar with the lord? Could he pose a threat to my position beside him? Yuan Gu continued to lead Tangjiu towards the archives, a department responsible for registering all active personnel of the Jinyiwei, as well as housing their records. Tangjiu donned a strikingly crimson feiyu robe, distinct from the scarlet worn by the official Qianhu. Its hue slightly lighter. This attire was specially crafted by the court for trial Qianhu, and within the entire Dayu dynasty, no more than 10 individuals could bear such a color. Not every Qianhu was assigned a trial Qianhu. Only certain pivotal provincial capitals or the imperial city would receive this edition. While Tangjiu paid little attention to the robe's color, his gaze was drawn to the embroidered spring knife displayed on the weapon rack before him. This knife was clearly not of ordinary make. Its scabbard was enveloped in finely crafted crocodile leather, adorned with a golden qilin motif engraved at the hilt's end. Tangjiu stepped forward to grasp it, swiftly drawing the blade, which gleamed with a chilling brilliance, illuminating the entire room. Without the need for further testing, he instinctively recognized it as a remarkable weapon capable of severing hair. He could not help but exclaim, What a splendid blade, truly magnificent. His excitement was genuine. A fine blade is a coveted treasure for many martial artists, yet such extraordinary weapons, rare as they are, could only be distributed by the most formidable faction of the martial world, the imperial court. Although Qianhu's daggers were scarce in Dayu, they were sufficient to incite envy among the vast majority of martial experts. Tangjiu sheathed the knife and affixed it to his waist, having completed all necessary exchanges. Upon exiting the archives and lifting his gaze to the warm sun, a bloodthirsty smirk crept across his lips. The court intended to use him as a vanguard in their advance into Liaodong. Yet he, Tangjiu, was equally poised to leverage the court's power to realize his own ambitions. A vanguard was of little consequence. It was merely a matter of taking lives. Tang Jiu had never shied away from killing. In fact, he craved it, hungering for it. Only through bloodshed could he swiftly enhance his prowess. Just as the founding emperor had single-handedly subdued the world and established the Dayu dynasty for 2 centuries, he too believed that with his strength, he could disregard all adversities, even the entirety of the world. Chapter 39. The Show of Authority. Yuan Gu escorted Tang Jiu to his office, casually taking a seat nearby. Qini had changed into a blue feiyu robe and stood outside the door, his gaze coldly scanning the surroundings for the occasional passing Jinyiwei. Xiao Jiu, do not concern yourself with Lu Muchuan. He poses no significant threat. Once you familiarize yourself with the layout of Liaoyang, he will be reassigned. Rest assured, I will handle it. From their earlier conversation, Tang Jiu had discerned that while Lu Muchuan was not ordinary, he would not obstruct his path. The court sought to cleanse the Qianhu office of Liaoyang, and Lu Muchuan was an insurmountable hurdle. Regardless of whether he had colluded with the Grand Commander's office, it was impossible for him to remain in Liaodong. However, Tang Jiu suspected this was unlikely. There was no necessity for it. The only allegiance of the Jinyiwei was to the emperor himself. If the emperor wished for one to live, one would live. If he desired one dead, death was inevitable. From Tang Jiu's understanding, astute individuals like Lu Muchuan would never commit the folly of losing a sesame seed to gain a watermelon. It was likely that Lu Muchuan would not be promoted, but rather reassigned to a nominal position in the imperial city, given his advanced age. He appeared to be in his 50s. Though he was nearly 70, and a martial artist's vigor dwindles after middle age without continual advancement. Lu Muchuan's stamina as a third-grade martial artist, even without progress, would suffice to ensure he lived comfortably to 100. Retiring to enjoy his later years, the immediate priority for Tang Jiu was to secure all key positions and departments of the Jinyiwei in Liaoyang firmly within his grasp. He need not concern himself with the overall banner of the county, as its power was too insignificant to impact him. However, he must carefully consider the 100 households in each prefecture and the Qianhu office of the provincial capital. Liaoyang's Qianhu office comprised 1 chief and 1 deputy Qianhu, along with 100 households and over 100 banners. Now that Yuan Gu occupied one of the 100 household positions, he could be trusted, leaving 9 others to evaluate. If all went according to plan, he would ascertain their worth by nightfall. As anticipated, Qini entered and announced, "Sir, 100 household requests an audience." Tang Jiu recognized this as an opportunity and nodded. Let him in. 100 household clad in a silver feiyu robe entered. Appearing somewhat apprehensive, Tang Darren, on behalf of the brothers of the Qianhu office, I wish to invite you to a welcoming banquet at Chufeng Tower tonight. I hope you will grace us with your presence. A faint smile graced Tang Jiu's lips as he scrutinized the 100 household with piercing eyes, observing as beads of cold sweat trickled down the man's face before replying, "Very well. I acknowledge your invitation." The 100 household dared not wipe away his sweat and hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Darren. I shall take my leave." After the 100 household departed, Yuan Gu, undeterred by Tang Jiu's imposing presence, jested, "Oh dear. Indeed, the esteemed Qianhu Darren is quite formidable." Tang Jiu, aware of Yuan Ge's unreserved nature, responded with a smile, "Does Yuan Baihu wish to test my strength?" With that, Tang Jiu directed his aura towards Yuan Gu, causing him to stumble back, muttering an expletive under his breath. "Monster! Now, tell me about the affairs of the Qianhu office," Tang Jiu commanded. Yuan Gu returned to his seat, maintaining his languid demeanor as he began. "I have not been here long, but I have gathered some general insights. Among the 900 households, 3 can be trusted, while 2 are dependent on Lu Muchuan's favor as they were brought in by him. The last 4 remain uncertain, but likely won't be of use. The composition is indeed complex. The 9 individuals are divided into 3 factions. However, it was reassuring for Tang Jiu to know that 3 could be relied upon. Given Lu Muchuan's character, the 2 under his command should pose no issues either. Resolving the remaining 4 would grant him complete control over the entire Liaoyang Qianhu office. As for the 100 households in various prefectures, Tang Jiu's fingers absently stroked the knife's hilt, contemplating that opposition would be met with death. That evening, as the year-end approached, the provincial capital buzzed with excitement. Chufeng Tower, the largest entertainment venue in Liaoyang, was bustling with patrons. Countless self-proclaimed scholars yearned to be the ones to add fragrance to the red sleeves, while the scions of various clans reveled in the pleasures of the stage. Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu stood before the grand entrance of Chufeng Tower, gazing up at the expansive three-story establishment. 6 Jinyiwei 100 households had long awaited their arrival, and upon seeing Tang Jiu, they hastened to usher him inside. On the third floor, within a lavish private room, Tang Jiu was invited to take the seat of honor. Once he settled, the 100 households hesitantly seated themselves, and the one who had extended the invitation earlier spoke first. Tang Darren, please excuse our humble hospitality. We beg your understanding. Tang Jiu surveyed the sumptuous spread before him and then turned his keen gaze upon the gathered 100 households. More guests than I had anticipated, he remarked. Instantly, aside from Yuan Gu, who sipped from his cup, the remaining 600 households turned pale, filled with trepidation. Darren, several hundred households, including Zhang Baihu, are on duty and could not attend. We ask that you accept our regards on their behalf. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. No matter, attendance is unimportant. It matters not who comes. I am here not for the meal, but merely to meet with you. Having done so, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. With that, Tang Jiu stood, hand resting on the embroidered spring knife, as he exited the private room, leaving the remaining 100 households hesitant to stop him. In their moment of indecision, Tang Jiu had already departed. The 600 households slumped back into their seats, at a loss for what to do. The 100 household who had invited Tang Jiu earlier spoke up. Well, you all witnessed it. Our new superior is not to be compared to Lu Darren. I advise everyone to suppress any inappropriate thoughts, or else. The remainder of his warning went unspoken, yet its implications were clear. They were acutely aware of the situation in Liaodong as Jinyiwei, and their presence tonight was meant to leave a favorable impression on their new superior, hoping to avoid future repercussions. However, they had not anticipated Tang Jiu's inflexible demeanor. He had left without even partaking in the meal. Yet they understood that one could not blame Tang Jiu. Any newly appointed official would feel slighted if their subordinates failed to show them respect. Skipping a welcoming banquet was akin to a slap in the face. After concluding his remarks, the 100 household raised his cup in a gesture to the others, downing it in one gulp before leaving the private room. Leaving behind a group of astonished faces. 2 of the 100 households, seeing this, also drank a cup before making their exit. Finally, 3 remained, exchanging glances filled with mutual despair. 1 lean 100 household remarked, colleagues, what now? What else can be done? Not only is Tang Darren's strength unfathomable, but just his title alone could easily bring us to ruin with a mere word. Indeed, Lu Darren will soon be reassigned, and he will not stand up for us. We can only hope that Tang Darren will be lenient in his dealings with us. The 3 individuals, lacking in spirit, refrained from toasting and exchanging pleasantries. After exchanging a few words, they each departed. Outside the Chufeng Tower, the trio clasped their hands in farewell, but the Gaunt Baihu circled back after a brief moment, returning to the Chufeng Tower. He approached the door of a private room on the 3rd floor and entered, respectfully addressing the middle-aged man in black seated at the table. Mr. Tang. His demeanor was markedly more restrained than when he encountered Tang Jiu, even bordering on fear. Have you met this Lord Tang? Inquired the middle-aged man in black. I have, though we did not share a meal or drink, merely exchanged a few words before he departed. Replied the Gaunt Baihu. The middle-aged man smiled lightly. That was to be expected. Since Lord Tang's arrival in the city, he has been quite ostentatious. Given his temperament, it would be fortunate if your subordinate did not provoke him. And what about me? Asked Baihu. Simply fulfill your duties, and there is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Chapter 40. The Initiative. After Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu left their seats, they descended to the 1st floor. Upon exiting the grand doors of the Chufeng Tower, they were intercepted by a middle-aged man. He bore a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, though he exhibited a hint of humility. His words were perfectly measured. Pointing towards a distant luxurious carriage, he said, Esteemed lords, my master requests your presence. I hope you will honor us with your company. Though directed at both men, his gaze was fixed on Tang Jiu, indicating that he had come specifically to invite him. Tang Jiu, stroking the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, stepped forward, looking down at the middle-aged man with a cold voice. "Your master? Requests? Then let your master come personally." With that, he turned away without casting a glance at the carriage, leaving no room for the man in black. Tang Jiu cared little for who was inside the carriage. However, to have a mere subordinate extend an invitation to him was a gross underestimation of his status as a legitimate Qian Hu of the Jinyiwei. Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu did not rush to return, but instead strolled through the bustling marketplace. "Let us discuss the individuals we encountered today," Tang Jiu said, observing the throngs of people and the acrobatic performers shouting for attention. Yuan Gu responded, "3 trustworthy individuals have arrived, along with 2 subordinates of Lu Muchuan. The one sitting across from you seems to be here to test the waters, stopping before a wonton stall." Tang Jiu beckoned Yuan Gu. "Come, we haven't dined yet this evening. Let us enjoy something to eat." He found an empty table and sat down. The small stall was quite popular, with only 2 out of a dozen tables unoccupied. The 3 posed no significant issues, but Lu Muchuan's 2 subordinates warrant further discussion, Yuan Gu remarked. Lu Muchuan should lack the audacity to act recklessly now, should he? Tang Jiu questioned. "I cannot speak to his courage, but I am uncertain about his 2 subordinates," Yuan Gu replied. As the 2 conversed, the wonton vendor approached cautiously. "Esteemed lords, what would you like to order?" he inquired. 2 bowls of wontons, with extra scallions and sesame oil. Yuan Gu replied. Tang Jiu then asked, "Did you recognize that man earlier?" Without hesitation, Yuan Gu answered, "He is the steward of that household, though today's visitor is likely not the principal." Tang Jiu nodded thoughtfully. Remaining silent, the wonton vendor returned with 2 large bowls of wontons, placing them on the table with respect. "Esteemed lords, these 2 bowls are on the house. Please enjoy." Tang Jiu mixed the seasonings at the bottom of the bowl with his spoon before lifting a wonton to his mouth. His eyes lighting up instantly, he pointed to the bowl, indicating Yuan Gu should try as well. Yuan Gu obliged, and his face similarly expressed delight. The wontons were exquisite, with thin skins, generous fillings, and a fresh taste, delicious indeed. A large bowl of wontons was a mere few bites for Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu. Once finished, they did not summon the vendor, and Yuan Gu simply placed a few coins on the table as they departed. Yuan Gu, patting his belly, remarked, "Ah, how satisfying. There is nothing quite like warm food on such a chilly day." Tang Jiu chuckled lightly, gazing up at the starry sky, and mused, "Those by who are inconsequential, easily managed. However, I fear that the principal will not remain placid. What is there to fear? Regardless of the circumstances, can a neck be stiffer than a blade?" Yuan Gu reached for the hilt of his long knife. His fingers slightly pallid. Indeed, after all, this is still the territory of Dawaiyu, as long as we are under Dayu's sky. There is no one the Jinyiwei cannot take down. Tomorrow, we shall make our move and see how they respond. Agreed. The following morning, just before the hour of the rooster's crow, all the Jinyiwei arriving at the Qian Hu office sensed something was amiss, as if a significant event had transpired. Each individual moved cautiously. Fearing to provoke ill fortune, Tang Jiu sat at the main seat on the right in the main hall, while Lu Muchuan occupied the left, both calmly sipping hot tea. 10 by who sat stiffly on either side of the hall, their postures rigid. Tang Jiu lightly tapped the table with his fingers, maintaining silence, while Lu Muchuan smiled amiably, appearing detached from the unfolding events. Suddenly, Tang Jiu halted his fingers and struck the table with his palm. The sound was not loud, yet it caused the Bai Hu below to tremble. As a newcomer, I should ideally work collaboratively with all of you to serve the court. The Jinyiwei, as the imperial army, ought to protect the emperor's interests. However, I have received intelligence that some are consuming the court's salary while engaging in treasonous acts. Are you aware of who these individuals might be? Tang Jiu's tone was measured, his manner unaggressive, akin to casual conversation. Yet, to the ears of the Bai Hu, it resounded like thunder, deafening in its impact. Some Bai Hu remained unfazed, sitting steadily, while 2 exchanged furtive glances at the smiling Lu Muchuan. Striving to steady their nerves, the remainder displayed various expressions, some pale with dread, others fidgeting nervously, and one even shaking his legs, teetering on the edge of his seat. Among them were the three by who Tangjiu had not encountered the previous night and the gaunt by who had sat across from him. Yuan Gu, seated at the end, observed them, suppressing the urge to laugh, only to stifle it with great effort. Tangjiu did not permit them to speak. Instead, he picked up the ledger from the table and addressed the anxious Baihu. Qian Baihu, Zhu Baihu, Yu Baihu, Zhao Baihu, what are your thoughts on this matter? With that, he waved the ledger in their direction. Subordinate, subordinate. The few men stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts, their faces growing increasingly ghastly. Cold sweat trickling down their brows, yet they dared not wipe it away. Enough, Tangjiu declared, tossing the ledger to the ground. It seems you have nothing to say. Come in. The doors swung open violently, and Jinyiwei stormed in, followed by a dozen burly Jinyiwei men. Seize these Baihu and throw them into the prison of edicts. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. Tangjiu exuded a formidable aura, his imposing presence bearing down on the Baihu, preventing any rebellion. My lord, Lu Darin, please save your subordinate. My lord, grant me another chance. There were cries of desperation and pleas for mercy, some even turning to Lu Muchuan for assistance. Yet the astute old man feigned ignorance, leisurely sipping his tea with a smile, showing no concern for their plight. Seated at the end, Yuan Gu noted two men who wished to draw their blades but ultimately restrained themselves, internally lamenting the lost opportunity. Jinyiwei paid no heed, wielding a spike chain and ruthlessly driving it into the Baihu's shoulder blades before piercing through their chests. The remaining Jinyiwei followed suit, each executing the same grim task. Take them away, Tangjiu commanded coldly. Jinyiwei and his men dragged the individuals away like dead dogs, leaving behind streaks of blood on the jade-white floor. Chapter 41. The incident in the prison of edicts. As the four Baihu were dragged out, the main hall suddenly felt much emptier. The remaining Baihu did not stir. For those who had achieved the rank of Baihu, none were foolish. The newly arrived Lord Tang was clearly on a mission. If they were not to be executed, then who would be? Tangjiu paid little mind to the remaining individuals and turned to Lu Muchuan, saying, Lu Darin, I must trouble you to visit the other county cities as well. Lu Muchuan rose, dusting off his garments, and replied with a smile, Not a problem, not a problem. That morning, Tangjiu had approached Lu Muchuan, laying bare his intentions and plans. As anticipated, Lu Muchuan did not hesitate to agree and even volunteered to manage the affairs of the Baihu office in the counties under his jurisdiction. Thus, this morning's spectacle unfolded. As for the ledger Tangjiu had tossed to the ground, no one took notice of its contents. Whatever Tangjiu wished it to contain, that was what it would be. And no one had the room to resist. The vacant Baihu positions would be provisionally filled by suitable captains until a decision could be made following the Baihu trial after the new year. Understood, my lord. Such trifles need not trouble Tangjiu. With Yuan Gu present, he surely knows whom to employ, and when the time comes, he will report directly for approval. What Tangjiu perceives as a minor issue has, however, stirred a considerable uproar within the Qinhu office, with all members of the Jinyiwei, whether high-ranking or lowly, engaging in hushed discussions. Not only the Jinyiwei, but even various government offices throughout the capital, including the office of the governor of Liaoyang, have caught wind of the news. The newly appointed trial Qinhu has apprehended 4 Baihus on his second day of duty, who now languish in the notorious Shao prison, their fate all too predictable. In the Grand Commander's office, an imposing elder clad in a python robe reclines casually upon a couch. A middle-aged man in black stands respectfully before him, stating, Your Highness, the Jinyiwei has taken action. The elder, extending a hand as white as jade, gestures dismissively without uttering a word. The black-clad man, perceiving the signal, slowly retreats. Once he departs, the elder's lips curl into a bitter smile, and he sighs, Indeed, to rule the realm is to wield both favor and fear with the weight of a prison. Yet, one must take action. Otherwise, the Guo family shall perish under my watch. That evening, a black-clad man, bearing the edict of the Grand Commander, strides into the Zhao prison, effortlessly extracting the 4 Baihus whom Tangjiu had dismissed from their posts. Encountering no obstacles along the way, Tangjiu learns of this only half an hour later. Upon receiving the news, he exhibits no fury, nor any dissatisfaction that an outsider could brazenly enter the Zhao prison and seize individuals. Instead, a cold smile graces his lips. "Let us proceed to the Zhao prison," Tang Jiu declares, striding forth with Qin Yi in tow, heading straight for the ominous gates of the Zhao prison. Upon arrival, a group of individuals stands with bowed heads at the foreboding entrance, motionless. "Who is on duty tonight?" Tang Jiu inquires, his expression devoid of emotion. A jailer clad in a coarse garment steps forward and whispers, "Sir, I am on duty today." "What did you say, sir?" "I am on duty today," the jailer, still with his head lowered, raises his voice slightly. "Oh." Tang Jiu replies, pondering for a moment, "Are you aware of your responsibilities?" "Who do you represent?" The jailer trembles, "Sir, I am the guard of the Zhao prison of the Jinyiwei. Ha." Tang Jiu chuckles upon hearing this. "Since you acknowledge yourself as a member of the Jinyiwei, do you not realize that without receiving orders, releasing a notorious criminal incurs a grievous penalty?" Tang Jiu steps closer, questioning, "I am rather surprised. How audacious are you to commit such an act?" The jailer collapses to the ground, exclaiming, "Sir, I truly—" Before he can finish, Tang Jiu interrupts, "Or do you believe that the Jinyiwei's flying fish uniform pales in comparison to a mere edict from the Grand Commander's office?" Tang Jiu bends down to assist him to his feet, brushing off the snow that clings to his garment. Observing the jailer, who now stands weak-kneed and unsteady, he sighs, "As a member of the Jinyiwei, one should at least die with a semblance of dignity." With those words, the jailer can no longer maintain his composure, and he begins to weep. "Sir, I was wrong. I should not have been so foolish." Suddenly, a flash of steel cuts through the air, and a head flies into the air, landing with a thud before a row of prison guards. Tang Jiu wipes the blood from his blade before sheathing it. "All of you shall no longer need to return here," he declares, casting his gaze away from the headless corpse, addressing the remaining guards. "Qin Yi, from this day forth, the Zhao prison is under your command. All matters shall adhere to my edict." With that, Tang Jiu turns and departs, leaving only Qin Yi and his subordinate, along with a group of bewildered guards and the dismembered jailer. As for the 4 Baihus who were extricated, Tang Jiu gives them no thought. They are likely dead by now. What concerns him is that the Grand Commander's office resorts to such tactics for retaliation, which he deems beneath the dignity of a noble prince. Upon returning to the Qinhu office, Yuan Gu awaits at the door. Tang Jiu enters, with Yuan Gu following closely behind, shutting the door behind them. Xiao Jiu. The 4 who did not enter the Grand Commander's office were sent out of the city overnight, but they have since become lost souls. Tonight's events had long been anticipated by both Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu. Their removal of the 4 Baihus effectively leaves the opposing side bereft of resources within the Jinyiwei, should they wish to retaliate. Their only option would be to target those apprehended, making the Zhao prison their sole choice. If the 4 were sent to the Grand Commander's office, they would merely need to eliminate the internal traitor in the Zhao prison. However, if they were dispatched outside the city, it would seal the fate of all 4. This dual advantage would not only eliminate the Grand Commander's office's remaining leverage within the Jinyiwei, but also conveniently dispose of those who had betrayed their own. "Xiao Yuan, we must not let our guard down. That individual methods will not be so easily dismissed," Yuan Gu cautions. "Rest assured, the Jinyiwei is firmly in our grasp. Whatever schemes they may concoct, we shall handle them with ease." Having struck first, Tang Jiu and his allies await the Grand Commander's office's response. Now, it remains to be seen what strategies the Grand Commander's office will employ and whether Tang Jiu and his companions can adeptly counter them. Ideally, they would not only withstand the onslaught but also launch a counterattack, achieving a perfect resolution. Chapter 42. Assassins strike, Your Highness. The individuals outside the city are dead. Him, Your Highness. What about? Arrange for someone to test Tang Jiu's mettle. Yes, Your Highness. Once more in the Grand Commander's office, the elder in the python robe converses with the middle-aged man in black, though the tone of their discussion has shifted, now imbued with a sense of menace. As the clock strikes midnight, Tang Jiu sits cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, hands clasped together. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of a projectile slicing through the air heralds the approach of a slender sword, darting toward him with astonishing speed. The sword, entirely black, emits no glimmer in the night, rendering it nearly undetectable. Tang Jiu appears oblivious, remaining seated as the blade pierces his throat without hindrance. Yet, the moment it enters, His form flickers and swiftly dissipates. The assassin, witnessing this, swiftly pivots and lunges toward the bed. Tang Jiu, stepping back to evade the sweeping strike, remarks, "How disappointing that the esteemed Grand Commander's office resorts to such petty tricks. It truly diminishes my regard for you." The assassin halts by the window, slowly turning to face him, his voice raspy as he speaks. "I underestimated Lord Tang's prowess." At that moment, a throng of onlookers gathers outside, countless torches illuminating the room. The assassin stands slightly shorter than Tang Jiu, possessing a build that is neither stout nor slender, devoid of any distinguishing features that would mark him as a killer. In a crowd, he would attract no notice, even as a master swordsman. Tang Jiu, taking a seat at the table, says, "I never expected the Grand Commander's office to be so foolish as to send someone to assassinate me within the Jinyiwei's Jinhu office." His words carry a hint of amusement, for he finds the situation comical. If the Jinyiwei could be so easily infiltrated by an assassin to eliminate a trial Jinhu of the 5th rank, then they are unworthy of being the court's sharpest blade against the martial world. The assassin, with biting sarcasm, retorts, "Since you have perceived my presence, do as you wish, kill or maim. I am at your command." Tang Jiu, curious, observes, "A 3rd-rank expert such as yourself, and yet you do not resist at all. Why not act?" The assassin closes his eyes, remaining motionless and silent. "Very well, I shall grant your wish," regardless of whether the assassin has ulterior motives or seeks to lead him into a trap. It matters not to Tang Jiu. He sees no reason to hesitate, as the opportunity presented is too ripe to ignore. Instead of reaching for the embroidered spring dagger hanging nearby, he seizes the assassin by the throat and with a firm grip. He hears a sharp crack as the assassin's body slumps lifelessly. Notably, Tang Jiu observes a look of glee upon the assassin's face as he perishes. Indeed, it appears that this assassin was never truly here to kill him. Rather, he sought to be killed. The Grand Commander's office proves to be formidable. A 3rd-rank expert can easily be cast aside as a mere pawn, leaving one to ponder just how powerful the higher echelons may be. Suddenly, Tang Jiu recalls the words of the middle-aged man who ambushed him on the grasslands. Innate. Could it be? A cruel smile creeps across his lips as he muses, even if they are innate. What does it matter? Yuan Gu enters the room, followed by 2 ensigns who carry away the corpse and close the door. "What news?" he inquires. "The 3rd-rank expert appears to have been a mere bait," Yuan Gu exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, a 3rd-tier master. Indeed." A chilling breeze swept through the room, prompting Tang Jiu to close the window to prevent the warm air from escaping. Sitting at the table, he mused, "I am now pondering just how profound the foundations of that Grand Governor's mansion truly are." Yuan Ji's expression remained unchanged as he reclined lazily in his chair and replied, "Foundations? Regardless, when we entered that Grand Governor's mansion, not even a ripple was stirred." Tang Jiu was aware that Yuan Ji's identity was anything but ordinary, yet he had never inquired, treating him instead as a trustworthy companion. Although Tang Jiu possessed greater strength than Yuan Gu, his knowledge was evidently not as extensive. Thus, he would occasionally seek Yuan Gu's insights to ensure his judgments on matters would not stray too far from reality. As for the Grand Governor's mansion, despite Tang Jiu being a trial commander of the Jinyiwei, acquiring information about the mansion proved exceedingly difficult. The records within the archives were hardly worth perusing. But do not fret. Such masters are unlikely to take action unless they truly wish to be annihilated along with their entire lineage. Tio speak frankly, while the court holds Liaodong in high regard, it does not overly concern itself with the might of the Grand Governor's mansion. If they desired to eliminate it, it would be a straightforward task. The current cautious approach must stem from other reasons. Though I remain unaware of them. Hm? Tang Jiu looked at him with confusion, realizing that the intricacies of the situation were far more complex than he had initially thought. "Oh, it's nothing. You need not concern yourself. Just continue with your own affairs," Yuan Gu casually remarked before straightening up and yawning. "I shall leave you now to return to my slumber." After Yuan Gu departed, Tang Jiu remained seated at the table, lost in thought for a long while. The Wei clan, the men from the grasslands, the Heavenly Officials Alliance, including the Grand Governor's mansion. What could unite these factions? And what of that little girl, Chung Cheng? What is her identity that she can invoke such caution from the Grand Governor's mansion and other powers? And then there is Xia Fanqing. I previously discussed him with Yuan Gu, yet I know little of his origins, only that he hails from a remarkably powerful place, even surpassing the likes of the Lanta Temple and the 13 Sword Manor, which are revered as sacred grounds in the martial world of Dayu. Furthermore, what is the purpose of his current mission? If it were merely to cleanse the Jinyiwei, he has already accomplished that. There have been continuous frictions with the Grand Governor's mansion, and now they send a third-tier assassin as bait. How intricate indeed. Yet, perhaps the more convoluted the situation, the more exhilarating it becomes. Only by clashing with formidable opponents can one truly enhance their own prowess. A cold smile crept across Tang Ji's lips, accompanied by a glimmer of anticipation. Although the complexities of the situation exceeded his initial assessments, he felt no fear, but rather a subtle thrill at the prospect of engaging with powerful factions and masters. His yearning for strength grew as he recognized that what he once deemed the invincibility of third-tier power in Liaodong was not as formidable as he had imagined. With each ascent in strength and rank, the adversaries he faced only grew stronger, rendering his current abilities seemingly ineffective, igniting within him an unprecedented desire for advancement. Chapter 43. Gu Muqing unexpectedly, the following day passed without incident, and not just that day. The subsequent days were remarkably tranquil, as if the assassination attempt had never occurred. Life continued as usual, devoid of any significant changes. On the eve of the new year, the capital bustled with activity. As merchants swarmed to purchase festive goods, the entire city resembling a boiling cauldron, teeming with people, a carriage trailed by dozens of fine steeds entered the city through the west gate, with numerous men clad in green, swords strapped to their backs, firmly holding the reins. Upon entering the city, the crowd was so dense that they had to dismount and lead their horses alongside the carriage. Approaching the Liao River, the carriage veered right towards the residence of the Jinyiwei. In just a moment, they arrived at the imposing gates. The carriage driver leaped down, courteously addressing the Jinyiwei stationed at the entrance. Esteemed officials, my master seeks an audience with Commander Tang. I kindly request you relay the message. He then presented a letter of introduction. The Jinyiwei scrutinized him, then surveyed the carriage and the group of men in green, concluding they were no insignificant figures. Accepting the letter, one of them replied, "Very well, please wait here." With that, he exchanged a glance with his comrades and entered the gates. The remaining Jinyiwei, receiving the signal, no longer bore the fierce demeanor with which they had previously treated the newcomers. Instead, observing them with impassive expressions, the carriage driver remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the announcement. Tang Jiu sat in the main hall, examining the letter of introduction in his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "I did not expect it would take so long for them to arrive. Allow them entry." The Jinyiwei messenger nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he informed the carriage driver, "Commander Tang invites your master inside. The others may stand back and wait." The driver nodded in gratitude and whispered a few words to the carriage, seemingly receiving a response. He then retrieved a long bench and placed it beside the carriage's edge. Carefully lifting the ornate curtain of the vehicle, a young maiden stepped down from the carriage, using the bench as a foothold. The girl was slender, with an oval face, complexion as smooth as white jade, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, an ethereal beauty. Her only flaw was her slightly shorter stature, lacking the elongated elegance typical of the northern women. After stepping down, she nodded to the driver and gracefully entered the gates of the commander's residence. The driver and the men in green retreated as they were scrutinized by the fierce gazes of the Jinyiwei at the entrance. "Miss Gu Muqing wishes to see Lord Tang I in the hall." The young maiden performed a respectful greeting to Tang Jiu, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Tang Jiu stroked his chin, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he inquired, "What business do you have with this official?" Gu Muqing smiled brightly as she replied, "Lord Tang, a steward from my household went missing a few days ago after visiting the commander's residence. I wonder if you have seen him?" Tang Jiu chuckled derisively at her words, his gaze piercing into her as he coldly retorted, "I have yet to seek you out, and you dare to come knocking at my door? Are you not afraid that I might imprison your entire family?" Gu Muqing, calm and composed, took a seat on a nearby chair, her smiling face briefly revealing a hint of sarcasm. "Lord Tang, I believe it is you who has misjudged the situation. My family sent someone to invite you to a banquet, yet he vanished within your commander's residence. Is it not reasonable for us to inquire about his whereabouts? Furthermore, it seems your Jinyiwei's gates are not so formidable to enter. Are they?" Tang Jiu regarded this seemingly foolish girl with incredulity, pondering the audacity that allowed her to come to the Jinyiwei's stronghold in search of a person, specifically the assassin who sought to kill him. Utterly oblivious to the gravity of her actions. "Enough. Bring forth the mastermind behind the attempt on my life." Tang Jiu had initially intended to converse further with the girl, but decided that engaging with someone so naive as to be oblivious to their own peril was unnecessary. He swiftly concluded the matter. Several lieutenants entered the hall, intending to bind her with chains, but Tang Jiu intervened. Despite her foolishness, the Gu family still warranted a measure of respect. The girl was taken aback by Tang Jiu's abrupt decision to apprehend her. Her composure faltering as she exclaimed, "Tang Jiu, I am a young lady of the Gu family. How dare you lay hands on me?" Tang Jiu, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the lieutenants to take her away. The lieutenants looped chains around her waist and seized her arms, dragging her away despite her struggles and cries for help, which fell on deaf ears. Before long, Gu Muqing found herself at the entrance of the Jinyiwei, bound and prepared for transport to the prison. The carriage driver, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, shouting, "Halt!" His speed revealed him to be no ordinary man, as he swiftly approached the entrance. The guarding Jinyiwei had drawn their swords, glaring menacingly at him. "Esteemed officials, may I inquire what offense my lady has committed to warrant such treatment?" The lieutenant escorting Gu Muqing remained silent, coldly retorting, "Leave now, or you too shall find yourself imprisoned." The driver attempted to plead further, but the unwavering stare of the Jinyiwei surrounding him left him with no choice. Though he could overpower these Jinyiwei, he dared not act, knowing that any aggression would endanger both himself and the lady he sought to protect. Gu Muqing, her hands bound and mouth gagged, her hair disheveled and eyes brimming with tears, fervently shook her head and nodded in a desperate plea towards the driver. The lieutenant pulled her roughly, nearly causing her to stumble. She was unceremoniously placed in the prison cart, destined for the Jinyiwei's jail. Seeing this, the driver could do nothing but signal the approaching men in green to retreat. Back in the main hall, Tang Jiu remained seated, when Yuan Gu sauntered in leisurely, a peculiar smile on his face as he remarked, "Have you witnessed the spectacle?" Tang Jiu, with a resigned nod, remained silent. This band of individuals, squandering the legacy of their ancestors without a thought, has long since lost their wits. I find it astonishing that someone from a prominent family like the Gu clan could be so naive. There are countless individuals more foolish than they. You simply have not encountered them yet. Beyond their ancestral shadows, they possess nothing of worth. Yuan Gu chuckled derisively, leisurely opening his mouth, his tone laced with palpable disdain. As if recalling something utterly ludicrous, however, the young lady of the Gu family was not to be harmed. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly stir up chaos. Tang Jiu's lips curved into a faint smile as he casually remarked, "I understand we have not killed her. She is merely confined. I intend to use her to lure out more individuals, so how could I possibly bring myself to kill her? Very well, then I shall take my leave. You may remain here by yourself." Yuan Gu had never regarded Tang Jiu as a superior. He always approached him with a languid demeanor, his hands casually tucked into his sleeves as he ambled out of the main hall. Chapter 44. The Annihilation of the Gu Family. The stars twinkled, the night breeze was crisp and chilly. Tomorrow marked the New Year's Eve, and the Jinyiwei had already hung bright red lanterns in advance, dispelling the austere atmosphere of the past and infusing the place with a sense of festivity. Tang Jiu stood atop the Feng Tower of the Qinhu office, surveying the entire city, where joyous scenes unfolded everywhere. A footstep approached from behind him, but he remained oblivious. "Xiao Jiu, someone has arrived." Ever since Qini had been dispatched to the Zhaoyi prison by Tang Jiu, he had kept Yuan Gu by his side, as this fellow was perpetually idle and unengaged in serious matters. After a moment, Tang Jiu withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Who has come?" "The second son of the Gu family." Tang Jiu's eyelids twitched. and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. These wretched nobility truly believe themselves to be significant figures. Who dares to provoke the Jinyiwei's authority? And, not seeing him, Tang Jiu had heard of the Gu family's second son, a mere bookworm who had shown little interest in martial pursuits since childhood, preferring to seclude himself in his chamber with literature for decades, remaining unmarried and childless. His standing within the Gu family was neither high nor low, rendering him somewhat dispensable. The Gu family had first sent a foolish and laughable young lady to demand a person, and now sent this bookish fellow. It seemed the Jinyiwei was indeed underestimated. Furthermore, issue a command. All Jinyiwei of the Qianhu office must gather at the training grounds within half an hour. Latecomers shall face execution. Yuan Gu, with a smile in his eyes, uttered a casual approval before turning to descend the stairs. Soon, a signal arrow streaked across the night sky, bursting into a resounding explosion at its apex, the echoes resonating clearly throughout the city. A robust Jinyiwei had just removed his flying fish uniform and hung it on a rack when he heard the thunderous blast. Causing him to startle in a flurry, he hastily donned his uniform once more and rushed outside, disregarding the calls of his wife behind him. The entire city was stirred by the signal arrow, with countless Jinyiwei leaping over walls or sprinting along the ground, while some agile experts traversed the rooftops. Regardless of what they had been engaged in prior, even if they had been entangled with their partners, they had to rise immediately and head to the Qianhu office. Tang Jiu stood atop the Feng Tower, observing the chaotic scene unfolding in Liaoyang Prefecture, a hint of a manic cold smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Approaching half an hour later, Tang Jiu slowly descended the stairs and entered the training grounds. The area was adorned with countless large red lanterns, casting a warm glow that illuminated the Jinyiwei, their figures appearing almost blood-red in the dim light. Yuan Gu stood there somewhat lazily, offering a perfunctory salute. "Why, Lord, everyone has gathered. No one is late." Tang Jiu nodded slightly, lifting his gazed eye in the training grounds. Nearly 1,000 Jinyiwei clad in flying fish uniforms, with embroidered spring blades at their waists, stood solemnly in formation. Some Jinyiwei had light crossbows slung at their thighs, while others bore spiked chains. Tang Jiu spoke coldly. "A few days prior, someone infiltrated the Qianhu office to assassinate this official. I have summoned you all here to apprehend the mastermind behind this treachery. The Gu family of Chaoyang County dares to collude with the traitorous Tianguan alliance and conspire against me. I shall ensure that not a single member of the Gu family remains unscathed. Do you all understand?" As Tang Jiu's words fell, the Jinyiwei in the training grounds were filled with a mix of shock and fury. They were outraged that anyone would dare to provoke the authority of the Jinyiwei, especially against a legitimate officer of the Qianhu office. It was nothing short of audacious. They were astonished by the audacity of the Gu family. The Gu family had stood tall in Liaoyang Prefecture for a century, a prominent family within the Diyu dynasty. A century ago, the matriarch of the Gu family had been a close confidant of the empress, assisting in nurturing the empress's newborn son during a time of need. Later, as the prince ascended the throne, he held a deep affection for his wet nurse, extending favor to the Gu family as a result. Over the years, the family had grown increasingly powerful, ultimately becoming a force to be reckoned with in the Diyu dynasty. Now, the Gu family dared to assassinate a high-ranking official of the court, especially a Jinyiwei Qianhu known for their ruthlessness. All subordinates, heed the command. The air was thick with a murderous intent, for as Jinyiwei, it was unforgivable for anyone to dare assassinate their superior. Set forth. Outside the gates, strong men had already prepared swift steeds, and all Jinyiwei mounted their horses. Apart from the sounds of neighing steeds and clashing weapons, there was no superfluous noise. The winter winds howled mercilessly in Liaoyang, an unending cacophony. Once Tang Jiu mounted his horse and rode out, all Jinyiwei followed in a frenzied dash. As they passed through the city gate, 100-man commander shouted, "Jinyiwei on official business. Open the city gates at once." The previously languid guards, warming themselves by the fire, heard the sound of countless hooves approaching and dared not impede them, swiftly swinging the gates wide open. Only after all the Jinyiwei had galloped out did the guards wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Once the Jinyiwei exited the city, all the government offices within the capital descended into chaos. Even half an hour prior, the signal arrow had soared into the sky, and they had sensed something amiss. With the New Year's Eve approaching, the sudden firing of a signal arrow that had not been seen for years sent shivers down their spines. Before the Jinyiwei emerged, they had all fervently hoped that the commotion was not directed at them. Cowering in corners like frightened quails. Once they were out of the city, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as those harbingers of death were not targeting them, it was enough. At the Grand Commander's office, the same dimly lit chamber echoed with the presence of the elderly man in a python robe and a middle-aged man in black. My lord, the Jinyiwei have exited the city. Well, now we shall see if this young Master Tang possesses any skills that warrant my respect, my lord. He is merely a Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, easily extinguished with a wave of the hand. Why bother? What do you know? The elderly man in the python robe bellowed, interrupting the black-clad man's words, forcing him to bow before the ground, repeatedly knocking his head until blood began to surface, revealing the severity of his blows. Please, my lord, spare me, spare me. Enough. Rise, in the future. Mind your own business and refrain from unnecessary comments. You may leave. After the black-clad man expressed his gratitude and cautiously exited the room, he pulled out a silk handkerchief to wipe the blood that had dripped down to his chin. Once the black-clad man left, the elderly man in the python robe could no longer suppress his cough. Cough, 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 cough. The old man erupted into a fit of violent coughing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a hand that brushed against his python robe. Emperor Yu, what exactly do you intend to achieve? With such a grand scheme, I cannot believe it is merely to deal with them. After speaking, the old man's eyes grew somewhat dazed, his breath faint, as if he had reached the brink of death. Devoid of the imposing presence he had previously held before the black-clad man. However, in an instant, that sensation dissipated without a trace. Chapter 45. The Jinyiwei is the law. Chaoyang County lies south of Liaoyang Prefecture. Approximately 200 miles apart, Tang Jiu led his subordinates on a swift journey, not pausing until they arrived at Chaoyang County the following afternoon. Chaoyang County, similar in size to Tang Jiu's hometown of Wuyang County, ranks moderately in scale among the various county cities in Liaodong. The Jinyiwei had already sent an advance team to secure the city gates, allowing nearly 1,000 of them to enter the city without hindrance. On this New Year's Eve, there were few people on the streets, and very few shops were open for business. Regardless of their family circumstances, most were preparing to celebrate the new year at home. Many having sought the help of nearby scholars to write spring festival couplets to hang on either side of their doors for good fortune. Thus, Tang Jiu and his subordinates needed not slow their pace. Upon entering the city, they continued to gallop forward. The Gu family was located in the southern part of Chaoyang County, covering an extensive area, much larger than the Jinyiwei's Qianhu office, a testament to the Gu family's influence in Chaoyang County. At the Gu family's entrance, several young servants stood at the door under the lead of a steward, sneering at the wealthy patrons and various minor officials who came to pay their respects with gifts. On this New Year's Eve, the Gu family does not entertain guests. You are all requested to leave. The steward, with an air of arrogance, stood atop the steps, looking down at the bowing guests without any intention of inviting them inside. After exchanging glances, a plump middle-aged merchant stepped forward and quietly said, "Steward Zhang, we have traveled from a remote county town just to pay our respects to the old master before the new year. We would appreciate it if you could inform him." "Humph." Steward Zhang scoffed, saying, "Leave your gifts and you may return. You think you can meet the old master? Not to mention you, even if the county magistrate were to arrive. He would have to wait in line." The merchant cast a fleeting glance at his companions, who all bore expressions of bitterness. With a resigned nod in their direction, he prepared to place the gifts into the gatekeeper's hands at the Gu residence. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, growing louder with each passing moment. The crowd turned their heads in unison, only to behold a throng of men clad in black galloping towards the Gu Manor from the end of East Street. The distance was too great for a clear view, but as they drew nearer, the steward seemed to discern something alarming. Hastily turning to flee into the manor, he stumbled over the imposing threshold, disregarding the dust that marred his new garments, and continued to stagger inside, shouting frantically. Once the steward had disappeared, the merchants and scattered officials at the entrance finally recognized the truth. A multitude of imperial guards, led by several silver-clad figures, was charging forth. A striking figure in a crimson flying fish robe led the charge, standing out vividly against the silvery backdrop. The realization dawned upon the onlookers that a grave incident was unfolding. The only target ahead was the Gu family, without a shadow of doubt. The astute merchants quickly reclaimed the gifts they intended to leave behind and sought refuge in a corner, hoping to remain unnoticed by these harbingers of death. Meanwhile, the scattered officials turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They wished to hide like the merchants but lacked the courage, instead standing obediently at the threshold. Surround the Gu residence. Not a single fly or mosquito is to escape. A thunderous command resonated from within the ranks of the Imperial Guards, laced with icy menace. Instantly, nearly 1,000 guards split into groups, galloping towards the walls of the Gu manor, their embroidered spring knives drawn, and light crossbows readied in hand. Tang Jiu pulled the reins of his horse to a halt before the Gu residence, ignoring the merchants and officials, and casting his gaze upon the plaque bestowed by the late emperor. A cold, bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face. The Imperial Guards are here to enforce justice. The Gu family has assassinated a court official, plotting treason. All extraneous personnel retreat. A burly officer behind Tang Jiu bellowed, his voice reverberating, causing the nearby merchants and officials to shudder in fear. Fortunately, upon hearing the last command, they understood it did not concern them and, trembling, scurried away against the walls. Several young servants from the Gu family had already knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads, losing all semblance of dignity before the merchants. With a wave of his hand, Tang Jiu signaled to the many captains behind him, who, with their subordinates, executed a few of the young servants before storming into the Gu residence. The 10 officers remained mounted, their faces mirroring Tang Jiu's cold ruthlessness. As the Imperial Guards surged into the Gu manor, the sounds of shouting and pleas for mercy soon echoed from within. When the clamor gradually subsided, Tang Jiu dismounted and strode into the manor. The expansive Gu residence was now littered with bodies clad in blue, blood splattered everywhere. Upon reaching the main hall, his gaze fell upon an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Seated in the principal position, his excessive rage caused his body to tremble slightly. Though the Imperial Guards have no law, how dare you come to the Gu residence and wreak havoc? Law? Tang Jiu scoffed, casting a derisive glance at him. You speak of law to me? Let me enlighten you. The Imperial Guards are the law. You, the elder stammered, pointing a trembling hand at Tang Jiu, unable to articulate his words. Where are your skilled fighters? You managed to send a third-rank expert to assassinate me. Yet this is all you have. Tang Jiu surveyed the Gu family members flanking the hall, then gestured towards the corpses outside. Speaking with a hint of amusement, You dare slander the Gu family? The elder slammed his palm on the table, rising in fury. You wish to annihilate the Gu family, and yet, cough, cough. His words were cut short as he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. Tang Jiu smiled, looking at him with curiosity. It appears you are still unaware. How intriguing! The elder finally comprehended, casting a sharp glance at his descendants, angrily demanding, You wretches, what on earth has transpired? A middle-aged man, resembling the elder, in splendid attire spoke nervously, Father, it's Mu Qing. The elder collapsed back into his seat, trembling as he pointed at the middle-aged man, attempting to speak but unable to produce a sound. Eventually succumbing to unconsciousness, several individuals rushed forward to assist him, one pressing on his acupuncture point. Tang Jiu, disinterested in further discourse, coldly commanded, Arrest every single person from the Gu residence. You dare! You dare! The entire Gu family glared at him, shouting in outrage. Accustomed to wielding power, they had never encountered such a scene. Now, these hounds of the court sought to capture every member of the Gu family, an affront they could hardly fathom. These foolish Gu family members, despite the numerous corpses outside, remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. No wonder they had met such a fate. Stop! Stop! The elder at the head of the table was stirring back to consciousness. Straining to utter a barely audible plea, he pushed away those supporting him and feebly addressed Tang Jiu. Sir, the Gu family has erred. We surrender unconditionally, begging for mercy for our descendants. Tang Jiu regarded the fading elder with a cold laugh. Had I known this day would come, why act thus in the first place? He then turned and walked out of the main hall, no longer glancing back at the elder whose face was etched with desperation. Chapter 46. Zhao Xiling. Jinyiwei Mountain. After exiting, Tang Jiu did not venture far, taking an interest in the arrangements within the Gu family garden, seemingly oblivious to the corpses littering the ground and the sounds of slaughter emanating from within. "Sir, save me!" Suddenly, a piercing cry for help pierced through the chaos. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiu hesitated not. His gaze turned cold as he vanished from his position, darting back into the main hall, where he discovered a stout officer lying on the ground, clutching his neck and emitting agonized cries. "Useless!" Tang Jiu cursed, then called out to Yuan Gu, who was grappling with an elderly man in blue. "Little Yuan, stand aside." Yuan Gu, barely holding on, sighed in relief upon hearing the command, then swung his blade to clash with the long sword in the elderly man's hand, using the momentum to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Jiu entered the fray, the embroidered spring knife appearing in his hand without a sound. He struck at the elderly man with a speed and ferocity that was astonishing, leaving onlookers only able to catch a glimpse of the flashing blade, utterly unaware of its origin or destination. A flicker of surprise flashed in the elderly man's eyes, but he was not daunted. Instead, he lunged forward, meeting Tang Jiu's blade with his own. His speed surpassed even that of Tang Jiu by a hair's breadth. The long sword in his hand twisted like a serpent, darting towards Tang Jiu's throat as he narrowly evaded the strike. However, in the process, Tang Jiu inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the embroidered spring knife to clatter to the ground. In that fleeting moment, as the knife fell, Tang Jiu's right hand shot forth, fingers curling to seize the elderly man's sword-wielding hand. Before the elder could react, Tang Jiu gripped his wrist, swiftly pressing several pressure points. The elderly man's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a metallic clang. He clutched his wrist in alarm, retreating 3 paces to stand at a distance of 3 zhong. Bewildered. "You? What are you doing?" "Humph. I intended to spare your Gu family a bloodline, yet you dare resist arrest, even harming a court official. Truly, you know not the meaning of death." Tang Jiu had sensed that this elder possessed skills of the 2nd rank and was adept in close-quarters combat. Thus, he had relinquished the embroidered spring knife, opting to disarm the elderly man barehanded. With this tactic, he firmly held the advantage. In recent times, Tang Jiu had trained diligently, eradicating the residual effects of the medicinal pills he had consumed. Thus, at the 3rd rank, he considered himself invincible. Now, with a 2nd-rank expert delivered to him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Given his prowess, dispatching an aging, frail 2nd-rank expert like the elderly man was not a matter of mere convenience, but rather a task within his capability. "Humph! You Imperial Guards are indiscriminately slaying the innocent. The Gu family has already surrendered, yet you still seek to annihilate us," the elderly man bellowed, his hair and beard swirling in the wind, his entire being radiating a fierce aura that swept through the hall. Tang Jiu stared at the elder, momentarily taken aback. "You are not from the Gu family?" The elder retorted angrily. "I am Zhao Xiling from Jinyiwei Mountain, invited by the Gu family to celebrate the new year. I never anticipated encountering you court hounds." Jinyiwei Mountain? Tang Jiu had never heard of this name before. It must be a local sect in Liaoyang Prefecture. He likely wasn't too formidable, or else he, as a member of the Imperial Guards in Liaodong, would have been aware of it. Casting a glance at Yuan Gu, who merely nodded without speaking, Tang Jiu returned his attention to the elderly man. "With just your words calling us court hounds, Jinyiwei Mountain has already lost its right to exist. Once I capture you and extinguish the Gu family, your Jinyiwei Mountain shall be next." Since Yuan Gu had nodded, it indicated that Jinyiwei Mountain was of no consequence to the Imperial Guards. Thus, eliminating it would count as a significant achievement, augmenting his reputation for righteousness. How outrageous! Zhao Xiling grew increasingly enraged, disregarding his incapacitated right arm, as he struck out with his left hand towards Tang Jiu. Observing the severely injured Zhao Xiling, Tang Jiu exhibited a hint of disdain, effortlessly evading the attack with a swift sidestep. He then hooked his foot around the fallen Shochuan knife, retrieving it with ease, before turning and delivering a vicious slash that struck Zhao Xiling in the back, Instantly, a long gash tore through the elegant green attire, exposing the flesh beneath, which began to ooze blood. Zhao Xiling staggered from the blow but, in a fit of rage, attempted another attack on Tang Jiu, completely oblivious to his own injuries and consumed by fury. Tang Jiu, unrelenting, offered no mercy. Facing the senseless Zhao Xiling posed little challenge. He deftly avoided the palm strike, twirled the Sichuan knife in his hand to reverse his grip, and then forcefully thrust it forward. Zhao Xiling's hand was still poised to strike, yet his body remained immobile. A line of blood began to seep from his throat, gradually expanding. In shock, Zhao Xiling instinctively lowered his head to examine the wound, only to see blood gushing forth from his chin. Tang Jiu sheathed the unblemished Sichuan knife and exited the main hall. As soon as he stepped out, Zhao Xiling collapsed with a thud, blood continuing to spray from his wound. Yuan Gu called out, "Kill," and subsequently raised his uniquely slender Sichuan knife. Apart from the fallen, robust 100 households, the remaining individuals also brandished their blades, showing no mercy to the esteemed Gu family. Tang Jiu made his way to the garden, settling on a stone bench in the central pavilion. Pondering the system, upon reviewing his data, he noted a significant increase, though he still lacked a slight edge to break through to the second tier. Previously, after advancing to the third tier, he had only a surplus of just over 100 points. Following the slaying of a prison warden with only 6th tier strength, he gained a mere 200 points, hardly noteworthy. However, after dispatching a 3rd tier assassin from the Gu family, he received a generous reward of 2,330 points. Now, having just killed Zhao Xiling, he had garnered 4,730 points, leaving him only a step away from becoming a 2nd tier martial artist. Remarkably, within less than half a month of arriving in Liaoyang Prefecture, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, a cause for celebration given the increasing strength of his adversaries, which had begun to outpace him. Achieving this breakthrough would be akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Next, there was the matter of Zhao Xiling's mention of Qinyo Mountain, audaciously declaring the Jinyiwei as the court's hounds. If they did not eradicate such defiance, what dignity would remain for the Jinyiwei? It was clear they would not hesitate to eliminate any dissenters. Regardless of one's martial prowess or the number of disciples backing them, all would find themselves at the mercy of the Sichuan knife. As the cries of battle and screams of the fallen subsided, dusk settled in, the sun nearing the horizon. The once mighty Gu residence, which had towered over the entirety of Dayu for a century, was now reduced to ashes. The garden, main hall, and back rooms of the Gu estate were littered with corpses. Had it not been for the frigid winter air, the stench of blood from so many slain would have permeated the entire city. "My lord!" 100 household approached Tang Jiu, clasping his fists in a bow. "The rebel Gu family, numbering 327 souls, has been slain." The injured Wu Baihu reported that while he and a few brothers bore light wounds, none were in dire straits. After an afternoon of slaughter, the air was thick with the aura of death, their garments stained with blood. Yet, he paid it no mind. A savage thrill still danced upon his countenance. "Well done," Tang Jiu nodded. "Since the task is complete, gather the men and accompany me to Qinyo Mountain." The 100 household hesitated momentarily, then voiced, "My lord, the assets of the Gu residence have been preliminarily assessed to be worth several million taels. Should we not?" Tang Jiu, indifferent to wealth, having ample riches of his own, dismissed the thought. "Leave a contingent behind to secure the valuables for the Qinhu office. We shall discuss rewards upon our return." The 100 households' excitement was palpable. "Yes, my lord." Tang Jiu smiled faintly, understanding the motivations of his subordinates. Though the Jinyiwei's salaries were somewhat superior to those of other offices, they were all martial artists with substantial cultivation expenses, compounded by familial responsibilities. Most had little savings, so the prospect of acquiring such wealth was exhilarating for them. A quarter of an hour later, aside from the team left to gather the Gu family's assets, the remaining Jinyiwei mounted their steeds and galloped towards the outskirts of the city. Darkness enveloped the sky as the citizens of Chaoyang County ignited fireworks and firecrackers in celebration before dinner. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the night, resonating with the cacophony of explosions, casting fleeting shadows across the county. Tang Jiu harbored no interest in the fireworks. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the sanguine spectacle that awaited him at Jinyiwei Mountain, where those who dared to openly deride the Jinyiwei would soon meet their demise. Even with a diminished contingent, none would perceive a reduction in the Jinyiwei's imposing presence. They remained formidable and lethal. After concluding matters at the Gu estate, Yuan Gu had informed Tangzhou about Jinyiwei Mountain, a faction of notable strength within Liaoyang Prefecture, having established itself in the northern territories for nearly a century. Following the expulsion of the Wei clan by the first Wang of Wuwei, the court mandated the relocation of numerous citizens to the northern borders, accompanied by various sects seeking refuge from their previous hardships in the Central Plains. Through nearly a century of development, bolstered by the Gu family's support, Jinyiwei Mountain had grown to its current stature. Zhao Xiling, as the vice-master of Jinyiwei Mountain, had been stationed at the Gu residence to safeguard it. The middle-aged man who attempted to assassinate him likely hailed from this very faction. Otherwise, the earlier battle at the Gu estate would have unfolded quite differently. Jinyiwei Mountain lay within Chaoyang County, a mere few dozen miles from the county seat, easily traversable on horseback. Approaching, Tangzhou spotted a modest mountain ahead, its summit aglow with lights. Illuminated by these flames, he discerned a vast courtyard resembling a miniature fortress perched atop the peak. At the mountain's base, a couple of faint lights marked a reception pavilion where two disciples in green occasionally tended to a fire, stoking it to maintain warmth. A disciple, around 15 or 16, turned to his slightly older companion, saying, "Zhou Shixiang, when do you think someone will come to relieve us? I want to return to the mountain for some meat." The older disciple chuckled, "Just wait a bit longer. Your Song Shixiang and the others will be back soon." The younger disciple fell silent, lost in thought, before hesitantly asking, "Zhou Shixiang, do you hear something?" Zhou Shixiang, initially dismissive, replied, "What could it be? It's probably just fireworks from the mountain." "No, it sounds like cavalry. I once heard it back home. It's that sound." "What cavalry? This is Chaoyang County, and we are Jinyiwei Mountain." Zhou Shixiang was still unconcerned, but midway through his sentence, he suddenly focused intently. He abruptly looked up to see a large group of firelights soaring through the night sky towards their direction, flickering ominously. As he squinted, he discerned numerous torch-bearing cavalrymen surging towards them at astonishing speed. 2 arrows whistled through the night and pierced the throats of the 2 disciples before they could react, vanishing into the darkness. Zhou Shixiang and the younger disciple's fading consciousness urged them to flee up the mountain, but before they could rise, they collapsed to the ground. Tangzhou arrived at the reception pavilion, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies, and coldly declared, "The bandits of Jinyiwei Mountain have attacked the Jinyiwei. Colluding with the rebel Gu family and plotting treason. Jinyiwei, heed my command. Leave not a single soul from Jinyiwei Mountain." His words dripped with lethal intent. With a single command, nearly 1,000 Jinyiwei, led by several hundred households, charged towards the brightly lit courtyard atop the mountain. Tangzhou dismounted, kicking the 2 corpses aside before settling beside the fire to enjoy its warmth. Soon, the Jinyiwei reached the mountaintop, with Yuan Gu leading the charge. Cleaving the grand door in 2, the door splintered, shards flying, revealing the shadowy interior. "Kill!" A thunderous roar echoed. Countless Jinyiwei surged through the shattered entrance, drawing their Shochuan knives as they ran. The glint of their cold blades reflected the ferocity of their faces. Some Jinyiwei armed with crossbows took positions along the courtyard walls. Any who dared to scale the walls would be met with a hail of deadly bolts. Tangzhou rose leisurely, making his way up the mountain. The pitch-black night did little to hinder his vision, and he surveyed his surroundings with interest. Gone were the verdant splendors of summer. Instead, stark pines and cypresses stood sentinel along the path. Jinyiwei Mountain was not particularly high, and despite the estate's location at its summit, it took but a moment to reach the entrance. Gazing at the shattered door and listening to the cacophony of battle within, Tangzhou stepped over the debris and entered this century-old sect in Liaodong. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails, the resounding shouts of the Jinyiwei and the chilling sound of the Shochuan blades slicing through flesh echoing in Tangzhou's ears. With an expression devoid of emotion, he navigated through the chaos of combat, the surrounding carnage seemingly unnoticed, as he made his slow approach toward the grand hall of Jinyiwei Mountain. His body swayed languidly, evading the thrusts of long swords without counterattacking, only to be swiftly dispatched by his own subordinates of the Jinyiwei in the courtyard hall of Qingyou Mountain. The sect leader Zhao Ziqing sat regally at the head of the table. Observing his disciples joyfully toasting one another, their spirits high, he could not help but nod in satisfaction, recalling the recent news from the Gu family that brought him inner delight. Undoubtedly, in the future, the Liaoyang prefecture, and indeed all martial sects in the entire Liaodong, would look to Qingyou Mountain for guidance. With this thought, he burst into hearty laughter, raising his wine cup and downing its contents in one gulp, exclaiming, "What a delight!" Suddenly, a clamor erupted from outside the hall. Zhao Ziqing turned to one of his disciples, instructing, "Go outside and see what is amiss. Tell the disciples to drink less and avoid causing trouble." The disciple obeyed, but barely had he stepped outside when he rushed back in, shouting, Sect leader, there are many Jinyiwei attacking from outside." The disciple's eyes were wide with terror, his words tumbling out in a stammer. As his voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. All disciples stared in shock at their comrade. Initially believing it to be mere drunken revelry, Zhao Ziqing abruptly stood, bellowing, "Everyone, follow me." Finally roused, the disciples quickly followed Zhao Ziqing out of the hall. As they emerged, they were met with a scene that filled him with fury. Hundreds of Jinyiwei were mercilessly slaughtering the disciples outside. Zhao Ziqing's heart ignited with rage as he shouted. "Cease this at once," however. His commanding voice fell on deaf ears. Save for the Qingyou disciples, the Jinyiwei showed no sign of stopping their deadly work. Observing this, Zhao Ziqing prepared to charge forward, but was blocked by a young 100-man officer clad in silver flying fish attire. With a lazy grin, the officer said, "You can't go past. Stay put." Fuming, Zhao Ziqing retorted, "You Jinyiwei dare to intrude upon Qingyou Mountain and slaughter my disciples? You have no respect for the law." The young officer, Yuan Gu, scoffed at this, offering no response as he stood firm before him. "Law? Do you think you are worthy to speak of the law with me?" A clear, resonant voice cut through the air from outside. Zhao Ziqing looked up to see a striking young man in a crimson flying fish outfit striding into the hall. "Who are you?" "This is Lord Tangjio, the Qianhu of the Liaoyang Jinyiwei." Yuan Gu interjected. You are the new Lord Tang." Zhao Ziqing's expression shifted dramatically, first to fear, then to rage, and ultimately to a pallid shade of dread. "Kill." Tangjio had no interest in conversing. To him, these martial rabble were inconsequential, unworthy of explanation. The disciples of Qingyou Mountain, having regained their senses, instinctively seized their swords and recklessly charged at the Jinyiwei who were engaged in slaughter. Yet, the Jinyiwei excelled in group combat and practiced coordinated techniques. The panicked disciples of Qingyou were no match for them in a brief span. They were cut down in mass. Zhao Ziqing, stunned, wished to intervene but dared not, his eyes straining as he witnessed his disciples being mercilessly slaughtered. "I presume you have no further words, so I shall send you on your way." Tangju focused solely on Zhao Ziqing, slowly drawing his Shochuan blade and positioning it before him. "Tang, Lord Tang." Zhao Ziqing, seeing the blade drawn, was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his face, utterly lacking the imposing demeanor expected of a sect leader. Alas, Tangjia's interest waned. He had not anticipated that the leader of Qingyou Mountain would display less fortitude than the disciples engaged in battle. A second-grade master, who was among the most formidable figures in the entire Liaodong martial world, now appeared utterly disgraceful. Enough of this. Let us conclude swiftly. Tangjiu sighed inwardly and lunged forward with his blade. Zhao Ziqing, unwilling to confront him, retreated hastily, finding himself back in the already desolate hall. The space was a wreck, tables and chairs strewn about amid the remnants of their feast. Then, a gust of wind swept through, slamming the hall's door shut, leaving only the sound of muffled chaos within. Yet soon, the noise faded, and the door remained resolutely closed. It was not until Yuan Guo and the others had dispatched all the disciples of Qingyou Mountain that any sign of the door opening emerged. The others dared not disturb Tangjio, however. Yuan Guo felt no such hesitation. Despite believing Zhao Ziqing no match for Tangjio, he prepared to push the door open and see for himself. Suddenly, a tremendous aura surged from within the hall, shaking the doors and windows with a creaking sound. The bloody Jinyiwei outside, whether 100-man officers or flag officers, were struck with alarm, as the pressure intensified. Their astonishment deepened, many casting longing glances at the tightly shut door, pondering when they might attain such power themselves. They grew increasingly curious about the extent of their lord's prowess. Did it surpass that of Lord Lu Muchuan? Regardless, this Lord Tang's strength could undoubtedly dominate the entire Liaoyang prefecture. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. The aura within the hall suddenly dissipated, and all eyes turned toward the door. Soon, it creaked open, revealing Tang Jiu, impeccably dressed and composed, emerging as if nothing had changed, save for an even more formidable presence than before. The lieutenants felt little impact, but the 100-man officers and flag officers silently acknowledged. Indeed, he was a prodigy, capable of breaking through realms even amidst slaughter. They could hardly fathom that their assumptions were nearly reality. Tang Jiu's strength indeed grew through killing. Earlier, he had dispatched the terrified Zhao Ziqing with little exertion, only to receive a system prompt indicating his morality points were maxed out, allowing him to break through to a new realm. Best to achieve this breakthrough on the last day of the old year. After all, with the arrival of the morrow, he would be 18 years old. A 17-year-old second-grade master certainly bore more gravitas than an 18-year-old. He would greet the new year with a renewed visage. Thus, the events unfolded. My lord, the task has been accomplished. All of Jinyiwei Mountain has surrendered. Please give your orders. Very well. Let us return. There is no need to head back to the prefectural city today. We shall celebrate the new year at the Chaoyang 100-man station, returning to the city tomorrow. Prior to Tang Jiu's arrival in the city, he had dispatched men to secure the Chaoyang station, forbidding anyone from participating in today's events or entering or exiting. After all, Chaoyang was the Gu family's stronghold. Who could tell if there were spies among them? Now that all was concluded, the presence of spies mattered little. The 100-man station would be dealt with by Lu Muchuan later. The Jinyiwei received their orders, ignoring the corpses strewn about, instead gathering the wealth of Jinyiwei Mountain to take back with them. After a long night of labor, they certainly wouldn't leave their spoils to the Yamen. Chapter 49. The courtesan's grand prize at the Chaoyang 100-man station, Tang Jiu and his subordinates returned to the city deep into the night. The Jinyiwei, who should have been celebrating the new year at home, were now listless and anxious, having been trapped in the 100-man station since the afternoon, unable to enter or leave due to the sudden mobilization of the prefectural city Jinyiwei, which could only signify a major issue. Otherwise, such an order would not have come down, and they would have been done for. As Tang Jiu exited the 100-man station, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, no one made their way home. They exchanged glances with the other Jinyiwei who had been turned away, their eyes filled with questions, all pondering what had transpired. The Chaoyang prefect, who had been waiting outside, quietly approached, revealing the day's events in full. Before departing, it was not that he wished to enter the 100-man station. Rather, the Jinyiwei inside would not permit him entry, merely stating that the lord was tired and did not wish to see guests. Upon hearing the news, the Jinyiwei of Chaoyang Prefecture felt as though the sky had fallen. The news of the annihilation of the Gu family, the uncrowned king of Chaoyang County, struck them like a thunderclap, igniting panic among them. They hastily abandoned their conversations, vanishing in a flash from the entrance, each returning to their own homes to avoid any repercussions from this incident. Tang Jiu arranged for the cooks to prepare a variety of dishes and wines in the training grounds. For it was the new year, and although they couldn't return home, they must still celebrate with food and drink. Despite the frigid weather causing the food and wine to cool rapidly, even freeze, the excitement of the Jinyiwei could not be contained. Today's conquest of the Gu family and Jinyiwei Mountain yielded rewards surpassing years of salary, which rendered them oblivious to the cold. Tang Jiu, with a beaming smile, observed them, knowing that when his subordinates profited, they would fight fiercely for him. After today's exploits, he anticipated that no one would dare to deceive him in the future. Otherwise, should any mistakes occur, it would not require his intervention. The other benefiting Jinyiwei would ensure that the errant parties faced consequences. Watching them revel in laughter and song, Tang Jiu nibbled on a morsel before retreating to his quarters. A strong man brought him hot water, for after 2 days of toil and participation in 2 fierce battles, Tang Jiu indulged in a hot bath before retiring to bed. The following day, Tang Jiu, accompanied by Yuan Gu and others, returned to Liaoyang Prefecture, leaving a few hundred households behind to escort the confiscated goods at a leisurely pace. Upon entering Liaoyang City, the events of the previous day had already spread like wildfire among the populace. Many citizens, once the Jinyiwei had passed, cautiously whispered and pointed behind them. Upon returning to the Qinhu office, Tang Jiu granted his subordinates a short leave. Except for those on duty, the rest could return home to rest for a while. His subordinates, brimming with excitement, accepted their reward money. Those with families hurried home, while the singles quickly formed groups to visit the entertainment quarters. Tang Jiu also allowed himself a brief respite. Having just broken through to the second rank, he decided to take a moment to consolidate his cultivation and enhance his martial skills, which had lagged behind his cultivation progress. He resolved to explore the Jinyiwei armory for suitable martial techniques to bolster his physical prowess. For cultivation alone could only determine a person's minimum strength, while martial skills could elevate that threshold, even enabling one to battle beyond their rank. However, after thoroughly searching the armory, he found no profound martial techniques. Most were inferior to his current skill with the flowing blade, leading him to conclude that he should focus on perfecting the flowing blade instead, striving to attain its consummate state. From the year-end to the Lantern Festival, the prefecture remained unusually tranquil. Aside from the initial days when the populace discussed the Jinyiwei's extermination of the Gu family, there was little else to talk about. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Tang Jiu received a peculiar invitation for the annual Huakuei competition at Chufeng Tower. From Yuan Gu, the omniscient, he learned that Chufeng Tower had become the largest brothel in Liaoyang Prefecture precisely because of this annual event. All contestants for the title of Huakuei were courtesans who had never entertained guests before, groomed from a young age at Chufeng Tower, trained in various arts. They were often more accomplished in skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting than the daughters of noble families kept in seclusion. Tang Jiu found little interest in such affairs, but Yuan Gu, eager for excitement, insisted that he accompany him. After a moment's reflection, Tang Jiu decided it would be a fine opportunity to relax. Thus he acquiesced. As dusk approached, just when the hour for departure arrived, Yuan Gu donned his fox fur coat and hurried to Tang Jiu's room, urging him to hurry. Tang Jiu rose from his desk to join him, but was halted by Yuan Gu, who pointed at his Feiyu attire and exclaimed, "You can't wear that to have fun. Quickly change." With a hint of exasperation, Tang Jiu complied and changed into a flowing blue robe, ignoring Yuan Ji's insistence as he strolled leisurely towards Chufeng Tower. Previously, he had attended a welcoming banquet arranged by his subordinates at Chufeng Tower, but had left shortly after exchanging a few words, never having laid eyes on the dancers who had been prepared for him. This would be his first formal visit to the entertainment quarters since his arrival in this world, and he felt a flicker of anticipation within him. Having often read about the allure and entertainment of ancient brothels, he was eager to broaden his horizons this time. When Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu arrived at Chufeng Tower, although it was still early, a long line had already formed at the entrance. Curious, Yuan Gu stepped closer to see what was happening, then returned and whispered, "Did you bring money?" "Money?" Tang Jiu replied, somewhat puzzled. "What money? I've never been one to carry cash." Yuan Gu felt slightly embarrassed and clarified, "Not that, I have some, but it's not enough. I noticed at the entrance that today you need to bring at least 1,000 taels of silver to enter." "I didn't bring that much." Tang Jiu was taken aback by the mention of 1,000 taels of silver and inquired, how could it be so much? It seemed that due to the overwhelming number of attendees, a threshold had been established to manage the crowds. "Since that is the case, let us return," Tang Jiu said, feeling disheartened, as he had initially hoped to witness the grandeur of the ancient brothel. Yuan Gu appeared reluctant, yet there seemed no viable alternative. Returning to the Qinhu office for more money would surely compromise their dignity as a Jinyiwei 100 household and 1,000 household. With no other option, Yuan Gu nodded in resignation, preparing to leave. Just as they turned to depart, a tall, graceful woman in elegant attire, appearing in her early 20s, stepped out from Chufeng Tower and approached them. "Tang Darren, Yuan Darren, why do you linger outside without entering?" Her voice was as melodious as a lark, imbued with an almost imperceptible charm that made it pleasant to the ears. Chapter 50. The competition begins. Tang Jiu turned to face the smiling woman, whose delicate features resembled a peach blossom, her skin smooth as cream, and her lithe figure stood out remarkably in the crowd. Tang Darren, she continued, her tone still sweet yet undeniably alluring. Please come inside. We have prepared a special seat for you, as you are our esteemed guest tonight. With a graceful gesture of her hand, she invited them in. Tang Jiu exchanged a glance with the slightly excited Yuan Gu, nodded at the woman, and replied nonchalantly, "Lead the way." The woman smiled enchantingly, her figure swaying as she turned to enter Chufeng Tower, seemingly oblivious to the envious gazes of the men outside. As Tang Jiu navigated through the crowd, he too ignored the whispers and pointed fingers, striding confidently into Chufeng Tower. His previous visit had been brief, and he had not taken the time to truly appreciate the renowned den of iniquity in Liaoyang Prefecture. This time, under the woman's guidance, he stepped inside to find the hall already filled to capacity. Some elegantly dressed scholars sat drinking, feigning sophistication, while others, evidently wealthy, shouted boisterously, practically flaunting their wealth, as the woman wove through the crowd. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on her as if they wished to devour her with their gazes. Only a few scholars, torn between admiration and propriety, could not help but follow her with their eyes. A rotund man in luxurious robes rose from a side table and bellowed, "How much for that woman?" His lustful gaze fixated on her as he swallowed hard. The woman appeared unfazed by the outburst. Continuing to guide Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu, a servant approached the man, saying, "Sir, the Huakuei competition is about to commence. It would be wise to save your silver for that occasion." The servant's tone was humble and expertly balanced, neither overly flattering nor too distant, a clear sign of professional training. Ascending to the third floor with the woman, they paused at the door of a private room. The woman gently pushed the door open and turned to Tang Jiu, saying softly, "Tang Darren, please enter. This room has been specially prepared for you." With that, she walked away as if her only task had been to lead them, leaving without a moment's hesitation. Tang Jiu remained still as Yuan Gu stepped in first, soon exclaiming in awe, suggesting that the room was indeed lavish. Upon entering, Tang Jiu was struck by the vastness of the room compared to those he had previously occupied during banquets hosted by the hundreds. The walls adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings, the decorative pieces displayed in elegant latticework, were all crafted by renowned artisans. Even the silk drapery was of the finest southern Shu brocade and Su brocade. Simply the decor of this room could bankrupt the nouveau riche downstairs, let alone the entirety of Chufeng Tower. It was indeed a renowned den of pleasure in Liaoyang Prefecture and the entire region of Liaodong. Affirming its opulence, Tang Jiu passed through a screen, beyond which stood a grand door that was now ajar. As he approached and looked down, he found himself gazing over the entire hall. A brief glance to the side revealed several similar private rooms. Yet none offered a view as splendid as his own. In the open doorway, 2 chairs were positioned centrally, flanked by small tables on either side. Observing the softly glowing furniture before him, he mused silently that it was certainly no ordinary craftsmanship. It was not entirely surprising that Tang Jiu felt this way. Although his family was wealthy and had left him some memories of their affluence, he had never shown much interest in such luxuries prior to his journey here. After his arrival, he had not indulged in frivolities, thus his exposure to opulence remained limited. Settling into his seat, Yuan Gu took his place beside him, and the 2 men lounged, surveying the entire hall. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking echoed, and after a brief pause, the door was gently pushed open. Several maidservants entered in succession, each carrying a tray. They approached the 2 men, bowed slightly, and delicately placed the fruits, sweets, and brewed tea from their trays onto the tables without a sound of porcelain clattering. After another bow, they gracefully exited in an orderly fashion, their movements fluid and unhurried, conveying no hint of disrespect despite the absence of verbal communication. Tang Jiu lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, his eyes lighting up instantly as he exclaimed, "What exquisite tea!" He indulged in tea daily, often sampling the finest varieties, yet compared to this one, those were mere imitations. Beside him, Yuan Gu took a sip and proudly declared, "This is a century-old pu'er from the southern Yu region. It can only be found here in Liaodong, and not everyone is privileged enough to partake in it. Bringing you here for a leisurely outing was indeed a wise decision. This tea is merely an appetizer, with the main course yet to come." Tang Jiu smiled contentedly, choosing to remain silent, for this was an opportunity to unwind and savor the moment. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the sound of a gong resonated from below. Tang Jiu leaned forward to look, noticing that the grand door of the Chufeng Tower was closing, and the seats below were now filled to capacity. The adjacent private rooms also seemed to harbor a lively atmosphere, indicating that they had found their hosts. A figure clad in red appeared atop the high platform at the front of the hall, her hands resting gracefully before her as she gently pressed down, instantly silencing the crowd. The woman in the crimson robe appeared slightly older than the guide who had previously led Tang Jiu. Possessing a similar beauty but exuding a more enchanting and alluring aura, she parted her lips and spoke, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our annual courtesan competition at Chufeng Tower." Without further ado, she continued, "I presume you are not here to admire a woman who is aged and faded. Today, 3 unwed courtesans will participate in this contest, and the one who garners the highest bid shall become the courtesan of Chufeng Tower for the coming year." As her words concluded, the hall erupted in applause and cheers. Despite her age, the woman was far from the image of decline she had described. Rather, she possessed a mature allure, akin to a ripe kiwi, luscious and vibrant. With another gentle press of her hands, she announced, "Now, let us welcome our first courtesan, UD." With that, she gracefully descended from the platform. Following her descent, a woman dressed in a green gown, her head covered, ascended the platform with the assistance of a maidservant. A few attendants carried a table and a guqin, setting them up in the center of the stage. The veiled woman was seated upon a wooden stool, positioned before the guqin, yet she remained silent. Not lifting her veil. Chapter 51. 50,000 Taels. A gift for Lord Tang. After the veiled woman settled, the red-robed lady returned to the platform and stood before the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, "this is our first contender for the position of courtesan. It is now time for the first round, the unveiling of the veil. If anyone is curious about what UD looks like, now is the time to make your bids." With a light laugh, she beckoned to the audience. 500 taels. 1,000 taels. I bid 2,000 taels. No one should contest me. The participants, evidently seasoned attendees of the courtesan competition, wasted no time escalating their offers, while the private rooms on the second and third floors remained silent, leaving the first floor to vocally compete. Tang Jiu, however, observed the red-robed lady with a furrowed brow. Intrigued, Yuan Gu leaned over and whispered, "Have you noticed? Indeed, it seems to be a form of charm, and a formidable one at that. It appears Chufeng Tower is not as simple as it seems. Let it be. This matter does not concern us as long as they remain peaceful. It is best to turn a blind eye. We have enough enemies as it is, no need to provoke further issues." Chufeng Tower had operated in Liaoyang for many years without incident, and Tang Jiu preferred to refrain from intervention, especially given the multitude of existing adversaries. At this moment, the bidding had reached 4,500 taels. Although the pace had slowed, sporadic shouts still emerged. 5,000 taels. A clear, confident voice resonated from a second-floor private room. The red-robed lady immediately responded, "We now have a bid of 5,000 taels. Are there any further offers?" UD was meticulously selected from hundreds of women since childhood. "Do you not wish to unveil her veil yourself?" Her words dripped with seduction, akin to a siren's whisper, enticing these men to reach into their pockets. 5,005. "No, I bid 6,000 taels. Another voice from a second-floor room chimed in. 6,000 taels. "We have reached 6,000 taels. Are there any further bids?" UD has never seen a man. The first to unveil her veil will be the first man she encounters in her life. As soon as this was uttered, not only did the first-floor crowd respond, but many second-floor rooms also erupted into frenzied bidding, as if money were mere waste paper compared to the allure of the veiled woman. Tang Jiu observed the escalating seductive tones of the red-robed lady with a blank expression. Whether the veiled woman had ever encountered a man was uncertain, but he found the tactics of the red-robed lady quite enlightening. From the outset, she had gradually intensified the curiosity and desire of the audience, culminating in an issue of pride. Among those capable of spending in this venue, few would be unconcerned about their reputation. Once someone took the step to be the first to unveil the veil, they would have fodder for conversation for the entire year. 10,000 taels. A soft voice emerged from a private room on the third floor, separated from Tang Jiu by 2 doors. The tone was so indifferent that it seemed to disregard the life-changing sum of silver that ordinary people would toil for across generations. The utterance, though quiet, silenced the entire Chufeng Tower. The second-floor bidders ceased their calls, not solely due to the staggering figure, but also because of the identity associated with the third-floor room, compelling them to exercise caution. The first-floor patrons comprised ordinary wealthy individuals and scholars, while the second floor was reserved for those of some standing within Liaoyang. Only the third floor housed fewer than 10 individuals in the entire city who were deemed worthy of ascending. Thus, upon hearing a bid from the third floor, all fell silent, gazing towards the bidding room and then at the veiled woman, their eyes reflecting a mix of envy and frustration. The red-robed lady on the platform cast a glance towards the third-floor room. A flicker of regret crossing her features. 10,000 taels. If there are no further bids, I kindly ask this esteemed gentleman to descend and unveil the veil. After a moment, the third-floor room responded. No need. You may unveil it. Please proceed to the next round swiftly. The voice remained soft, devoid of any fluctuation, as if the 10,000 taels had merely been a means to hasten the conclusion of this farce. Indeed, a farce. For those of genuine stature, such matters were mere trifles, mirroring Tang Jiu's own sentiments. The appearance of the woman held no interest for him, nor did the price. He was simply seeking a respite and amusement. The red-robed lady was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome, but she quickly regained her composure. Very well, I shall unveil the veil on behalf of this gentleman, allowing you all to behold Yudi's beauty. A young attendant stepped onto the platform, bearing a wooden tray upon which rested a slender rod shaped like a ruyi. The red-robed lady extended her delicate hand to grasp the rod. Turning toward the seated woman at the guqin, and slowly lifted the veil. Before the audience appeared a face with sharp features, cool eyes, and a complexion like ice, her hair elegantly styled atop her head. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as the spectators were struck by the woman's extraordinary beauty. Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the first contestant was already so enchanting. How breathtaking might the subsequent entrants be? Yuan Gu, however, was utterly captivated, his gaze locked on the woman, nearly drooling. Tang Jiu lightly tapped the table to rouse him, casting a helpless glance in his direction. Yuan Gu, a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "A graceful lady, a gentleman's pursuit, after all." Tang Jiu remained indifferent, observing the upcoming performance of the woman in the red dress. With her veil now lifted, she declared, "Let us commence the formal selection for this evening. It is quite simple. The highest bidder shall earn the privilege of spending a delightful night with them. As for whether one becomes a distinguished guest, that will depend on your skills." After making her announcement, the woman in red stood aside, refraining from leaving the stage. The young girl positioned her hands on the guqin. An ethereal melody reverberated throughout the Chufeng Tower. The woman in red amplified her voice, proclaiming, "The bidding begins, 10,000 taels, 15,000 taels, 20,000 taels." The frenzied bids drowned out the guqin's melodic strains, rapidly escalating to over 30,000 taels, with no signs of abating. 50,000 taels. I bid 50,000 taels to present Miss Yudi to the esteemed Tang Duran of the Jinyiwei. The voice emanated from the same private room on the third floor where a bid had been placed earlier, maintaining a calm and cool demeanor. Yet, the implication of the words startled everyone, including the seated Tang Jiu, who was taken aback that someone would mention him. Chapter 52. A fool. All eyes turned to seek out the identity of Tang Duran, for his name had recently gained notoriety throughout Liaoyang Prefecture. Not only had he obliterated the illustrious Gu family, but he had also dismantled the formidable Qinyo Mountain. However, Tang Jiu had kept a low profile, rarely accepting invitations, resulting in few having glimpsed his true visage. The mere mention of his name in such a venue implied that the infamous Tang Duran must indeed be present at Chufeng Tower, igniting curiosity about his appearance among the onlookers. Tang Jiu felt a twinge of surprise but was not overly astonished. Given his current status, receiving a courtesan was of little consequence. If he were to express a desire for women, those willing to oblige could form a line from East City to West City. The evening's courtesan contest had taken unexpected turns, catching the woman in red off guard. After regaining her composure, She slowly inquired, 50,000 taels, is there any further bidding? Upon uttering these words, she recognized that it was highly unlikely anyone would dare to bid again. After all, the might of the Jinyiwei and the fearsome reputation of Tang Jiu rendered it unwise to provoke such a tiger. After a brief pause, with no further bids, the woman in red decisively announced, "Then our Yudi shall belong to Tang Durin tonight." That moment, the private room on the third floor spoke up once more, "Let us not waste time, bid 200,000 taels for all 3 courtesans. And I shall cover their redemption fees as well." This revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd. Such a generous offer was astonishing. 200,000 taels, plus redemption fees, would amount to at least 700,000 or 800,000 taels of silver. In all of Liaodong, only a handful could muster such wealth. Even the Gu family, which had stood for a century in Liaodong with assets in the millions, would find it nearly impossible to produce such a sum in cash due to the necessity of maintaining their extensive lineage and daily expenses. Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the purpose of the invitation to Chufeng Tower was likely this. His private room would soon lose its tranquility. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu rose and passed through the screen to sit at a round table, awaiting the visitor's entrance. The door swung open slowly, revealing the woman who had escorted them, followed by a young man. The woman did not exit but instead walked in alongside the young man, standing before Tang Jiu, remaining silent, her position half a step behind him. Clearly, this young man was the principal figure. Dressed in unremarkable attire and possessing a rather ordinary appearance, he bore no resemblance to the earlier bidders. "Tang Duran, I have long admired your reputation," the young man spoke, his voice somewhat high-pitched and androgynous. However, upon closer inspection, Tang Jiu confirmed he was indeed a genuine male. "And you are?" Tang Jiu, disregarding his flattery, replied sternly. The young man smiled slightly and replied, "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I can assist Tang Duran." "Assist me?" Tang Jiu's lips curled into a wry smile. "What assistance can you provide? Delivering a few women, perhaps?" "Ha ha ha," the young man laughed heartily. That was merely a token of greeting for Tang Duran. Nothing of significance. The notion that tens of thousands of taels could be regarded as merely a greeting hinted at the young man's considerable ambitions. "I can help Tang Duran navigate the challenges ahead." "Challenges?" Tang Jiu scoffed. "I in Liaodong. Is there anyone bold enough to challenge me?" "Ah," Tang Duran feigns ignorance, the young man replied with a smirk. "Pray tell, what challenges do you require my assistance with?" Tang Jiu emphasized the word challenges, lifted his wine cup, and drained its contents. The young man hesitated, casting a glance at the languid Yuan Gu, as if weighing his words. "Enough. I have no time for your prattle, if that is all you have to say. I shall take my leave." With a decisive clap, Tang Jiu slammed his wine cup onto the table and rose to depart. It was absurd to speak of aiding him without even knowing his background. In all of the Jinyiwei and the various offices of Liaoyang Prefecture, who was unaware of the bond between him and Yuan Gu. This young man's hesitation to speak in Yuan Ji's presence was disappointing. Initially, Tang Jiu had thought a powerful faction was seeking a share of the spoils, but it appeared to be nothing more than a pretentious scion of a noble family. "Tang Duran? Please wait." The young man's smile vanished as he urgently called out, "I did not mean to imply that. The matter is of great significance and requires caution." Tang Jiu did not turn back, casually responding, "You should clarify matters before approaching me. Or perhaps have your family send someone more suitable." As he stepped out of the private room, Tang Jiu added, "You are not yet worthy." Yuan Gu grinned at him and sauntered out alongside Tang Jiu. The young man's expression darkened as he pointed toward the door, yet he remained speechless. "Young master, I previously warned you that Tang Duran is not someone who can be easily swayed by wealth." The woman who had accompanied him remarked, moving to the table and inspecting the wine cup Tang Jiu had used with keen interest. "Humph." The young man's frustration deepened. "A mere Jinyiwei captain dares to look down upon me. Truly, he will not weep until he sees the grave." "Well then, young master, do wait and see. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." A barely perceptible disdain flickered in her eyes as she sashayed out of the private room. Ignoring him entirely, smack. Once she departed, the young master slammed his palm onto the table, his expression seething with rage. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled to himself, murmuring, "Now this is more like it. This is how one truly enjoys the game." He then settled onto the stool, pouring himself a drink with great satisfaction. Yuan Gu followed Tang Zhou downstairs. Perhaps due to the lack of entertainment, all the patrons had vacated Chufeng Tower, leaving it entirely empty. Hastening his steps to catch up with Tang Zhou, he inquired, "Shall I investigate where this fool came from?" His voice was devoid of restraint, echoing throughout the empty hall, ensuring that all in Chufeng Tower could hear. Tang Zhou pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was likely that the individual from earlier was not a local but rather someone from the capital. He could not fathom which local power would dare to make such bold claims. Apart from the Grand Commander's residence. However, the Grand Commander's residence was not a plausible source, indicating that this was an outsider. As the capital, with its proximity to the imperial seat, certainly had more informed channels than Liaodong. It was likely they had caught wind of developments and intended to seize the position of Grand Commander, soon to be vacated by the retiring official. Chapter 53. Accepting a handmaiden in the early morning. The remnants of the Lantern Festival still lingered. As dawn broke, children played with leftover firecrackers, creating a harmonious scene. Tang Zhou arrived punctually at the Qinhu office just before the hour of the hare. A routine he had adopted. Upon returning to his quarters, Yuan Gu followed him in, saying, "Xiao Jiao, I have uncovered information about that fool from yesterday." "Oh? So soon?" "I relayed the information last night, and upon receiving a response, I hastened to find you. Dio enlighten me. Which overreaching dragon is this?" Yuan Gu replied. His family patriarch was the former prime minister, who retired a few years ago. Before stepping down, he arranged a position for the young man's father, neither too grand nor too humble. Now that the winds have shifted in Liaodong, his father is scheming for the position of Grand Commander. Tang Zhou fell silent, resting his forehead on his hand in contemplation. After a long pause, he remarked, "It seems the family patriarch is quite astute. How did he raise such incompetent sons and grandsons?" Indeed, upon receiving this news, I too was puzzled by the existence of such a foolish individual. The scheming in the capital has been laboriously orchestrated for Liaodong, and now that success is within reach, why leave behind such a cumbersome Grand Commander position? The most plausible scenario is the independent governance of the two provinces in Liaodong, which would allow for mutual checks and balances, rendering it the most rational outcome. Their aspirations to dominate the entirety of Liaodong are nothing but fantastical delusions. Tang Zhou nodded in agreement, fully aware of the future landscape in Liaodong. It is evident that this Grand Commander will inevitably meet his demise in this very position, a final act of grace bestowed by the court. Following this, a grand burial will be arranged, complete with honorary titles that bear no real significance to the court. However, regardless of the circumstances, the protectorate of Liaodong will vanish entirely with the passing of the current Grand Commander. The ultimate result will be the division of the far northern Qingyang Prefecture and the Liaoyang Prefecture, which is closer to the Central Plains, leading to mutual restraint and suppression. Presently, some may aspire to reap the benefits of Liaodong, which is not entirely unfeasible. If one possesses sufficient strength, either Qingyang or Liaoyang could potentially achieve this alone. Yet, for those with ambitions as grand as that foolish individual from last night, such aspirations would be utterly unacceptable to the court. Having contemplated these matters, Tang Zhou chose not to dwell further, redirecting his attention to the daily reports that had been submitted. Yuan Gu remained, idly seated across from him, swinging his legs while humming the tune played by Yu Di the previous night. A knock echoed through the room, prompting Tang Zhou to casually call, "Enter." A lieutenant swiftly opened the door and stepped inside, clasping his fists in salute as he reported, "My lord, there is someone outside delivering a letter for you." Along with a carriage, after speaking, he produced an envelope from his bosom and respectfully extended it with both hands. Yuan Gu took it, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the lieutenant to leave, who then bowed and exited the room. "Ah," Yuan Gu remarked, examining the envelope, "it even carries a fragrance. Rosewood, no less. Xiao Jiao, something seems amiss." With a lewd grin directed at Tang Zhou, he tossed the letter onto the table. Tang Zhou disregarded him, curious enough to pick up the envelope and inhale its scent, confirming it indeed bore the aroma of cosmetics. Upon opening the envelope, Tang Jiu swiftly read through its contents, then tossed the letter back onto the table. "Let us go." Tang Jiu maneuvered around the desk, with Yuan Gu curiously trailing behind. Outside the gates of the Jinyiwei headquarters, a carriage sat idly, surrounded by an eerie silence, save for a few curious sentinels who dared not approach, for it was meant for Tang Darren. They were acutely aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As Tang Jiu stepped outside and approached the carriage, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of a coachman, indicating he had likely departed. Lifting the curtain, he was surprised to find 3 women inside, one of whom was the courtesan Ud he had encountered the previous night. The other 2, though indistinct in form, were no less beautiful than Ud, each possessing their own unique charm. After appraising them briefly, Tang Jiu lowered the curtain and addressed the women inside. "Return whence you came." His voice was cold, devoid of any hint of emotion, as if the 3 enchanting beauties were mere wooden posts. The curtain was swiftly drawn back, revealing the women in a state of panic as they descended from the carriage, lacking the grace one would expect from courtesans, appearing instead quite disheveled. Thud. All 3 women knelt behind Tang Jiu, their voices trembling as they pleaded, "My lord, we have no other refuge besides you. Before we left, they warned us that if you do not take us in, we shall be left to our own devices. They continued, 'My lord, we are all of slave status. If you do not take us in, we shall perish here, better than facing humiliation outside. Indeed, my lord, we implore you to accept us,' they beseeched." Tang Jiu turned to regard the tear-streaked faces of the 3 young women. By nature, he would have preferred to ignore them entirely, yet upon hearing their status as slaves, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. In the Great Yu dynasty, retaining the status of a slave was the most degraded of conditions. No, it was a status devoid of any recognition. Slaves were often the family members of individuals who had committed crimes, with the principal offenders facing execution or other severe punishments, while their relatives were merely cast into slavery. Female relatives typically ended up in the Yuan or were taken to various brothels for training, just as Ud and her companions had experienced. They had no path forward other than to depend on a master. Otherwise, facing death upon stepping outside would be considered just deserts, with no one to intervene. If he were to turn them away, as they had suggested, their fate would undoubtedly lead to humiliation and death. "Very well, you may enter the carriage, but do not disembark. I shall arrange for someone to take you to my residence shortly." After returning from Chaoyang County, Tang Jiu had purchased a new house, which he intended to use as his dwelling. Living continuously at the headquarters was rather inconvenient, given the multitude of secrets he harbored. The house, newly acquired and lacking servants, was perfectly suited for them. Having been trained from a young age and being of slave status, they would suffice as attendants, provided they did not interfere with his secrets. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The 3 women, with tears streaming down their faces, hastily expressed their gratitude, their expressions filled with the joy of having escaped a dire fate. Tang Jiu exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Gu as he turned to enter the main building. Yuan Gu, with a resigned smile, turned to the guarding Jinyiwei soldiers and declared, "What transpired today must not leave this place. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." "Yes, my lord." As for the events unfolding at the gates of the headquarters, Tang Jiu remained indifferent. After all, they were merely women. Not only would outsiders not witness what had occurred, but who among them would dare to gossip about it? Chapter 54. The corruption of life aside from the morning's incident. The day progressed without further occurrences. In the evening, Tang Jiu returned to his residence, with Yuan Gu lazily trailing behind. Ever since Tang Jiu purchased the house, Yuan Gu had taken it upon himself to occupy a room, claiming it was his duty to protect his superior. Tang Jiu, uninterested in contesting this, made no objection. The house had ample rooms, and he could choose any he wished. Upon entering the main hall, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Ud emerged from an adjoining chamber, bowing gracefully as she announced, "My lord, the meal is prepared." Her voice was as gentle as water, fully embodying her role as a servant, devoid of any trace of the courtesan training she had undergone for years. In truth, this was the best outcome for them. Rather than becoming courtesans, subject to the whims of countless men, only to be discarded when a new favorite was chosen. Though they were now servants, At least their lives could be stable, and their master was a high-ranking and powerful commander of the Jinyiwei, youthful and handsome. Even if they were to serve him intimately, they would secretly revel in their fortune. Which woman could resist such a master? Tang Jiao, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, was guided by Yu Di into the adjoining chamber, where a hot towel awaited to cleanse his face. He then took a seat at the dining table, marveling at the lavish spread before him. Yuan Gu cast a resentful glance at Yu Di and her companions as they attended to Tang Jiao, who, apart from bidding Yuan Gu to take a seat, seemed to ignore him entirely. After all, as servants, especially those with a courtesan background, it was wise to limit interactions with men outside their master to prevent any feelings of jealousy from arising. Tang Jiao enjoyed his meal thoroughly, pleasantly surprised that their culinary skills surpassed those of the cooks he had previously employed in Bayan County. Once the meal concluded, Tang Jiao regarded the three young women. Indeed, they were but girls, still in their teens, around the ages of 16 or 17. You are called Yu Di. What are the names of the other two? Yu Di gently gestured to the girl with a beauty mark on her face, saying, "My lord, this is Shui Rou." Then, pointing to the other girl, who bore a somewhat frosty demeanor, she continued, "This is Qing Shui." The two girls stood beside Yu Di, their faces betraying a mix of apprehension and hope as they gazed up at Tang Jiao. Their eyes filled with a plea for mercy. "Very well, you shall remain here to attend to my needs. Furthermore, there is no need to address me as my lord. Young master will suffice." The tension in the hearts of Yu Di and her companions finally eased as they joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for sheltering us, young master. Now, tidy up, for I shall retire to my quarters," Tang Jiao announced, departing the adjoining chamber, with Yuan Gu following closely behind. Once they had distanced themselves, Yuan Gu remarked, "Xiao Jiao, you truly are something else. Tsk, is that a gift for you?" No, I would not want it. A gentleman does not take what belongs to others. It is best left for you." Parting ways, Tang Jiao changed out of his ceremonial robes, taking up his embroidered spring knife as he made his way to the courtyard designated for his training, commencing his daily regimen. Before long, the three women, having cleaned the dining area, approached the courtyard door upon hearing the sounds of blades clashing, likened to distant thunder. Peering through the doorway, they beheld multiple figures of Tang Jiao darting left and right within the courtyard, the blade in his hand moving so swiftly that they could hardly discern it, only hearing the resounding sounds it made. The three young women were left in awe, having never witnessed such a scene before. Was this what it meant to be a martial arts master? Fearing they might disturb their young master's training, they quietly retreated, while Yu Di, her face aglow with admiration, wandered far without regaining her senses. Shui Rou playfully pinched Yu Di's slightly flushed cheek, teasing, "Oh, little girl, it seems you are smitten." After saying this, she burst into laughter. The more aloof Qing Shui did not share the same exuberance but allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she cast a sidelong glance at Yu Di. "Oh dear, what are you saying?" Yu Di's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, her alabaster shoulders flushing with color as she playfully swatted Shui Rou, exclaiming, "Do you not wish to spend a romantic evening with the young master?" From a young age, they were trained in the art of the household, and although they had never truly understood men, they were undoubtedly well-versed in the requisite knowledge. As Yu Di finished speaking, not only did Shui Rou cease to tease her, but she, too, was flushed with a rosy hue, and even Qing Shui's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "All right, enough of this. Quickly prepare hot water for the young master. He will surely wish to bathe after his training," she instructed. Qing Shui, possessing a demeanor as cool as her appearance, resembled an elder sister in contrast to Yu Di and Shui Rou. "Yes, hurry along." Half an hour later, Tang Jiao completed his training. He originally planned to simply wipe his body with a towel, for as a second-tier martial artist, he was already free from dust. Even if he sweated during training, it would evaporate effortlessly through his inner energy. "Young master, the hot water is ready," Shui Rou said gently as she approached him. "Come this way with me." Tang Jiao sighed inwardly, contemplating the oppressive nature of this feudal and decadent lifestyle. He then resolutely followed Shui Rou into the bathing chamber. With Qing Shui absent, Yu Di continued to pour hot water into the tub, maintaining the temperature. Upon his arrival, she stepped forward to assist him in removing his garments. Preparing to attend to his bathing needs, he instinctively recoiled, saying, "You may leave. I can manage on my own." This time, Yudi and Shuero gradually returned to their original playful selves, giggling as they said, "Young master, let us serve you. We can even give you a massage, ensuring you sleep more comfortably." Tangjio wished to refuse, yet the eager expressions of the two prevented him from voicing his objections. Yudi and Shuero gently peeled away his clothing, unveiling his well-defined physique, which left them momentarily dazed. Unable to restrain herself, Shuero lightly brushed her fingers against Tangjio's chest, only to hastily withdraw. Her cheeks flushed like the dawn sky. Yud fetched a low stool, and Tangjio stepped onto it, immersing himself in the bath. Leaning against the tub's edge, Yud stood behind him, delicately kneading his shoulders as though caressing a masterpiece. Entrancing her, Shuero took a towel, dampened it with hot water, and began to wipe Tangjio's body. This treatment prompted him to inwardly exclaim, "How delightful!" After some time, he stood up and, with the assistance of the two women, donned fresh attire before strolling back to his chamber. However, just as he was about to enter, he heard a somewhat urgent voice from within, one that felt oddly familiar. Upon entering, he found Qing Shui lying on his bed, nestled under the covers with only her eyes peeking out, gazing at him shyly. "What is this?" Tangjio had been puzzled by her absence, only to discover she had come to his quarters. "Come out. Return to your room and rest properly. I do not require your care here." Qing Shui's previously serene and bashful expression turned pale, fearing she had erred. She hastily emerged from the blankets, her alabaster form completely bare. Kneeling before Tangjio, pleading, "Young master, please do not cast me away if I have wronged you. I shall accept punishment. I implore you, do not send Qing Shui away." Chapter 55. A Colossal Secret. Tangjio retrieved a garment from the nearby rack and draped it over Qing Shui's shoulders, helping her to her feet. "You have not erred, nor will I expel you. It is simply that I do not require your services in this manner, understand?" He then tightened the garment around her, instructing, "Return now. Wrap yourself securely. It is quite cold outside." Only then did Qing Shui realize her earlier indiscretion of descending the bed unclad, her expression still sorrowful as she blushed, hesitatingly stating, "Young master, serving you as you rest is my duty." Tangjio, feeling somewhat helpless, his expression turning stern, replied, "If I say to return, then return without further ado." Upon hearing Tangjio's altered tone, Qing Shui instinctively began to kneel once more, but he interjected, preventing her. He then ushered her out of the room. Tangjio did not wish to portray himself as a paragon of virtue. After all, he had just reached the age of 18, while Qing Shui was merely 16 or 17. He genuinely found it difficult to act upon such impulses. Moreover, the conventions of his past life had not yet fully transformed, and at this age, he might attract unwarranted attention. Once Qing Shui had departed, Tangjio chuckled ruefully to himself before reclining on the bed, savoring the lingering scent and warmth left by Qing Shui, and closed his eyes to rest. The following morning, still indulging in the attentions of the three maidens, Tangjio left home and made his way to the Jinyiwei's Qianhu office. Yuan Gu, grinning mischievously by his side, inquired, "Did you find the night comfortable?" Tangjio ignored him, understanding that the more he acknowledged this fellow, the more incessantly he would chatter. It was better left unacknowledged. Upon returning to his chamber, Tangjio had scarcely settled when Qini entered, a familiar figure absent for many days, since Qini had been dispatched to the Zhaoyu. They had not crossed paths. Tangjio, noticing his arrival, asked, "Old Qin, what brings you here? Are you not on duty today?" "My lord, I have matters to report to—" "Oh? What is it? Speak." "The woman apprehended and imprisoned in the Zhaoyu has adamantly requested to see you today." "To see me? What could she possibly want?" "She did not specify, but insisted that should you refuse to meet her, you would come to regret it." Tangjio pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us go, then I shall see her." The Zhaoyu was not far from the Jinyiwei's Qianhu office. A right turn and a walk of about 500 paces brought them there. Even in the bright morning light, the Jinyiwei Zhaoyu appeared somewhat foreboding. Following Qini's lead, Tangjio arrived at the lower levels, where death row inmates were confined, and there he encountered the once resplendent Gu Muqing. Now, Her hair lay disheveled, her complexion pallid. Fortunately, without Tang Jiu's orders, no torture had been inflicted upon her. Even so, she appeared significantly haggard and in a state of disarray. Upon seeing Tang Jiu, she refrained from lashing out or expressing the rage of a family devastated. With a cold gaze, she addressed him, "Master Tang, I wish to speak with you privately." Tang Jiu maintained a stoic expression and offered no reply. Jinyiwei, understanding, turned to exit. "Speak. What business do you have with me? If it is revenge, do not harbor such thoughts. You shall never leave here." Jiu Muqing let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. "Revenge? Against whom? I merely wish to avenge myself. He abandoned me and ventured to the capital alone. I do not blame him, but he dared to exploit me, leading to the slaughter of my entire family by you. This dog official." Upon finishing, Gu Muqing appeared somewhat desolate, yet her anger was palpable. "He?" Tang Jiu questioned, bewildered by the seemingly deranged woman. "That would be Gu Huairu, the only son of the Grand General." It dawned on Tang Jiu. He had not anticipated that this woman was the mistress of the Grand General's son. Dispatched to the capital as a hostage, it seemed she had been ensnared by him, leading her to provoke Tang Jiu at the Jinyiwei. It was evident that a woman in love could possess a complete lack of sense. No, it was not merely a lack. Her judgment had plummeted to the depths. "I have no interest in hearing about such matters. If you have something to discuss, please state it directly. I want you to kill that heartless man. I will disclose a secret regarding the Grand General's estate." "Kill? I am unable to do so at present. I am aware. I do not expect you to do it immediately. With your capabilities, you will eventually rise to the capital. At that time, even if I do not ask, you will undoubtedly eliminate him, for you are indirectly responsible for the downfall of the Grand General's estate. Given his character, he will surely seek you out for trouble, and you will not let him off the hook." Tang Jiu found her request somewhat amusing, responding, "If you know this, why make such a demand?" Gu Muqing offered a sorrowful smile, her tone laced with melancholy. "If I do not do this, what other options do I have? Indeed, without this course of action, she would never escape her fate. In time, she would face execution. Thus, it was preferable to fulfill her desires before her demise. Avenging herself upon the man who had exploited and then discarded her, Tang Jiu readily agreed. Whether or not she was present, he would not spare Gu Huairu. Moreover, acquiring a secret from the Grand General's estate would provide him with leverage, enhancing his odds of success. "Then tell me, what secret do you wish to disclose? I agree to your request. The one in the capital is not, in fact, the only son of the Wu Duke," Gu Muqing asserted firmly, word by word. "What?" Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow, astonished. "You claim the one in the capital is not his son? Then who is he?" This revelation startled Tang Jiu. He had assumed the Grand General was wary of revealing too much. Yet it seemed he had orchestrated a switch. "The one in the capital is also his son. But who told you he has only one?" This, Tang Jiu fell silent. Hu in Liaodong was unaware that the current Grand General, the Wu Duke, had only one son. His late wife had perished in childbirth, leaving but a single heir before she departed this world. Although the Wu Duke had since remarried, he had not sired any additional offspring. Gu Muqing chuckled coldly, stating, "Indeed, his mother did die, but it was not due to childbirth, and he did not leave behind a single son, but rather a pair of twin brothers. This was merely concealed by the Wu Duke." "And you? How do you know this?" Tang Jiu regarded Gu Muqing with suspicion, doubting the veracity of her claims. Such a secret was likely known to only a handful within the Grand General's estate. Yet she seemed to possess this knowledge. "Before he left, we were often together. On one occasion, I overheard him secretly meeting his twin brother." Tang Jiu lowered his head, pondering the veracity of her words. Typically, he would find such matters hard to believe. However, gazing upon Gu Muqing, who had already surrendered to despair, he sensed she had no reason to deceive him. After all, it is said that a person on the brink of death speaks truthfully. Regardless of his belief, he would keep this matter in mind. If it were indeed true, he would possess leverage against the Grand Commander's estate, provided he could ascertain the whereabouts of his other son. Ideally, he would capture him and secure him in his own grasp. This way, the entire legacy of the Gu family would rest in his hands, compelling even the Grand Commander to bow before him. Chapter 56. When the heavens are obscured, all right. Regardless of whether this secret you speak of is genuine, I shall grant you my word. The matter was trivial enough, and whether he agreed or not rested solely on Tang Jia's whims. It mattered little that Gu Muqing revealed such information before her demise. He could easily acquiesce without hesitation. A tragic, yet serene smile graced Gu Muqing's lips as she withdrew a hairpin and plunged it into her neck. Tang Jia watched her as she slowly collapsed to the ground, his expression devoid of surprise, observing quietly until she fell silent, before turning to leave, muttering softly, "You were once a beauty, yet now you have turned to treachery." As he passed by Qin Yi, he instructed him to find a coffin for Gu Muqing, and Tang Jia hurriedly tidied his appearance before stepping out of his chamber, the entrance of the Jinyiwei. He stood at the forefront, leading a group of Baihu and Zongqi, all arranged in a precise formation, awaiting the arrival of the imperial decree. The expressions of all present were solemn and dignified. And aside from the sound of their breaths, there was not a whisper to be heard. Before long, a procession of ceremonial guards came into view. Although the guard unit was under the jurisdiction of Jinyiwei, it did not fall under the command of the Southern and Northern Jinfu Division, but was directly overseen by the commanding officer, tasked solely with the ceremonial duties for the emperor's outings or the delivery of imperial edicts. Each member had been meticulously selected from the Jinyiwei for their loyalty, and all were of commendable appearance and well-proportioned physiques. The procession halted a short distance before Tang Jia, and as the luxurious curtains of the palanquin were lifted by the attendants, a fair-skinned inner court official emerged. Holding the ends of the imperial edict with both hands, he strode confidently towards Tang Jia and proclaimed loudly, "Tang Jia, the Qianhu of the Jinyiwei in Liaoyang, received the decree." Tang Jia, along with his subordinates, bowed deeply and responded, "I, Tang Jia, humbly welcome the imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Tang Jia, Qianhu of the Jinyiwei in Liaoyang, has rendered meritorious service in quelling the Gu family and the bandits of Qinyo Mountain. Therefore, I bestow upon Tang Jia the title of Qianhu of the Jinyiwei in Liaoyang and grant him the esteemed Qilin robe. Additionally, a generous supply of gold, silver, and jewels shall be conferred." Upon the conclusion of the edict, the inner court official closed the document with both hands, offered it forward, and smiled. "Lord Tang, please receive the decree. I, Tang Jia, accept the decree with gratitude." With a slight bow, Tang Jia took the edict with both hands and added, "Esteemed official, you have traveled far. I have prepared a banquet in your honor, and I kindly invite you to join us." "There's no need, Lord Tang. I must return to the capital post-haste, if the emperor were to be without my service." "I cannot assure you of my comfort," the inner court official replied with a smile, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he declined Tang Jia's invitation. Tang Jia hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, I shall not detain you further, esteemed official. I have prepared some travel funds for your journey back to the capital. I hope you will graciously accept." After saying this, one of the Baihu stepped forward, holding a wooden box. Tang Jia received it and presented it to the inner court official. The official opened a small gap in the wooden box, glanced inside, and smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Then I must thank you, Lord Tang. Too kind, too kind. Now that matters are settled, I shall take my leave. In the future, when you come to the capital, we shall converse again. Safe travels, esteemed official." As the ceremonial guards vanished around the street corner, all the Baihu and Zongqi congratulated Tang Jia amidst a chorus of joyous laughter, returning with him to the Qianhu headquarters. Back in his chamber, Tang Jia beheld a tray adorned with the Qilin robe. As he lifted a corner, an auspicious Qilin revealed itself before his eyes. Yuan Gu, standing nearby, remarked, "I thought you would be punished for the demise of the Gu family, but it seems fortune has favored you with such an outcome." Tang Jia smiled, having anticipated this result since the previous night when Lin Chaoshi had informed him of a great gift, though without revealing its nature, simply stating he would soon understand. Today's events, he surmised, were indeed a reflection of his merit or perhaps the influence of those behind him. The Qilin robe, Yuan Gu observed, admiring the resplendent orange and yellow attire, exclaiming, "Among all the martial officials in the Great Yu dynasty, fewer than 5 are permitted to wear it." With this, One can ascend to the court and pay respects without hesitation. What immense honor this is, he continued, to my knowledge. Only those who have achieved significant merit after assuming command of the Northern Jinfu Division are granted such a robe. From henceforth, our little Jiu can stride confidently throughout the great Yu dynasty. While Tang Jiu was indeed pleased with the robe, he recognized that status alone did not determine one's power. At his level, true strength remained paramount. Without it, even a robe of the highest quality would hold little value. After all, what of the Duke of Wu Wei? What could he achieve? By the way, little Yuan, how goes the investigation into that matter? I have made some progress, but the developments are limited. This individual is exceptionally elusive. Uncovering the truth will require time, and we must also avoid detection by the Duke's household. Understood, Tang Jiu nodded. Do not rush. Prioritize your safety above all. I know, rest assured. Yuan Gu shifted the conversation, saying, it is said that Lu Muchuan has been transferred to the Southern Jinfu Division. Yuan Ji's tone was laced with amusement, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. The Southern Jinfu Division was regarded as the least favored by the Jinyiwei. In fact, it was the source of great disdain among all members of the Northern Jinfu Division. As the Southern Division possessed no authority for interrogation or capture, its sole duty being the oversight of the Jinyiwei of the North. With Lu Muchuan now in such an unesteemed department, it seemed that even he could find no comfort in his old age. Chapter 58. News from Lin Chaoshi. The news of Tang Jiu being bestowed the title of Qianhu and the ceremonial Qilin robe traveled swiftly throughout the entire city, as if it had sprouted wings. Although he had previously held a position akin to Qianhu, there remained Lu Muchuan above him, and many were unaware of the intricacies behind the scenes, leading to a lack of acknowledgement. Now that the news spread, various factions flocked to the Qianhu headquarters to present their congratulatory invitations. Those of sufficient status delivered their invitations directly, while others banded together, pooling resources to present a single card. In short, anyone associated with Liao Yang, regardless of their background, ensured they did not miss this opportunity, for the Jinyiwei could easily issue a decree that could ruin their lives. In the days that followed, Tang Jiu dealt with several individuals of notable standing, leaving him little time to attend to the rest. After a brief conversation with Lin Chaoshi, he contemplated the vacancy left by the position of Trial Qianhu, which was now open due to his promotion. As the imperial court had not issued a decree regarding this, it seemed implied that Tang Jiu was to make the decision himself. He considered promoting Yuan Gu to the position of Trial Qianhu. Although Yuan Gu claimed to possess only 5th-tier strength, his practical combat abilities were undoubtedly comparable to those of a 4th-tier warrior, making the promotion reasonable. As for the vacancy in Yuan Ji's former Baihu position, he would assign it to Qin Yi, who had shown average talent and had recently managed to break through to 5th tier with the aid of medicinal pills. After following Tang Jiu for so long, it was his time to step up. Once settled on this decision, Tang Jiu signed an appointment letter and tossed it to Yuan Gu, who was idly sitting nearby. This is yours. Yuan Gu glanced down, unimpressed, and replied, what a trivial matter. I would prefer some silver instead. Yuan Gu exhibited little regard for the Trial Qianhu position, casually placing the appointment letter aside as he continued to sway his legs, humming the tune Rain D had played for Tang Jiu the previous night. Someone needs to deliver this to Qin. We need to ensure he is not sent to the interrogation prison, and arrange for a reliable person to handle it. Tang Jiu handed another appointment letter to Yuan Gu, deeming it unnecessary to handle the transfer personally, as Qin had been with him the longest and such formalities were unnecessary. As his official duties drew to a close, Tang Jiu prepared to return home and enjoy the attentions of his maidservants when Yuan Gu interrupted him, saying, you should return home a bit later. Lin Chaoshi is looking for you regarding something. Tang Jiu frowned, having just seen him, wondering why he sought him again. Did he mention what it was about? No, only that he would be waiting for you outside to discuss it in person. Very well, let us go. Exiting the Qianhu headquarters, Tang Jiu spotted Lin Chaoshi seated in a carriage, lifting the curtain to nod at him. Tang Jiu approached the carriage, which was spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals comfortably. Lin Chaoshi sat in the rear, with a small tea table placed in the middle, steam rising from the teapot. After pouring a cup for Tang Jiu, he said, experts are coming to Liao Yang, all possessing strength around the 2nd tier. Led by a 1st-tier warrior, they are coming for you. When will they arrive? Tang Jiu did not inquire about their affiliations, focusing instead on when they would arrive, so he could prepare accordingly if it were just one or two second-tier warriors, or even a first-tier. He was confident he could manage. However, too many opponents would overwhelm him, necessitating proper preparation. They will arrive within 3 days. The exact day remains uncertain. Good, I understand. Thank you. Tangju said no more and turned to exit the carriage. Lin Shaoxi made no effort to retain him, returning to his tea. Yuan Gu, who had been standing guard nearby, approached with a look of confusion as Tangjiu stepped out. Tangjiu offered no reply. The presence of many eyes made it prudent to discuss matters at home. After dinner, Tangjiu and Yuan Gu sat in the study, relaying the information Lin Shaoxi had shared. Wow, this is serious. Even first-tier experts are appearing. This is quite formidable, Yuan Gu marveled, though his expression bore no hint of fear. Tangjiu responded with a cold smile. These people will not relent until they are annihilated. Nonetheless, we must prepare adequately. Should anything go awry, it could spell doom for both of us. Tangjiu furrowed his brow, instinctively tapping his fingers on the table as he continued. They cannot possibly target the Qianhu headquarters. Which leaves only two possibilities, on the road or at home. The road is too crowded to be likely, so that leaves home as the only feasible location. With that, Tangjiu eased his brow and scoffed, saying, in that case, there is no need for concern. Yuan Gu also nodded in agreement. The reason they were unafraid of their enemies approaching the 1,000 households office was due to the overwhelming influence the court exerted over the entire martial world. Those of higher caliber were acutely aware of the terrifying might of the court. Venturing to the 1,000 households office or ambushing along the way was undoubtedly a provocation to the dignity of the great Yu dynasty. At that moment, it would not only be them facing consequences. Even the forces backing them would find no escape. As for the earlier assassin who infiltrated the Jinyiwei, the first reason was that they could not reach that level. And the second reason was that they had been deceived. Therefore, as long as they set a trap at home, even if the enemy was a top-tier expert, they would be unable to evade the net laid by the Jinyiwei. Tonight, the enemy would not come. Otherwise, Lin Shaoxi would surely inform him, allowing Tangjiu to sleep soundly. The next day, Tangjiu and Yuan Gu arrived at the 1,000 households office and summoned all the Baihu. They did not divulge the details but instructed them not to leave the city for missions in the coming days, postponing any tasks. The Baihu were filled with questions, yet they did not express their doubts, for they dared not provoke this ruthless new 1,000 households. Whatever he commanded, they would follow. Only Qini responded with a firm acknowledgement, displaying no hesitation. Tangjiu was increasingly eager to enhance his strength. The enemy arriving this time was neither particularly formidable nor weak. He found himself unable to cope. If he were to remain at his current level by the time of the decisive battle, he would be relegated to the sidelines, merely observing without the ability to act. The arrival of this enemy presented a pivotal opportunity for a breakthrough in strength. Should they capture this batch of foes? He could capitalize on the situation to slay them and accrue moral merit. If the enemies were sufficiently numerous, his power would undergo a significant transformation, as the distinction between first tier and second tier could not be overstated. The last time on the grasslands, when Tangjiu heard the farmer speak of innate martial artists, he took note. Upon returning, he researched and discovered that innate martial artists referred to those above the first-tier realm. The first tier could be considered a necessary stage preceding innate, which involved blood transformation. At the first tier, martial artists must replace all acquired blood within their bodies, returning to a fetal state. Once the blood transformation is complete, they achieve the status of innate martial artists as described by that farmer. Thus, upon entering the first tier, Tangjiu's strength would see a substantial enhancement, for with his moral merit, he would not need to undergo the tedious process of blood transformation like ordinary martial artists. Chapter 59. Sudden news. Tangjiu had already made arrangements for his subordinate Baihu, but a sudden piece of news disrupted his plans. Yu Bingwen sent him an invitation. He was getting married in 3 days. Tangjiu had not anticipated such a sudden notification from Yu Bingwen regarding the wedding banquet. However, it was impossible for him to decline, as a friend who had shared life and death experiences and given Yu Chengqiu's high regard for him. Both sentimentally and rationally, he had to attend the wedding banquet punctually. Yet, upon recalling the message from Lin Shaoxi, Tangjiu felt another wave of frustration. If they were in the capital city, as long as the Jinyiwei's grand formation was adequately arranged. They could simply wait to catch the enemy off guard without significant danger. Tang Jiu sensed that the enemy would likely ambush them on the road, perhaps on the way there or on their return. Thus, it was imperative to prepare for every eventuality. The Jinyiwei stationed at the Liaoyang 1,000 households could not all be taken away. A portion must remain to handle unforeseen circumstances. The question then arose regarding whom to take and how many. After considerable contemplation, Tang Jiu decided to take half of his personnel, approximately 500 men. With a Jinyiwei force of this scale, they should be able to manage even if the enemy was numerous. The remaining personnel would stay in the capital, ensuring that any incidents would not impose undue pressure. With this thought, Tang Jiu called in a captain and instructed him to summon Yuan Gu. After a while, Yuan Gu entered and inquired, "What is the matter? Wen Gu is getting married in 3 days and has sent us an invitation." "What?" Yuan Gu was taken aback by the news and exclaimed, "How can that guy suddenly decide to get married?" Tang Jiu shook his head, indicating he did not know, then added, "The plan we discussed last night has fallen through. This time, I've decided to take half of our personnel to guard against any unforeseen circumstances on the road." Yuan Gu, still in shock, mumbled, "Why is he suddenly getting married?" His face wore a look of melancholy mixed with indignation. Tang Jiu slammed the table, startling him back to reality, and Yuan Gu asked, perplexed, "What is wrong?" Tang Jiu, with a hint of exasperation, repeated his earlier statement. This time, Yuan Gu grasped the situation, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "That makes sense. This way, we can support each other and mitigate the risk of unexpected events." "Ah, why do you think Wen Gu is suddenly getting married? He is in his 30s, having remained single until now, and suddenly decides to wed. What is up with that? Why are you asking me? Besides, it's quite normal for martial artists to marry later in life." Tang Jiu had never quite understood Yuan Ji's focus, as he often pondered matters others would overlook in the Great Yu dynasty. Martial artists who achieved proficiency typically married later than ordinary folk. Some even refrained from engaging with women for fear of leaking their vital essence, let alone getting married. Thus, Tang Jiu was not surprised by Yu Bingwen's marriage at this age. Rather, he was taken aback by the abruptness of the announcement. Yuan Gu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Perhaps he did something dishonorable and ended up getting someone pregnant. All right, let us prepare. We're setting off soon. Qingyang Prefecture is quite far, and it wouldn't be proper for us to arrive late for Wen Gu's wedding." "Sure, I'll make the arrangements at once." Half an hour later, Tang Jiu emerged from the Jinyiwei storeroom, followed by 2 captains each carrying a brocade box. Upon reaching the entrance, the 500 Jinyiwei had been waiting for some time. Tang Jiu instructed Qin Yi, who stood beside Yuan Gu, to take the brocade boxes, then bellowed, "Set off." Instantly, everyone mounted their horses in unison, their movements synchronized, showcasing the formidable presence of the Jinyiwei. Qingyang Prefecture was quite distant from Liaoyang Prefecture. Even with the finest steeds selected for the journey, they would not arrive until late afternoon the following day, assuming they took a break overnight. After all, attending a wedding was not akin to pursuing a fugitive, nor did they need to flee for their lives as before. There was no necessity to travel day and night. As long as they arrived the day before the wedding, it would suffice. Additionally, with the recent Lantern Festival concluded, the harsh winter lingered, and the roads outside the city were covered in snow, making travel rather arduous. Thus, Tang Jiu and his entourage did not proceed too hastily. As evening approached, they reached a county town at the junction of Liaoyang Prefecture and Qingyang Prefecture, preparing to rest for the night before departing the next day. However, the sight of so many Jinyiwei entering the town startled all its inhabitants, who feared they were there to apprehend criminals. The head constable of the guard and the county magistrate received word and hurriedly arrived, cautiously standing outside the inn that Tang Jiu and his men had occupied. Fortunately, although Tang Jiu did not meet them, a head constable emerged to shoo them away, instructing both the head constable and the magistrate to attend to their duties and not to concern themselves too much, assuring them that they were merely passing through and to rest easy. Tang Jiu ordered everyone to divide into 2 shifts for alternating rest. As the night passed, nothing of note occurred. After a hearty breakfast, Tang Jiu led his subordinates on their way. They galloped until afternoon before arriving at the once familiar Qingyang Prefecture. Leading a large contingent, Tang Jiu entered the city without any pretense and all passers-by scurried away. Fearful of incurring the wrath of this band of Jinyiwei, the 1,000 households office in Qingyang Prefecture remained unchanged, with the same 2 burly Jinyiwei guarding the entrance as when Tangjiu first visited. Even in the midst of winter, they wore no cotton clothing, merely donning their flying fish uniforms. Upon seeing the large troop of Jinyiwei charging towards them, one burly man dashed inside while the other unsheathed his embroidered spring blade. Watching them warily as Tangjiu approached, the burly man quickly sheathed his weapon and said, "Subordinate greets the esteemed sir. Is Lord Yu present at the 1,000 households office?" "Lord 1,000 households just returned." "My lord." "All right, thank you for your hard work." Tangjiu instructed his subordinates to wait outside and only took Yuan Gu inside. Skillfully traversing the corridor, they arrived at Yu Qingqiu's door. Just as Tangjiu was about to speak, Yu Qingqiu strode out with vigor. Upon seeing Tangjiu, Yu Qingqiu's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's our 10,000 households. Ha ha ha. Lord Yu, you jest." Tangjiu held genuine respect for Yu Qingqiu, not solely because he was Yu Bingwen's father, but also due to Yu Qingqiu's support and regard for him. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the position of 1,000 households in such a short time? "All right, you rascal, Bingwen isn't here right now, but I'll arrange for someone to notify him. You two, come with me." Why Yu Qingqiu looked at Tangjiu with satisfaction, pleased with this young man who had brought him countless surprises in such a short time. Proving that his efforts had not been in vain. "Why, lord, you haven't even glanced at me," Yuan Gu remarked with a distressed expression, feeling dejected. "Humph." Yu Qingqiu snorted coldly and said, "You lazy fellow. You haven't made any progress in all this time. Look at Tangjiu." "Humph." With a cold snort, she dismissed him and turned to Tangjiu with a smile, saying, "Come, come, come. I have some exquisite tea that I can't quite discern the quality of. You should come in and have a taste." Chapter 60, Hisu Hua. Yuan Gu muttered behind them, "Who can compare to this weirdo?" Yu Qingqiu barked, "Get in already. What are you mumbling about?" "Coming, coming." Yuan Gu trailed behind him into the room. Yu Qingqiu gestured for the two to sit, then carefully retrieved a porcelain jar, cradling it as if it were fragile. "This was sent from the capital. It's the only one in all of Liaodong," he stated proudly. Tangjiu felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of tea could make Yu Qingqiu, a man of such stature, so cautious? Gently, Yu Qingqiu lifted the lid of the jar, and an enchanting aroma filled the room. A fresh scent wafting into Tangjiu's nostrils, instantly refreshing his spirit. He couldn't help but inhale deeply, greedily savoring the fragrance. Suddenly, Yuan Gu exclaimed, This is actually Hisu Hua." His wide eyes fixed on the small porcelain jar. Filled with disbelief, Hisu Hua. Upon hearing the name, Tangjiu nodded internally. It indeed suited the tea. Just a whiff of it was enough to permeate the entire room, rendering any floral fragrance unnecessary. Indeed, it could even overshadow them. "Yes, Hisu Hua," Yu Qingqiu affirmed, then with a pained expression, used a teaspoon to scoop a small amount into Tangjiu's cup before attempting to close the lid. "What about mine?" Yuan Gu interjected eagerly, his face a mask of longing. "You brat," Yu Qingqiu shot him a glare, then added a few leaves into the cup Yuan Gu had handed him. "Now that you know it's Hisu Hua, how dare you ask for some? Hee, such a treasure is worth it." Tangjiu watched the two with amusement, finding it somewhat comical. Even if the tea were exquisite, it was merely a pot of tea. Hardly something to be so reluctant about. Yu Qingqiu chuckled at Tangjiu's expression, saying, "This is no ordinary tea. You'll understand once you drink it." Yuan Gu, unable to contain himself, lifted the steaming copper kettle and carefully poured the boiling water into the cups without spilling a single drop. As the hot water met the leaves, the fragrance intensified, almost overwhelming Tangjiu's senses, causing him to instinctively hold his breath. "Oh, not hold your breath. Breathe it in deeply," Yuan Gu encouraged, greedily inhaling the aroma. Mirroring Yu Qingqiu's own eager posture, Tangjiu, suppressing his discomfort, followed suit, inhaling the fragrant steam. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly sensed a surge of internal energy within him. What? Already a second-tier warrior. With slow progress in his cultivation, he was astonished to feel such a distinct increase merely from the aroma of the tea. What kind of tea was this? It was astonishingly powerful, Yuan Gu. Grinning with pride, remarked, "Now you understand the might of He Su Hua, don't you?" As the tea began to take on a slight reddish hue, Yuan Gu pointed at Tang Jiu's cup and downed his own in one gulp. Falling into stillness, Tang Jiu followed suit, drinking deeply. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of internal energy surging through his body, continuously growing in strength, rivaling the speed of cultivation achieved through good and evil values. Furthermore, unlike what he had imagined, there was no pain involved. It felt entirely natural and smooth, as if everything was falling into place effortlessly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath laced with the lingering scent of TAS, he sensed his cultivation level. His eyes widened in astonishment. Mid-second tier. He had not expected that a single cup of tea could elevate him to mid-second tier. Yu Chengqiu watched him with a beaming smile, asking, "So, what do you think? Is my tea not remarkable?" "Thank you, my lord," Tang Jiu replied earnestly, feeling an even deeper respect for Yu Chengqiu. As for He Su Hua, he had been unaware of its existence before, and he wondered if he would ever encounter it again. However, he was certain that this tea was extraordinarily precious. Even in the capital, the one seated upon the dragon throne might not have access to it regularly. It must not be wasted. Just as Tang Jiu was about to lift the copper kettle to refill his cup, Yu Chengqiu stopped him, saying, "No more water. It's useless now. This tea only works the first time. Moreover, each individual can only benefit from it once in their lifetime. A second cup would be poisonous." Realizing this, Tang Jiu understood why Yu Chengqiu hadn't brewed tea for himself earlier. Yuan Gu, still in the midst of his breakthrough, remained oblivious to the conversation, prompting Tang Jiu to engage Yu Chengqiu in light banter. "Tang Jiu, there's no need to call me my lord anymore. We are equals, and you're a life-and-death friend of Bingwen. Just call me Uncle Yu." "Very well, Uncle Yu," Tang Jiu replied candidly. Yu Chengqiu nodded, then inquired, "What is the situation in Liaoyang now? Do you have confidence?" After pondering for a moment, Tang Jiu responded slowly, "The issues are manageable. Although there are some matters beyond my control, I should be able to handle them. You can always consult this rascal." Yu Chengqiu gestured toward Yuan Gu. "He's more capable than you think. Rest assured, Uncle Yu, I've sought him out plenty in Liaoyang." Tang Jiu assured, "That's good. By the way, Uncle Yu, how did Bingwen's marriage come about so suddenly?" Upon hearing Tang Jiu's question, Yu Chengqiu's expression flickered between shades of anger and amusement before settling into a smile. Bingwen got into some mischief outside, getting a girl pregnant, and couldn't hide it any longer. So he returned to confess. That's when I hurried to arrange the wedding. After a pause, Yu Chengqiu added with even more warmth, "And it's a boy he's having, haha." No wonder Yu Chengqiu was so pleased. It seemed Bingwen was set to carry on the family line. Tang Jiu glanced at Yuan Gu, silently acknowledging that his earlier guess had been accurate. After a while, Yuan Gu finally emerged from his reverie, displaying no extraordinary demeanor, still exuding his usual carefree attitude. "Thank you, Lord Yu, for your kindness," Yuan Gu said solemnly to Yu Chengqiu, having regained his composure. "You should strive to be more ambitious. If you had put in some effort, why would you have come to Liaodong?" Yu Chengqiu gazed at Yuan Gu with a look of disappointment. Yuan Gu scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile without responding. Tang Jiu regarded this slightly older yet perpetually unserious Yuan Gu with a smile. He understood that Yuan Gu possessed remarkable talent. If he were to dedicate himself to cultivation, his prowess would undoubtedly exceed what it was now. Yet, he was far too laid back, often neglecting his training. Nevertheless, even with such a casual approach, he had reached the 5th tier by around 20 years of age. Tang Jiu envied this innate talent. Had he been similarly gifted, he felt confident that even without a system, he could ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Chapter 61. Analyzing the situation in Liaoyang. Knock, 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 and knocking sound came from outside the door. "Come in," Yu Chengqiu called. Yu Bingwen entered wearing a white robe, maintaining his elegant demeanor without a hint of change. Bingwen, Tang Jiu, and Yuan Gu stood to greet him. Yu Bingwen smiled at the two younger men, saying, "Xiao Jiu, Xiao Yuan, you both arrived quite early. I thought you wouldn't come until tomorrow." For Yu Bingwen, whether Tang Jiu was 100 or 1,000 households mattered little. He saw him merely as a brother worthy of trusting with life and death, not some renowned figure. This attitude stemmed from his gentle nature, always maintaining a demeanor of calmness and indifference. Yuan Gu remarked, "How could we not come early for your grand wedding?" Tang Jiu added, "Indeed, Bingwen, you are the first among us brothers to marry. We had to be here ahead of time." Yu Bingwen graciously thanked them before asking, "I see there are many from the Liaoyang prefecture outside that you brought along. Why did you bring so many people?" Tang Jiu smacked his forehead, realizing he had been so engrossed in sipping tea that he had forgotten about them. He quickly said, "Uncle Yu, I need your assistance in arranging for the people I've brought. Of course." Yu Chengqiu called for a captain to come in and instructed him to make the necessary arrangements. It was then that Tang Jiu explained the reason for bringing such a large entourage. After listening, both Yu Chengqiu and Yu Bingwen fell silent, Yu Chengqiu's expression darkening with fury while Yu Bingwen appeared extremely serious. How dare they? Have they eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? To dare plot against the captain of the Imperial Guard, Tang Jiu replied, "The situation in Liaoyang has turned out to be somewhat unexpected. All manner of villains have come to vie for a share of the pie. However, it's manageable. We can handle it." Yuan Gu added, "Rest assured, as long as we are prepared, there shouldn't be any major issues." Yu Chengqiu glanced at Yuan Gu and said, "In that case, after Bingwen's wedding banquet, let him accompany you back to Liaoyang. He can assist you." Tang Jiu quickly objected, "That won't do. Bingwen just got married. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to leave home now. We can handle this matter on our own." Yuan Gu added with a knowing look, "Don't worry, Lord Yu. Nothing will happen. Well, when you return to Liaoyang, regardless of what happens, if you find yourself unable to cope, remember to send word to me." Yu Bingwen, roused from his contemplation, gazed at Yu Chengqiu, then glanced at Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu and said, "I have just pondered over the situation in Liaoyang. And it is, in fact, quite straightforward. There are merely 3 factions at play. One is the Jinyiwei, another is the Prince of Wu, and the last comprises those who come to Liaoyang with intentions of reaping the benefits. The Jinyiwei represents the court, and more specifically the emperor. The Prince of Wu embodies the local forces of Liaodong, which need not concern us excessively, for regardless of how things unfold, they are already on the path to decline. It is the third faction that requires our utmost attention, for these individuals will certainly not exercise the same caution as the Prince of Wu. Driven by self-interest, they are capable of any deed. Thus, as long as we manage the relationships between the first 2 factions, inciting them to conflict, we may sit back and observe the struggle, ultimately reaping the rewards. After listening to Yu Bingwen, Tang Jiu also contemplated this matter. The lineage of the Prince of Wu, even if he fails to capture the concealed young master, poses little threat, as their decline is an undeniable fact. It is the newcomers. Whether they arrive with personal agendas like Lin Chaoshi or remain hidden in the shadows, that will resort to every means to contend for the interests of Liaodong. These individuals are the most troublesome, as they hail from the capital, and their intricate connections are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could invite the ire of high-ranking officials or princes. However, there is no need for excessive worry. After all, the Jinyiwei are the emperor's personal guards. They cannot act openly. To do so would be to provoke imperial authority. Thus, the Jinyiwei can maintain a balance between the 2 factions, restraining them without resorting to any underhanded schemes, merely utilizing the prevailing circumstances to keep them in check. This is a matter of overt strategy. Should they wish to gain benefits, they must accept the constraints imposed upon them. There is no escaping this. After all, the Jinyiwei have no need for divisions of profit. Their sole duty is to safeguard Liaodong on behalf of the emperor. Very well, Wen Gu. I shall devise a plan once I return. Tang Jiu refrained from expressing gratitude to Yu Bingwen for his counsel, as their relationship did not necessitate such formalities. The day after tomorrow marks Yu Bingwen's wedding, and Tang Jiu did not linger. Bidding farewell to Yu Bingwen and Yu Chengqiu, Yuan Gu did not accompany him, opting instead to find a room at the Qinhu office to rest. Tang Jiu, bearing gifts, arrived at his sister's home, where cordial exchanges ensued. Yang Yu had taken Tang Qi back to Wuyang County for the new year and would not return to Qingyang Prefecture until after the Zhongyuan festival. With Tang Jiu's prior instructions and his connections within the Jinyiwei, Yang Yu no longer needed to worry that changes in the officialdom would affect him, allowing him to serve with peace of mind. Moreover, barring unforeseen events, his position was likely to advance further. Removing the vice from his title. As for the previous commander of the military office, his fate was of little consequence to him. After enjoying dinner while cradling his young nephew, Tang Jiu entrusted him to his sister for a lullaby before engaging in conversation with Yang Yu about the family's affairs, then retreated to his room for rest. Early the next morning, before Tang Jiu had fully awakened, a warm body snuggled into his bed. Uncle, why are you still asleep? Get up and play with me. Tang Jiu had sensed the arrival of his nephew just before he opened the door, so he did not rise, allowing the child to burrow into his covers. Tang Chi, observing the playful scene, chuckled, "You too. Hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast." Tang Jiu lifted his nephew from the bed, then dressed and washed up before heading to the side hall for breakfast before departing. He intended to visit Yu Bingwen's home to see if there was anything he could assist with. After all, it would be somewhat inappropriate to attend the wedding without offering help. Upon returning to the Jinhu office, he found Yuan Gu still groggy. Upon seeing Tang Jiu, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and got ready to follow him out. Yuan Gu resumed his natural curiosity, inquiring, "I heard our sister-in-law comes from a farming background?" Tang Jiu casually replied, "I don't know. I haven't asked, that's quite good." Yuan Gu responded, simple and honest, fitting for Wen Ji's character. Given Yu Qingqiu's standing in Qingyang Prefecture, any noblewoman from a respectable family would eagerly seek to wed into their family. Tang Jiu was not surprised by his new sister-in-law's background. Had Yu Bingwen desired to marry, the threshold of the Yu family would have long been trampled, rather than waiting until now. Furthermore, the Yu family did not require alliances to strengthen their power. Such unions would only raise suspicion regarding their loyalty to the court, yielding no benefits. Thus, a sister-in-law from a common family was most suitable. Chapter 62. The wedding procession. Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu arrived at the Yu residence, but were unable to lend a hand, as all arrangements were being handled by Yu Qingqiu, with the estate steward overseeing the proceedings. Yu Bingwen had no time to entertain them, constantly occupied with fittings for wedding attire and shoes. Amidst a flurry of various trivial tasks, exchanging glances, Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu decided to return to the Jinhu office, recognizing that they could be of no assistance here and would merely be in the way. Preferring instead to await the grand wedding the following day. At dawn on the next day, as the first light began to break, Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu arrived at the Yu residence. From a distance, they could hear someone shouting commands. "Oh dear, that S hung crooked. Like this? A little more to the left. Yes, just like that. Don't move." As they approached, they saw a steward directing servants who were draping red silk over the plaque at the entrance of the Yu residence. The red silk was adorned with a large red flower at the top, exuding a festive air. Nearby, several young attendants held up large red couplets, positioning them against the doorposts. "Master Tang, Master Yuan, you've arrived. Please, come in." The steward, recognizing Tang Jiu and Yu Bingwen, promptly ushered them inside, apologizing for the chaos as he continued to scold the servants for their mistakes. The old steward had grown up alongside Yu Qingqiu. His father had once served as the steward of the Yu family, and upon his father's passing, he had taken over the position. Thus, this steward held a position of considerable authority within the Yu household, even commanding respect from Yu Bingwen. Upon entering, Tang Jiu found the interior bustling with activity. Servants and maids meticulously cleaned every corner, striving to leave no detail unattended. Yu Qingqiu, seated in the main hall, waved them over upon noticing their arrival. "Uncle Yu, is there anything we can assist with?" "Ha ha ha, no need. Just sit back and relax," Yu Qingqiu replied, his face beaming with an uncontainable smile, his hearty laughter laced with unrestrained joy. Tang Jiu did not press the matter further, as he felt ill-equipped to help. Should he inadvertently create more trouble, it would only complicate matters. Thus, he settled in the main hall to enjoy some tea. As the guests had yet to arrive, the Yu residence did not feel crowded, but once the sun was fully up, it was likely that visitors would arrive in droves. After all, who would dare miss the wedding of the Jinyiwei's only son? A figure of such prominence in all of Qingyang Prefecture? While Yu Qingqiu might forget, those under his command would remember. A simple invitation from the Jinyiwei could compel them to present themselves before the guards, hands bound, awaiting their fate. This was the might of the Jinyiwei, the emperor's chosen force. Traditional weddings involve numerous intricate customs and processes, requiring ample time to select auspicious dates and tailor bridal attire. However, due to the unexpected nature of events, Yu Chengqiu hastily arranged for his daughter-in-law, who was with child, to join the family, leading to a more simplified ceremony. Yet, despite any simplifications, the Yu family remained at the pinnacle of Qingyang Prefecture's social hierarchy, ensuring that this somewhat rushed and modest wedding still caused a stir throughout the city. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation were of no ordinary standing, encompassing high officials, prestigious families, and several wealthy merchants from Liaodong. Particularly, the merchants reveled in their invitations, using them as a means to flaunt their status, for despite their wealth, they remained mere traders. The Yu family's invitations acknowledged their contribution to the prosperity of Qingyang Prefecture. As the hour of the wedding approached, a procession of 66 drummers began to play, their red silk-wrapped drumsticks creating a lively rhythm. The sound of gongs and drums echoed, accompanied by the crackle of firecrackers. As a crowd of curious onlookers gathered along the streets, their faces adorned with smiles. After all, two men on either side of the procession carried large baskets filled with copper coins, while a designated individual continuously scattered coins for the spectators. Some adults, concerned about appearances, refrained from picking up the coins themselves, instead discreetly sending their children to collect the fallen money, feigning embarrassment as they remarked, "Oh, the little ones just don't know any better." In truth, their hearts blossomed with joy. Each child managed to seize at least dozens, with some even gathering over 100. Such wealth was sufficient to sustain their families for 10 days to half a month. Yu Bingguin donned a resplendent red wedding attire, adorned with a large crimson flower on his chest, while astride a priceless steed known for its legendary bloodline. Yu Bingguin's demeanor was one of refined modesty. Yet as he rode amidst the cheerful laughter of the throngs, he felt a tinge of discomfort, his fair complexion betraying a hint of crimson. The grand sedan chair, carried by 8 bearers, had been specially commissioned by Yu Chengqiu in haste. Featuring a dragon on one side and a phoenix on the other, ultimately converging at the entrance of the chair. Typically, such an 8-bearer sedan was not permitted for common use. It was reserved exclusively for officials of the 3rd rank or above. For ordinary folk, the only opportunity to utilize such a conveyance was during their wedding. Any deviation would be deemed an act of usurpation akin to rebellion, punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. Although the Yu family wielded considerable power, they would never dare to employ the emperor's 16-bearer sedan for their own purposes. A magnificent wedding procession swept through the streets, finally halting at the bride's residence. The estate had been a gift from Yu Chengqiu to the bride's family, serving as part of the betrothal gifts. In truth, it was also a matter of face, intended to quell any gossip about Yu Bingguin marrying the daughter of a humble farmer. However, being the in-laws of Yu Chengqiu while residing in a dilapidated courtyard would inevitably invite whispers and pointed fingers. The heavy door remained shut, with no members of the bride's family in sight. Only the sounds of boisterous revelry emanating from within the courtyard. According to local customs in Liaodong, the groom must present red envelopes to gain entry. Only when the envelopes were deemed sufficient would the children guarding the door relent. Moreover, there wasn't just one door to guard. Every passageway was monitored, with the final door to the bride's chamber vigilantly watched over by her closest friends, ensuring that no male outsider could cross the threshold. Yu Bingguin dismounted from his horse, followed closely by Yuan Gu, who, with his bulging pockets, clearly carried a substantial number of red envelopes, all filled with silver notes. The Yu family was not so miserly as to use copper coins, and silver was too burdensome, hence they opted for silver notes, confident that they could afford such expenditures on this joyous occasion. Tang Zhu refrained from attending the wedding procession, as his elevated status, equal to that of Yu Chengqiu, rendered his presence inappropriate. Thus, Yuan Gu, ever eager for excitement, accompanied Yu Bingguin instead. Upon hearing the calls for red envelopes from within, Yu Bingguin hastily retrieved a handful from Yuan Ji's arms, indiscriminately shoving them through the crack of the door. Inside, voices playfully demanded more, urging for additional envelopes. Yu Bingguin reached for more, but Yuan Gu interjected quietly, "Wen Gu, we don't present the envelopes this way. If you do, how can you expect to bring your bride home? You must offer them one by one. Present them thrice to gain entry. Otherwise, if you continue like this, we'll have no envelopes left before we even get through the main door." Chapter 63. A snowy night. A sudden arrival. Amidst the laughter and twists, Yu Bingwen successfully brought the bride back to the Yu residence at an auspicious hour. 2 stone lions adorned with large red flowers guarded the entrance, where a vibrant red lantern hung high, and the door emblazoned with auspicious characters stood wide open, welcoming a steady stream of guests. The old steward, stationed at the entrance, spotted the returning wedding party from afar and called out to the servants, "Quickly, prepare the firecrackers and fireworks." As Yu Bingwen rode his prized steed to the threshold, the steward's command ignited a cacophony of firecrackers and fireworks, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Dozens of banquet tables were already arranged in the courtyard, filled with dignitaries from Qingyang Prefecture, their jubilant voices ringing out with congratulations. The wedding ceremony progressed through the customary kneeling to thank the parents and the couples bowing to each other, culminating with the officiant's declaration to enter the bridal chamber. Though none had glimpsed the bride's appearance, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Tang Jiu took his seat at the main table beside Yu Chengqiu, surrounded by individuals of similarly high status, yet the 10-seat table remained less than fully occupied. Many unfamiliar faces regarded Tang Jiu with curiosity, questioning what merit allowed someone so young to occupy such a prominent position. Especially next to the esteemed Yu Chengqiu, a few visitors from Wuyang County, recognizing Tang Jiu's identity, whispered among themselves, and soon the news spread throughout the courtyard. It became apparent to all that this young man shared the same rank as Yu Chengqiu, both serving as captains in the Jinyiwei, yet he was the only other captain in all of Liaodong apart from Yu Chengqiu. Consequently, the expressions of those observing Tang Jiu shifted to a mixture of reverence, fear, and envy, save for any hint of jealousy. After escorting the bride to her chamber, Yu Bingwen returned to the main hall, where the atmosphere grew even more festive. Among the privileged guests, no one paid heed to Yu Bingwen's lineage. He was simply regarded as the groom. Congratulations and toasts flowed freely, with the merriment continuing unabated. Fortunately, Yuan Gu stood by to shield Yu Bingwen from some of the libations. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to inebriation before the night was through. As the wedding festivities reached their conclusion amidst laughter and merriment, guests gradually began to take their leave, leaving only a few close friends lingering at the Yu residence. Tang Jiu, slightly tipsy, congratulated Yu Bingwen and remarked, "Wen Gu, now that your wedding is complete, we shall refrain from disturbing the bridal chamber." Why? Yu Bingwen, drawing upon his inner strength to dispel the effects of alcohol, regained clarity in his gaze and responded, "Are you leaving so soon?" Indeed, Tang Jiu nodded. "The situation in Liaoyang is evolving rapidly. I cannot shake the feeling of unease if I do not return promptly." "Very well, if that is your wish." "I shall not detain you," Yu Bingwen said, lightly patting Tang Jiu's shoulder with earnestness. "Take care on your journey." "Rest assured," Tang Jiu replied. Having not indulged excessively during the banquet, he had merely shared a few drinks with Yu Chengqiu before setting down his cup and declining further toasts from his table companions. His intention to depart for Liaoyang after the banquet had been firmly established from the outset. Setting out in the afternoon would allow them to reach a county seat before nightfall, providing them with a place to rest before continuing their journey the following morning, ensuring their arrival at Liaoyang Prefecture by dusk. After engaging in further conversation with Yu Chengqiu, Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu rose to leave. As their subordinates had been awaiting them at the city gate for quite some time, as Tang Jiu rode out of the city, his entourage followed closely, all mounted and spurring their steeds onward. Not long after exiting the city, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and by the time they reached the small county seat in the evening, the snowfall had intensified to the point that visibility was reduced to mere feet. Tang Jiu and his subordinates took refuge in a pre-booked inn, where he whispered a few words to Yuan Gu before retiring to his room for rest in the dead of night. The snow continued to fall without a hint of stopping, accumulating to a substantial depth. Creaking sounds echoed from a distance, the crunch of footsteps on the snow somewhat jarring yet unmasked. Through the swirling snow, 5 figures emerged, their heights and builds varying as they trudged toward the inn where Tang Jiu and his men were staying. "Is it really necessary for so many of us to tread carefully for a mere captain of the Jinyiwei?" One diminutive figure grumbled, clearly displeased. The others, perhaps unable to hear over the howling wind and snow, paid him no mind, save for one robust figure at the front who retorted, "Silence. Do as you're told and spare us your prattle." Clearly, this imposing figure was the leader, and the smaller individual, casting a fearful glance, chose to remain silent. At the inn's entrance, the shorter figure stepped forward, shattering the door latch with a surge of inner strength, pushing the door open and allowing the larger man to enter first. Once the large man was inside, the remaining members followed suit. The inn's main hall was cloaked in darkness, yet it was evidently far more comfortable and tranquil than the tumult outside. The group intended to shake off the snow accumulating on their garments and ascend the stairs without so much as signaling for the innkeeper, of course, even if they had called for assistance. It was doubtful anyone would respond. Instead, what awaited them was a sudden burst of light as the inn's main hall illuminated, revealing 100 Jinyiwei surrounding them, blocking all exits, each brandishing crossbows with fierce expressions fixed upon the intruders. The few individuals in the center of the hall regarded the encircling Jinyiwei with disdain, as if they deemed these fierce enforcers of the law beneath their notice. "Tang Jiu, step forward," the towering leader commanded, his voice resonating with such intensity that it seemed to rattle the very wooden structure of the inn. Tang Jiu emerged from the second floor, stepping onto the landing and gazing down upon them with icy resolve. "You rabble of the underworld, it appears you will not rest until I have extinguished your lives." Tang Jiu spared them no mercy, his words dripping with menace, the aura of death emanating from him as he addressed the figures below. Instantly, apart from the leader who remained steadfast, the other four retreated in shock, unable to withstand Tang Jiu's formidable presence. This unexpected display of strength left them astounded, their earlier arrogance evaporating as they realized the captain they had previously dismissed was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "Tang Jiu, I offer you a choice. You need not bow in submission. Simply agree to cease your interference, and I shall let you go unharmed today," the towering man declared, seemingly unperturbed by Tang Jiu's intimidating aura. With a cold laugh, Tang Jiu replied, "You wish to spare me? Perhaps you should consider how you might escape your own demise. Release him," Yuan Gu bellowed from among the encircling Jinyiwei. Suddenly, countless crossbow bolts surged towards the few individuals in the hall. The towering man remained motionless, and as the bolts struck his body, they produced a resounding clash of metal, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Only his outer garments were pierced, revealing skin that gleamed like tempered steel beneath the shredded fabric. The other four did not possess his extraordinary resilience, yet they remained unperturbed, their movements so swift that the bolts whizzed past them. Occasionally, a few missed their evasive maneuvers, but they deftly swatted them away with their hands or weapons. Chapter 64. The Vajra of the Buddhist Sect. Tang Jiu gazed down from the staircase, observing their unscathed state with no hint of surprise. If mere mortals could so easily injure or slay them, he would have been astonished. With 2 second-grade experts and 1 first-grade master present, it would indeed be unworthy of his prolonged wait on this chilly night if they were to be harmed thus. From the moment he arrived at the inn, Tang Jiu had sensed that something would transpire that night. According to the intelligence relayed by Lin Chaoshi, if enemies were to arrive, it would likely be within these 2 days. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Amidst the wind and snow in this remote county, even if they could not eliminate Tang Jiu, they would still have the chance to retreat unscathed. Thus, prior to resting, Tang Jiu instructed Yuan Gu to make thorough preparations. As expected, shortly after midnight, the vigilant Tang Jiu sensed several unmistakable auras closing in on the inn. The ever-prepared Jinji needed no further command from Tang Jiu. The instant their adversaries entered the inn, they swiftly encircled them. The volley of crossbow bolts was not intended to injure, but merely to distract and delay. The Jinjiwei's light crossbows could load 10 bolts simultaneously. After a coordinated shot, Yuan Gu commanded, "Retreat." All the Jinjiwei surrounding the hall obeyed and quickly withdrew, leaving only Tang Jiu on the staircase and the 5 below. The tall man remained still, his expression slightly mocking. Although the other 4 had not sustained any injuries, they were somewhat breathless. After all, combat required constant vigilance, lest one fall prey to injury due to negligence. "Master Tang, if your abilities are limited to this, I reiterate, as long as you do not obstruct us, we shall not harm you." The towering man was evidently reluctant to engage Tang Jiu in combat, given his status as a Qianhu of the Jinji, a position of no small significance within the Great Yu dynasty. Should he truly kill him, the aftermath would be troublesome. Thus, it was preferable to compel Tang Jiu to acquiesce to their demands through intimidation. Only in dire circumstances would they resort to killing him, which, while inconvenient, was not insurmountable, merely costly in comparison to the benefits of the entire Liaodong region. It was trivial. Through the inn's window, Tang Jiu noticed a distant flicker of light. "It has begun," he murmured. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted as bolts penetrated the inn's walls, their immense size comparable to a human arm and nearly 10 feet long, hurtling towards the individuals below. Aside from the noise of the walls being breached, these bulky bolts emitted no sound as they sliced through the air, rendering them utterly undetectable. Two robust men, caught off guard, were struck by bolts that pierced their arms and thighs, resulting in a gruesome separation of flesh and bone, severing limbs from their bodies. The two burly men only realized their injuries after their severed limbs had fallen to the ground, and they let out horrified screams. The shorter individual, surprisingly unscathed, attempted to ascend the staircase but was met with a swift strike from Tang Jiu, who had been lying in wait above. At this moment, the hall offered no refuge. Anything in its path was penetrated by the massive bolts, showing no signs of slowing down. The lead towering man finally ceased his immobility, swiftly evading Tang Jiu's strike and positioning himself on the second floor. Gazing down at his pierced subordinates without a trace of anger or sorrow, Tang Jiu, blade in hand, regarded the tall man with a slightly grave expression. His earlier strike, delivered with full force, had been effortlessly dodged by this man, a testament to his prowess as a first-grade master. Yet the remaining four fared poorly. Although they had survived, the two large men were as good as dead. The remaining pair, including the short one, bore injuries. "Master Tang, your skills are indeed commendable," the towering man remarked solemnly as he surveyed the unfortunate state of his subordinates. The crossbow bolts had been Tang Jiu's secretive directive to Yuan Gu earlier that night. After all, they were facing formidable opponents. Although several hundred Jinyiwei, along with the commanding Qinhu and Tang Jiu himself, could potentially subdue them, the casualties would likely be significant. Thus, he had sent a swift message to Chengqiu, requesting the deployment of the Jinyiwei's secret weapon, the breaker crossbow. With this, as long as they positioned themselves several hundred yards away, they could eliminate their foes. The bolts of the Jinyiwei's breaker crossbow were specially crafted. Upon firing, they remained silent, striking down enemies without warning. The flickering light Tang Jiu had seen outside was a signal indicating that the breaker crossbow was prepared. "Now, it's your turn," Tang Jiu declared, facing the towering man, holding his embroidered spring knife with an air of determination. His aura coalesced and compressed, culminating in a potent force ready to unleash. Yet, the towering man opposite him sensed that this contained energy was far more formidable. Akin to a dormant volcano, unseen until it erupted, capable of cataclysmic destruction. This was a lesson Tang Jiu had learned from a warrior who had ambushed them on the grasslands. Though Tang Jiu emitted no discernible aura, a mere flick of his strength had nearly incapacitated him, indicating that it was not merely a matter of higher cultivation. Upon returning, Tang Jiu delved into numerous texts, ultimately understanding that compressing all one's vitality and momentum before a final explosive release maximized damage. He had practiced diligently, yet only after partaking of the tea with Chengqiu did he manage to refine his ability to contain his energy within. Facing an opponent of a higher realm, especially one of the blood exchange realm, compelled Tang Jiu to treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. Hence, he resolved to give his all from the outset. Once his aura condensed to a critical point, he ceased to forcefully compress it, instead launching himself forward with a powerful push, shattering the floor beneath him as he propelled himself towards the towering man. The towering man did not evade. Instead, he extended his palm to meet Tang Jiu's incoming knife strike directly, attempting to counter the sharp blade with his bare flesh. As his palm, now glowing with a faint golden light, approached the knife, he suddenly retracted it, swiftly retreating to avoid the strike, his expression grave as he regarded Tang Jiu. "That knife of yours?" he inquired, a hint of caution in his voice. Tang Jiu, equally somber, responded, as a formidable Vajra of the Buddhist sect. "Do you not fear the impending army that may come to obliterate your sect?" Tang Jiu had deduced that the man practiced Buddhist martial arts, evidenced by the golden glow of his palm and his steadfast demeanor in the face of the rain of arrows. Only the disciples of the Vajra would train their bodies and cultivate such formidable techniques. Otherwise, he could not fathom which other sect could produce such a powerful physique and aggressive palm techniques. Yet, he was uncertain to which branch of Buddhism this man belonged. Had he known, he would have rallied an army to eradicate his sect. Chapter 65. The Vajra's wrath. The towering man fell silent, offering no response to Tang Jia's question, though the golden light emanating from his palm intensified. Moments later, the radiance surpassed the illumination of the candles within the inn, blindingly bright. Tang Jia squinted, tightening his grip on the embroidered spring knife. The excessive pressure caused his knuckles to whiten as he braced himself for the towering man's impending thunderous strike. "Ya!" the towering man bellowed, thrusting his palm forward as he leapt into the air, delivering a radiant blow aimed squarely at Tang Jia. The force of his strike reverberated through the space, sending gusts of wind that caused the candle flames to flicker violently, dancing erratically. Tang Jia dared not withstand the full force of the towering man's concentrated energy. He positioned the embroidered spring knife across his chest, rapidly retreating and leaping over the splintered floor to perch upon the railing of the corridor. Unperturbed by his missed strike, the towering man continued his assault, his feet pounding the floor as he propelled himself towards Tang Jia once more. Tang Jia, balancing on the railing, fixed his gaze upon the incoming threat, calculating his next move in a split second. He pushed off with his toes, executing a somersault over the towering man's head, landing deftly behind him. This man is astonishingly strong, Tang Jia thought, turning to face the equally quick-turning towering man, astonished yet resolute. "Die!" Tang Jia roared, swinging his knife, channeling all his energy into the blade as overwhelming killing intent surged forth, the long knife crashing towards the towering man's head. In response to Tang Jia's awe-inspiring strike, the towering man's palm glowed even brighter, no longer evading the knife's edge but meeting it head-on. Bang! As the blades clashed, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating through the air, while the dissipating energy swirled around the two combatants. The doors and windows of the second-floor room shattered under the force of the gusts generated by their clash. The towering man and Tang Jia remained locked in a standoff, their palms firmly pressing against Tang Jia's embroidered spring blade. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the blade did not actually make contact with his palm. Rather, it was halted just shy of an inch away by the golden light emanating from his hand. The formidable man exhaled a surge of energy, momentarily pushing back Tang Jia's blade before retracting his hand. He gazed at Tang Jia with admiration, exclaiming, "No wonder you warrant my attempt to end your life. Your prowess is indeed remarkable." As his words faded, his hand returned to its unremarkable state, devoid of any golden radiance. However, the weight in Tang Jia's eyes deepened. "Then let us settle this with a single strike." The tall man, whose robe had been tattered beyond repair by the arrows and their battle, seemed to find the remnants of his garment cumbersome. He tore away the ragged pieces, discarding them to reveal only a pair of monk's trousers clinging to his sturdy thighs. His physique resembling that of iron forged in fire, he slightly spread his legs apart, bending slightly at the knees, his hands poised in front of him, palms forward. Suddenly, as the towering man assumed his stance, a golden luminescence began to emanate from his entire being, gradually intensifying, though not as dazzling as the light that had previously gathered in his palm. Tang Jia remained cautiously vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. For this towering man was, aside from the warrior from the grasslands, the most formidable opponent he had encountered. As the man moved, Tang Jia concentrated all his energy and momentum, channeling it into his embroidered spring blade. Apart from the blade's relentless pulsation of energy, he appeared devoid of any aura, standing before the man like an ordinary individual. "Come forth. Allow me to witness your most powerful strike." Having agreed to resolve their confrontation with a single decisive move, Tang Jia was not one to shy away from fulfilling the desires of a true master. At that moment, the towering man resembled a bodhisattva, his entire form radiating golden light, though not as intense as before. The illumination cast a holy glow throughout the inn, reminiscent of a divine presence. With fierce eyes, he glared, his face slightly contorted, Yet deep within, an air of tranquility lingered. In Buddhism, even the wrathful can be a guardian. Lord Tang, prepare yourself. He swung his arms rhythmically, his powerful legs pounding the already shattered floorboards like pillars of heaven. Each step produced a resounding echo, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu, in turn, wielded his spring blade with ferocity, charging at the towering man. However, his momentum contrasted starkly with that of his opponent. He made no sound, moving swiftly yet as unobtrusively as an ordinary person running. His speed unperturbed by the surroundings. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, less intense than before, yet an invisible shockwave erupted, leaving no ground for either combatant to stand upon. Tang Jiu glanced at the injury inflicted upon the man's palm by his blade. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's good to see that I can indeed wound you. Even a slight injury is something to celebrate. Once more, Tang Jiu shouted, retracting his blade swiftly before slicing towards him again. The towering man showed no signs of retreat, meeting the blade with an open palm. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, their movements carrying them from the second floor down to the first, where the remnants of their battle lay in ruins. The four men the towering warrior had brought lay in a corner of the hall. Aghast at the ferocity of the duel, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Tang Jiu could stand toe-to-toe with the formidable monk, perhaps even gaining the upper hand, as Tang Jiu's strikes grew more ferocious. The towering man's hands became bloodied and battered, yet his expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with wrath as though he viewed Tang Jiu as the embodiment of vengeance. He relentlessly sought to crush him beneath his palm. Tang Jiu deftly retreated, pausing before the towering man, slightly breathless, ready to speak when he was interrupted. The towering man, undeterred, charged at Tang Jiu once more. Tang Jiu closed his eyes, holding his breath as he sheathed his blade. Standing in complete silence, his heart no longer beating. Just as the towering man's battered palm was about to strike him, Tang Jiu's eyes snapped open. A resounding blade cry filled the air, and the inn erupted into a blinding white light in tandem with the golden glow. Thud! The two men passed each other, Tang Jiu halting behind the towering warrior, flicking his spring blade before sheathing it. The towering man remained frozen, his palms still poised to strike. Chapter 66. All must be crushed. Tang Jiu, now regaining his breath, felt the weight of exhaustion, and alongside the four men who lay prostrate. They gazed at the unmoving figure of the towering man. A thin line of blood appeared on his shoulder, gradually widening as crimson gushed forth. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed as the towering man's entire arm fell away at the root, causing him to stagger, nearly collapsing. The golden light dissipated, revealing his flesh once more. You have lost, Tang Jiu said, steadying his breath, his tone icy. The towering man glanced at his severed arm on the ground. Slowly turning to face Tang Jiu, I have lost? Not yet. He would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Tang Jiu's hand caressed the spring blade gently, his fingers loosening their stiffness as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the man who had pushed him to the limits of his endurance. The encounter on the grasslands was hardly a battle. He had been swiftly defeated. This, however, was a genuine fight. Yet, before Tang Jiu could draw his blade, the towering man, wielding only one remaining arm, lunged at him. His steps trembled slightly, his speed not as swift as before, his fierce expression now replaced by one of determination. Tang Jiu exited the inn, the building swaying as if burdened by heavy snowfall, threatening to collapse under its weight. All around, the Jinyiwei surrounded the inn, their blades drawn, the snow nearly concealing them. Yet they remained motionless. Is it over? Yuan Gu approached Tang Jiu, asking softly, attempting to offer his support. Tang Jiu declined Yuan Ji's assistance, stating, it is over. Have someone attend to the aftermath inside and provide compensation to the innkeeper. Understood. Yuan Gu nodded, observing the weary Tang Jiu. With a wave of his hand, a team of Jinyiwei surged into the crumbling inn. Let us return and rest. Tang Jiu's voice was soft, fatigue evident. The new resting place required no concern from him, as it had already been arranged by his subordinates. He reclined in a hot bath, relishing the warmth as it soothed his weary body. washing away the fatigue of battle. He found himself missing the few young maidservants at home, wondering how they had fared in his absence. System, open personal panel, ding. The host's personal panel has been opened. Name, Tangzhou Cultivation, mid-second rank identity, Chief Captain of the Jinyiwei in Liaoyang Prefecture Cultivation Method, Kuanyo Power, 5885-210-0000, Martial Skills, Bone Severing Hand, 15100, Roaming Blade, 16205000, Phantom 9 Shadows, 103-5000, Good and Evil Points, 30,844 points. Tang Ju summoned the long-neglected system panel. Observing the fresh personal data, a smile breaking through his fatigued expression. Since returning from Chaoyang County, he had ascended to the mid-second rank, and after drinking the elusive He Su Hua from Yu Chengqiu, he had broken through to this level. Now, following a fierce battle, he was on the brink of advancing to the first rank. The 4 second-ranked foes he had defeated and the formidable first-ranked Buddhist warrior had granted him a staggering 30,000 points of good and evil. Indeed, the path to progress lay in relentless cultivation. Only through vanquishing foes could one truly ascend. After all, treasures like He Su Hua were rare and unpredictable, and even if encountered, could only be used once in a lifetime. Nevertheless, Tangzhou did not rush to allocate his points, but intended to wait until he could elevate himself to the first rank before making a bulk enhancement. Regardless, with just over 10,000 points remaining, Tangzhou firmly believes that upon his return, someone will surely deliver it to him. The snow ceased just before dawn, having fallen throughout the night, accumulating to a depth surpassing the knees of a person. Early in the morning, Tangzhou mounted his horse, treading upon the thick layer of snow, accompanied by his subordinates as they returned to Liaoyang. The snowfall was so heavy that their progress was slow, and by the time they arrived, the city gate was already half closed. However, they were intercepted by the Jinyiwei, and the guards of the gate did not dare to obstruct them, respectfully allowing passage. As evening fell, Tangzhou chose not to return to the Qinhu office, instructing his subordinates to take the horses back, and instead went home with Yuan Gu, who followed closely behind. The women, including Yu Di and others, were overjoyed at Tangzhou's return. The culinary adept Shuero, without needing to be told, hurried to the kitchen to prepare a grand feast. After a hearty meal, Tangzhou retired to his room to rest. However, this time, he did not dismiss Qing Shui, who had been warming his bed, and embraced her smooth form as he drifted into slumber. The journey to Qingyang had left Tangzhou somewhat fatigued. Thus he did not refuse Qing Shui's company, though nothing inappropriate transpired. It was merely more comfortable to sleep while holding her. Yet, it was a pity for Qing Shui, who had hoped that remaining in his embrace would earn her his affection, only to find that her young master had fallen asleep directly. After a restless night, as dawn approached, Qing Shui cautiously pried Tangzhou's arm from around her, rising to tuck the blanket around him before dressing. Once she was dressed, Qing Shui, unable to resist the impulse, lightly kissed Tangzhou on the lips, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hurried out of the room to fetch hot water for her master. Shortly after Qing Shui exited, Tangzhou awoke, fully aware of her actions. Even in deep slumber, his vigilance as a martial artist had not diminished in the slightest. Touching his lips where she had kissed him, he chuckled softly. This girl. As for Qing Shui and Yu Di, Tangzhou held no aversion. After all, they would eventually become residents of his household, so he allowed them the freedom to act as they pleased. Knock, knock, knock. Qing Shui knocked on the door, entering with a basin of hot water, her cheeks even redder, likely having been teased by Yu Di and Shuero. Her previously cool demeanor now appeared exceptionally endearing. "Young master, it's time to wash your face," she said, her voice cool yet gentle. "You haven't slept all night. You should rest for a while. I can manage on my own." Ignoring Tangzhou's refusal, Qing Shui soaked a towel in the warm water, wrung it out, and gently wiped his cheeks. Tangzhou reveled in the attention of the three maidens, and with a melancholic expression, Yuan Gu remarked about the morning assembly at the Qinhu office. As he walked, gazing at the pale morning sky, he mused, "A storm is brewing." Upon his return, it seemed the mice would no longer be able to conceal themselves. "That's fine. Just mice. If they dare to show themselves, I'll trample them underfoot." Tang Ji's tone was icy, his annoyance palpable. He did not harbor any aversion to the forces scheming for Liaodong. After all, with the fall of the Prince of Wu, new powers were bound to emerge. Regardless of who it was, as long as they did not provoke him, there would be peace. Yet, why must they all come to test his patience? Had the might of the Jinyiwei diminished to such an extent that anyone could challenge him? Thus, Tang Jiu resolved to hold nothing back. Anyone who dared to disrupt the peace would undoubtedly face his wrath, without a shred of mercy. What noble scions or aristocratic ladies could intimidate him? He did not fear the Prince of Wu, who had dominated Liaodong for a century, let alone outsiders with no foundation in the region. Each provocation against his bottom line ignited a murderous intent within him. Radiating an aura of frostiness, Chapter 67. Do not provide me the opportunity to eliminate you. Upon arriving at the Qinhu office, Tang Jiu instructed Yuan Gu, go inform those individuals that I will be hosting a banquet at Tantianju at noon today. They are all to attend. Yuan Gu did not hesitate and replied decisively, understood. Since those who intended to scheme in Liaodong had chosen to reveal themselves, it would be better to take the initiative. Sparing himself the annoyance of their incessant appearances, today at noon, Tang Jiu would make it clear that in Liaoyang Prefecture, and indeed the entirety of Liaodong, only with his approval could they continue to remain. Otherwise, they would all be suppressed. Given Yuan Ji's unique status, he was well informed regarding matters of intelligence. Thus Tang Jiu entrusted him with the task of conveying the message, confident that it would be done without issue. In the morning, Tang Jiu arranged for the long-absent Lin Chaoshi to be summoned. Lin Chaoshi, regardless of your intentions, I am aware that our paths are aligned, are they not? Tang Jiu stated, seated opposite Lin Chaoshi, his hand resting upon the embroidered spring knife, speaking each word with clarity and strength. Lin Chaoshi smiled, of course, Lord Tang. Very well, today I intend to deal with those individuals all at once. Excellent. I shall fully cooperate with you. Lord Tang, Lin Chaoshi replied succinctly, understanding Tang Ji's intent without further prompting. Upon hearing his response, Tang Ji's expression softened. I must thank you for your information this time. Lin Chaoshi's smile grew even brighter. Your words are worth cherishing, Lord Tang, indeed. Tang Jiu sipped his tea and continued, you should join me today at noon. Certainly. Tang Jiu felt a tinge of unease regarding Lin Chaoshi, primarily due to the man's profound cunning and extensive connections. He possessed knowledge of secrets even the Jinyiwei was unaware of, and he would inform Tang Jiu of them in advance. Thus, when Tang Jiu took action against those individuals, he brought Lin Chaoshi along, both to bind their fates together and to ensure that Lin Chaoshi would not betray him in the future. Furthermore, someone from the capital was needed to handle the relationships, as Tang Jiu had no connections there. And those individuals were all aristocrats from the capital. If it were just one or two, he could manage them under the banner of the Jinyiwei, but with so many, someone needed to stand at the forefront. Hence, Lin Chaoshi, the grandson of the former prime minister, was the optimal choice. Throughout the morning, Tang Jiu and Lin Chaoshi engaged in numerous discussions, during which Tang Jiu gleaned information he wished to know, such as the identities of those coming from the capital and their backgrounds. He also learned some tidbits about the capital that, while not truly secrets, were not widely known among the upper echelons. For instance, the current emperor's days were numbered, and it was uncertain when he would depart this world. Tang Jiu was not particularly concerned with this. His focus was solely on dealing with the matters at hand. Until he resolved these issues, any other discussions were futile. Tang Jiu had a premonition that all of them, including himself, the Prince of Wu, and the individuals from the capital, were caught in an invisible circle, being led around in endless loops until one day, they would either perish within it or find a way to escape. Tiantianju, the largest and most opulent restaurant in Liaoyang Prefecture, was situated along the most prosperous street near the Liao River in the west of the city. Its towering corner towers could be seen from afar, and its entrance was far wider than those of nearby establishments. Two tall pillars flanked the entrance, adorned with a grand wooden plaque, each side inscribed with the words, Tantianju welcomes guests. Guests graced by Tiantianju. This displayed an extraordinary grandeur. In the most lavish private room on the third floor, Yuan Gu sat at the main seat's left, observing the 8 individuals at the table with a lazy smile. Remaining silent, opposite him sat a rotund man clad in extravagant attire, his face a mass of flesh, glaring menacingly at Yuan Gu. young Master Yuan. Did you summon us here just to sit idly and wait? Indeed, does Tang Jiu truly hold us in such low regard? A mere Qianhu, yet he acts as though he is someone of significance. A gaunt young man with a sharp face echoed the sentiments of the rotund man. And the others chimed in with similar murmurs. Ha ha. Yuan Gu chuckled dryly at their words, saying, "You are all free to leave at any time. I certainly won't stop you." The rotund and slender men were momentarily at a loss for words, staring at each other before the rotund man finally muttered, "We will wait for just another 15 minutes. If Tang Jiu does not arrive, we shall take our leave." Yuan Gu surveyed the remaining individuals and inquired, "Is this the sentiment of everyone else?" The others were taken aback, not expecting Yuan Gu to address them so suddenly, and they fell into silence, some looking down at their tea while others gazed up at the ceiling, none daring to voice a response. Yuan Gu shifted his gaze back to the rotund and slender men, smiling. "It seems only the two of you feel this way. You may leave now." "You?" The rotund man stood abruptly, about to protest, only to be restrained by the slender man beside him, who then awkwardly chuckled. "Apologies, young Master Yuan. We were merely jesting, indeed." Yuan Gu nonchalantly toyed with his empty teacup. Suddenly, Yuan Ji's smile vanished, and he slammed his hand down on the table, fixing a piercing gaze on the rotund and slender men as he enunciated. "When did you two lowly creatures gain the audacity to jest with the Jinyiwei? If you wish to jest, perhaps you should inquire whether your father's hat is sufficient for such a privilege." The teacup clattered to the carpet with a dull thud, causing everyone at the table to shudder at Yuan Ji's words. "Well then, since there are no objections, let us continue to wait." Yuan Gu resumed his seat, straightening the teacup that had been knocked over, regaining his lazy smile. The others quickly adjusted their teacups and sat upright, while a robust man near the entrance stood to call for the waiter to tidy up. Just as he pushed open the door, he was met by Tang Jiu, resplendent in a bright red fish-scale robe, standing at the threshold with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What?" A robust man was startled by Tang Jiu at the door, hesitating to leave, unable to voice his thoughts. Tang Jiu brushed past the sturdy figure without a glance, making his way directly to the main seat beside Yuan Gu, where he seated himself with measured grace. Lord Tang." Upon witnessing Tang Jiu's arrival, the others abandoned their grievances regarding his tardiness and rose in greeting. The muscular man, preparing to exit, closed the door once more and returned to his seat, as if he had risen solely to grant Tang Jiu passage. Yuan Gu filled a cup with tea for Tang Jiu, standing by with a smile, choosing silence. He was a person of great tact. In the presence of outsiders, he never overtly displayed the closeness of his relationship with Tang Jiu. Only when they were alone did he reveal his true nature. After sipping the tea, Tang Jiu regarded the 8 individuals at the table and spoke plainly. "I care not who you are, nor whence you hail, or what connections you possess in Liaodong. You must conduct yourselves with propriety. Your pursuit of benefits is your own affair, and as long as you do not create disturbances, I shall not meddle in your affairs. However, should anyone encroach upon matters best left untouched, do not blame me for seizing the opportunity to eradicate you." Chapter 78. "Surely, no one will oppose me?" Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, evidently struck by Tang Jiu's forthright declaration. The individuals at the table exchanged glances, taken aback by Tang Jiu's directness. A young man seated 2 places to the left of Yuan Gu pondered briefly before speaking. "Lord Tang? I am Li Mu, and I—" Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door interrupted, and Lin Shaoxi appeared, beaming as he entered. After surveying the room, he took a seat directly to Tang Jiu's right. A few at the table, clearly acquainted with Lin Shaoxi, fixed their eyes upon him as he entered, only exhaling in relief once they saw him settled beside Tang Jiu. Clearly, Lin Shaoxi's alignment with Tang Jiu was disconcerting news for them. While they harbored trepidation toward Tang Jiu, they also considered themselves capable of countermeasures. Yuan Gu had merely advised them to keep their distance from Tang Jiu and avoid provoking the Jinyiwei. However, the situation had changed. Lin Shaoxi's presence alongside Tang Jiu caught them off guard. In their view, Lin Shaoxi's appearance in Liaoyang Prefecture signified his intent to partake in the benefits of Liaodong, which meant they would have to relinquish a substantial portion of their previously apportioned gains. an intolerable reality they were now forced to confront. The Jinyiwei, led by Tang Jiu, coupled with the enigmatic Yuan Gu, had already instilled considerable apprehension. Now, with the addition of the former Chancellor's grandson, they felt increasingly threatened. Nearly half of the court's officials were former students of that very chancellor, and many had received assistance directly or indirectly from him. Those qualified to recognize Lin Chaoshi sighed inwardly, realizing they would have to concede their interests. Those unqualified also discerned the shifting dynamics. Anyone seated beside Tang Jiu was not to be trifled with, and thus they refrained from protest. Li Mu, interrupted by Lin Chaoshi's arrival, fell silent, while a portly individual seated opposite Yuan Gu, brimming with indignation, addressed Tang Jiu. Lord Tang, I respect you as a member of the Jinyiwei and grant you due regard. Yet do not presume that I can be easily manipulated. Ignoring the attempts of the lean man beside him to restrain him, the hefty figure rose, leaning over the table, and glared at Tang Jiu. Otherwise, a mere word from me could cost you your position. Tang Jiu chuckled, genuinely amused. Observing the rotund man's fierce demeanor, which he attempted to mask with airs of nobility, he had been contemplating how to assert his authority. And now an opportunity had presented itself. With deliberate calm, Tang Jiu set his teacup down on the table, the atmosphere remaining eerily tranquil. Yuan Gu's smile widened, mirrored by Lin Chaoshi's quiet laughter. Tang Jiu stood and slowly approached the portly man, his smile growing as he drew nearer. Are you threatening me? The rotund man, significantly shorter than Tang Jiu, appeared even more corpulent in contrast. I was merely inquiring. Are you threatening me, Lord Tang? Lord Tang, the portly man stammered, his confidence faltering under Tang Jiu's imposing presence, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, Tang Jiu delivered a swift blow to the man's shoulder, followed by a lightning-quick jab to his throat. Before anyone could react, Tang Jiu leisurely returned to his seat. With a crash, the chair toppled, followed by a cacophony of clattering objects. Once Tang Jiu was settled, the portly man writhed on the ground, gasping for breath, his mouth agape as he struggled to vocalize his plight. Yet no sound emerged. The only sound was the relentless clattering of furniture as he rolled about. In mere moments, the once vibrant figure lay still, no longer writhing, his expression contorted in terror as he stared at the others, his eyes pleading for salvation or, perhaps, a swift end to his suffering. Does anyone else have objections? Feel free to voice them. Tang Jiu maintained his smile, observing them as if watching a performance, though an icy depth lurked beneath his facade. The individuals, having been cowed by Tang Jiu's approach, gazed at him in fear. Lord Tang, I will depart Liaodong immediately. Yes, we shall leave at once. Please do not harm us. Indeed, Lord Tang, the events of the past few days had nothing to do with us. A few timid young gentlemen, having never encountered such a scene, trembled in fright and cried out desperately. Others remained silent, but exhibited a range of expressions, some fearful, others impassive, while a couple exchanged glances of disdain. This disdain was not directed at Tang Jiu, but rather at the now-deceased portly man, whom they deemed a fool for failing to grasp the situation. Tang Jiu's decisive action in resolving the matter aligned with their sentiments. Since no one has any objections and you have consented to conduct yourselves properly in Liaodong, then all is well. Tang Jiu believed he had accomplished his purpose and prepared to rise. His appetite for the meal dampened by the presence of these insufferable fools. The banquet had been orchestrated solely to preemptively assert his authority and deter any potential disruptions. Lord Tang, please wait. Li Mu, the young man who had previously attempted to speak, politely called out to Tang Jiu. Lord Tang, I have one more request. Tang Jiu paused, turning slightly. Speak. It concerns a friend of mine who is currently being sought by the Jinyiwei. I wish to him. Tang Jiu slowly turned to the cautious Li Mu. What is it that you wish for me to do? His name is Gu Zhongkai, the second son of the Gu family from Chaoyang. The Gu family? Tang Jiu mused, recalling a previous encounter with a member of that clan. After capturing Gu Muqing, a representative from the Gu family had sought an audience with him, an audience he had denied, leading to the eventual downfall of the Gu family, which had caused him to forget the man entirely. Though now have this name resurfaced, seeking clemency, was laughable. Thank you for your reminder, Tang Jiu remarked as he made his way toward the exit. Within 3 days, deliver his head to the Jinyiwei office. Otherwise, I shall charge you with harboring a traitor. Li Mu stood frozen, initially believing it to be a trivial matter that could be resolved with a casual request, only to be met with this unexpected demand. The others nearby exchanged derisive glances, evident contempt in their expressions. Yuan Gu and Lin Chaoshi remained seated, having said all that was necessary. Now, it was their turn to respond. Chapter 79. Who comes to Liaodong shall be determined by me. Yuan Gu reclined in his chair, a mocking smile gracing his features. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Tang's words have been exceedingly clear. However, I must remind you, we are entirely indifferent to you and the powers that back you. The Jinyiwei in Liaodong represents the prevailing force. As for whom Lord Tang represents, I need not elaborate. You can surmise it for yourselves. Therefore, I advise you not to entangle yourselves in matters beyond your grasp, lest you end up like this fool. Yuan Gu gestured toward the prostrate figure of the portly man, having said his piece. He fell silent. The previously thin young man who had sat beside the deceased now appeared as pale as a ghost, his lips quivering, uncertain of how to proceed, his eyes filled with dread. Lin Chaoshi shifted to a more comfortable position, then spoke earnestly. You need not worry. As long as you do not overstep your bounds, no one will trouble you. Since this son of the left assistant minister has met his demise, you may divide his share among yourselves. This can be considered as a welcoming gift from Lord Tang, sparing you the trouble of gossiping about his lack of decorum and excessive arrogance. The crowd collectively expressed their fears of offending him. There is another gift I bestow upon you. The position of left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel is reserved for you. As for who among you will obtain it, that is contingent upon your own abilities. After Tang Ju exerted his dominance over everyone, Yuan Gu and Lin Chaoshi adopted contrasting roles, one playing the role of the benevolent and the other the stern enforcer, directly subduing those present. When Tang Jiu proposed a banquet for noon, Lin Chaoshi had already devised a plan. The son of the left vice minister of personnel was the least astute among this group, making him the perfect target for manipulation. He proceeded to draft a letter to the capital, arranging for someone to remove his father's official hat, presenting it as a gift to this assembly. This was a masterstroke, serving two purposes. Firstly, it would provide a measure of stability for these individuals in Liaodong, preventing them from resorting to underhanded tactics. And secondly, it laid the groundwork for Tang Jiu, who would inevitably find himself in the treacherous capital, allowing him to establish a foothold more smoothly. After all, Lin Chaoshi had motives of his own. The more he aided Tang Jiu, the more dedicated Tang Jiu would be in his future assistance to Lin Chaoshi. Yuan Gu, on the other hand, was indifferent to the identities and backgrounds of these people. In his view, anyone who dared to deceive was deserving of death. Having concluded their conversation, Yuan Gu and Lin Chaoshi disregarded the mixed feelings of those around them and left the natural residence together, leaving several individuals bewildered and exchanging glances, uncertain of what to say. In truth, given their status, they should not have felt intimidated by Tang Jiu, but the peculiar circumstances of Liaodong and the current political climate left them uneasy. In all of Liaodong, the only force the court could rely upon was the Jinyiwei, at least on the surface. Tang Jiu held the highest authority as the Qianhu of the Jinyiwei in all of Liaodong, and even Yu Qingqiu, who had long been a Qianhu in Qingyang Prefecture, was perceived as inferior to Tang Jiu. After all, Liaoyang Prefecture was the core of all of Liaodong. Had this been the capital, their stature would have rendered a mere Qianhu insignificant, not worthy of their concern. It was simply a matter of timing, geography, and alliances, none of which they possessed, all favoring Tang Jiu. This left them feeling compelled to exercise caution. As Yuan Gu and Lin Chaoshi walked side by side down the street, Yuan Gu looked up at the azure sky and suddenly inquired of Lin Chaoshi, "What is your true intention?" Lin Chaoshi had previously referenced a long-held saying about obscuring the sun, but he fell silent, seemingly recalling something profoundly terrifying. Yuan Gu had heard this phrase as well, and it was a rare occasion for him to make decisions on Tang Jiu's behalf. Yet, this saying had circulated for so many years that they had lost track of its origin. Nevertheless, those who were aware of it were certain that the day foretold would inevitably arrive. My intention? Lin Chaoshi also gazed at the sky, his eyes glimmering with hope. I cannot disclose it now. All you need to know is that I will not bring harm to you. His tone was low, tinged with a sense of loss and anticipation, leaving Yuan Gu perplexed. That is for the best. Yuan Gu averted his gaze, resuming his languid pace forward. Lin Chaoshi remained stationary, his focus unfocused, lost in thought. Sighing heavily after a prolonged moment, Lin Chaoshi finally snapped back to reality under the curious gazes of others, letting out a deep sigh before hastily departing. After leaving the natural residence, Tang Jiu did not head to the Qianhu headquarters, but instead returned to his own residence, feeling a yearning for the meals prepared by the maid at home. Following lunch, he sipped hot tea, relishing the gentle caress of soft, delicate hands massaging his scalp. Feeling the time was right, Tang Jiu instructed the maids that if they were bored, they could take a stroll in the street to alleviate their restlessness. As evening approached, just before the end of his shift, a captain arrived to report that a man named Li Mu was seeking an audience, bringing with him a wooden box. Leave the item, but do not allow him to enter. Tang Jiu, engrossed in writing, did not lift his gaze and dismissed the request outright. The captain respectfully complied and departed. Tang Jiu had no need to ponder Li Mu's purpose. It was merely to deliver the head of a remnant of the Gu family. It seemed he had indeed managed to intimidate them. Originally, he thought it would take another 2 days for Li Mu to deliver the goods. He was surprised that the matter had been resolved in less than half a day. However, there was no need for a meeting. As a Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, he had little time to spare for unimportant individuals. Yet, accomplishing this task so swiftly might not necessarily bode well. Tang Jiu set down his brush, his gaze turning icy. The swift delivery indicated that the remnants of the Gu family had not yet fled Liaoyang Prefecture. If they had not departed, then why had the Jinyiwei not received any intelligence? In all of Liaoyang Prefecture, aside from the governor's mansion, which had temporarily hampered information flow, every other area was essentially undefended, having been thoroughly infiltrated. Yet, despite this, the Jinyiwei had failed to locate the Gu family's remnants. It appeared there were still many hidden figures lurking in the shadows, yet to reveal themselves. This infuriated Tang Jiu. The incessant waves of adversaries were truly testing his patience. These ruthless individuals, willing to go to any lengths for profit, were the very dregs of society. Tang Jiu yearned to capture them all and eradicate them completely. However, he knew such an outcome was impossible. Even if the Wang family of Wuwei County fell, someone would need to take their place. This was a reality he could not alter. Yet, who would take that position was still within his purview to decide. Chapter 70. The pressure of the military command on the following day. Tang Jiu's first order of business upon arriving at the Qianhu headquarters was to summon all the Baihu to convene in the main hall. I have gathered you here today for a singular purpose, to suppress the military command and reclaim its duty of guarding the city. Tang Jiu sat in the main seat, his voice resonating powerfully. Yes, my lord. All the Baihu responded without hesitation. In the entirety of Liaoyang Prefecture, there was not a single Jinyiwei who did not respect Tang Jiu. He had first annihilated the century-old Gu family, subsequently subdued Qinyo Mountain, and later single-handedly slain a first-grade master. Such a superior warranted their utmost respect. His strength was unparalleled, his intellect exceptional, and, most importantly, he was exceedingly generous. Not to mention the insignificant military command. Even the governor's mansion would not provoke hesitation with a single command from Tang Jiu. Particularly, Qin Yi looked around proudly at his colleagues, as if to say, I am the Lord's direct subordinate. You, and you, take your subordinates to take over all city gates. Tang Jiu casually pointed at 4 Baihu, issuing commands. Yes, the 4 Baihu who were named bowed in acknowledgement before promptly exiting the main hall. The remaining individuals were led by Yuan Qianhu to seal off the military command, permitting no one to enter or exit. Tang Jiu did not personally lead the operation, instead assigning Yuan Gu to undertake it. A mere military command did not merit the attention of his Baihu subordinates, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Furthermore, Tang Jiu intended to await visitors at the Qianhu headquarters. The military command, under the jurisdiction of the governor's mansion, was primarily responsible for city defense and internal security patrols, as well as guarding the city gates. Coincidentally, the Jinyiwei's responsibilities overlapped somewhat with those of the military command, allowing them to patrol internal security and, when necessary, take over the city gates. Yesterday, The severed head of the Gu family's remnant that Li Mu delivered to Tang Jiu provided the perfect pretext for him to encroach upon the authority of the governor's mansion. After all, the border troops could not be mobilized without the emperor's edict, and the governor's mansion possessed only 5,000 troops under its command within Liaoyang Prefecture. Thus, Tang Jiu's initial step was to trample the military command. Severing a limb from the governor's mansion, throughout the morning, Liaoyang City descended into chaos. As the entirety of the Jinyiwei mobilized, they stirred the city's powers into a frenzy, and no one could discern their intentions for such a grand display. All the official offices and those who had attended the banquet the previous day were filled with trepidation, fearing that their actions had provoked these harbingers of death. However, news eventually emerged that they were headed to the military command, which allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the commander and deputy commander of the military command were nearly at their wits' end, gazing at Yuan Gu, who stood before him with a drawn sword. The commander of the military command trembled as he stammered, "Lord Yuan, may I inquire as to your purpose in the military command?" Yuan Gu regarded them with utmost seriousness, his eyes wide with intensity. By the command of Tang Jiu, Qianhu of the Jinyiwei, from this moment forth, the security patrols and city gates of Liaoyang City are to be managed by the Jinyiwei. All personnel of the military command are to remain within the premises and are prohibited from entering or exiting. As Yuan Gu spoke, he strode to the main seat and sat down decisively. Should anyone dare to enter or exit at will, they shall be executed without mercy. The commander of the military command hesitated, wanting to voice an objection, but Yuan Gu interrupted. "I am not accustomed to looking up at others. You are standing too high." Upon concluding his words, Yuan Gu gently caressed the specially crafted slender Sichuan knife. His gaze fixed intently upon several commanding officers of the Bingma Sea. The icy glare emanating from Yuan Gu instilled a profound sense of panic within them as they trembled and crouched down. Fearing that a single slice could render them crippled, one of the deputy commanders, unable to maintain his composure, even sank to his knees. "Lord Yuan, please, there's no need for concern. This subordinate shall heed your orders," stammered the crouching commander, his lips quivering in response. "Very well." Yuan Gu instantly reverted to a languid demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. "Gentlemen, do not remain crouched, as dignified officials of the court. Such a posture is unbecoming. Please, take a seat, and you, the one kneeling, do rise as well. In our great Yu dynasty, kneeling is not customary." Upon hearing these words, the commanding officers and their deputies released their held breaths, cautiously rising to sit on the chairs flanking the room. After approximately half an hour past the hour of the rabbit, individuals began to shuffle back to the Bingma Sea, heads drooping and mumbling to themselves. As they approached the office, the sight of the guards from the Jinyiwei stationed at the entrance compelled them to seal their lips, silencing any further utterances. Initially believing they were the only ones expelled from the city gates, they were taken aback to discover that even the Bingma Sea was under lockdown, leaving them too intimidated to voice any objections. Entering the office, they moved with utmost caution, fearful of provoking the ruthless Jinyiwei. Indeed, in their eyes, and in the eyes of most, the Jinyiwei were devoid of humanity, a veritable band of executioners. As noon approached, all personnel of the Bingma Sea had returned to the office. Fortunately, the Bingma Sea's establishment was a large, independent courtyard. Otherwise, accommodating 5,000 individuals would have posed a significant challenge. The training grounds of the Bingma Sea, usually bustling with activity, now stood empty, save for a disheartened assembly of soldiers standing listlessly in formation. Yuan Gu led a group of 100 households, followed closely by the commanding officers and their deputies. Standing atop a platform, Yuan Gu surveyed the gathered soldiers of the Bingma Sea, proclaiming loudly, "From this day forth, the Bingma Sea will fall under the jurisdiction of the Jinyiwei. All armor and weapons are to be stored away. No orders shall be issued, and no one is permitted to access the storage without authorization." As soon as Yuan Ji's words fell, an uproar erupted below, with furious glares directed at him, as if they intended to devour him whole. "Humph!" Yuan Gu let out a few cold laughs, continuing, "Any who defy this will face execution without mercy." The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, as hundreds of Jinyiwei, sheathed in blades, marched into the training grounds, forming a perimeter around the central assembly of soldiers. The sharp sound of blades being drawn resounded throughout the grounds, and as the Jinyiwei formed a tight circle, they unsheathed their weapons, their eyes brimming with a ruthless and murderous intent. The atmosphere promptly fell silent, as the once furious gazes swiftly morphed into expressions of terror and dread. Well then, Commander Chi, I shall refrain from overshadowing your authority. The floor is yours now, Yuan Guiyond. Languidly addressing the commander of the Bingma Sea. Yes, Lord Yuan, I understand what must be done, replied Commander Chi, bowing in compliance. Everyone, remove your armor and pass your weapons forward. Commander Chi, regaining his authoritative demeanor, took a few steps forward and bellowed. Upon hearing their highest superior's command, most soldiers ceased their hesitations, though a minority still resisted surrendering their weapons. After all, for these soldiers, their weapons were akin to a second life. They were loath to relinquish them so easily. However, as more individuals yielded their arms, the resistance began to dwindle, and in frustration, they hurled their weapons to the ground. Chapter 71. A meeting of two heroes. Tang Jiu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. Or perhaps he simply did not care. What occupied his thoughts was the recent communication from the lieutenant, informing him of a visitor, presumably the individual he had been awaiting all morning before long. A knock resonated at the door, and the lieutenant opened it, stepping aside to allow entry. A middle-aged man clad in black entered, offering a slight bow. I pay my respects to Lord Tang. Tang Jiu regarded him with keen interest. Although he had never encountered this man before, he was well aware of his identity. A trusted aide to the Duke of Wuwei, who had once led 3,000 cavalry to intercept him. With a smile gracing his lips, yet his words tinged with menace, Tang Jiu remarked, You come to see me, yet you fear not for your life. The black-clad man remained unperturbed, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Lord Tang, you may take my head at any moment. However, the man continued, shifting the tone, I come on behalf of the Duke to extend an invitation to a banquet. Tang Jiu grasped the implication behind the words. The man was indicating that he was sent by the Duke of Wuwei, implying that killing him would bring dishonor to the Duke, who would not take it lightly. Tang Jiu chuckled dismissively, his expression suddenly turning frosty, a wave of murderous intent washing over him. Are you attempting to leverage your master against me? Know this, should I choose to slay you, he would have nothing to say about it. Would I fear him? With the authority of the court backing him, Tang Jiu embodied the imperial power of Liaodong. Though the Duke of Wuwei wielded considerable influence, he was not intimidated by overt threats. Moreover, given that the man had once led troops to ambush him, did he truly believe he could evade accountability? The black-clad man, experienced in navigating tense situations, concealed his apprehension, though his voice trembled slightly. Betraying his unease, Lord Tang, we serve our respective masters. Surely we both understand this? He failed to notice the quiver in his voice that inadvertently seeped into his words. Which master grants you your sustenance? To whom do you pledge your loyalty? Tang Jiu's voice thundered. There is but one sovereign in the Great Yu, and only he is worthy of such words. You tread dangerously close to your own demise. The black-clad man felt a surge of alarm, recognizing he had erred in his choice of words, and hastily corrected himself. Lord Tang, the Duke is hosting a banquet at Tiantianju at noon. You must attend. With that, the black-clad man made a hasty exit. Tang Jiu observed the man's retreating figure, harboring no intention of stopping him. His sole aim had been to teach the man a lesson. The opportunity to kill him was ever present. It was unnecessary to execute him while delivering an invitation. Such an act would tarnish his own reputation. At noon, Tang Jiu donned the ceremonial Qilin attire bestowed upon him and strode towards Tiantianju. This marked the first occasion he wore the Qilin garb, a garment he typically deemed too ostentatious for his taste. Unbeknownst to him, regardless of whether he donned the Qilin skin or the flamboyant red robe, he was viewed by outsiders as the formidable commander of the Jinyiwei, an intimidating figure known as Lord Tang. At the entrance of Tiantianju, the same black-clad man awaited, now composed and adopting a slightly respectful posture. Lord Tang, please enter. The Duke has been momentarily delayed but shall arrive shortly. The midday sun shone brightly, its warmth a welcome reprieve on this rare winter day. Tang Jiu nodded and strode into Tiantianju. He found himself on the same third floor, in the same private room, surrounded by familiar decor. Tang Jiu casually selected a seat and settled in, exuding an air of leisure. The black-clad man poured him a cup of hot tea and stepped back. Standing attentively by, Tang Jiu did not touch the tea, instead remaining still and silent. Unexpectedly, he found himself subjected to the very tactic he had employed just days prior, when hosting the young lords from the capital. He had made them wait, allowing their impatience to grow before making his entrance. It seemed the Duke of Wuwei had intended to employ a similar strategy, but he underestimated Tang Jiu, mistaking him for a mere dandy. As the tea cooled, losing its warmth, Tang Jiu remained seated, motionless. A sudden fit of coughs erupted, prompting the middle-aged man to hastily open the door. The once mighty Duke of Wuwei, Guo entered with deliberate slowness. Not from a desire to dawdle, but because even a measured pace had begun to tax his strength. His stature was somewhat shorter than Tang Jiu's, lean and frail, with deep-set eyes that gave him a sickly appearance. However, Tang Jiu dared not underestimate Guo. Rising, he proclaimed, "Your Grace, I have awaited your arrival." Guo regarded Tang Jiu with a warm smile, as if appraising the finest of his kin, his admiration unmistakable. Like Tang Jiu, he chose a nearby seat rather than the position of honor. Taking a breath, he remarked, "Lord Tang, I have long wished to meet you, but alas, my health has hindered my efforts." Tang Jiu replied, "I ought to have paid my respects to your Grace sooner, but trivial matters have kept me from doing so until today." Guo waved dismissively, "Let us dispense with the formalities and discuss the matter at hand." He then gestured to the black-clad man standing nearby. After a moment of hesitation, the man turned and exited. "Lord Tang, might I request that you spare a descendant of the Guo family?" Guo stated directly once the door was closed. Tang Jiu discerned from his words that the Duke was aware of his search for another heir of the Guo family. Silently, he mused, "Truly, the Duke of Wuwei possesses a formidable influence behind the scenes." Only Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu among the entire Jinyiwei Qianhu office were privy to this information. The only other person who could relay it to him was Lin Zhaoxi. Yuan Gu would certainly not divulge it, and Lin Zhaoxi, having a request of him, would also keep it to himself. This indicates that this aged prince possesses undisclosed influence. Tang Jiu pondered for a moment and spoke candidly, "Your Highness, I have no objections, but regarding that individual in the capital." He chuckled lightly, then coughed. Guo, upon hearing this, wished to laugh but was interrupted by a severe fit of coughing. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe away the blood that had escaped the corner of his mouth. "As long as Lord Tang agrees, that's sufficient. You see, my days are numbered, and my only concern is ensuring that the Guo family has an heir to carry on the lineage. I have no hope for that in the capital. But I will do everything in my power to safeguard this remaining hope." At that moment, Guo exuded the regality of the Wuwei Duke. Though frail and aged to the point of struggling to walk, his presence emanated a formidable aura, and his deeply set eyes sparked with unparalleled authority. Chapter 72. The unknowable secret. The reason Tang Jiu acquiesced to Guo was simple. He could not locate that individual. Since he could not find him, what difference did it make whether he revealed the information? Given Yuan Ji's intelligence-gathering capabilities, the lack of useful information over such a lengthy period indicated that the person was likely not in Liaodong. Otherwise, they would not have remained elusive for so long. Tang Jiu said, "Your Highness, since you have finished speaking, it is now my turn." "Speak," Guo replied, restoring his cheerful demeanor. "First, until all matters are settled, the Wuwei Duke's orders shall not leave the estate. Second, all city guards in Liaodong will be taken over by the Jinyiwei. Third, your Highness must reveal to me what secrets lie within Liaodong." Without a moment's hesitation, Guo responded, "The first 2 points are acceptable. But the third is out of the question." Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Guo's raised hand. "You do not need to know the third point right now. It would bring you no benefit. Currently, no one below the innate level can defeat you, but if you were to learn this information, by nightfall you would find yourself in grave peril." "This?" Tang Jiu lowered his head in silence, taken aback by the severity of the situation. From Lin Zhaoxi's demeanor and Yuan Ji's mysteriousness, he sensed a deeper animosity. There was a secret about Liaodong that intrigued countless individuals. Despite its outward tranquility, it was rife with covert activity. Yet he could not fathom what was so significant that it would compel so many skilled individuals to risk life and death. Guxiaoru regarded Tang Jiu with admiration and said gently, "Lord Tang, I must confess I have taken a liking to you, young, talented, and astute. Were it not for the Guo family's own precarious situation, I would surely adopt you as my son. Thus, I advise you, do not seek knowledge beyond your current strength, for it will serve you no good." Tang Jiu recognized the truth in his words, yet he was unaccustomed to placing his life in the hands of others, which left him feeling insecure. Although he did not grasp the intricacies of the situation, he understood that it was beyond his current capacity to involve himself, and decided not to dwell on it further. Sooner or later, when his strength was sufficiently formidable, he would inevitably be drawn into it. Whether he wished to be or not, "I am grateful, Your Highness," Tang Jiu expressed sincerely. Indeed, Guxiaoru smiled and nodded, exuding a demeanor that suggested he found the younger man promising. "Well then, we have said all that needs to be said, and I must take my leave. My health cannot withstand much exertion. Oh, by the way," Guxiaoru said slowly as he approached the door, as if suddenly recalling something, "have your men return. There is no need for them to linger at the military command. I shall issue an order upon my return, mandating they heed only the Jinyiwei's summons." "Yes, Your Highness," Tang Jiu replied, rising to see Guxiaoru out. His perception of Guxiaoru had shifted slightly. He no longer regarded him purely as an enemy. In fact, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the old man, who had labored for most of his life only to find himself in such a predicament. However, he did not fully let his guard down. One could never underestimate a man whose cunning surpassed his own. As for the previous incident involving the 3,000 iron cavalry that had attempted to ambush him, Guxiaoru did not mention it, nor did Tang Jiu bring it up. That had merely been a game of power between the court and the Liaodong faction. Tang Jiu and his companions, along with the Jinyiwei and those 3,000 cavalry, were merely pawns in that struggle. Neither the imperial court nor the Wu-Wei duke had cared for their fates. Their only concern was the acquisition of their desired interests. Yet, times had changed. The Tang Jiu who had once been dismissed by Guxiaoru now found himself seated face to face with the man. Mere months had passed, yet the dynamics had shifted dramatically. It was no wonder Guxiaoru held Tang Jiu in such high regard. In the carriage belonging to the Wu-Wei duke, Guxiaoru, wrapped in thick brocade blankets, appeared pale and frail. A middle-aged man in black adjusted the stove, attempting to raise the temperature within the carriage. "Your Highness, you need not have come out to meet him personally," the man cautioned. Securing the blankets tightly around Guxiaoru. "It is of no consequence," Guxiaoru replied, his state of health deteriorating further with every outing. It seemed that each appearance drained the last remnants of his energy. After a few coughs, he gently closed his eyes and murmured, "I cannot help but feel uneasy without seeing him." The middle-aged man, concerned, fell silent, merely tending to the stove while advising the driver to proceed with caution. Tang Jiu sat in the private room, his mind preoccupied, oblivious to the opulent decorations surrounding him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed towards the door. It creaked open, and Lin Zhaoxi entered with a light laugh, closing the door behind her. "So, how did it go? Finished your discussion?" Sitting beside Tang Jiu, she filled his teacup before pouring one for herself. "Yes," Tang Jiu replied, unsurprised by Lin Zhaoxi's presence, knowing her capabilities allowed her to easily ascertain the situation. "Did you fail to obtain the information you sought?" He sighed. "It is more complicated than I anticipated." Lin Zhaoxi's expression turned serious. "If Lord Tang wishes to know, I can tell you." Upon hearing her words, Tang Jiu pondered for a moment before declining. "There's no need." "Could it be?" Lin Zhaoxi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Are you afraid, Lord Tang?" "Afraid?" Tang Jiu met Lin Zhaoxi's gaze directly, asserting, "I have never known fear." Indeed, he was not afraid. Having already faced death once and returned, how could he still fear it? Without breaking eye contact, he intensified his stare at Lin Zhaoxi. "What is your true intention towards me?" Lin Zhaoxi appeared unfazed by his intensity, responding with a soft laugh. "The time has not yet come for you to know. When the moment is right, Lord Tang will understand. Furthermore, rest assured, That matter will only bring you advantages. Never any harm. Let us hope so, Tang Jiu concluded, averting his gaze and choosing not to engage further. He rose to leave the private room. Watching him depart, Lin Zhaoxi smiled softly before following him out. Upon returning to the Qinhu office, Tang Jiu summoned a commanding officer and instructed him to relay a message to the military command. Except for those left behind, all others were to return to the Qinhu office. Having made a promise to Guoxiaoru, he intended to keep it, trusting that Guoxiaoru would not go back on his word over such a minor matter. Moreover, taking control of the military command had originally been a means to stir up trouble. Now that the trouble had been stirred, continuing to do so served no purpose. Tang Jiu had a premonition that this first meeting with Guoxiaoru might also be his last. The individual in the imperial capital was in a similar state to Guoxiaoru. Yet he would certainly not precede him. It was only after watching Guoxiaoru depart that he would finally feel a sense of relief. Chapter 73. The re-emergence of the Tianguan alliance. The recent actions of the Jinyiwei sent shockwaves throughout the entire Liaoyang prefecture. Taking control of the city gates, disarming the military command, and compelling the Grand Commander's office to concede, they ordered the military command to submit to the Jinyiwei's authority. These events became the talk of the townspeople, with whispers filling taverns, tea-houses, and street stalls alike. Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu, dressed in common attire, sat at a small stall as the owner, busy in the winter chill and sweating profusely, brought over 2 large bowls filled with hot water. "Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. What can I get for you?" Yuan Gu, embodying the demeanor of a young noble, fanned himself with a folding fan and casually inquired, "Boss, just bring out whatever you're best at." His demeanor exuded an air of carefree wealth, unmistakably reminiscent of a dandy. "Very well," the stall owner replied with a bow, bustling back to the stove with nimble movements. "Have they arrived?" Tang Jiu, clad in black and draped in a cashmere cloak, asked Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu turned to glance into the distance and nodded. "They are here." Tang Jiu observed the industrious stall owner and found a sense of contentment in their lives, free from the violence and dangers that loomed ahead. Though their work was demanding, at least they lived in peace. "Just leave our food on the table when it's ready. We'll be back to eat shortly," he instructed. Yuan Gu produced a piece of silver from his sleeve, weighed it in his hand, and placed it on the table. The stall owner didn't even turn around, responding loudly, "Understood, gentlemen." Once Tang Jiu and Yuan Gu had distanced themselves, the patrons seated at the various tables around the stall dared to speak in louder tones about the 2 young masters. "What brings such affluent young men to this humble establishment instead of the renowned Chufeng Tower? Ah, they must be weary of the ordinary and are seeking something novel. Indeed, indeed. Let us drink. Yes, let us indulge." Yuan Gu trailed half a pace behind Tang Jiu, making his way towards the direction he had previously gazed. The two eventually arrived at an inconspicuous inn, which appeared to have been established for quite some time. Its decor and sign showing signs of at the height of midday, the inn's doors stood wide open, revealing only a handful of plainly dressed individuals gathered around a table that bore merely 2 vegetarian dishes. Even with such a meager offering, the diners hesitated to lift their chopsticks, fearing there might not be enough to satisfy their hunger. Yuan Gu stepped into the inn ahead of Tang Jiu, feigning disdain as he surveyed the sparse surroundings, calling out loudly, "Innkeeper, we have arrived." The sound of his voice prompted the portly innkeeper to emerge from a side door of the lobby. "Why, sincerest apologies. Esteemed guest, I was preoccupied and failed to attend to you both," the innkeeper said, bowing and scraping as he approached them. "Innkeeper, I require exclusive use of your establishment. Kindly vacate the premises," Yuan Gu declared. Producing 2 silver ingots from his sleeve and tossing them casually, the innkeeper and the diners instinctively caught the coins, eyes wide with disbelief. "This?" The innkeeper was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. "Leave!" Yuan Gu bellowed, his expression darkening as he glared at both the innkeeper and the table of diners. "Very well." The innkeeper finally grasped the situation, clutching the silver that represented a month's earnings, and hurriedly exited. The diners, clutching their tattered bags, followed suit, clearly anxious that this young master might change his mind. Tang Jiu settled at a nearby table, nodding to Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu glanced around, then seized a long bench from beside the table and hurled it toward a room on the second floor. Near the staircase, crash, the window shattered, and a figure leaped out, brandishing a knife as they swung at the whistling bench. With a swift motion, the bench was cleaved in two, narrowly missing the assailant, who landed on the landing of the staircase. This individual, of average build and unremarkable appearance, bore a long scar stretching from the corner of his left eye to his mouth, resembling a centipede that writhed with every contortion of his enraged face. "Who are you, and why have you ambushed me?" Tang Jiu remained motionless, seemingly impervious to the question. "You have crossed a line," Yuan Gu retorted with a smile that belied his chilling words. The scarred man froze for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Retreat! I will hold them off." Trying to escape, Yuan Gu unsheathed a long knife concealed within his white fur cloak, his body trembling slightly as the cloak fell onto the table. "Do you think you can get away?" Yuan Gu lunged forward, sprinting a few paces before leaping into the air, his knife poised for a downward strike toward the scarred man. Anticipating the move, the scarred man stepped back with his left foot to stabilize himself, swinging his long knife horizontally in an attempt to block Yuan Ji's fierce assault. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Yuan Gu, suspended in midair, pressed downward with force, using his momentum to gain the upper hand, while the scarred man, previously in a position of advantage, found himself being pressed down. The staircase beneath him creaked ominously, threatening to give way at any moment. Tang Jiu observed the duel with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Yuan Ji's talent was indeed extraordinary. Even with his daily sloth, his skills continued to advance. The scarred man, Tang Jiu noted, was a peak fourth-tier master, his capabilities slightly surpassing Yuan Ji's. Yet, he remained suppressed, indicating that it was not solely Yuan Gu who could fight beyond his level. As long as one possessed sufficient combat talent, others could achieve the same. As the scarred man crouched low, attempting to evade Yuan Ji's downward strike while he still had the strength to act. Yuan Ji's sneer was one of disdain. He pursued, relentlessly attacking the scarred man, who was now desperately dodging. The two men dashed through the inn's lobby, their movements a blur. Before long, the scarred man slipped up, and Yuan Gu managed to wound his knife-bearing arm. In pain, the long knife flew from his grasp, embedding itself into a nearby pillar. "Enough!" Tang Jiu finally stood. Raising his voice to halt their skirmish, he called out to the second floor, "Will you not come down?" Yuan Gu retreated to stand behind Tang Jiu, his breathing steady as if he had not just engaged in a fierce battle. A door in a corner of the second floor creaked open, revealing a young woman with an alluring figure, appearing to be in her 30s, her countenance dignified and reminiscent of a noble lady from a prominent family. An elderly maid, somewhat hunched, followed closely behind her. "I had thought that the esteemed leader of the Tian Guanming from Liaodong would be a cowardly turtle," Tang Jiu remarked with a cold smile directed at the woman. "Indeed, Tang Darren, you are truly worthy of being a captain in the Jinyiwei. We have just arrived in the city, and yet you come to greet us," the woman replied, a peculiar charm emanating from her dignified visage. Yuan Gu, standing behind Tang Jiu, could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "You old hag! How old are you, yet you still pretend to be a young girl? Is that not revolting?" Upon hearing Yuan Ji's insult, the woman bristled, a flicker of anger crossing her face before she forced a smile, saying, "Tang Darren, rest assured, we have no intention of obstructing your affairs during our visit to Liaoyang. Please, grant us mercy." Chapter 74, Capture. A scheme. Shadows flitted around the inn, as the Jinyiwei lay in ambush, on high walls, rooftops, and even in the trees, all fixating their fierce gazes upon the dilapidated inn. Tang Jiu, upon hearing the woman's words, was both amused and enraged. This band of rebels dared to ask for clemency. Recollections of the recent massacre in Bayan County and the ambush on the grasslands ignited a flame of fury within him. "This is not good." The woman noted Tang Jiu's escalating murderous intent, her eyes growing colder. Tang Jiu's cloak billowed without wind, rustling ominously behind him as he revealed his embroidered spring knife. With a metallic ring, the knife was drawn, and Tang Jiu surged toward the second floor. Aiming directly for the woman, a flurry of afterimages trailed his rapid movements, flickering in and out of sight in the blink of an eye. He had closed the distance to less than 10 feet from the woman. Surprisingly, she did not move. Instead, the elderly maid darted forward like a specter, brandishing a short dagger that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Without any apparent motion, she met Tang Jio's blade head-on, her short dagger twisting and turning in her grip like a venomous snake. Unpredictable and deadly. To Tang Jio's astonishment, this frail old maid exhibited strength surpassing that of the scarred man and moved with a speed that nearly matched his own. "Get out of my way!" Tang Jio shouted, his voice laced with fury, as he swung his knife with blinding speed, slicing through the air like a silver streak. The knife collided with the old maid's dagger, and Tang Jio's momentum remained unbroken as he charged past. The old maid was sent hurtling back into the room from which the woman had emerged. The woman, taken aback by Tang Jio's formidable strength, found herself bewildered as she was swiftly disarmed. Tang Jio's knife now poised against her throat. Tang Jio mused, surprised at how effortlessly he had subdued the leader of the Tianguan Ming from Liaodong. Unfazed by the blade at her neck, the woman smiled seductively. "Tang Darren, I have surrendered. Please be gentle with me." As she spoke, the scent of her perfumed essence intensified, enveloping Tang Jio's senses, and her words dripped with allure, as though the blade against her throat were merely a caress. Caught off guard by the intoxicating fragrance and captivating speech, Tang Jio felt a momentary dizziness wash over him. Realizing the peril, he retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding a sword thrust aimed at him by the woman, whose speed had been so swift that even Yuan Gu watching from the first floor could scarcely follow the action. Tang Jio grasped a beam above him, his embroidered spring knife in one hand. Suspended in midair, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman, whose duality of elegance and allure mesmerized him, creating an uncanny fusion of qualities that captivated yet unnerved him. The woman chuckled, "Indeed, Tang Darren, you are immune to my charms." Tang Jio, regaining his composure, replied coldly, "Such trivial enchantments. Had you been 20 years younger, perhaps you might have ensnared me." The woman's expression darkened, as if recalling a deeply unsettling thought. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Tang Jio. "My son perished at your hands, and my husband met his end because of you. We came here with the intent to eliminate you. Yet you have delivered yourself to me, your son, husband, long before." Tang Jio had only 2 brief encounters with the Tianguan alliance. The first was the case of the student from Bayan County who was murdered. On that occasion, only a little constable, whom he had a modicum of admiration for, perished at his hands, while another constable met his end at the hands of a cold-faced swordsman. The county magistrate had been executed last year after the autumn interrogation. The second encounter occurred on the grasslands, where a man ambushed him and struck him down with a single blow, rendering him unconscious. Thus, it could be inferred that the little constable and the man from the grasslands were indeed her son and husband. Remembering this, the young woman ground her teeth, articulating each word with venom. "Ha!" Tang Jio scoffed. "It seems you have come seeking vengeance for them." "Vengeance?" Her anger flared even more, her dignified visage twisting grotesquely. "How could I possibly seek revenge for those 2 fools? If it weren't for their incompetence, I would not have fallen to such depths. Had they managed to rescue the Deputy Alliance leader's son or killed you on the grasslands, I would not be in this predicament." The intensity of her tone escalated, as if she had suffered a profound injustice. "Only by eliminating you can I reclaim all that I once possessed. Prepare to meet your end." At this moment, her fury reached a boiling point, unable to contain her emotions. She spun around and leaped down the stairs, her long sword aimed directly at Tang Jio. He deftly evaded the blade, then swiftly drew his embroidered spring knife, the tip of which accurately sliced through the young woman's wrist. Clang! The long sword clattered to the ground, producing a melodious sound against the blue stone tiles. Tang Jio turned to face the infuriated young woman, who had lost her initial composure, her beauty replaced by an expression of unrestrained rage. Clutching her injured wrist, she glared at Tang Jio with malice. "You court officials, you will eventually face the wrath of the Tianguan." As of now, all 3 of her companions were injured. The scar-faced man had been easily subdued by Yuan Gu. The old matron was left unconscious by Tang Jio's blade, and the young woman had been disarmed. rendered powerless. Her seductive skills were of no use against Tang Jiu. They had become mere lambs awaiting slaughter, ready to serve as nourishment for his ascent in power. However, Tang Jiu was not in a hurry to kill the young woman. He intended to capture her alive and extract information about the Tianguan Alliance. The Tianguan Alliance was shrouded in mystery, operating in the shadows when significant events did not unfold, and they excelled in concealing their presence. Ordinary people would not even recognize them as martial artists, even when passing by. This art of concealment was something Tang Jiu sought to acquire. If disseminated among the Jinyiwei, their combat capabilities would become terrifyingly formidable. The Jinyiwei were already elite warriors skilled in assassination and intelligence. With the addition of this art, who could evade their stealthy strikes? Tang Jiu sheathed his knife, advancing towards the young woman with the intention of crippling her martial prowess. Otherwise, with her strength and seductive skills, the prison would merely be a place she could enter and exit at will. The young woman took a few steps back and sneered, "Do you think you can capture me so easily? Dream on. With our capabilities, how could we be unaware of Lord Tang's true strength? The Guardian Vajra perished at your hands. Do you truly believe we are so foolish as to send only me to eliminate you?" Chapter 75. Trouble in Wuyang County. What does this mean? Tang Jiu glared coldly at the young woman. She sneered and uttered a name that ignited Tang Jiu's fury. Yuan Ji's expression changed drastically at her words. Without waiting for Tang Jiu's command, he leaped from the inn. Simultaneously, a signal arrow was shot into the sky. Bang! The explosion of the signal arrow echoed throughout the city of Liaoyang. Anyone who heard or saw this signal arrow, regardless of their current activities, had their faces changed dramatically. They hastily set aside their tasks and raced towards the source of the arrow. Tang Jiu efficiently resolved the situation with the young woman and the scar-faced man. Leaping to the second floor to deliver a final blow to the already unconscious old matron, he quickly made his way to the inn's entrance, where the surrounding Jinyiwei had gathered. Return to the Qianhu office. Prepare the horses, Tang Jiu urged, leading the charge towards the Qianhu office, moving with alarming speed. Yuan Go reacted swiftly, closely following behind, while the other Jinyiwei utilized their skills to keep pace. Tang Jiu's speed was so rapid that even the sentry at the Qianhu office did not react in time before he slipped through the gate. Yuan Gu shouted after them, "Prepare the horses, assemble." Upon entering the Qianhu office, Tang Jiu coldly handed a freshly pinned letter to Qin Ai, instructing Qin Baihu, "Release the hawks and transmit this letter to the Jinyiwei Qianhu office in Qingyang with utmost haste. The rest of you, prepare to depart with me immediately." Without waiting for his subordinates' responses, Tang Jiu hurried out, mounted a ready steed, and galloped towards the city's outskirts. The others had no time for hesitation. Closely trailing behind him, nearly 1,000 mounted Jinyiwei surged through the bustling streets of the city, causing chaos. After dispatching the hawks, Qin Yi caught up with Yuan Gu and inquired loudly, "Yuan Qianhu, what has happened?" Having followed Tang Jiu for many years, he had never witnessed such urgency from his superior, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yuan Gu cast a glance at Qin Yi, who had always accompanied Tang Jiu, and replied, "Wuyang County is in trouble." Wuyang County. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback before suddenly recalling something. "Isn't that where the Lord's home is?" He cracked the whip in his hand, urging his steed to gallop faster, quickly overtaking Yuan Jian. No wonder the Lord is so anxious. No wonder he sought assistance from Qingyang. A sinister aura emanated from Qin Yi, as if he were a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. He held deep respect for Tang Jiu. Without him, he might still be a mere minor flagbearer in Bayan County. Thanks to Tang Jiu, he had become a trusted confidant admired by many in Liaoyang. The audacity of others to target the Lord's family was intolerable. Without pausing, they reached the borders of Qingyang, where Qin Yi had already caught up with Tang Jiu, closely following in his wake. Observing the rising intensity of Tang Jiu's aura, it seemed as though his very blood was about to overflow. A faint mist of blood emanated from him, trailing behind like a crimson ribbon, tinged with a hint of a foul odor. Qin Yi was unaware of the cause, attributing it to Tang Jiu's overwhelming anger. Only Yuan Gu, following not far behind, noticed and sniffed the air, his eyes gleaming with insight as he regarded the path ahead. Leading Tang Jiu, indeed, he was truly the one I have chosen, Yuan Gu marveled inwardly. He had not anticipated that Tang Jio would ascend to a first-grade realm at this moment, advancing with astonishing speed. Even in that realm, Tang Jio would be considered a prodigy, especially at just 18 years of age, having reached the first-grade blood exchange realm. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was that he was achieving this transformation while galloping on horseback. As far as he knew, any second-grade martial artist stepping into the first grade required absolute tranquility to clear their mind and enter a meditative state, enabling the innate blood exchange to occur. Otherwise, if disturbed, their vitality could reverse, resulting in the loss of all martial prowess or, in severe cases, death. Tang Jio had managed to undergo such a transformation amidst such vigorous movement, and it appeared he had succeeded, which left Yuan Gu utterly astonished. Yuan Gu cracked his whip, catching up to Qin Yi, and instructed, "Hurry ahead, surpass the Lord. He is in a critical moment and must not be disturbed. You must intercept anyone who tries to block his path." Qin Yi nodded vigorously, raising his whip and soon overtaking Tang Jio by a short distance. Yuan Gu remained back, ensuring that no Jinyiwei moved too swiftly to disrupt Tang Jio's transformation. Thus, they continued forward, one ahead and one behind. As day turned to night, as the sun rose, bathing the world in the morning light, Tang Jio awoke from his blood exchange, internally sighing in relief. That was close. If it were not for the existence of a certain order, he would have had no chance of successfully undergoing the blood exchange. Before departing from the inn, he deliberately eliminated the young woman and the scarred man, all in a bid to expedite his breakthrough to the first rank. Having previously slain the formidable monk from the Buddhist sect, he amassed a substantial amount of good and evil points, and after dispatching that portly man at Tiangong residence, he found himself merely a fraction shy of 10,000 points needed for the breakthrough. The moment the young woman mentioned the Tang family from Wuyang County, he resolved to eliminate them to fill that void of 10,000 points. Fortunately, the three of them combined provided just enough for him to ascend to the first rank. To increase his chances, he began the blood exchange while riding, unaware that this time it would be markedly different from all previous attempts. Even with his preparations, the experience caught him somewhat off guard. The process of blood exchange was entirely distinct from the concepts he had encountered prior to the second rank. Blood surged rapidly within his body, as if a pump had been installed in his heart, drawing fresh blood from it into his veins, while the tainted blood was expelled through his pores, manifesting as the blood mist witnessed by Qin Yi. This left Tang Jio in a state of disarray, his body no longer heeding his commands and merely engaging in the blood exchange autonomously. Fortunately, the system intervened, allowing him to navigate through the most perilous phase unscathed. All that remained was to methodically replace all the blood in his body, ensuring a stable entry into the innate realm. For Tang Jio, this was a moment of exhilaration, as the innate stage marked the true beginning for a master. Anything below the first rank could only be deemed the foundation for martial artists. As noon approached, Tang Jio galloped forth with his subordinates to Wuyang County. By this time, the city gates of Wuyang County had already been seized by the Jinyiwei of Qingyang Prefecture. This was likely due to Yu Qingqiu receiving word from the Eagle Falcon, prompting the Jinyiwei to arrive ahead of time. He faced no obstruction whatsoever. Tang Jio rode swiftly and confidently towards the Tang residence. Chapter 76. A silent wait. Tang Jio dismounted and stepped into his long-abandoned home. Yu Qingqiu stood in the front courtyard of the Tang residence, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Tang Jio, only to quickly dim again. Tang Jio, discerning the expression on Yu Qingqiu's face, understood that they had arrived too late. "Uncle Yu?" Even knowing the outcome, Tang Jio still inquired with a glimmer of hope. "I'm sorry, Xiaojun, I came as swiftly as I could upon receiving your message, but when I arrived, I found the place already deserted." Yu Qingqiu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Tang Jio's family had met with misfortune under his jurisdiction, placing an undeniable burden of responsibility upon him. Upon hearing Yu Qingqiu's words, Tang Jio's anxiety eased somewhat. Since they had not been directly killed, it indicated a strong possibility that his parents were still alive. As long as they were alive, there remained a chance to rescue them. "It's all right, Uncle Yu. I've come here. You should return to Qingyang first. After all, this is a special period, and you cannot be away for too long." Although Tang Jio was filled with anger, he did not blame Yu Qingqiu, nor did he perceive any attempt to shirk responsibility in his words. The Jinyiwei had a duty to protect the peace of the region, but they were not obligated to safeguard Tang Ji's family. Thus, in terms of both sentiment and reason, he could not place blame on anyone else. He could only fault himself for his negligence in not protecting his family adequately. Yu Chengqiu pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands and return to Qingyang." Tang Ji replied, "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Yu. Once this matter is resolved, I will visit you in Qingyang." "Good." Yu Chengqiu clapped Tang Jiu on the shoulder and, with a stern expression, exited the Tang residence. This time, Tang Ji's subordinates had all arrived around the Tang residence, completely surrounding it. Yuan Gu and the furious Qini entered, and upon seeing Tang Ji's serious demeanor, cautiously inquired, "What is the situation?" Tang Jiu did not answer. Instead, he turned to gaze at the home he had lived in for over a decade, memories long forgotten beginning to resurface. The initial feelings of trepidation and uncertainty upon his arrival in this realm, the fear of speaking to anyone lest he reveal something, and the tender care from his parents after he was injured by local ruffians. All these memories flickered through his mind. Time passed, and Yuan Gu approached, rousing him from his reverie. "We have searched. Nothing has been taken from the residence, nor have any clues been left behind." Tang Ju nodded perfunctorily. This situation had long been within his expectations. Abducting his parents without killing a single servant meant they certainly would not leave behind anything of value. "Wait." Tang Ju's voice was icy as he uttered the word. Since no one had been killed, it was evident that they aimed to use his family as leverage against him. In that case, he would remain at home and await their return. Yuan Gu nodded and exited the front courtyard, intending to employ his methods to seek any potential leads. For 2 consecutive days, Tang Jiu did not leave the Tang residence even a single step. Nearly all the Jinyiwei of Liaoyang Prefecture were mobilized, filling the expansive grounds of the Tang residence. The previous evening, Yu Bingwen, having left his pregnant newlywed wife behind, hastily rode into town. Tang Jiu conversed with Yu Bingwen for a considerable time, sharing drinks throughout the night, though Yuan Gu was notably absent. Ever since that day, Yuan Gu had not returned, and Tang Jiu had no knowledge of his whereabouts or what he was doing, let alone when he would return. This morning, Yu Bingwen hurriedly departed for Qingyang City. It was not until the 5th day, as dusk approached, that Yuan Gu reappeared before Tang Jiu, his beloved white fox fur now marred with bloodstains. A clear indication that he had endured a fierce battle. "I have uncovered some information, but the person remains elusive." Yuan Ji's voice was low, and he seemed dissatisfied with this answer himself. "No matter. You should rest well," Tang Jiu replied with a smile, then added seriously, "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Ji's face flushed slightly, and he muttered, "I'm dead tired. I haven't slept a wink these past few days. I need to catch up on sleep before hastily departing." His head lowered in embarrassment. This lad. Observing Yuan Ji's demeanor, Tang Jiu couldn't help but smile genuinely for the first time in many days. He returned to his seat of authority, propping his chin on one hand while the other unconsciously tapped lightly on the table. The soft sound echoed in the main hall. If even Yuan Ji's skills could not uncover the whereabouts of his family, it was evident that they had likely been taken far from Qingyang Prefecture, perhaps even beyond Liaodong. In such a case, regardless of how talented or powerful Tang Jiu might be, it would prove futile. It seemed he would have to continue waiting, though he was uncertain how long it would take to reach a resolution point. 3 days. If, after 3 days, no one came knocking at his door, he would lead his subordinates back to Liaoyang Prefecture. After all, he was the highest-ranking officer in the Liaoyang Prefecture and had brought all his men along. Given the critical situation in Liaoyang Prefecture, he could not afford to delay his return should anything arise. Thus, granting them one final 3 days was the utmost he could manage. If they still did not appear, he would have no choice but to seek vengeance for his family later. The following morning, a restored Yuan Gu arrived early by Tang Jiu's side, stating, "I pondered throughout the night, and something feels amiss." Tang Jiu looked at Yuan Gu, puzzled by the implication of his words. "Consider this. To the south of Qingyang lies Liaoyang, beyond which is Yushan Pass, making it unlikely they would head in that direction." Taking a breath, Yuan Gu continued, "To the east lies the endless Liaohai. It's impossible to set sail in winter, so that direction is also improbable. To the west are the vast grasslands. Given their hasty departure, they surely wouldn't carry ample provisions, and with the recent favorable weather, they would inevitably expose their tracks on the grasslands. As for the North Wei Shi, upon mentioning the north, both Tang Jiu and Yuan Ji's eyes brightened, and they spoke in unison. Their first collaboration had been to rescue the young girl from Wei Shi. On that occasion, they had faced 3 waves of ambushes from the people of Wei Shi, the cavalry dispatched by the Grand Commander's office, and that individual from the Tianguan alliance. Now, the Grand Commander Guo Xiaoru had temporarily reached an understanding with Tang Jiu, making it reasonable for the remnants of Wei Shi and the Tianguan alliance to have allied themselves. Furthermore, the Jinling Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, dense with vegetation, and even in winter, countless pines and cypresses stood tall, providing ample concealment. Deep within the mountains, the Wei Shi people could offer support, making this conjecture highly plausible. I shall go. You stay and maintain order, Yuan Gu decisively declared, not waiting for Tang Jiu's agreement before turning to leave. Wait, Tang Jiu called out, adding, take some elite men with you. Do not go alone. Yuan Gu paused momentarily, departing without even glancing back. Chapter 77. The eradication of the Tianguan Ming. Tang Jiu refrained from going himself, having his own considerations. Firstly, he could not be away for too long. Delving deep into Jinling Mountain could result in an indefinite absence, and should he leave, the Jinyiwei would be left leaderless. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, although Yuan Ji's strength was somewhat inferior to his own, his agility was hardly lacking. Even if he encountered an adversary he could not defeat, escape would not pose a problem for him. Furthermore, Yuan Gu had previously visited the Wei Shi tribe and was relatively familiar with the area. Accompanied by the elite of the Jinyiwei, there was little cause for concern regarding safety, which is why Tang Jiu did not impede Yuan Ji's departure. After partaking in breakfast, Tang Jiu summoned his subordinates, retaining Qin Yi and his 100-man unit while instructing the others to return to Liaoyang Prefecture alongside him. The journey was relentless, and only by the following morning did they arrive back at the Qinhu office. Just as Tang Jiu settled in, a school officer reported that Lin Chaoshi requested an audience. Do you require my assistance? Lin Chaoshi stated bluntly, evidently having received the news as well. Not necessary, Tang Jiu retorted with 2 curt words, falling silent thereafter. Lin Chaoshi sighed in resignation, a hint of disdain flickering across his fair visage. It is not just I who am aware. Anyone of note within the prefectural city has heard of it. They have all dispatched their subordinates to curry favor with you. With that, Lin Chaoshi regarded the situation with a smirk. Finding the efforts of these individuals utterly laughable, you may return. Your assistance is unwarranted here. Tang Jiu, disinterested in engaging with Lin Chaoshi, sensed an unusual agenda behind his demeanor but could not pinpoint its nature. Thus preferring to maintain distance, Lord Tang, Lin Chaoshi, appearing increasingly exasperated, remarked, I am not here to curry favor. I simply wish to prevent you from becoming distracted by trivial matters. Very well, I understand. Tang Jiu made up his mind. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Chaoshi, at a loss for words, turned to exit. Moments later, another school officer entered bearing a letter, stating it was penned by the Grand Commander himself and required Tang Jiu's personal receipt. Upon accepting the letter, Tang Jiu instructed the officer, from today onward, should anyone seek me, inform them that I am not present. Tang Jiu desired solitude at this juncture, even if the visitors meant well. He was reluctant to be disturbed. Opening the letter from Guo Xiaoru, he noted the brevity of its content, yet each character was imbued with a grandiosity and sharpness befitting the writer's esteemed position. The letter clarified that this matter was not their concern and elucidated the Tianguan Ming's influence in strongholds in Liaodong. It concluded with a warning that the Tianguan Ming harbored significant ambitions. Should they succeed, it could lead to the decline of the Diyu dynasty, if not its outright overthrow. The specifics were somewhat vague, leaving much unsaid. Tang Jiu held the letter tightly, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain of the extent of his own capabilities that would compel so many to seek to manipulate him. On the surface, Lin Chaoshi appeared unremarkable, yet his hidden strength was formidable, and he had his own motives in this affair. The fact that the Tianguan Ming had thrived amidst years of pursuit by the court, growing ever more powerful, posed a direct threat to him. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Tang Jiu could not articulate it, yet he sensed a monumental secret lay beneath the surface, one he could not yet grasp with his current strength. Not long now, Tang Jiu thought to himself, his gaze intense with determination. He felt on the cusp of uncovering the mystery that had long surrounded him. Otherwise, the Tian Guanming would have no reason to risk abducting his family as a means of coercion. With fervor, he crumpled the letter into a ball and, with a swift motion, reduced it to fragments that fell upon the table. "Come in," Tang Jiu bellowed. A school officer stepped into the room, bowing respectfully. "My lord, your subordinate is present. Relay orders for all 100-man units to assemble in the main hall within a quarter of an hour." "Yes, my lord." The officer acknowledged and swiftly exited. Tang Jiu donned his Feiyu attire and, upon reaching the main hall, found all the 100-man units positioned along either side. My lord. Tang Jiu nodded. "Here are the locations of all the Tian Guanming strongholds in Liaoyang Prefecture. You shall divide yourselves accordingly. It is imperative that not a single individual escapes." 700 or 800 men stepped forward to receive the slip of paper from Tang Jiu, casting a glance at its contents before turning to depart. That day, skirmishes erupted at numerous locations throughout the city. Inns, rice shops, taverns, residences, and even the impoverished quarters of the Western District fell prey to the Jinyiwei's ruthless incursions, with no words wasted. Anyone they encountered was slain. Passers-by watched in horror, likening the Jinyiwei to demons unleashed upon the world. Fortunately, after the carnage subsided, a bloody Jinyiwei emerged, proclaiming loudly, "The Jinyiwei apprehends the Tian Guanming rebels. Unrelated individuals, vacate the premises." Only then did the citizens grasp the situation. Hastily retreating to their homes or returning to their tasks, no longer inclined to observe the spectacle. The slaughter persisted throughout the day, and an atmosphere of bloodshed hung thick over the city, sending ordinary folk fleeing in terror. By evening, the Jinyiwei, still suffused with the aura of freshly spilled blood, traversed the streets towards the Qianhu office, nonchalantly wiping the blood from their hands and faces while sharing laughter with their comrades. Tang Jiu stood by the window of his chamber, gazing at the moon that had begun to rise. Despite its recent ascent, the winter moon appeared both large and round. "Knock, knock, knock, my lord. All the 100 men have returned and await you in the main hall." The school officer reported, rapping on the open door. Tang Jiu withdrew his